The apocalypse has commenced. Liangren has utilized the system to enhance his shelter comprehensively. The faucet can automatically transform into cold water, hot water, beverages, coffee, milk, or even a 1982 Chateau Lafite, depending on the host's desires. The garments produced are not only fire-resistant but also capable of withstanding temperatures plunging to minus 150 degrees. The upgraded network boasts a staggering 10 gigabit fiber optic connection. Simultaneously, he has constructed an ecological farm and a large-scale plant cultivation base within his refuge. While the outside world is besieged by countless natural disasters, with people resorting to desperate measures for survival, Liangren savors a glass of 1982 Lafite and indulges in M8 Australian Wagyu beef. Even in the face of the apocalypse, one must retain a sense of ceremony. Chapter 1. The apocalypse begins, the first wave of cataclysm, solar flare eruptions. Now broadcasting a news report. According to the joint surveys of 12 major nations and numerous smaller states, the sun is currently experiencing intense flare activity, which is about to exert severe effects on the atmosphere of Blue Star. Reports indicate that Blue Star is on the brink of entering the fifth ice age, with global temperatures expected to plummet dramatically during this period. A small asteroid is predicted to collide with Blue Star in 1 month, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it will inflict catastrophic damage. Has the apocalypse truly arrived? In Jiangcheng on the outskirts, within a luxurious villa on private land, Liangren gazed at the news on television and gently shook his head. It seems I must hasten my progress. With that, he promptly made his way toward the door of the basement. Upon opening the basement door, an immensely vast space unfolded before his eyes. Bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchens, storage rooms, plant cultivation rooms, heating chambers, power generation rooms. Virtually every conceivable type of room is present. If a construction worker were to witness the scene, they would undoubtedly be awestruck. Such an expansive area, with so many rooms, all within a basement. This scale of construction would typically require a team of builders several months, if not years, to complete. Yet, all of this has been crafted solely by Liangren himself. Finally, after installing the last pipe of the drainage system, Liangren let out a deep breath. 10 years. My doomsday shelter is finally complete. Asterisk ding. A qualified level shelter has been detected. The system is now binding. Asterisk. Star point 1.10.99.100. Asterisk ding. The doomsday shelter binding was successful. Asterisk. Hearing the voice in his mind, and noticing a virtual screen suddenly appearing in his line of sight, a smile blossomed on Liangren's lips. System, I have finally activated you. Since his inexplicable arrival in this world a decade ago, the system had materialized. Initially, he was overjoyed, only to be informed that this world was on the verge of a global catastrophe, plunging into the apocalypse. And in order to fully activate the system, he needed to possess a shelter. Moreover, the shelter could not be subpar. It had to achieve an excellent rating. Fortunately, the body he inhabited was that of a wealthy heir, having inherited a substantial fortune, along with this entire 3,000 square meter plot of land on the outskirts. This enabled him to complete the construction of the shelter within a decade. At this moment, a news interview segment appeared on the television. During a random interview at a fruit stall, a heated argument erupted at the stand. Damn it, a bunch of rotten fruit, and you want to charge me $1,000 a pound? Are you robbing me? Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, plenty of others will. Hello, may I ask you a question? Why have your fruit prices skyrocketed so dramatically? Aren't you afraid of repercussions from the authorities? Afraid? Ha. After today, I don't even know if I'll survive tomorrow, so why should I fear? Let me tell you, the prices are what they are. Take it or leave it. If not, I'll just stockpile it myself. Observing the news interview, Liangren shook his head and smiled. So quickly, prices have surged nearly 100-fold. Fortunately, I stocked up early. Opening the storage room of the shelter, he found it brimming with food. A staggering amount of supplies, weighing several tens of thousands of kilograms. Liangren chuckled contentedly and resumed his study of the system. At that moment, a virtual screen appeared, visible only to him. Lines of text and data materialized. Personal shelter. Owner, Liangren. Area, 989. Asterisk facilities. Bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, storage room, plant cultivation room, heating chamber, power generation. Room. Asterisk. Asterisk description. An exceptionally perfect shelter, capable of withstanding certain man-made disasters. However, its ability to withstand natural calamities remains in question. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. The shelter has been rated as S. The host receives an initial survival point reward of 10,000 points. Asterisk. Asterisk survival points. The doomsday caused by global cataclysms has begun. Any actions taken by the host to enhance survival rates will generate survival points. Asterisk. Survival points can be utilized to upgrade shelter facilities. In Liangren's view, various elements within the underground shelter now displayed attribute buttons. For instance, the basement door beside him and the living room he stood in. Asterisk ordinary shelter iron door. Asterisk. Upgradable. Upgrade direction. Full titanium alloy heat resistant. Asterisk branches. Cold resistance 100. Quality 100. Earthquake resistance 100. Asterisk. Asterisk living room. Asterisk. Upgradable. Upgrade direction. Fully automated smart living room. Asterisk branches. Space expansion 300. Smart automation 1000. Earthquake resistance 800, heat preservation 600. Asterisk. Asterisk bathroom. Asterisk. Kitchen. Every area, every facility, when clicked, revealed corresponding data. Moreover, each could choose an upgrade direction, utilizing different survival points for enhancement. At that moment, 2 lines of information appeared above his field of vision. The first wave of cataclysm, solar flare eruptions. Asterisk within 3 days, due to the sudden eruption of solar flares, the atmosphere will be directly corroded with ultraviolet rays capable of annihilating all human cells. Global temperatures are expected to soar to 50 degrees Celsius within 3 days. After that, glaciers will completely melt and tsunamis will inundate the majority of land, leading to a severe scarcity of fresh water resources. Asterisk. Heat resistance, cold resistance, and natural water purification. These 3 are undoubtedly of paramount importance right now. Also, earthquake resistance and waterproofing. With glaciers melting, sea levels will undoubtedly rise. While the resulting tsunami may not reach here, there will certainly be an extended period of rainfall. Additionally, aftershocks from the tsunami will follow. Upon reflecting on the first wave of cataclysm, Liangren pondered for a moment before arriving at a decision. After some contemplation, he approached the wall of the shelter. Asterisk ordinary wall. Asterisk. Upgradable. Upgrade direction. High-end earthquake-resistant wall. Asterisk branches. Waterproof 300, heat resistance 800, heat preservation 600, thickness. Expansion 500. Asterisk Liangren promptly selected waterproofing, heat resistance, heat preservation, and thickness expansion. Although it stung a little, merely upgrading the walls cost him a staggering 2,200 survival points. Yet, there is no doubt that the walls are of paramount importance. In the next moment, his survival points plummeted from 10,000 to 7,800. Before him, the walls suddenly contorted, transforming from mere concrete into solid metal. Liangren struck the surface with a forceful tap, producing a deep, resonant thud. The thickness undoubtedly exceeded 10 centimeters. Moreover, from the sound alone, it was evident that it was neither iron nor steel. Unable to contain his curiosity, Liangren accessed the wall's attributes. Upgradable. Upgrade options. Automation 1000, quality 1000. To think it is titanium alloy and an alpha beta variant at that. Although Liangren was not particularly versed in this material, it certainly did not deter him from consulting the internet. A quick search left him in awe. This material boasts exceptional resistance to heat, cold, and seismic activity, primarily utilized in aerospace applications, and here he was, encasing his underground sanctuary with it, with each section no less than 10 centimeters thick. If this material could be sold, he would undoubtedly become an instant millionaire. How extraordinary! Liangren felt a surge of delight. Though he did not comprehend the underlying mechanics, the ability to transform the walls so flawlessly was astonishing. With such a convenient system at his disposal, surviving in this global cataclysm would become significantly easier. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind.
Ding!
You have upgraded the walls. The secure alpha-beta titanium alloy walls can perfectly withstand the corrosion from solar flare eruptions, while also achieving level 3 waterproofing and shock resistance, thus fully capable of withstanding the first wave of the catastrophe. Reward: survival points 600. Remaining survival points 8,400. Chapter 2. The uprising begins. Liangren's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his smile radiated brightly. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the rapid depletion of his survival points, and now, astonishingly, he had acquired more. Moreover, the defenses of his shelter were now fully capable of withstanding the initial wave of calamities. Liangren's gaze shifted toward the faucet. In an instant, Two attribute panels materialized before him. Ordinary pipe upgradable. Upgrade path, top-tier safety pipe. Branches, purification of water resources, 800, toughness, 300, quality, 400, expansion of water volume, 600. Ordinary faucet upgradable. Upgrade path, smart enjoyment faucet. Branches, intelligence, 800, quality, 400. Note, upgrading intelligence allows the faucet to automatically switch to cold water, hot water, beverages, coffee, or milk based on the host's needs. Liangren was momentarily taken aback. While the pipe was acceptable, the intelligent attributes of this faucet seemed extraordinarily extravagant. Cold and hot water were understandable, but the ability to transform into various beverages, coffee, or milk. System, upgrade the pipe's purification of water resources, toughness, and quality. Liangren promptly commanded. As his words fell, the system's voice and a virtual screen visible only to him sprang to life. Ding! You have spent a total of 1,500 survival points to upgrade the pipe. Upgrade successful. Titanium alloy purification pipe. Upgradable. Upgrade path, quality, 1,000, expansion of water volume, 600. Ding! A safe, Tier 3 alloy pipe that can perfectly withstand most earthquakes and geological disasters. The water flowing through the purified resources will eliminate 99 of harmful components, making it entirely safe for direct consumption. For an extended period, your water resources will be thoroughly safeguarded. Reward, 700 survival points. Remaining survival points, 7,600. Liangren revealed a satisfied smile. He then turned his attention to the faucet. The pipe had been upgraded. To be honest, upgrading the faucet didn't seem as imperative. Nevertheless, he was intrigued by the intelligent functionality. The prospect of automatically transforming into various beverages or coffee and milk was incredibly enticing. Yet, survival points were evidently precious. Was it truly worth spending 800 survival points for this feature? After a brief moment of hesitation, Liangren shook his head resolutely. Upgrade. Why not indulge myself? Even in the apocalypse, one must not skimp on pleasure. System, upgrade the intelligent functionality of the faucet, he declared. Ding! You have spent a total of 800 survival points to upgrade the faucet. Upgrade successful. Smart enjoyment faucet. Upgradable. Upgrade path, quality, 400, expansion of water volume, 600. As the system's announcement concluded, the faucet before him transformed instantaneously. In that split second, the entire faucet's form seemed to warp. In the blink of an eye, the once ordinary silver cross faucet morphed into a square faucet brimming with technological flair. A virtual screen even emerged above it, allowing him to select his desired beverage. Options included wine, drinks, milk, coffee, and ordinary drinking water. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! The smart enjoyment faucet can satisfy anyone's drinking needs. Even amidst the apocalypse, life should be filled with a sense of ritual. What distinguishes a life devoid of ceremony from that of a mere fish on the shore? Reward, 600 survival points. Remaining survival points, 7,400. A brilliant smile blossomed on Liangren's lips. Delight surged through him. He had even received an additional 600 survival points, meaning the faucet upgrade had only cost him 200 survival points. Eagerly, Liangren reached for a cup. He pressed the wine option on the virtual screen, and a plethora of sub-options appeared: red wine, white wine, beer. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that if he were to embrace a sense of ritual, red wine was the way to go. He selected it. Liangren's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the 1982 Lafite. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the 1982 Lafite. In the next instant, a deep crimson wine flowed from the faucet into his glass. He took a gentle sip. Bliss. The unique oak flavor enveloped him, smooth and silky with exquisite layers. Was this the taste of the 1982 Lafite? Though he had never tasted it before, the system's offerings could not possibly be counterfeit. What a remarkable gain. Liangren savored another sip, then shifted his gaze to the entrance of the shelter. Ordinary shelter iron door upgradable. Upgrade path, full titanium alloy heat-resistant door. Branches, cold resistance, 100, quality, 100, earthquake resistance, 100. Remaining survival points, 7,400. System, upgrade the cold resistance, quality, and earthquake resistance of the shelter's iron door. Liangren immediately commanded. The entrance to the shelter was undoubtedly crucial. If upgrading the walls was to safeguard against natural disasters, then the door was to prevent human calamities, especially in an apocalypse, should his shelter be discovered. Most individuals would undoubtedly employ every means to breach it. In the face of death, they wouldn't care whose territory it was or whether it had an owner. Even if there was one, they would simply seize control. Ding! You have spent a total of 300 survival points to upgrade the shelter as iron door. Upgrade successful. Full titanium alloy heat-resistant door. Upgradable. Upgrade path, quality, 500. Ding! A secure Tier 3 alloy heat-resistant door, capable of perfectly defending against human assaults, providing you with greater assurance in your survival during the apocalypse. Reward, 200 survival points. Remaining survival points, 7,300. Liangren wore a satisfied smile after accounting for the reward. He had only spent a mere 100 survival points. In the next moment, he instinctively glanced at the monitor to assess the situation outside. His expression shifted abruptly. The external environment had become alarmingly perilous. Within Jiangxing, he had numerous small cameras installed to monitor the situation. At this moment, the footage relayed from the cameras revealed the entire city engulfed in flames. Had the uprising already commenced? Liangren felt a flicker of surprise. While he had anticipated the emergence of an uprising, he hadn't expected it to occur so swiftly. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, followed by the resounding crack of gunfire. Liangren's pupils constricted slightly. The cacophony from the monitors abruptly ceased. Then, a voice emanated from a loudspeaker, proclaiming, "Citizens, please remain calm and do not panic. The authorities are constructing shelters. Before the calamity fully descends, everyone can head to the shelters. We will not abandon a single soul." Upon hearing this, Liangren shook his head. It's too late. Even for the authorities, constructing a large-scale shelter within a short time frame is virtually an insurmountable task. Not to mention the vast population of Jiang City and the sheer volume of supplies required daily. Regardless, it is far wiser for me to remain in my own refuge, where safety is assured and provisions are plentiful. Liangren nodded thoughtfully, swiftly relocating all belongings from the upper floors to the underground sanctuary. Furthermore, he ensured that the internet connection was established within the shelter. The internet, undoubtedly, is of paramount importance. I can assert with certainty that any nation's foremost priority is the integrity of its information network. In the face of global catastrophe, being oblivious to the external circumstances would be exceedingly perilous. At that moment, the monitor crackled with the sound of gunfire. Chapter 3. Weapons are the very foundation of one's survival. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp report of 4 consecutive gunshots shattered the silence. In the following instant, a maniacal laugh echoed through the air. "Ha, I've seized a firearm. All of you, surrender your supplies, or you shall find yourselves on the receiving end of my gun. And let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not place your faith in any official shelters. People like us, the common folk, will never gain entry. Even if we did, with so many mouths to feed, what would we eat? It would be far better to join me. Not only would we enjoy greater ease, but if we could occupy a wealthy heir's basement, we would be much safer." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped Jiang City. Moments later, chaos erupted. Inside the shelter, Liangren's expression shifted dramatically. The most perilous aspect of the apocalypse had commenced. At any given moment, natural disasters may not pose the greatest threat. Rather, the most dangerous element is the human heart. How little time has passed? It has barely been 2 or 3 hours since the reports began. And already, individuals have banded together into private factions. Liangren furrowed his brow slightly. He needed to expedite the completion of a far more critical task, the creation of weapons. No matter how secure this refuge may be, without weapons, it remains merely a shell, and there will inevitably come a day when it is breached. Ordinary surveillance equipment. Upgradable. Upgrade path, comprehensive satellite monitoring. Branches, intelligence, 1000, quality, 600, expansion of monitoring range, 800. Note, upgrading intelligence allows for the launch of a satellite that provides continuous monitoring over a radius of 10,000 kilometers, and will automatically alert you upon the approach of any intruders to your territory. Ordinary network. Upgradable. Upgrade path, advanced communication base. Branches, intelligence, 1000, quality, 400. Note, upgrading intelligence will automatically generate a small communication base in the power generation room, establishing uninterrupted satellite connectivity. System. Upgrade the intelligence of the monitoring equipment and expand the monitoring range. System, upgrade the intelligence of the ordinary network. The following morning, as Liangren awoke, he observed the situation in Jiang City through the surveillance feed and immediately instructed the system to upgrade. At that moment, Jiang City resembled a veritable wasteland. Almost all shops lay in ruins, and every movable supply had been utterly looted. It had only been a day since the news reports, and already the city had descended into this state. A profound sense of crisis welled up within Liangren. It would not be long before these individuals turned their aggression toward ordinary residents. Thus, monitoring and networking were undeniably the most crucial matters at hand. Ding! You have expended 1,800 survival points to upgrade the intelligence of the monitoring equipment. Upgrade successful. Comprehensive satellite monitoring area. Radius of 20,000 kilometers. Upgradable. Upgrade path quality 600. Expansion of monitoring range 800. Remaining survival points 5,500. As the system notification chimed, the entire monitoring screen transformed. The once computer-sized display expanded into 20 43-inch screens, virtually encompassing all sectors of Jiang City. Just then, the system's alert tone sounded again. Ding! You have expended 1,000 survival points to upgrade the intelligence of the network. Upgrade successful. Advanced communication base area, entire shelter. Upgradable. Upgrade path quality 400. Remaining survival points 4,500. With the sound of the notification, the original router vanished in an instant, replaced by a modern communication base within the power generation room. Though modest in size, it exuded a strikingly high-tech aura. Liangren opened his phone to check the news, and the speed had increased exponentially. Ding! The upgraded monitoring equipment, comprehensive satellite monitoring, will assist you in constantly surveilling your surroundings. Even while you sleep, should anyone approach, you will be automatically alerted, enabling you to evade 99% of potential dangers. This undoubtedly serves as an additional safeguard for your survival. Reward, 1,100 survival points. Ding! You have upgraded the network, advanced communication base, which is truly fiber optic and directly connects to 12 major nations and numerous smaller ones, allowing you to stay informed about the entire state of Blue Planet in real time. Your network is now global, achieving true first-class status. Reward, 400 survival points. Remaining survival points, 6,000. Liangren nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief within. However, the sense of urgency had not entirely dissipated, for he still lacked weapons. Although the current defenses of the shelter made it exceedingly difficult for any assailant to breach, passivity was not in his nature. Liangren cast his gaze towards several vacant rooms within the shelter. These were spaces he had deliberately reserved for future expansion, since the system can be upgraded. Then an idea sparked within Liangren. He promptly retrieved a wooden board from the storage room, inscribed with the words research base, and hung it on one of the empty rooms. In the next moment, a virtual screen materialized before him as he gazed at the vacant space. Research base. Level 0. Upgradable. Upgrade path Level 1. Research directions. Artificial intelligence, 1,000. Weapons, 1,000. Expand research directions, 1,000. Note, expanding research directions allows for simultaneous, multifaceted studies. Indeed, it was possible. Liangren felt a surge of joy. The multifaceted research and artificial intelligence could wait. Those could be pursued once he accumulated more survival points. Weapons, however, were of utmost urgency. System, upgrade the research base in the direction of weapons. Liangren promptly declared, Ding! You have expended 1,000 survival points to upgrade the research base. Upgrade successful. Military research base. Level 1, upgradable. Upgrade path Level 2. Research directions. Artificial intelligence, 1,000. Expand research directions, 1,000. Research level, 1,000. Remaining survival points, 5,000. The system notification chimed. In an instant, what was once an empty research facility, marked only by a wooden sign, began to warp and twist. Even the walls contorted. Then, in the blink of an eye, the entire research base appeared to have been transformed by a top-tier construction crew. It was instantly transformed into an ultra-modern scientific hub, reminiscent of something out of a science fiction film. As Liangren stepped inside for a closer look, he was utterly astounded. The array of equipment was astonishingly comprehensive. As he surveyed the surroundings, it resembled a miniature military weapons manufacturing plant. Moreover, the research conducted here was so advanced that if it were made public, it would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. For instance, plasma hand cannons, compact laser emitters, RPK air cannons, each was a testament to futuristic technology. At that moment, the system's notification tone chimed once more. Ding! You have upgraded the research base to a military research facility, granting you genuine self-defense capabilities. Weapons are the fundamental essence of survival for an individual, especially in an apocalypse. Reward: 800 survival points. Remaining survival points: 5,800. Chapter 4, Apocalypse Forum. An award of 800 survival points meant that he had only spent 200, a tremendous gain. A radiant smile graced Yi Liangren's lips as he made his way to the heart of the research facility. Upon pressing the production button, his gaze faltered momentarily. Current available weapon production series: bullets, level 1. Required materials: 1 kilogram of pure iron. Desert Eagle, level 1. Required materials: 2 kilograms of pure iron. AK-47, level 1. Required materials: 3 kilograms of pure iron. Unlocked weapons: level 2. RPK machine gun, Gatling gun, TAC-50 sniper rifle, etc. Current available defense equipment series: bulletproof vest, level 1. Required materials: 1 kilogram of pure iron, 1 kilogram of titanium alloy. Bulletproof shield, level 1. Required materials: 3 kilograms of pure iron, 1 kilogram of titanium alloy. Bulletproof helmet, level 1. Required materials: 5 kilograms of pure iron, 1 kilogram of titanium alloy. Unlocked equipment: level 2, lightweight bulletproof vest, lightweight bulletproof helmet, etc. Was this research facility really divided into levels for unlocking? And did it require materials as well? Yi Liangren pondered for a moment and noted a crucial point. Nearly every weapon required materials, and all the raw materials had one common element: pure iron. Although Yi Liangren had stockpiled numerous supplies, he had nearly depleted his pure iron while constructing the underground shelter. Not to mention the costly titanium alloy. Was there any way to obtain these materials from the system? After deliberating for a moment, Yi Liangren inquired. Ding! Survival points can be exchanged for all materials. Upon seeing the sudden notification, Yi Liangren's interest was piqued. He then noticed an exchange bar at the bottom of his view. Clicking on it, a virtual screen materialized before him. Exchange system. Level 1, upgradable. Upgrade path, level 2. Required survival points, 1,000. Current exchange list: 1 kilogram of pure iron, 10 survival points. 1 kilogram of titanium alloy, 100 survival points. Unlocked list: level 2, energy stones, aluminum alloy, etc. Upon reviewing the exchange conditions, Yi Liangren couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Quite expensive. 10 survival points for 1 kilogram of pure iron. And yet 1 kilogram of pure iron was insufficient to produce even a single Desert Eagle. Even for the most basic setup, a gun plus 50 bullets would require at least 70 survival points. When calculated, it didn't seem too costly. Yi Liangren mumbled to himself, then immediately shook his head. What was the price of pure iron per kilogram? Just a few dollars. Not to mention, considering the current situation, the prices of supplies like pure iron might have decreased. It was even possible that one could obtain it simply by trading a bit of food. In this light, spending dozens of survival points on pure iron seemed rather steep. However, if he were to venture out to collect pure iron, for safety's sake, spending survival points was still necessary. Moreover, did the system only require primary materials for weapon production? Could auxiliary materials, such as gunpowder, be entirely omitted? That would still be a worthwhile investment. Yi Liangren calculated in his mind and promptly declared, exchange for 7 kilograms of pure iron. Ding! Exchange successful. As the notification appeared, Yi Liangren observed the space before him warp once again, and in the next moment, a pile of iron blocks materialized on the ground. He tossed them into the processing entrance. Soon after, another system notification chimed. Ding! Production of 1 Desert Eagle pistol and 50 bullets will take 10 minutes. Please be patient. Yi Liangren nodded, seizing the opportunity to collect information on his phone during the wait. The solar flare had indeed caused power shortages in many areas. However, places like communication towers had been constructed with excellent heat and corrosion resistance. The entire Jiang city had not completely lost connectivity. Nonetheless, live news broadcasts had ceased entirely. Yi Liangren turned his attention to Jiang City's urban forum. Upon opening it, he was met with a flurry of distress messages. Can anyone help me? I just woke up to be informed of the apocalypse. I stepped outside to gather some food, only to discover that all the shops on the street have been emptied. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to share some food with me? Address: XXXX. Where are the officials? Is there no longer any human rights? I had stockpiled tens of thousands of food supplies, and they were all looted. I was even assaulted. Who can stand up and take charge? Is there anyone out there? It's so terrifying outside. Is there anyone who can protect me? As Liangren opened the Jiang City Forum, it felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world. In the face of an impending apocalypse, these individuals were not seeking resources, but rather flooding the internet with their grievances. With each refresh, dozens, if not hundreds, of posts appeared. Can I still order takeout in the apocalypse? Why has my order for crayfish arrived in over an hour? I've already paid. I'm the wealthiest person in Jiang City. Someone explained to me why I wasn't notified in advance about this major event. Where's my secretary? I'm a second-generation rich kid, and I haven't eaten in a day. My chef and servants have fled, taking all my stored food with them. Can someone please feed me? I'll give them 5 million immediately. Huh. The individuals above, have you not awakened yet? It is the apocalypse. Money has lost its value. Those who possess no skills and once believed themselves superior due to their wealth will likely be among the first to perish in this new world, don't you think? Liangren shook his head and continued his search for useful information. Then he noticed some exposed photos accompanied by pitiful pleas. I am just a weak woman. I have no food and no strength. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to protect me? Is there anyone with a private shelter? If someone allows me to stay, I am willing to do anything. Is there anyone willing to keep me company? The streets are in utter chaos, and I find myself alone in my dwelling, gripped by fear. Upon encountering these enticing phrases, veiled in suggestion, Liangren could not help but smile. He feared that those uttering such words were likely to be nothing more than brutish men with little intellect. If he were to approach them or disclose the location of his refuge, the next moment could very well spell his doom. In this apocalyptic world, engaging in such endeavors is tantamount to courting death. Liangren promptly dismissed these messages and began to scour for other information. Soon, his attention was captured. I am the owner of a metal processing factory, situated at a considerable distance from the city center. By the time I received word and prepared to stockpile supplies, the resources had already vanished. However, I still possess over 500 kilograms of pure iron. Is anyone interested? This amount, though modest, could reinforce a shelter. In exchange solely for food. Are you still half asleep up there? Or perhaps you have lost your mind. In this apocalypse, what use is pure iron? It is inedible. Indeed, the original poster has been certified as foolish. In such dire circumstances, who among us would trade food for pure iron? Not to mention, how can we even procure workers to utilize this material? At that moment, Liangren's expression brightened. Over 500 kilograms of pure iron. If he could acquire it, he could effortlessly construct an armory. Chapter 5. The solar flares erupted violently. Liangren immediately clicked on the avatar of the metal processing factory owner to initiate a private chat. How much food do you require? 100 gene of rice. 10 gene of meat. 10 gene of vegetables. 10 gene of fruits. Liangren raised an eyebrow. Given the current market prices, those items would suffice to purchase 1,000 kilograms of pure iron. What audacity! He retorted, a flat rate, 10 gene of rice. If you agree, provide me with your address. If not, then so be it. Disagree? I fear that aside from him, few would be willing to engage in such a trade. Once starvation sets in, he can collect what he needs then. After a few minutes of waiting, just as Liangren began to suspect that this individual might genuinely refuse, a message suddenly arrived. Outskirts, Donghua Avenue, Section 3, number 115. Liangren couldn't help but smile, replying, "Rest assured, you shall not regret this decision." He then swiftly turned his gaze to the surveillance feed. Adjusting the view to Donghua Avenue, Section 3, he quickly located the address. It was not particularly far, and indeed housed a factory. However, it appeared desolate. Clearly, the owner had spoken truthfully. When the apocalypse was announced, all the workers fled. Yet, Liangren did not feel anxious. Even if the factory were deserted except for the owner, he would not act recklessly. Especially not when it involved food. Such a transaction could easily expose one's vulnerabilities. Liangren glanced at the remaining time for the military research base. 59 seconds remaining until the production of a Desert Eagle handgun and 50 rounds of ammunition. Soon, Liangren nodded. But at that moment, the factory owner seemed to be growing impatient and sent another message. How long until you arrive? Yi Liangren smiled lightly. Do not rush, I will inform you. How can I not be anxious? I haven't tea eaten in 12 hours. 9 Jin. I can forego 1 Jin of food. Can you arrive within an hour? Upon reading this message, Yi Liangren smiled, choosing not to respond, his gaze fixed intently on the military research base. The more anxious this person became, the greater the likelihood of peril. Thus, Yi Liangren felt no urgency. He would ensure everything was foolproof before proceeding. Ding! The Desert Eagle handgun and 50 rounds of ammunition have been successfully produced. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Yi Liangren's eyes lit up as he beheld the Desert Eagle and the 50 rounds of ammunition. He picked up the handgun to assess its heft. It was somewhat weighty, but manageable. He had considered practicing with it, but there was no suitable shooting range available. Establishing a separate range would be excessive and, in truth, the mere sound of a gunshot would suffice to instill fear. Moreover, the factory was quite remote. After observing the surveillance footage for some time, he deduced that it posed minimal danger. However, after some contemplation, Yi Liangren spent 220 survival points to produce a bulletproof vest and helmet. The system's notification chimed once more. Ding! You have successfully produced weapons and defensive gear. While they may not withstand the forthcoming natural disasters, they will provide significant deterrence against human threats, enhancing your safety during outings. Reward: 90 survival points. Remaining survival points: 5,600. Indeed, rewards could be earned, albeit modestly. After all, the survival points expended this time were minimal. Yi Liangren's lips curled into a radiant smile. He donned the bulletproof vest, secured the helmet, and readied the handgun and ammunition. Then, he retrieved 10 Jin of rice from his storage room, rose, ascended the stairs, and made his way toward the exit of the shelter. Trading pure iron. As he stepped outside, Yi Liangren suddenly felt an overwhelming heat. It was November. How could it possibly be this warm? The temperature must be at least 20 to 30 degrees. Yi Liangren looked up, his pupils constricting in shock. What was that? The sky was brilliantly lit. Not a single cloud in sight. And it radiated a spectrum of colors. Solar flares. Yi Liangren rushed back indoors, hastily entering the underground shelter. Given the circumstances, the atmosphere was likely being eroded by the solar flare's eruption. Thus, he absolutely could not venture outside. His safety took precedence over the trade for pure iron. Without the atmospheric protection, ultraviolet rays could obliterate all human cells. Yi Liangren's expression grew serious. It was happening too rapidly. The atmosphere was disintegrating far too quickly. Moreover, in the wake of this disaster, more individuals would undoubtedly recognize the significance of the shelter. It was highly probable that others might also seek to trade for that 500 kilograms of pure iron. Yi Liangren's expression hardened. He hastily arrived at the military research base, scrutinizing the information displayed. Military research base. Level 1, upgradable. Upgrade path, level 2. Research direction, artificial intelligence, 1000. Expand research direction, 1000, research level, 1000. Remaining survival points, 5,600. Yi Liangren gritted his teeth and declared, upgrade artificial intelligence and expand research direction. Ding! You have spent a total of 2,000 survival points to upgrade the research base. Upgrade successful. Super research base. Level 2 upgradable. Upgrade path, level 3. Research direction, research level, 1000. Remaining survival points, 3,600. As the system notification concluded, the research base underwent another transformation. This time, it expanded significantly, with the base alone measuring at least 800 in size. Additionally, many remarkable items emerged. The system's notification chimed once more. Ding! You have upgraded your research base to a super research facility capable of truly birthing artificial intelligence, allowing you to stand alone, equivalent to an entire legion. Technology remains the foremost productive force, especially in the face of apocalypse. Reward: 1,600 survival points. Remaining survival points: 5,200. Yi Liangren let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his choice had not been in vain. This reward of survival points was substantial. After several consecutive gains, Yi Liangren had begun to perceive a pattern. The more one could ensure one's survival in the apocalypse, the greater the rewards of survival points. This time, a direct reward of 1,600 survival points indicated that upgrading the research base to a super research facility was indeed a matter of utmost importance in the apocalypse. Yi Liangren's gaze fell upon the production list of the super research facility. In addition to the weapons he was already aware of, Numerous other items had now been added. Current producible series, Combat Robot, Level 2. Required materials, 5 kilograms of pure iron, 2 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Transport Robot, Level 2. Required materials, 5 kilograms of pure iron, 2 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Combat Drone, Level 2. Required materials, 3 kilograms of pure iron, 1 kilogram of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Unlocked weapons, Level 3, nuclear drones, combat robots, 2nd generation, transport robots, 2nd generation, etc. Note: robots below Level 5 lack artificial intelligence and can only execute simple basic commands. Current producible defensive equipment series, Steel Battle Armor, Level 2. Required materials, 10 kilograms of pure iron, 2 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 1 kilogram of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Exoskeleton Armor, Level 2. Required materials, 5 kilograms of pure iron, 1 kilogram of aluminum alloy, 1 kilogram of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Unlocked equipment, Level 3, Steel Battle Armor, 2nd generation, Exoskeleton Armor, 2nd generation, etc. Chapter 6, Traps. No wonder upgrading the research base rewarded me with 1,600 survival points. The robots now producible could entirely replace me in transporting external resources like pure iron, titanium alloy, and aluminum alloy. This way, even amidst a solar flare outbreak, I could still conduct trades. Moreover, I could maximize my safety without venturing outside myself. Liangren gazed at the super research facility with a radiant smile. However, to manufacture these robots, must the exchange system be upgraded to Level 2? Liangren scrutinized the materials required for creating these robots, furrowing his brows as his gaze shifted to the exchange system. Exchange system. Level 1, upgradable. Upgrade direction, Level 2. Required survival points, 1,000. Remaining survival points, 5,200. To upgrade costs a hefty 1,000 survival points. Liangren felt a pang of regret. He was increasingly aware of the significance of survival points. However, in comparison to survival points, the value of these robots was even greater at this moment. Liangren gritted his teeth and declared, "System, upgrade the exchange system." Ding! Exchange system upgrade successful. Exchange system. Level 2 upgradable. Upgrade direction, Level 3. Required survival points, 2,000. Current redeemable list, 1 kilogram of pure iron, 10 survival points. 1 kilogram of titanium alloy, 100 survival points. 1 kilogram of aluminum alloy, 200 survival points. 1 energy stone, 500 survival points. Unlocked list, Level 3, nanomaterials, super alloy T1V, etc. Remaining survival points, 4,200. To upgrade again requires 2,000 survival points. Liangren felt even more regret, then exhaled softly. However, the materials available for redemption at Level 2 should last quite a while. After all, even at Level 3, the super research facility had yet to produce any nanoproducts. Liangren contemplated for a moment, then spoke again. System, redeem 4 energy stones, 8 kilograms of titanium alloy, and 20 kilograms of pure iron. Ding! Redeeming 4 energy stones, 8 kilograms of titanium alloy, and 20 kilograms of pure iron will cost a total of 3,000 survival points. Do you confirm the redemption? Yes. Liangren nodded through gritted teeth. Ding! Redemption successful. Remaining survival points, 1,200. As the notification appeared, space in front of Liangren warped once more, and a pile of materials materialized before him. He promptly tossed them into the processing entrance. Then, a prompt displayed itself. Producing 2 transport robots and 2 combat robots will take a total of 5 hours. Please be patient. Liangren took a deep breath and nodded. A full 3,000 survival points was a considerable sum, but he had no choice. The solar flares had already erupted, necessitating that he stockpile pure iron, titanium alloy, and aluminum alloy at the fastest possible speed. Otherwise, when the outbreak truly escalated, with glaciers melting and earthquakes and tsunamis frequently occurring, it would be a challenge to gather these materials. 2 transport robots seemed inadequate, and the combat robot was essential for protecting the 2 transport robots from destruction. The other was to safeguard his shelter. With the atmosphere no longer providing protection, he would absolutely not venture outside. And to avoid idleness, he needed to ensure that his possessions were secure. Liangren awaited patiently, his gaze fixed on the surveillance screens. Displayed were satellite feeds of all areas within Jiang City. At this moment, with the atmosphere having been corroded by solar flares to a significant extent, Jiang City was indeed sweltering. Even through the surveillance footage, he could feel the heat. Most plants wilted instantly, particularly the drier varieties, which even caught fire. Meanwhile, most people within Jiang City continued to scavenge for supplies, yet they were all bare-chested, drenched in sweat from the heat. In a brief moment, Liangren witnessed these shirtless individuals develop red spots on their skin. Soon, these spots began to spread, and after covering their bodies, transformed into blisters that began to rot. Hiss! Is this the damage caused by ultraviolet rays without the atmosphere's shielding? In just a few minutes, such harm could befall human skin. Liangren felt a jolt of shock, further solidifying his conviction that the outside world was perilous, and he must not go out. As time passed, Liangren clearly observed on the surveillance footage that those afflicted by the ultraviolet rays, after developing blisters, succumbed to the ground within just an hour. Simultaneously, most people began to notice this as well, and, despite the heat, began donning several layers of clothing to shield themselves from the ultraviolet damage. Soon, for hours had elapsed. The sun was about to set. The temperature was no longer as scorching, and the ultraviolet threat had lessened. Most people finally dared to venture onto the streets. At that moment, Liangren's pupils constricted sharply, for he clearly saw these individuals frantically searching for shelters, commencing a meticulous search for supplies as well as scouring for basements. Indeed, as I had surmised, once the atmosphere is corroded and the dangers of ultraviolet radiation emerge, these individuals grasp the significance of shelters. Consequently, they will frantically seek personal basements and private refuges as dusk descends. Some may even resort to exchanging food for pure iron, with a strong likelihood of constructing their own shelters. Liangren promptly retrieved his mobile device and navigated to the Jiangcheng forum. Upon inspection, he discovered that the previous post trading 500 kilograms of pure iron for food had garnered hundreds of comments. Brother, still trading? Is 5 pounds of rice sufficient? That's all I can offer. If you agree, I will drive over as soon as darkness falls. I'll offer 6 pounds. If you can personally deliver the pure iron, I can increase it to 7 pounds. I'll offer 8 pounds. Simultaneously, the seller sent several private messages to Liangren. Brother, I'm on the brink of starvation. I already have over a dozen individuals willing to trade with me, but they all insist on waiting until dark. By then, I fear I might perish. Can you expedite the transaction? I only need 6 pounds of rice. Upon reading this message, Liangren couldn't help but smile. He glanced at the super research base. Time remaining until production of 2 transport robots and 2 combat robots, 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Liangren promptly replied, I will come within half an hour. Great. I'll be waiting for you, brother. You must arrive early. The response came almost instantaneously. Liangren's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. The reply was too swift. Moreover, the urgency of the words was overly pronounced. Indeed, extreme hunger would incite a sense of urgency. Yet the speed of response would not be so rapid. This was the typing speed of a normal individual. Furthermore, under conditions of severe hunger, bodily functions would decline. It would be remarkable to receive such a prompt response without a single typo. Additionally, the drop from 10 pounds of rice to 6 pounds was too drastic. I fear there may be an ambush. It seems they are deliberately enticing him to arrive promptly, only to seize him. Chapter 7. What the hell? Am I trading with a human? Liangren quickly formulated a plan in his mind. This is likely a trap. A scheme designed to lure individuals in and snatch their provisions. Especially now, with the outbreak of solar flares, countless people are messaging him, eager to trade food for pure iron, thus igniting his greed. Liangren pinched his chin, a sly smile gracing his lips. Therefore, he was so eager to rush over himself. He needed to calculate the timing. If all the traders arrived simultaneously, even armed, he would be in peril. It was precisely for this reason that he had willingly lowered the price by 4 pounds of rice, hoping to attract himself to arrive before the others and avoid a confrontation. With this thought, a smirk crept onto Liangren's lips. He was confident that his hypothesis had at least an 80% likelihood of being correct. However, he was curious whether the trader he encountered would turn out to be a robot, and if so, would he be utterly dumbfounded? Liangren chuckled. Meanwhile, a notification from the system suddenly appeared. Ding! 2 transport robots and 2 combat robots successfully manufactured. Ding! You have created transport and combat robots, which will be fully capable of assisting you in resource acquisition and can work uninterrupted for 24 hours, ensuring your survival supplies and safety during the apocalypse. Reward: 2,600 survival points. Remaining survival points: 3,800. Liangren's smile instantly blossomed. Indeed, I knew that manufacturing robots was of utmost importance at this juncture. This was his first time receiving a reward exceeding 2,000 survival points. The higher the reward, the more critical the task at hand in enhancing survival rates. Concurrently, Liangren could almost ascertain that the external environment was likely even more perilous than he had anticipated. In the super research base, Liangren gazed at the two lifelike robots before him. Instantaneously, four virtual screens materialized. Transport Robot, Number 1. Level 2. Function: capable of transporting up to 50 kilograms at a time. Speed: 60 kilometers per hour. Power consumption: operates for 48 hours at full capacity. Can automatically connect to power sources for charging time: 2 hours. Combat Robot, Number 1. Level 2. Function: engages any hostile entities and provides comprehensive protection for the creator's safety, can also follow the creator's commands to protect specific individuals. Abilities: mastery of all combat techniques. Exhibiting expert-level firearms proficiency, excelling in both ranged and melee combat. Power consumption: operates for 48 hours at full capacity, can automatically connect to power sources for charging. Charging time: 2 hours. Transport Robot, Number 2. Combat Robot, Number 2. Observing the attributes of the robots, Liangren's smile widened further. Truly, these robots he had invested substantial survival points in were formidable. The transport robots alone could carry 50 kilograms of materials or supplies at a time, which, while not excessive, was significant considering that they required no rest and could operate continuously for 24 hours. Additionally, they maintained a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. This level of efficiency equated to a small transport team. As for the combat robots, they were even more impressive. They were practically versatile, especially with their expert-level firearms proficiency. It was utterly marvelous. Given the immense harm posed by ultraviolet rays outside, he was unable to venture out, rendering his newly manufactured Desert Eagle handgun useless. Now, he could entrust it to the combat robots to enhance their combat capability. Furthermore, he could directly equip the bulletproof vest and helmet he had recently crafted. This would significantly bolster their combat prowess. Even in the face of an armed squad, Liangren did not doubt that the combat robot would prevail. Thus, even if there were traps, he was confident he could secure that 500 kilograms of pure iron. With these thoughts in mind, Liangren pressed the activation buttons on the 4 robots. Instantly, the ocular sensors of the 4 combat robots flickered and then glowed green, focusing on Liangren. Emitting mechanical voices. Acknowledged, Master. Liangren nodded and promptly instructed, Combat Robot Number 1, you will guard the exterior of the shelter to protect it. The other 3 will head to the outskirts, Section 3 of Donghua Avenue, Number 115, to transact with the metal factory owner. 6 pounds of rice for 500 kilograms of pure iron. This must be transported back in the shortest time possible. Command received successfully. The ocular sensors of the 4 robots flickered, their mechanical bodies initially stiffening before swiftly becoming agile, promptly commencing their tasks. Liangren's eyes sparkled with delight. Although the system had informed him that robots below level 5 lack artificial intelligence and can only accept simple commands, he considered this command to be more than a mere basic instruction. Yet, the 4 robots accepted it successfully. This indicated they possessed a degree of intelligence. Truly, a testament to the quality of the system's creations. After 4 robots ventured out, Liangren's gaze immediately fell upon the surveillance footage. He quickly observed that, apart from the lone robot remaining at the shelter, the other 3 robots sped through the forest like racing cars. Liangren was utterly pleased. He had requested the return of the materials in the shortest time possible, hence the robots traveled in a straight line, covering the minimum distance. Along this route lay a dense forest. The fact that they could maintain such velocity within the forest attests to the remarkable performance of these robots. Soon, the 3 robots arrived at their destination, a medium-sized metal factory. Subsequently, Combat Robot Number 2's pupils flickered as it began scanning the surroundings for any signs of habitation, then proceeded directly toward a dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. The combat robot rapped on the door with an icy tone. Trade materials. As soon as the words left its lips, Liangren suddenly noticed on the surveillance screen that combat robot number 2's pupils shifted from green to red. Simultaneously, the combat robot emitted a voice, declaring, "Threat detected in the vicinity," automatically switching to extermination mode. Liangren's eyes brightened. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. It was a trap. In the next moment, the door swung open. First, a pitch-black hunting rifle emerged, followed by a bald man who grinned savagely. "If you don't want to be shot, leave the materials and scram." Before he could finish his sentence, the bald man froze, standing dumbfounded. There, at the entrance, a handgun was aimed directly at him, with a fully armed robot standing behind it. The bald man's face drained of color. What the hell, was I negotiating with a robot? Bang! The sound resonated as a gunshot rang out. The bald man collapsed. The danger was neutralized, and the robot automatically switched to protection mode. The voice of the combat robot echoed, and its red pupils reverted to green. Chapter 8. The Old Versailles. In the dead of night, 2 transport robots were still tirelessly shuttling back and forth, hauling pure iron. However, 2 transport robots were somewhat insufficient. Liangren pinched his chin thoughtfully. Each transport robot could carry a maximum of 50 kilograms at a time. Given the current haul of 500 kilograms, it would require at least 5 trips. Too slow. Liangren's gaze shifted to the super research base. Transport robot, level 2. Required materials, 5 kilograms of pure iron, 2 kilograms of titanium alloy, and 1 energy stone. Now that pure iron was plentiful, exchanging for titanium alloy seemed a tad too extravagant in terms of survival points. Liangren shook his head. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a bit longer, as someone might soon trade titanium alloy for food. His attention then turned to the Jiangcheng Forum. At this moment, the forum appeared a tad quieter. Due to severe UV radiation during the day, most people could only venture out at night to scavenge for supplies. It was already past midnight, and they were still out hunting for resources? Don't they eat or sleep? True, while seeking supplies is crucial, they ought to be cautious. Overexerting themselves could lead to dire consequences. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten all day. The heat during the day blistered my skin, and now I lack the energy to even search for food. Does anyone have mercy and can help me out? Just sleep. There's everything in dreams. Most individuals were utilizing the forum to vent their frustrations and alleviate their fears and anxieties. Of course, some were simply bragging. No way? You can't still be looking for food, can you? It's the middle of the night. Isn't it more pleasant to eat, drink, and then sleep? Kung Shi Fu braised beef noodles JPG, unified old bowl pickled cabbage beef noodles JPG, Coca-Cola JPG. Alas, in this apocalypse, I can't afford to indulge. Each meal consists of merely 2 cups of instant noodles and a bottle of soda. Soon after, 2 images appeared on the forum. One depicted a vast warehouse filled with hundreds of boxes of various flavors of instant noodles. The other showcased a smaller warehouse brimming with an array of beverages and snacks. Wow, brother, you've gone too far. Do you own a supermarket? I advise you to be kind. You're not playing fair. I could use some of that instant noodle stash. I'll trade you rice. My meals consist solely of plain rice, no side dishes, and I'm on the verge of gagging. Instant noodles are off the table. But snacks would suffice. In the underground shelter, Liangren gazed at these images, clicking his tongue. TSK, what a display of old Versailles. I fear this fellow truly does run a supermarket, or perhaps is even residing in a supermarket warehouse. Liangren shook his head, then wandered into the food storage room of the shelter. Observing a plethora of chilled beef and lamb, he smiled. Though instant noodles have their charm, I still prefer a steak paired with a fine 1982 Lafite. Liangren retrieved a large steak and made his way to the kitchen, expertly searing it. Since the world fell into chaos, he had been cooking for himself, and now, while not a top-tier chef, he could certainly whip up a first-rate dish. After perfectly cooking the beef, he gently sliced it, drizzled sauce over it, and plated it beautifully. Then he poured himself a glass of 1982 Lafite. Life truly ought to be imbued with a sense of ritual. Liangren opened his phone, glancing at the multitude of messages from those yearning for instant noodles, and snapped a photo of his meal, leaving a comment. Instant noodles, it's been ages since I last savored that taste. Alas, I seem to have failed to stock up. I must settle for this M8 Australian Wagyu steak, accompanied by 1982 Lafite as a consolation. Once this message was posted, the entire forum erupted. Wow, brother, you've gone too far. In the dead of night, you dare to flaunt your feast? I want to cry. I've only eaten once today, and that was just porridge with barely a few grains of rice, surviving solely on soup. I can almost smell the aroma of that steak from the picture. Heavens, strike me down for this injustice. Watching the slew of envious comments on the forum, Liangren chuckled and took a bite of the steak. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. The flavor seemed slightly off? Never mind, let us cook it again. 10 minutes later, 2 new photos appeared on the forum. One displayed a steak with a bite taken out of it. The other showcased a freshly cooked steak, still steaming. Alas, the steak cooked with 1982 Lafite had an unusual taste. It's better suited to be cooked with Sangiovese wine, yielding a rich, smooth steak with lingering notes of bell pepper and cream. This is invaluable advice. If you attempt to make red wine steak, do not use 1982 Lafite, as it will ruin the steak. Do not follow my example. Trying a new method has cost me a piece of M8 Australian Wagyu. What a waste. At that moment, the entire forum fell eerily silent. For a full 2 minutes, no new messages appeared. 2 minutes later, the floodgates of messages burst open. Brother, come on. You threw it away because the taste was slightly off? This is the apocalypse. Where did you discard it? Just tell me and I'll rush over to retrieve it. If you won't eat it, I will. Countless individuals chattered in disdain on the forum, hurling their vitriol. Over 100 people even resorted to private messaging Liangren, causing his phone to vibrate incessantly. At that moment, the individual who had previously boasted about instant noodles could no longer contain himself and boldly remarked, Brother, you must have a substantial stock of meat, right? Care to trade? I'll swap you some instant noodles. Don't you miss the taste of instant noodles? How about a bucket of instant noodles for a piece of M8 Australian Wagyu beef? Upon reading this, Liangren could not help but chuckle. Did this fellow truly take my words at face value? Trading instant noodles for Wagyu beef? How could he not feel he was at a disadvantage? Shaking his head with a smile, he patted his belly. Indeed, a single steak was insufficient to satiate his hunger. As he perused the messages on the forum, a grin tugged at his lips. Allow me to enlighten you on the art of ostentation. With that, Liangren strode back into the kitchen. 20 minutes later, another photo graced the forum, a bowl of braised beef noodles. The beef atop the noodles was particularly impressive, with 8 sizable chunks, each larger than a thumb. It seems Western cuisine surely does not fill one up. Alas, to stave off hunger, I must prepare another bowl of noodles. Though my noodles may not boast the exquisite taste of Kongsherfu's braised beef noodles, at least the meat is plentiful. The forum erupted once more. The individual who had proposed the trade of instant noodles for Wagyu posted a blood-spitting emoticon. Brother, it's fine if you don't want to trade. But must you humiliate me like this? Chapter 9. Brother, I wish to befriend you. Observing the myriad of sour remarks on the forum, alongside the pleas of the man who sought to exchange instant noodles for Wagyu, Liangren chuckled merrily. To attempt to show off in front of me, you still have much to learn. At that moment, the system's notification chime rang out, accompanied by the emergence of a virtual screen. Ding! 500 kilograms of pure iron have been successfully transported. Ding! You have successfully collected materials, 500 kilograms of pure iron. In the apocalypse, all metal materials are exceedingly valuable. They can not only be used to produce weapons, but also to expand shelters. Remember, in the apocalypse, metal resources are, to some extent, more vital than food. Reward, 600 survival points. Remaining survival points, 4,400. Liangren's eyes brightened. He had received a reward of 600 survival points. This was a first, an impressive reward without the expenditure of survival points. Materials. Metal resources. If I can gather sufficient metal resources, could it not be that the survival points awarded to me would allow for unlimited upgrades to my shelter? Liangren's smile broadened. He then glanced at the surveillance feed, observing the 500 kilograms of pure iron stacked outside the shelter, nearly blocking all passage. 500 kilograms had already exceeded capacity. Surely, more was yet to come. Shaking his head, Liangren promptly made his way to the vacant room in the shelter, hanging a simple sign, Metal Resource Storage Room. The next moment, as he looked back at the empty room, a virtual screen appeared. Metal Resource Storage Room. Area, 300. Upgradable. Upgrade direction. Expand storage space, 500. Note, metal resources placed in the Metal Resource Storage Room will automatically merge, preventing space wastage. Furthermore, when the shelter requires metal resources, they can be used directly without the need for transportation. Note, Each upgrade to expand storage space will increase the metal resource storage room by 500 square meters. Remaining survival points, 4,400. Upon seeing the 2 notes on the virtual screen, Liangren was utterly astonished. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Metal resources stored in the metal resource storage room could automatically merge. Moreover, when needed, they could be utilized automatically. This was remarkably convenient. It is worth noting that pure iron, when merged automatically, could fit 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms within a single square meter. This was incredibly space efficient. System. Upgrade the metal resource storage room space. Ding. You have spent 500 survival points to upgrade the metal resource storage room. Upgrade successful. Metal resource storage room area, 800. Upgradable. Upgrade direction. Expand storage space, 1,000. Remaining survival points, 3,900. Indeed, for the second upgrade, the survival points had doubled. Nevertheless, an area of 800 square meters could sufficiently accommodate tens of thousands of kilograms of metal resources. Liangren nodded, directing his gaze toward the transport robots outside the shelter. Transport robots, move the pure iron into the metal resource storage room. Command received successfully. The 2 transport robots sprang into action, while Liangren turned his attention back to the Jiangqing forum on his phone. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and the forum had quieted down somewhat. Most individuals had already succumbed to sleep. In the apocalypse, conserving energy and stamina is of utmost importance. Now, it was time to attend to business. Liangren nodded, preparing to type. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he spoke. System. Is it possible for someone to trace my address based on my network IP? Ding. Rest assured, the advanced communication base you have upgraded is a truly revolutionary product. In the current world, no hacker can decipher your location based on your network IP. Upon reading this message, Liangren felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, another notification popped up. Ding. Your heightened sense of crisis, always considering the drawbacks before taking action, is undoubtedly a secure way of living in the apocalypse. Reward, 200 survival points. Remaining survival points, 4,100. Liangren's eyes sparkled. This was a complete windfall. He promptly typed a message on the forum. Food and fruit for trade in exchange for various metal resources. If anyone has information regarding metal resources, please private message me. Of course, it must be genuine. After sending the message, Liangren retrieved several pieces of fruit from the storage room. Not much, just 6 apples, 3 bananas, 2 bunches of grapes, and a pound of cherries. He tossed a cherry into his mouth, snapped a photo of the fruit, posted it on the forum, and continued his message, after a hearty meal. It's time for some fruit. Even in the apocalypse, one must pay attention to vitamin intake. This is also vital information. Fruits are rich in vitamin C, which can enhance the immune system and prevent diseases. A prolonged deficiency in vitamin C may lead to scurvy. As these words were posted, the already quiet forum grew even more silent. Previously, there were still 4 to 5 messages every minute, but now 5 full minutes passed without a single new message. Finally, in the 6th minute, a message adorned with a blood-spitting emoticon appeared. As the apocalypse looms, it is astonishing to witness individuals still imparting medical knowledge in forums. Spits blood JPG. I, too, yearn for fruit, but alas, I must possess it first. Liangren chuckled softly, choosing to ignore the chatter. Casually enjoying his fruit while perusing the forum, he awaited private messages in tranquil anticipation. Presently, the denizens of the forum must believe that my provisions are exceedingly ample. It is merely a matter of how many are willing to barter metal resources for sustenance. Half an hour later, he had consumed the majority of the fruits. The forum had grown eerily quiet. In a span of 30 minutes, there were barely a dozen messages, nearly all lamenting about a lack of virtue in combat. It seemed time to stoke the flames. Liangren shook his head, snapping 2 photographs to post on the forum. One depicted the half-eaten fruit, while the other showcased the remnants of what had been consumed. Having devoured most of the fruit, he planned to retire for the night once it was finished. Tomorrow, they would endure an entire day of hardship, thus, those willing to trade should message him privately, as he could deliver the food during the night. The harsh ultraviolet rays of the day were not to be trifled with. Upon sending his message, silence enveloped the forum once more. 2 minutes later, a private message suddenly arrived. Liangren's eyes lit up as he discarded the half-eaten apple and promptly opened the message. The first to contact him was none other than a person boasting a substantial stockpile of instant noodles. Brother, what shall I call you? I am Dulong. the proprietor of the Jiayu Fu supermarket in Jiangcheng. You may verify my information. It is absolutely authentic. To be frank, I am not in need of food. Currently, I reside in the underground storage of Jiayu Fu, where I can sustain myself for at least a decade. I have fruit as well. Though it pales in comparison to yours, I possess a fair amount. However, judging by your surroundings and the food you consume, you must be residing in a high-end shelter. Correct? How about we become friends? I can provide you with information regarding metal resources at no cost, and in return, I ask for intelligence pertaining to the apocalypse. Chapter 10, a kind reminder of practical knowledge. Upon reading Du Long's message, Liangren paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. This fellow is rather astute. He wishes to befriend me? Why not? Since you are so earnest in offering me information about metal resources for free, I shall accept your friendship. With a smile, Liangren nodded and replied, agreed, I indeed possess certain intelligence regarding the apocalypse. However, the extent to which I can divulge depends on the value of the information you provide concerning metal resources. As soon as he sent the message, Du Long responded almost instantly. Big boss, you must surely take care of your little brother. Bowing to the big boss JPG. In terms of metal resources, Jiangcheng does not have many. As far as I know, 3 establishments have already evacuated to official shelters. One is located at 238 North City Avenue, a titanium alloy factory. Another at 316 Jiangyu Avenue, also a titanium plant. The last, at 771 Huitong Avenue, is a steel mill. You are free to acquire resources from these 3 establishments. As for the others, since their owners are still present, I prefer not to elaborate further. I hope you understand. Regarding unexploited mines, I am aware of a few. My family once considered venturing into this. Out in the outskirts, on Shiling Mountain, there lies an iron mine. If the aforementioned factories do not suffice, you may wish to excavate there. Upon receiving a barrage of private messages from Du Long, Liangren's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a remarkable fellow. He even knows whether the owners have fled to official shelters. This person must possess significant connections. 3 metal factories and 2 mining sites. If all of this is true, my survival points could multiply exponentially. This friendship is indeed a lucrative venture. At that moment, a virtual screen materialized, announcing, ding. 500 kilograms of pure iron have been successfully transported to the metal resource reserve. Liangren's eyes sparkled. Perfect. He then joyfully glanced at the private messages on his phone and promptly replied, I will send someone to investigate immediately. If it's true, I will inform you right away. As soon as he sent the message, Du Long replied instantaneously, embellishing his message with 2 emoticons. Big boss, you have personnel capable of seeking resources even in the apocalypse? You must be some super big shot, right? An official or a private one? Do share with your little brother. Shocked JPG, worship big boss JPG. Liangren chuckled, choosing not to respond, and closed the screen, turning his gaze to the 4 robots. The metal resources from the factories could be directly transported, but the metals from the mines required extraction. Transporting robots would be of little use. However, he could retain them for future endeavors, as once the mining production is sufficient. Upgrading the super research base should yield mining robots, if all goes well. Robots 1 and 2 proceed to transport resources from 238 North City Avenue, 316 Jiangyu Avenue, and 771 Huitong Avenue back to the Metal Resource Reserve. Combat Robot 1 continued to protect the transporting robots. Instructions received. The 3 robots immediately set forth. Satisfied, Liangren set his phone aside and lay down. It was 3:30, time to sleep. He wondered how many private messages would await him upon rising. With a contented heart, Liangren slipped into slumber. Afternoon. On the streets of Jiangcheng, there were several more corpses, victims of harsh ultraviolet rays. Many who witnessed this scene hastily drew their curtains, fearing to step outside. They then prepared a bowl of thin porridge containing merely a few dozen grains of rice. Those with slightly more food might use over 100 grains. Even those with ample provisions dared not exceed 2 taels of rice. Rather, they resorted to instant noodles or bread. Their gazes remained fixed on the lively Jiangcheng forum. Oh, I am starving. Where's that big boss from last night? Surely he isn't still asleep? I should have stayed up later last night and exchanged for some food first. What kind of existence is this? In the dead of winter, the sun can actually kill, and I thought I could gather some wild vegetables during the day. As a girl, I simply cannot venture outside at night. Is there any kind young man willing to adopt me? A mere 2 taels of rice a day would suffice. I am quite beautiful and can even speak in a sultry voice. Scram. What good is a sultry voice? I have 3060. If anyone is to adopt, it should be me. A single tail of rice a day would be enough. Countless voices chattered away on the forum. Finally, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Liangren opened his eyes, stretching leisurely. At that moment, a virtual screen ascended, displaying a series of notifications. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 50 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 30 survival points. Remaining survival points, 4130. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 50 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 30 survival points. Remaining survival points, 4160. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward, 60 survival points. Remaining survival points, 5160. You currently possess the following metal resources: pure iron, 2,100 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 1,800 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 5,600. Wow! Liangren exclaimed in shock, unable to contain his astonishment. It was merely a brief nap. His survival points astonishingly surged from 4,100 to 5,600, an increase of a staggering 1,500 survival points. Dulong's friendship has proven to be exceptionally worthwhile. Moreover, even now, the transportation has yet to be completed. Liangren glanced at the surveillance footage. 2 transport robots were still diligently hauling titanium alloys from the 3rd factory. Subsequently, Liangren promptly opened the mobile forum. Buzzing incessantly, hundreds of private messages vibrated simultaneously. His phone seemed on the verge of breaking from the tremors. After perusing a dozen messages, he felt a wave of headache wash over him. Among the 10 messages, only one inquired about the ratio of food to metal resources for exchange. The rest, almost entirely, consisted of, "Hey there, I'm so hungry, could you spare some food?" Seductive image JPG. "Handsome, please adopt me, I can be both a lowly and a mature lady, I'll surely satisfy all your desires." Mature voice MP4, lowly voice MP4. Lolita JPG. "Handsome brother, may I have your contact information? I'm a 36D. 36D seductive image JPG. Good heavens, Liangren nearly had his blood boiling. He hastily closed the forum, poured himself a glass of 82 Lafite to calm his nerves, and then retrieved a bounty of vegetables and meat from the storage room, commencing his culinary endeavors. Half an hour later, several photos were uploaded to the forum, accompanied by captions. Boiled pork slices JPG, red braised lion's head JPG. Sweet and sour cabbage JPG. Finally awake. It's been ages since I indulged in a lazy morning. By the way, here's a piece of valuable advice. Never skimp on food. With the daytime being too perilous to venture outside, excessive sun exposure can lead to a deficiency in vitamin D, resulting in osteoporosis. If your diet primarily consists of water, you'll likely suffer from fatigue, sore back, and leg pain. Be cautious when gathering food at night. A fracture could spell doom in these times. Kind reminder JPG. Chapter 11. He has arrived. The expert in post-apocalyptic wellness. Upon releasing this well-intentioned advice, Liangren's post instantly ignited the forum. He is here. The expert in post-apocalyptic wellness has arrived. Blood-spitting JPG. Bro, please be reasonable. I just finished a watery porridge and barely feel full enough to endure. You're directly tempting me now. Come on, that's too much. I haven't even eaten yet. My entire fortune consists of just 2 pounds of rice. I'm still pondering how to survive, and you come with this well-meaning reminder to not conserve food? You're driving me to despair. Apathetic JPG. Now. We must speak like that, everyone. At this moment, Dulong sprang online, immediately leaving a comment along with a meme. Worshipping the boss JPG. I tell you, what this esteemed individual has said is indeed quite logical. Food should never be saved. The daytime is perilously dangerous, and we can only act during the night. If you faint while foraging at night due to exhaustion, you may not awaken again. Even if you do come to. Do you believe you can return home safely by dawn? I suspect most would merely perish under the sun. Calm analysis JPG. As these words echoed, the entire forum fell into an unexpected silence. Moments later, someone commented, "Isn't that the noodle prince from yesterday, who hoards instant noodles? He knows the post-apocalyptic wellness expert? And the expert is genuinely a big shot? I thought he was merely using random images online to annoy us." Dulong swiftly responded with a meme. Weak, helpless, and pitiful JPG. Am I not just someone who is stocked up on a few extra noodles? Why bestow such a nickname upon me? Nevertheless, the post-apocalyptic wellness expert is indeed a true big shot. Thanks to his kind reminder, I've resolved that from today onward, in addition to 2 buckets of instant noodles, I shall also include a piece of fruit with every meal. In the apocalypse, nutrition must be ensured. Fruit storage image JPG. The forum fell silent once more, followed by a deluge of blood-spitting JPG memes. Liangren couldn't restrain his laughter at the scene. This fellow is truly a master of humble bragging. Even in such times, he still finds a way to flaunt his news, creating a wave of envy simply brilliant. Concurrently, Dulong's message reappeared on the forum. Everyone, quiet down. The esteemed individual is still collecting metal resources, and I can assure you of his credibility. If you possess metal resources, seize this opportunity. While the esteemed one still requires them, hurry to exchange for food. If you wait too long and he no longer needs them, you may miss your chance entirely. Upon reading Dulong's message, Liangren's eyes sparkled. This kid is quite impressive. I haven't even provided him with post-apocalyptic intel, and he has already done me such a significant favor. Liangren felt a warmth in his heart. The sincerity is truly commendable. Meanwhile, the forum erupted once again. How frustrating. Why don't I have any metal resources? Esteemed one, do you need any other supplies? I too wish to exchange for food, but I lack metal resources. Buzz. At that moment, Liangren's phone vibrated again. A private message from Dulong arrived. Big brother, how is the collaboration going? Obedient and understanding JPG. Liangren chuckled and replied, you're a friend I've decided to keep. Instantly, several memes flooded in. Surprise JPG, the boss is forever my leader JPG. Liangren smiled and responded, far off until 1T be of use to you right now. Particularly within the next 3 days, you'd best pay attention to earthquake, water, and heat protection. Moreover, be utterly vigilant that your food does not get damp. Upon hearing this, Dulong took a full minute before replying for the first time. Thank you. Brother, you've truly helped me immensely. If you have any needs in the future, don't hesitate to ask. While the underground storage room I'm in is fairly resilient against earthquakes and heat, it has issues with water. Without your reminder, I might have been doomed. I must hurry to move food now. I may be offline for a while, but I'll keep my phone on me. So feel free to message me if you need anything. All right. Liangren nodded and closed the private message. Though trust should be cautiously given in the apocalypse, especially regarding friendship, such individuals who are resolute in their intention to remain in their refuge are exceptions. Moreover, Dulong is remarkably considerate. Liangren chuckled, shaking his head. Buzz. Another private message arrived. Post-apocalyptic wellness expert? Esteemed one? Are you there? My name is Liangren. You can call me Xiaoquan. I know of a medium-sized mine. I used to work there as a miner. It's a metal mine, predominantly yielding iron. Over 20,000 kilograms have already been mined, but less than 1/5 has been extracted. Esteemed one, how much food can this news exchange yield? Liangren's eyes lit up, piquing his interest. Are you certain that less than 1/5 has been mined? Absolutely. Liangren responded almost instantaneously. My brother is currently living with me. He was one of the ones who explored the mining area back then. Excellent. If this is indeed true, I can offer you 20 caddies of rice along with 5 caddies of vegetables. Really? Please don't deceive me, esteemed sir. The address is 377 Tonghu Road. Once you arrive, you'll see the mining area directly. My address is 122 Beishi Road. You must ensure your credibility. Without food, my brother and I may not survive until tomorrow. Especially my brother, he went out yesterday and is now covered in blisters. Though his life was spared, he can only lie in bed. Without food, he will perish. Rest assured, I will send someone to extract the resources tonight. If it is genuine, I will dispatch the food to you this evening. After sending the message, Liangren shut down the forum and turned his gaze to the surveillance screen. At that moment, the 2 transport robots were still in operation. Notifications popped up incessantly at the bottom of the screen. Ding! You have successfully collected supplies, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward, 60 survival points. You currently possess metal resources, pure iron, 1,100 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 900 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 5720. Another mining area has emerged. Combined with the 2 mining areas that Dulong informed me of, I now know the locations of 3 mining sites. It is time to upgrade the research base and then proceed to mine. Liangren's gaze fell upon the super research base. Super Research Base. Level 2. Upgrade available. Upgrade direction. Level 3. Requirement. Research level 1000. System. Upgrade the research level of the Super Research Base. Chapter 12. Fully Intelligent Large-Scale Plant Cultivation Facility. Ding. You have spent 1000 survival points to upgrade the research level of the base. Upgrade successful. Super Research Base. Level 3. Upgrade available. Next level, Level 4. Upgrade requirement. Research level 2000. Remaining survival points 4720. Upgrading to the next level requires 2000 survival points. How exorbitant. Liangren clicked his tongue in dismay. He had initially thought that collecting metal resources would yield him several thousand survival points, making him quite affluent. However, upon reflection, he realized he was still far from being wealthy. His gaze returned to the Super Research Base. Liangren chose to disregard the weaponry section and focused on the artificial intelligence interface. Current production series, Battle Robot, 2nd generation level 3. Required materials, pure iron 50 kilograms. Titanium alloy 20 kilograms, energy stone 1 piece. Transport robot, 2nd generation level 3. Required materials, pure iron 50 kilograms, titanium alloy 20 kilograms, energy stone 1 piece. Nuclear drone, level 3. Required materials, pure iron 30 kilograms, titanium alloy 20 kilograms, energy stone 2 pieces. Mobile small mining base, level 3. Required materials, pure iron 200 kilograms, titanium alloy 100 kilograms, energy stone 2 pieces. Unlocked products, level 4, all-purpose home robot, mobile medium mining base, transport robot, 3rd generation, etc. Note: robots below level 5 do not possess artificial intelligence and can only execute simple basic commands. Current production series for defense products, steel battle armor, 2nd generation level 3. Required materials, pure iron 100 kilograms, aluminum alloy 50 kilograms, titanium alloy 10 kilograms, energy stone 2 pieces. Exoskeleton armor, 2nd generation level 3. Required materials, pure iron 50 kilograms, aluminum alloy 30 kilograms. Titanium alloy 5 kilograms, energy stone 1 piece. Unlocked equipment, level 3, steel battle armor, 3rd generation, exoskeleton armor, 3rd generation, etc. Liangren was momentarily taken aback. The 1st generation robots can no longer be produced? Ding. The Super Research Base has been upgraded to level 3. 1st generation robots are now considered obsolete products and their production methods have been automatically destroyed. Upon seeing the sudden notification on the virtual screen, Liangren raised an eyebrow. How remarkable. Obsolescence leads to elimination, resulting in automatic destruction. He shook his head in disbelief. Fortunately, the 2nd generation robots still require only 1 energy stone, otherwise, my current survival points would vanish entirely upon producing a 2nd generation robot. After all, exchanging for a single energy stone costs an astounding 500 survival points. The mobile small mining base is certainly a necessity, which requires 2 energy stones. The 1st generation transport robot, in its current state, is far too inefficient. It simply won't suffice. Liangren pondered for a moment and inquired, can the 1st generation robots be upgraded to 2nd generation robots? Yes, they can be upgraded. Upgrading a 1st generation robot to a 2nd generation requires 25 kilograms of pure iron, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy, and half an energy stone. Liangren's eyes brightened, and he let out a sigh of relief. The possibility of upgrading is advantageous, although it requires half an energy stone. It is significantly cheaper than producing an entirely new robot. System, exchange for 6 energy stones. Liangren declared. Ding. Exchanging for 6 energy stones will cost a total of 3,000 survival points. Do you confirm the exchange? Yes, 3,000 survival points. Liangren felt a pang of regret but nodded nonetheless. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining survival points, 1720. As the notification appeared, the space before Liangren distorted, revealing 6 black stones. He tossed them into the processing entrance. Another prompt appeared. Consuming 2 energy stones, 100 kilograms of pure iron, and 40 kilograms of titanium alloy. To upgrade 2 transport robots, 2nd generation, and 2 battle robots, 2nd generation, will take a total of 1 hour. Please be patient. Consuming 4 energy stones, 300 kilograms of pure iron, and 140 kilograms of titanium alloy to produce one mobile small mining base and 2 transport robots, second generation, will take a total of 6 hours. Please be patient. Liangren took a deep breath and nodded. The upgrade is relatively quick. 1 hour is sufficient. The production may take a bit longer, but it should be ready by nightfall. However, you currently possess metal resources: pure iron, 700 kilograms, titanium alloy, 720 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 1720. Liangren scrutinized his current list of resources and survival points. Indeed, conducting research is an expensive endeavor. He has scarcely over 1,000 survival points left. Furthermore, the amounts of pure iron and titanium alloy have diminished significantly. While the depletion of pure iron and titanium alloy is manageable, as they can always be mined again, the real concern lies with energy stones. They are exorbitantly priced. Liangren muttered to himself, unable to resist asking, "System, aside from exchanging for survival points, are there other means to obtain energy stones?" Ding! Energy stones are high-energy crystalline products that may be found in places such as deep seas, mines, volcanoes, and caves. However, naturally occurring energy stones lack energy protection measures. If robots come into contact with them, they will automatically absorb them. If the host decides to mine energy stones, it is advisable to do so manually. Upon reading the prompt, Liangren was instantly filled with elation. The information that followed doused Liangren with a bucket of cold water. The robots could actually absorb resources autonomously. It would be best if extraction were conducted manually. Well, that might suffice. To be honest, manual extraction could very well be cheaper than relying on robots. In this apocalyptic world, as long as food can be provided, the number of people available can be boundless. Conversely, the production cost of a single robot, requiring a precious energy stone valued at 500 survival points, is exorbitant. Liangren pondered for a moment and nodded thoughtfully. Furthermore, the solar flare event lasted a total of 3 days, and today marked the second day, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It should conclude by tomorrow. At that point, the atmosphere would gradually restore itself, allowing people to move about freely during the day. The efficiency would increase manifold. With this in mind, Liangren promptly made his way to the plant cultivation chamber. This was his sanctuary for growing vegetables and rice. At present, many vegetables were nearing maturity, such as tomatoes, cabbage, and eggplants. Although the area was modest, it was entirely sufficient for his self-sustenance. However, should he need to support others, this space would undoubtedly fall short. Liangren accessed the attributes of the plant cultivation chamber. Plant cultivation chamber. Area, 200. Upgradable. Upgrade path, large-scale versatile cultivation facility. Branches, intelligence, 500, plant growth speed, 500, expand cultivation area, 500. Note, upon upgrading intelligence, the plant cultivation chamber will enter full automation, requiring no intervention from the host. Mature plants will be automatically collected into the storage room. Note, each upgrade of plant growth speed will have the maturation time, allowing for second maturation. The second maturation time will be reduced by half again from the original time. Note, each upgrade to expand the cultivation area will increase the chamber's area by 500 square meters. Liangren hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and declared, "System. Upgrade all branches of the plant cultivation chamber." Chapter 13. The Instant Noodle Prince. Ding. You have spent a total of 1,500 survival points to upgrade the plant cultivation chamber. Upgrade successful. Fully intelligent large plant cultivation facility. Area, 700. Upgradable. Upgrade path, expand cultivation area, 1,000. Remaining survival points, 220. As soon as the virtual screen displayed the notification, the space began to warp. In the blink of an eye, the entire cultivation facility was transformed, exuding an aura of advanced technology. Even the temperature shifted. 3 vegetable greenhouses appeared, occupying the newly expanded area, with countless robotic arms tilling the soil, sowing seeds, and watering the plants. Remarkably, a small simulated sun hovered above the entire cultivation chamber. Liangren was utterly astonished by this transformation. It was astonishingly advanced. Yet, upon seeing his remaining survival points, 220, he felt a pang in his heart. His survival points had dwindled to less than 1,000. However, they could always be earned back. especially after the solar flare event, with glaciers melting completely and earthquakes and tsunamis occurring frequently. There was no better time for rapid extraction of metal resources and energy stones than the upcoming days. Ultimately, upgrading the plant cultivation chamber was undoubtedly a wise decision. Liangren nodded, reassuring himself. Just as he finished speaking, a virtual screen suddenly emerged, presenting a system notification. Ding! You have upgraded the plant cultivation chamber to an advanced, fully intelligent large plant cultivation facility, which can perfectly ensure your food supply in the apocalypse, ensuring you will never face hunger. Additionally, such a facility can effortlessly sustain 100 individuals. In the apocalypse, ample food signifies that you are akin to an emperor. Reward: 1,300 survival points. Remaining survival points: 1520. Upon seeing the system notification, Liangren let out a gentle sigh, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my actions were justified. My survival points have surged past 1,000 once more. At last, I can feel a bit more at ease. Having fewer than 1,000 survival points always left me feeling anxious. Liangren patted his chest reassuringly. At that moment, the loudest broadcast blared from the Jiangqing broadcasting station. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. The official apocalypse shelter has been fully constructed. Location: outskirts, at the intersection of Jiangling Expressway and Lingbo Expressway. Residents who have yet to reach the shelter, please proceed swiftly. The emergency announcement resonated dozens of times before concluding. Almost instantaneously, the Jiangqing forum erupted. Brothers, the location of the official shelter has been disclosed. Who wants to go together? Count me in. 1. 10,086. Let us travel together tonight. There's safety in numbers, and even if we encounter beasts, we'll be secure with so many of us. Wait, I just checked the distance on my phone. That place is a whopping 118 kilometers away. Shock JPG, horror JPG. I just checked too, damn it, it's 101 kilometers for me as well. How on earth are we supposed to get there? Just on foot overnight. Are you foolish? Drive there. Idiot JPG, you're the fool, the real idiot. Do you think I don't know how to drive? The prerequisite for driving is having gasoline. My car is parked downstairs. I've already checked. Due to the high temperatures caused by the solar flares these past few days, 90 of the gasoline in my car has evaporated, and the engine has malfunctioned. Metal conducts heat easily, and with such high temperatures, the engine is bound to fail. Your car must be a piece of junk. Say that again if you dare. In an instant, the forum erupted into chaos. Liangren's gaze shifted to the surveillance footage, searching for the location of the official shelter. Soon, he found it. It was situated in a plain, with a broad field of vision, and the shelter was constructed underground. Indeed, the official experts must have anticipated the potential earthquakes and torrential rains following the solar flare, coupled with the impending fifth ice age. Thus, they strategically chose that location for the shelter. It was an area free from seismic activity, so even in the event of an earthquake, it would not be severely affected. Moreover, being on a plain, it would not easily accumulate water, making it an excellent site for constructing a large shelter. However, it was indeed quite distant. Currently, most people were already weakened by food shortages, making it exceedingly difficult to reach there on foot. Liangren shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. He had feared that the officials would try to attract people away from him. Just as he had upgraded to a fully intelligent large plant cultivation facility, the officials would draw everyone away, rendering his upgrade futile. Wait. Suddenly, Liangren's expression sharpened. The solar flare was about to conclude, and the coming days would usher in a period of calmness and stability. Indeed, the officials must have been aware of this and chose this moment to announce it. It seemed he would have to compete with the officials for people. Taking a deep breath, Liangren's gaze returned to the forum. At this moment, Dulong's message appeared. To speak candidly, I do not believe that the official shelter would be any safer than our current situation. Wow, the instant noodle prince has made his appearance. Will you be heading to the official shelter, little prince? I certainly will not. Moreover, I advise everyone against acting impulsively and recklessly rushing there. As soon as this message was released, Dulong was met with an immediate backlash. Get lost. Of course, you want to go. You've hoarded so many supplies that you want to starve. Anger JPG. Exactly. We can barely fill our stomachs now. Where else can we go if not the official shelter? The people I despise the most are those like you, who sit comfortably and speak without understanding the pain. Disgust JPG. I am merely thinking of everyone's well-being. Dulong's message reappeared, unfazed by the public outcry, continuing to analyze the situation with utmost seriousness. The official shelter will undoubtedly not only accommodate the residents of Jiangqing. If my guess is correct, it will likely be filled with residents from the entire Jiang'an province. A larger crowd signifies a guaranteed shortage of food. Furthermore, the provisions you bring may very well be requisitioned and distributed uniformly. Additionally, a larger population leads to disputes. The authorities confiscating your food and redistributing it, while ostensibly a positive measure to ensure survival for the majority, will inevitably breed discontent. Why should one's own provisions be used to sustain others? Once conflicts escalate, systemic issues may arise, even coercing you into factions. And choosing the wrong side could mean death. Conversely, in Jiangcheng, while the food supply is meager, you possess freedom and safety. There remains an opportunity each day to scavenge for food. Calm Analysis JPG. Chapter 14. The portable small-scale mining base has been successfully manufactured. Observing the situation analyses posted by Dulong on the forum, Liangren could not help but marvel. This individual truly possesses talent. Even amidst such tumultuous times, he can maintain composure and order in his assessments. Alas, this is the apocalypse. No matter how accurate the analysis, the majority will dismiss it with scorn. Liangren shook his head. The next moment, as expected, the forum buzzed with even more messages, and the outcry against Dulong only intensified. What is the use of all your words? You have so many supplies that you want to starve, but what about us? Exactly. If you want us not to go to the official shelter, then why don't you share your supplies with everyone? I actually think the instant noodle prince has a point. What point? His analysis is utterly nonsensical. If he can conceive such issues, surely the authorities would have solutions. Right. Clearly, he is just trying to irritate us. Hypocrite JPG. After sending an ellipsis, Dulong refrained from further comments. Liangren couldn't help but chuckle at this. The authorities, of course, are aware of these analyses. However, recognizing a problem is one thing. Finding a solution is an entirely different matter. The human heart is inherently complex, especially in these apocalyptic times. Moreover, the onset of this apocalypse was abrupt and swift. The authorities have expended all their efforts merely constructing shelters, let alone addressing these issues. Nonetheless, Dulong has indeed reminded me. The more critical the situation, the more unstable human emotions become. Verbal assurances hold no weight. Demonstrating tangible guarantees is the most effective approach. For instance, directly presenting food. Buzz. At that moment, Liangren's phone suddenly vibrated. A private message from Dulong had arrived. I'm infuriated. I'm truly enraged. These people have absolutely no brains. The message opened with a series of complaints that left Liangren chuckling in disbelief. Is this an appeal for sympathy directed at me? Big shot. You're not intending to go to the official shelter, are you? Dulong suddenly inquired. Naturally, I will not, Liangren replied with a smile. As expected. The big shot shares the same opinion as I do. With a big shot by my side, I feel much more at ease. Let those brainless individuals go without. Reassured JPG, sigh of relief JPG. That may not necessarily be the case. Liangren suddenly replied with a smile, continuing to type, if all goes according to plan. I should be recruiting another group of individuals to assist me shortly. Please keep an eye out for trustworthy and reliable candidates. You can introduce them directly to me. Upon receiving this message, Dulong fell silent for a moment. After a full 2 minutes, our response finally came. Shock JPG. Worship Big Shot JPG Big Shot. You're actually looking to recruit more people. Rest assured, I will keep a lookout for you. Liangren smiled as he closed the forum. Simultaneously, a system notification popped up. Ding. Transport Robot 2, Combat Robot 2, upgrade successful. Transport Robot 2, number 1. Level 3. Function, capable of transporting 100 kilograms in a single trip. Speed, 120 kilometers per hour. Power consumption, can operate for 48 hours at full capacity. Can automatically connect to a power source for charging time, 2 hours. Combat Robot 2, number 1. Level 3, function, attacks any hostile entities. Provides all-round protection for the Creator's safety and can follow the Creator's commands to protect specific individuals. Capability, all combat abilities have increased by 60 compared to the first generation, while defensive capabilities have significantly improved, rendering it impervious to ordinary firearms. Power consumption, can operate for 48 hours at full capacity, can automatically connect to a power source for charging time, 2 hours. Liangren's eyes brightened. The upgrades were complete. Moreover, particularly for the transport robots, both the load capacity and speed have doubled. In aggregate, one second-generation transport robot now boasts an efficiency equivalent to that of 4 first-generation transport robots. Furthermore, the upgrade of 2 transport robots only required a single energy stone. This is truly a significant gain. Liangren donned a satisfied smile and promptly commanded, "Transport Robot I, continue to transport resources from the titanium alloy factory. Transport Robot 2. Proceed to number 377 Donghua Road and inspect whether a mining site exists there." At 10 o'clock in the evening, Liangren was preparing dinner when suddenly a system notification popped up. Ding! Portable small-scale mining base, Transport Robot 2, manufacture successful. Portable small-scale mining base. Level 3, function, capable of autonomously traveling to target mining areas, tunnels, and mineral extraction sites to lay foundational equipment, ensuring the safety of mineral extraction in these regions. Provides superior equipment to assist humans and robots in mineral extraction. Capability, capable of transforming mining areas, providing real-time data display of current mining areas, tunnels, and mineral extraction sites. Based on the world's top mining teams, efficiency is doubled. Mineral quality output is doubled, environmental friendliness is doubled, safety index is doubled, with earthquake and collapse prevention measures in place. Capable of thoroughly detecting mining areas, tunnels, and mineral extraction sites for any unexploited zones. Power consumption, utilizing solar, wind, and hydro energy through an entirely intelligent energy storage system. Capable of adapting seamlessly to any environment without the need for recharging. At last, it has been created. A smile graced Liangren's lips. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! You have successfully constructed a mobile miniature mining base. Now, your search for metal resources is no longer confined to factories, significantly enhancing your resource acquisition speed. In this apocalyptic world, ample resources guarantee survival. Reward, 600 survival points. Remaining survival points, 2,300. Liangren paused his cooking, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. Finally, his survival points had surpassed 2,000 once more. Moreover, he had completely harvested the resources from the 3 metal factories he had just scavenged. He could now continue to earn survival points. Liangren hurried to the super research base, only to be taken aback upon arrival. The newly appeared second-generation transport robots were present, yet the mobile miniature mining base was nowhere to be found. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Ding! The mobile miniature mining base is too large and has automatically relocated outside the shelter. Note: large items once created will automatically migrate outside the shelter if there is no demand. Liangren exhaled in relief and immediately turned to the surveillance feed. Outside the shelter, indeed, a colossal structure had emerged. It resembled a luxurious RV, a grand vehicle parked prominently. Liangren swiftly issued a command. Mobile miniature mining base, proceed to No. 377, Donghua Road for mining site transformation. Chapter 15. I wish to offer you a job, with meals provided daily. Soon after, Liangren had just finished his meal when the mobile miniature mining base arrived at number 377 Donghua Road, the medium-sized mining area mentioned by Liangren. Liangren gazed at the surveillance screen, and his expression instantly shifted to one of astonishment. He could not help but exclaim, "Wow! Incredible!" The surveillance footage revealed the mobile miniature mining base arriving at the mining site, instantly transforming. The once RV-like structure appeared to morph into a colossal transformer, expanding and enveloping the entire mining area for renovation. In less than 10 minutes, the previously rust-ridden and dilapidated mining site had been transformed into an ultra-modern zone, resembling a high-tech exhibition area rather than a mining site. Simultaneously, a virtual screen rose into view. Medium iron and titanium alloy mining area. Area, 1,800. Currently mined area, 200. High energy reaction fluctuations, intermediate. Simultaneously employable mining personnel, 20. Is secondary mining possible? Yes. Note: high energy reaction fluctuations can detect the presence of energy stones in the mining area. Low level, possible existence of 2 energy stones. Intermediate, possible existence of 24 energy stones. High level, possible existence of 46 energy stones. Top level, Possible existence of over 6 energy stones. Note: secondary mining depends on the current depletion level of the mining area. If there is no depletion, or if depletion is minimal after the mining operations conclude, the mobile miniature mining base will undergo maintenance. After a month of maintenance, the ecological state of the mining area will recover by 80. System generated, ensuring no depletion occurs in the mining area. However, if the host takes over a site that has already been artificially mined, maintenance may not be feasible. Upon seeing the information on the virtual screen, Liangren was utterly ecstatic. This was simply delightful. Liangren had claimed that less than 1/5 could be mined. Yet, this was not even 1/5, but merely 1/9. Particularly, the prospect of 24 energy stones was astonishing. These were energy stones. Furthermore, the possibility of secondary mining was a remarkable advantage. An 80 ecological recovery, not to mention the metal resources. This indicated he could obtain several more energy stones. Liangren immediately turned to one of the transport robots and commanded, "Transport Unit 3. Take 30 kilograms of rice and 7 kilograms of vegetables to number 122 Beishi Road. Leave the food at the doorstep and return immediately." Command acknowledged. Transport Unit 3 promptly set off. Liangren beamed at the mining site, reveling in his significant gains. He decided to provide Liangren with a taste of success, making him his first hired worker. In mere minutes, with the transport robot's speed of 120 kilometers per hour, it reached the destination. Liangren observed on the surveillance screen as the transport robot departed, and he quickly retrieved his phone, opening the private messages on the forum to find Liangren. "The food has been delivered, please check." The next moment, he watched as Liangren opened the door, his face lighting up with sheer surprise at the sight of the food at his doorstep. This was undeniably genuine. Simultaneously, he could hear Liangren's joyous exclamation following his surprise. "Wangping, you've saved me, I've managed to get food." At this point, Liangren shifted his gaze from the surveillance screen, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. Liangren had proven himself. That sincere smile, along with his unwavering concern for his brother's life even in this apocalypse, clearly indicated that Liangren was indeed a loyal and honest individual. Perhaps a simple man. Such individuals may not flatter or pander, yet they are undoubtedly the employees that every employer yearns to have. For they will work wholeheartedly, devoid of deceit or trickery, and will never settle for mediocrity. Buzz. Suddenly, Liangren's phone vibrated. A private message appeared. It was from Liangren. "Boss, I received the food. But did you perhaps send too much? The food you provided far exceeds 20 kilograms of rice and 5 kilograms of vegetables." Upon reading this message, Liangren's smile deepened. This was his final test. Should Liangren fail this test, he would still accept him as a worker, albeit with a diminished regard. He would not deliberately nurture Liangren. However, should he pass this test, it would affirm that Liangren was indeed a remarkably grounded individual, perhaps even endearingly naive. Even in this dire situation, he chose honesty over self-interest, opting to inquire rather than conceal the excess he received, truly, to an extraordinary degree. Such a person is incredibly difficult to sway. They would not abandon him for trivial gains, let alone significant ones. And Liangren had indeed demonstrated this. Liangren could almost confidently assert that such integrity, especially in an apocalypse, is a rarity, perhaps 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100,000. And yet, he had encountered one. This was more than satisfactory. Liangren glanced at the private message and replied with a smile, "That was a reward for you. Additionally, I would like to offer you a job, with meals provided daily. I wonder if you would be interested." Liangren responded almost instantly, "Really? Boss, what is the job? By the way, can I bring my brother along? He truly, at this moment, desperately requires such a job. In fact, I would willingly relinquish my spot for him." Upon witnessing Liangren's response, Liangren felt a surge of satisfaction within him, even experiencing a slight emotional stir. He truly is a good man, a remarkably kind-hearted individual. However, in the society of yesteryears, such benevolent souls found it exceedingly difficult to survive. Even now, without oneself. It is likely that someone as altruistic as Liangren would be among the first, the earliest to perish. With a gentle sigh, Liangren replied, "Rest assured. Your brother can also contribute. I still have numerous vacancies here. If you have acquaintances, feel free to invite them as well, provided they are trustworthy and of good character. Otherwise, even if they come, they may be dismissed. The work is quite simple. also involving mining, and I believe you should possess ample experience. Boss, is that really true? The immediate reply clearly indicated Liang Quan's disbelief. Liangren chuckled softly, responding with calm assurance. Indeed, it is true. Do not worry, I would not deceive you. If I were to do so, I would not need to provide you with food. He continued, for now, focus on resting well. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you shall commence work tomorrow. Therefore, ensure you eat heartily. Do not skimp, for I would not want you to lack strength during work. Rest assured, boss. Upon reading Liang Quan's message, Liangren smiled, switched off his phone, and reclined on his bed. Now, all that remained was to see what tomorrow would bring. Would the influence of the solar flares truly improve? Chapter 16. Practical Tips. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, shortly after sunrise, Liangren awoke with remarkable promptness. For this was the first time in 3 days that he did not indulge in slumber. Today was an exceedingly significant day. He was to inspect the conditions of the solar flares and, more importantly, compete with the authorities for manpower. Upon waking, he promptly made his way to the monitoring room. Observing the surveillance footage of the outside world, he noted that little had changed. The city still lay in ruins, desolate and devoid of human presence. However, Liangren astutely noticed a detail. Beyond the city, outside, there were now the sounds of chirping birds, particularly in the forest, amidst the towering ancient trees. He often spotted a few squirrels on the high branches. Such a scene was utterly inconceivable just days prior. Indeed, just as I suspected. The impact of the solar flares has markedly diminished today. Liangren nodded to himself. The reason why no one dared to venture into the city was that, in contrast to animals, humans were far less attuned to the changes in their environment. They did not dare to take risks. However, I believe they shall soon realize this. Liangren muttered as he glanced at the Jiangqing forum on his phone. At that moment, the forum was bustling with activity. Have you all noticed? The temperature seems to have changed today. Indeed, I noticed it too. I was abruptly awakened by the cold this morning. I also observed that today's sun seems less harsh than before. Do you think that, during the daytime, it is no longer harmful to us? Difficult to say. Who dares to venture out and test it? Outside. Who would dare to go out? Even if the temperature has dropped. What if the ultraviolet rays remain as potent? What if someone succumbs instantly? The forum fell momentarily silent. No one dared to speak up. When it concerns personal safety, people are often hesitant to act recklessly. Just then, a photograph suddenly appeared on the forum. It depicted the outside world, a tree adorned with numerous small red berries. It's safe outside. I've been foraging for wild fruits and have had my most filling meal today. Bro, is that really true? How did you dare to go outside? Aren't you afraid of getting sunburned? Thanks to my dog, Huang. A few days ago, he lay lethargically in the house, too afraid to move. However, this morning, he was barking as soon as I woke up. I thought he was hungry. But as soon as I untied him, he bolted outside. Fearing he would be sunburned, I hastily donned extra layers and followed him, only to find that it was safe outside. Shock JPG. Astonishment JPG. Well done JPG. In an instant, a flurry of emojis flooded the forum, rekindling its lively atmosphere. Bro. In this apocalypse, you can hardly feed yourself and yet you still keep a dog. Speaking of dogs, I miss my big black one so much. Yesterday, I was so famished that I had no choice but to cook him. My dear big black. You upstairs, that's excessive. Is that what you call missing him? I see it as yearning for a taste. No, brothers, aren't you focusing on the wrong point? It's safe outside. That means we can venture out during the daytime to gather supplies. Brothers, let us charge out and gather resources, pick some fruits. Pick fruits? After finally being able to go outside during the day, I want to go hunting. I want to eat meat. Instantly, the entire forum erupted with excitement. At this moment, a message broke the fervor. After finally being able to go out during the day, have you all not considered heading to the official shelter? Upon hearing this, the forum fell silent once more. Naturally, everyone had thought of this, but they were all deliberately avoiding the topic. Previously, they couldn't go out during the day. With just one night to traverse, who could say if they could reach the official shelter in time? Nights were inherently perilous. Furthermore, given due long analysis during the day, although they all disparaged it, when it came to their own decision to go or not, they remained hesitant. Now that they could safely venture out during the day, they instinctively avoided discussing this topic. As long as they could survive, With no immediate danger and without the threat of starvation, who would willingly venture into the official shelter to become a dependent? At that moment, another message came through. I plan to gather some wild fruits before heading straight to the official shelter. Is anyone willing to join me? I understand your thoughts. Now that it's safe during the day, you believe you can survive. But has the apocalypse truly ended? It has not. The news has also reported that the solar flares are merely the first wave of disaster. Following this, the fifth ice age will erupt. Once the plants wither and all resources in the city have been exhausted, what will you do? Isn't the only reliable option to head to the official shelter? But by then, it may be too late. To put it bluntly, the official shelter will be full. Even if you're fortunate and it's not full. As the last batch to enter, you'll be the ones who arrive after all the food has been consumed. Do you think the people inside will treat you kindly? You've provided no food, you've frolicked outside for so long, and when you can no longer endure, you decide to come in? What do you think the official shelter is? A place you can come and go as you please? A free cafeteria that serves food? If there are truly ruthless individuals, they may quietly eliminate you that very night. Thus, you best think this through. At 10 o'clock, I will be at the southern part of the city. Departing on time, if anyone wishes to accompany me, let us go together. The more people there are, the greater the strength. If we have enough people to go together, we can look out for one another. Surely the official shelter would not dare to target us recklessly. This calm analysis caused the forum to quiet down once more. Liangren observed this reasoning and couldn't he help but nod in agreement. It must be said that the analysis was indeed quite sound. Indeed. Regardless of the environment or era, astute individuals are perpetually in abundance. However, why must you entice everyone into the official sanctuary? I arose early with the intent of observing everyone's reactions and subsequently recruiting some workers. Your extensive analysis has made it exceedingly difficult for me to gather laborers. Liangren shook his head, placing his fingers on his phone and promptly commencing to type. After inputting a few words, he suddenly shook his head. Simply recruiting workers may lack sufficient allure. Without delay, Liangren made his way to the kitchen. After a mere 10 minutes, a steaming bowl of delectable seafood noodles emerged. Freshly prepared, Liangren positioned himself at the optimal angle to capture a photograph. He then composed a message stating, "It's time to rise and dine. Here's a little nugget of wisdom. Everyone must have breakfast in the morning. After a night of rest, most of our body's energy has already been expended. If we fail to replenish our energy at this time, our bodies will resort to metabolizing fat for energy. In these apocalyptic times, fat is indeed vital. And by moderating our food intake, we can prolong our survival for an extended period. Thus, ensure you have breakfast every morning. Moreover, if circumstances permit, consider indulging in seafood. Seafood is rich in protein and trace elements, and regular consumption can lower cholesterol and enhance blood circulation. It also serves to replenish calcium, fortify the body, prevent osteoporosis, and bolster immunity. However, as seafood is inherently cold in nature, it is advisable to pair it with some high-calorie liquid food, such as meat porridge or milk." Upon sending the message, Liangren filled a large glass with milk from the tap. With a click, he captured a photo and posted it in the forum. Chapter 17. The Official Recruitment. Here he comes again, the expert in apocalyptic wellness. But why are tears streaming from my lips today? Drooling JPG. The expert has returned with more tantalizing food images. Now, the only way I can manage to eat is by gazing at the culinary delights shared by the apocalyptic wellness expert, for consuming plain rice has become exceedingly difficult. The rationale of eating seafood to preserve fat while pairing it with meat porridge and milk is sound, yet the prerequisite is that I must have access to these ingredients. Crying JPG. My mother inquired why I was kneeling to view the images, to which I replied that I was hungry and yearned for the food depicted. To my astonishment, she suggested I simply consume my phone. Crying JPG. Seafood is so delightful, must I truly forego it? Tears of sorrow streaming from my mouth JPG. Observing the flurry of messages in the forum, Liangren smiled and nodded. It was time. He promptly edited the information and sent it out. Do you wish to indulge in gourmet delights? Do you long to escape the pangs of hunger each day? Follow me. I can ensure that you will no longer awaken to hunger. Each day will be filled with vitality. I am recruiting 20 individuals for daily mining work, with 3 meals provided: breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Those who perform exceptionally will receive additional rewards of 3 pounds of rice plus 2 pounds of vegetables each week. Those attempting to take advantage or feigning competence will be dismissed immediately, with no chance of rehire for life. As soon as Liangren's announcement was made, The entire forum fell into a 3-minute silence. After 3 minutes, the forum erupted. Boss, wellness expert, is what you say true? Boss, working for you includes 3 meals a day. Where is it? I want to come. I want to come. Boss, pick me. I'm reliable. They call me the brick-moving prince, possessing the strength of 3 men. You're just a brick-moving prince? If anyone should be chosen, it should be me. Who doesn't he know I'm known as the Wusong of the construction site, able to lift a bowl with one hand? Witnessing the fervent exchanges of the crowd, Liangren wore a radiant smile. Indeed, compared to the intangible and unseen official circumstances, the allure of his own photographs was vastly superior. Just as Liangren prepared to respond to the messages, the individual who had previously conducted the analysis spoke up again. I advise you all to remain calm. In the apocalypse, blindly working for others will likely lead to your own demise. Liangren's expression shifted. The forum erupted once more, voices of condemnation emerging instantaneously. Who the hell are you? How dare you slander the boss? Indeed. Who do you think you are to disparage the apocalyptic wellness expert? Right? The wellness expert enjoys such abundant food, would he lack for a mere morsel from us? It's you who must harbor ill intentions. In response, the individual merely replied coolly. Is that so? Heh. My name is Zheng Sheng. You may research my personal information. Upon the revelation of Zheng Sheng's identity, the forum fell silent for a moment. Liangren raised an eyebrow, unable to resist searching for the name Zheng Sheng. Instantly, a plethora of information appeared. Zheng Sheng, the foremost investor in donghua. Zheng Sheng, hailed as the youngest genius in the investment realm. Having made 78 investments over the past decade, none have failed. None of my investments have yielded a return rate below 50%. Zheng Sheng, often compared to Bill Gates in the investment world, commands millions in efforts to attract his expertise. Liangren's gaze sharpened. Surprised, he had not anticipated encountering such a prominent figure. Simultaneously, the forum erupted once more. Boss, he is a genuine big shot. He is even featured on Baidu Baiki. Truly impressive. No wonder his analysis was so thorough. Joining the official sanctuary alongside such a big shot is undoubtedly foolproof. Zheng Sheng responded with a mere heh, seemingly expressing his disdain for the crowd. Moments later, more messages appeared. Now do you still believe my words to be erroneous? The information displayed on Baidu only reflects my public investments. My private investment dealings are not accessible via Baidu. But I can unequivocally state that since entering the investment arena, I have made over 200 investments, none of which have returned less than 50%. The highest return rate exceeding 200%. I firmly believe that, under any circumstance, my analyses, if not entirely correct, are surely infallible. Upon reading these words, Liangren frowned. Why must he oppose me so vehemently? I possess a system, do you have one? I am acutely aware of the disasters that may arise from connecting with you. Do you comprehend this? Liangren shook his head, letting out a sorrowful sigh. He then responded rationally in the forum. Actually, I believe it would be prudent for you to temper your blind confidence. After all, we are currently facing natural disasters, not man-made calamities. And natural disasters do not afford you the luxury of time for analysis. Blind confidence? Heh. Zheng Sheng retorted instantaneously, mocking, what's wrong? Are you anxious? Want to refute me? Let me assure you, this is by no means blind confidence. Right now, I am eager to analyze with you the potential disadvantages of becoming your worker. First, you indeed possess abundant resources, I concede that point. Yet, while these resources may seem ample for you alone, do they remain sufficient for so many of us? No matter how plentiful, they will never surpass the official stockpile. Once resources dwindle, how will you sustain all of us? Second, in the face of impending calamities, the uncertainties of what transformations may arise remain shrouded in mystery. A point you have not misrepresented. However, the shelters constructed by the authorities, in every conceivable aspect, undoubtedly offer far greater security than your own. Even if you find yourself safe at this moment, should an earthquake strike and your refuge collapse, leaving your supplies inaccessible, how are we to survive? The authorities would never allow such a scenario to unfold. Thirdly, I cannot fathom your motives for recruiting individuals for mining. Yet, as mining is a finite endeavor, there will indeed come a day when resources are exhausted. Furthermore, your current lack of these mineral resources does not imply a perpetual deficiency. Once your needs are met, what becomes of us? Are we to await starvation? Do you expect to support idlers? Fourthly, as I previously articulated, the later one arrives at the official shelter. the more unfavorable the conditions will undoubtedly be. Even if we disregard the first 3 points entirely, can you truly guarantee that this venture is devoid of any unforeseen incidents? Should an emergency arise and we seek refuge in the official shelter, it is entirely possible that we may find the gates barred against us. Chapter 18, Alas. What can I say? I possess an abundance of food. A series of 10 analyses surfaced on the forum, each meticulously dissected by Zhang Sheng, leaving readers compelled to concede, there is merit to his arguments. Particularly, many of his insights genuinely reflect concern for the collective. While it may be possible to counter 1 or 2 points, the remainder, truth be told, is rather difficult to refute. At that juncture, Zhang Sheng's messages re-emerged. Oh, esteemed expert on survival in apocalyptic times, do enlighten me on how you intend to circumvent the 10 analyses I've presented. Liangren raised an eyebrow, shaking his head with a smile. This individual is astute, yet foolishly so, as his gaze is fixated solely on the future, entirely neglecting the immediate challenges that confront us all. Liangren languidly retrieved a bounty of fruits from the storage room, snapping a photograph and posting it on the forum, responding cheerfully, "Indeed, there is wisdom in your words. Continue your analyses while I leisurely enjoy my fruits and watch your performance." Zhang Sheng, taken aback, unleashed a flurry of exclamations, evidently incensed that Liangren dismissed his analyses without so much as a response, instead encouraging him to persist in his critique. Was this not a blatant disregard for his insights? Observing this, Liangren chuckled softly. He is still too naive to be riled up over such trivialities. What? What is it? Liangren languidly replied, continuing, "Very well, I relent. I shall not engage in trivial disputes with you. Henceforth, those willing to work for me shall receive an additional fruit as a daily reward." These words ignited a fervor among the crowd. Esteemed leader, is this truly the case? You are magnificent. Long live the leader. Bow to the leader JPG, the expert on survival during the apocalypse, my eternal idol. When my mother inquired why I was kneeling to view my phone, I told her the expert was recruiting, providing not only ample meals, but also an extra fruit. To my surprise, she kneeled beside me to check her phone as well. Worship the leader JPG. Liangren, witnessing this, smiled. Such is the nature of humanity in the apocalypse. What is most scarce in these dire times? Food. And among food, fruits are a luxury. No matter how reassuringly the authorities speak, how safe their proclamations may seem, ultimately, they remain intangible and out of reach. Conversely, I not only provide meals, but also an additional fruit. How can you compete with me? Even if you possess the gift of eloquence, I shall simply offer 1 more fruit. How can you contend with that? Liangren smiled faintly. This is rather tedious. It is truly lacking in interest to bully the inexperienced. Alas, what can I say? I possess an abundance of food. At that moment, Zhang Sheng could no longer contain himself and promptly responded, "Your words, however persuasive, amount to mere verbal promises. I refuse to believe you possess such an abundance of food and fruit. The shelf life of fruits is inherently short, even if you hoard a considerable quantity. It cannot last beyond a few days. You are clearly misleading everyone. Should they choose to follow you, even if they initially receive fruits, they are bound to go without later." No sooner had he spoken than a new message emerged. "No, I believe in the leader," declared Liang Quan, accompanied by 2 photographs, a large bag of rice JPG, a heap of vegetables JPG. I firmly believe the leader would not deceive me. This bag of rice and vegetables was given to me by the leader. I provided the leader with information about the mining site, and he promised me 20 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of vegetables. In the end, he generously gave me an additional 10 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of vegetables. Such a leader could not possibly be a fraud. If he were a fraud, he would never have shared his rice and vegetables with me. Furthermore, the leader personally invited me to work as a miner. I unconditionally trust the leader. Without him, I would have starved long ago. By the way, the mining area is vast. If 20 people are involved, we could mine for at least a month. Upon hearing this, the forum erupted with a torrent of memes. The leader is magnificent JPG. The leader is my eternal idol JPG. I will always believe in the expert on survival in the apocalypse JPG. In that moment, Dulong also joined the conversation, offering a rational analysis. I too find the leader to be credible. Moreover, when comparing him to the authorities, I perceive a slight advantage in favor of the leader. The authorities have a significant number of people. Even if the official shelter boasts food cultivation facilities, the greatest assurance it offers is merely preventing starvation. The more individuals there are, the greater the demand for food, and various unforeseen circumstances must also be taken into account. They will never ensure that everyone is sufficiently fed. For to be well fed is to possess the strength to resist. Conversely, while being underfed may foster contention and the likelihood of food theft. Yet, this is merely one aspect. The more critical issue lies elsewhere. In a prolonged state of barely surviving, the human immune system inevitably deteriorates. Although one may not starve, they become increasingly susceptible to illness. And should an outbreak occur, it may lead to widespread contagion. Once enough individuals are infected, the virus may mutate. In contrast, by aligning with the leader, one can enjoy sufficient meals, maintain adequate strength, and bolster their immunity, thus entirely alleviating these concerns. Calm analysis, JPG. Observing the comments from Du Long and Liangren, Liangren's smile deepened. The situation had decidedly tipped in his favor. At this juncture, Zhongxing was left clinging to a singular point, that the authorities are safer in this apocalyptic environment. As anticipated, Zhongxing spoke again. Indeed, I concede that the official shelters are overcrowded, and with so many individuals, such situations are indeed possible. However, let us not forget, we are in the midst of an apocalypse. This signifies that calamities of cataclysmic proportions could transpire at any moment. The authorities, at the very least, possess a sufficiently robust shelter. Even if we face hunger or discord within, we will not succumb to death by disaster. Out there, even if he can indeed provide you with sustenance, what will you do in the face of catastrophe? You would merely await your demise. Upon hearing these words, Liangren nodded in acknowledgement. It must be said, this person possesses a remarkable way with words. At the very least, aside from the analytical discourse, he has done exceedingly well at stirring the hearts of men. Ah, how splendid! Alas, he has encountered me. A subtle smile graced Liangren's lips as he typed on the forum. Your arguments are indeed compelling. I find myself utterly unable to counter them. Very well. I shall acquiesce once more. Surely, everyone is curious about why I am gathering minerals, am I not? In truth, it is to construct a more robust sanctuary. Thus, for every worker who excels in the mining area, I shall provide them with a complimentary small private refuge, ensuring their safety. Chapter 19, Brother. You cannot blame me for this. Liangren's words instantly ignited a tempest on the entire forum. In a heartbeat, countless emoticons flooded the space. The Great One. Forever a deity, JPG. Great One, I want to bear your child, JPG. Long live the Great One, JPG. Naturally, many individuals directly tagged Zhongxing. Your analysis is quite astute, but I choose the Great One. Your reasoning is undeniably accurate, yet I stand with the Great One. The authorities may be formidable, but I shall side with the Great One. Witnessing this scene, a radiant smile broke upon Liangren's face. In that moment, Zhongxing found himself bereft of any capacity for rebuttal, responding in exasperation. All right. You refuse to seek shelter at the official refuge, do you? You will surely regret this decision. I, for one, will certainly go to the official sanctuary, and I shall witness firsthand the extent of your regret. It was now 10 o'clock, and I am prepared to set forth. I shall extend one final opportunity. Those willing to accompany me to the official refuge in the southern part of the city, I shall await you for half an hour. Once that time elapses, I will depart immediately. Liangren watched Zhongxing's message with a bemused expression. At this moment, Zhongxing appeared genuinely flustered. His words lacked conviction, infused with hesitation and fury throughout. Then, Liangren shifted his gaze to the surveillance feed. In the southern part of the city, 3 individuals stood before the screen. The one in the middle was indeed Zhongxing, resembling his image from Baidu Encyclopedia, albeit appearing somewhat more frail, his demeanor a touch listless and despondent. The other 2, judging by their appearances, must be Zhongxing's friends. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. Zhongxing's following had swelled significantly. From an initial trio, it had burgeoned to over 3,000 individuals. Subsequently, these throngs began their march towards the official refuge with great momentum. Liangren nodded in agreement. The number matched his expectations. Their movement was indeed influenced by Zhongxing's incitement, yet more so, it stemmed from the fact that during his first recruitment, he had only sought 20 individuals. Though many departing individuals likely believed that the conditions he offered were superior to those at the official sanctuary, the scant number of recruits left them feeling insecure about their chances of selection, thus compelling them to leave. Liangren understood this predicament well. After all, His remaining survival points were indeed limited. He could not afford a massive recruitment drive from the outset and had to proceed gradually. Fortunately, the departing number was merely 3,000. Many more remained, and once he began recruiting, he could swiftly fill the positions. At that moment, a virtual screen suddenly materialized. Ding! You have successfully achieved a victory in the apocalypse. This victory has garnered you the trust and attention of over 80% of Jiang City. In the apocalypse, the more individuals who trust you, the smoother your subsequent developments will be. Reward: 800 survival points. Remaining survival points: 3,100. Upon seeing the system's reward, Liangren's smile blossomed. The survival points had surpassed 3,000. Who would have thought that engaging in a game of wits and conversation could yield survival points? How delightful! Simultaneously, Liangren glanced at the time. 10:30. Recruitment, commence. With a grin, Liangren opened the forum on his phone and promptly sent a message. 377, Donghua Road. Metal mining area, officially recruiting from today. Those willing to participate, please proceed to 377, Donghua Road within half an hour. A total of 20 positions available. Should there be an overwhelming response, the recruitment will be conducted in batches, with assessments every hour, 20 individuals per round, concluding by 11 o'clock tonight. I will select the 20 most diligent and capable workers. Furthermore, all participants will be provided with a complimentary meal. The moment these words were uttered, the entire forum erupted. Long live the Great One JPG. I'm on my way. Regardless of the outcome, I shall certainly enjoy a hearty meal today. I am only 5 kilometers from the mining area and can surely arrive within half an hour. Why must I arrive within half an hour? I am a full 20 kilometers away. Crying JPG. Wow, the Great One is incredible. Even the recruitment assessment offers free food. I made the right choice by not going to the official refuge, as nearly 100 messages flooded in every second, causing the forum to lag. Liangren smiled slightly and replied, "Please do not fret, everyone. If you cannot participate in this recruitment assessment, there will be future opportunities. This is merely the beginning. Barring any unforeseen events, there will soon be a second, a third, and perhaps many more. By the way, apart from the 20 mining workers, I am also seeking 3 chefs. As for the assessment criteria, it will be conducted hourly, with 3 individuals per round, each preparing 3 dishes. The 3 who prepare the most delectable dishes will qualify. They will serve as chefs for the mining area, responsible for breakfast, lunch, and dinner." The moment this news was released, a flurry of emoticons inundated the forum. Long live the Great One JPG. Long live the Great One JPG. Long live the Great One JPG. Liangren chuckled at the multitude of emoticons populating the forum. His gaze then fell upon the surveillance feed, observing the entirety of Jiang City. In an instant, the once desolate and sparsely populated city came to life. The streets were suddenly teeming with people, a vibrant crowd converging towards the same destination, 377 Donghua Road's mining area, filled with laughter and camaraderie as they advanced with enthusiasm. Indeed, even in the apocalypse, it is the throngs of humanity that imbue life with meaning. A cold, desolate city felt all too lonely. Liangren smiled. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he found himself momentarily stunned. He beheld in the southern part of the city the very throng of over 3,000 individuals who had initially followed Zhang Xing towards the official refuge, now racing back with fervor. They resembled zombies who had just caught sight of humans, moving as if propelled by an unseen force. Their destination was unmistakably the mining area at 377 Donghua Road, which was conveniently the closest location, a mere kilometer away. Liangren erupted in laughter, especially upon seeing the crowd behind them. Zhang Xing stood there, seemingly in a daze, his expression one of utter despondency, while Liangren laughed heartily, nearly doubling over with mirth. "Brother, you cannot blame me for this. I had determined the mining area early on. However, the path you have chosen seems rather misguided. Why did you select the southern part of the city?" "Initially, most of those accompanying you believed that with only 20 spots available, they might not be chosen. Yet, they're far too close and the prospect of a hearty meal is too tempting to resist." Chapter 20. Is the food you mentioned truly delectable? As anticipated, the first to arrive at the mining area were those 3,000 individuals who had initially departed with Zhang Xing but returned. Zhang Xing was unmistakably among them, albeit with intentions that diverged from the rest. At this moment, he was fervently advising, "Everyone, heed my advice. Do not squander time for the sake of momentary indulgence. The later we arrive at the official refuge, the worse our treatment will inevitably be. We may even find ourselves without rooms, forced to cram into a single large space. The authorities will provide sustenance, and we shall not go hungry. Zhang Xing earnestly implored them, but as soon as he finished, several voices retorted. Is the food you speak of sufficient to satiate us? Is it truly delicious? Is it prepared by a master chef? Zhang Xing was momentarily speechless. Caught off guard and unsure how to respond, no, how to explain. Others chimed in again, we are not refusing to go. Indeed. However, if we are truly selected, we might as well forgo it. Who would willingly abandon the chance to dine on meals prepared by a chef every day in favor of the official refuge? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing nearly choked on his own frustration, his face a tumultuous mix of pallor and resentment. If not for the long journey ahead and the fear of encountering wild beasts at night, he might have been tempted to embark alone. Enough. Zhang Xing could no longer contain his anger. You may choose to participate, but let me warn you of the drawbacks. Should you delay and consequently suffer poor treatment at the official refuge, do not direct your ire towards me. His words elicited a chorus of dismissive assurances. Fear not. Brother Zhang Xing, we would never blame you. We understand you have our best interests at heart. The official refuge is undoubtedly safer than our current accommodations. A slightly inferior environment is of no concern. Indeed, we merely wish to enjoy a fine meal before heading to the official refuge. These reassurances gradually eased Zhang Xing's grim countenance, although it remained clouded. He overheard some murmurs among the crowd. Honestly, we are doing him a favor by heading to the official refuge. Why does he insist on meddling? Who does he think he is? If it weren't for the fact that the recruitment was limited, who would bother with him? He acts as though he is someone important. How amusing. But honestly, I hope to be selected. If I am, I could enjoy lavish meals daily, all prepared by a chef, and I would surely wake up smiling every day. I'll share a surefire method to guarantee your selection. Really? What is this method? Instantly, a crowd gathered around the speaker. With a grin, he replied, when you sleep at night, elevate your pillow higher, dreams will abound. Laughter erupted, completely disregarding the darkening expression on Zhang Sheng's face. His fists clenched tightly, the sound of knuckles cracking audible in the tense air. Had it not been for his two friends urging him to restrain his impulses, he might have charged in to confront them. Inside the refuge, Liangren observed the scene through the surveillance feed, nearly bursting with laughter. This was far more entertaining than any television drama or variety show. He shook his head in amusement. Why do they insist on opposing me? Such a thankless endeavor. If they find the treatment satisfactory in the official refuge, all would be well. However, if the conditions are subpar, they might need to exercise caution even in their slumber. Liangren sighed, turning his gaze to the surveillance of other areas in Jiangcheng. At this moment, a vast throng of individuals surged towards the mining area, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. Oh dear, Liangren gasped, glancing at the time, 10:55. There are still 10 minutes left. They will surely make it in time. Does that mean I must prepare provisions for at least 15,000 people? And the most troublesome part is, can we truly assess that many individuals? 1 hour for each round, with only 20 per hour. It is almost 11 now. Even if we extend to 11 o'clock tonight, we can only accommodate 240 individuals in 12 hours. Liangren's heart sank. What a blunder. How could I have forgotten about this? He slapped his forehead but soon exhaled in relief. Though the surplus provisions may be excessive, they serve to demonstrate an important point. My resources are undoubtedly ample, providing reassurance to all. Moreover, the nearly 15,000 individuals assessment for mining will be far more valuable than this one meal. While the small-scale mining base indicated a capacity for only 20 personnel, this was merely due to the maximum number of mining tools available. The remaining individuals could resort to manual labor. A smile crept across Liangren's face as his gaze settled on the mining area. The entrance, having been modified, was spacious enough to accommodate 500 individuals at once. Although manual labor or seeking additional mining tools may be taxing, this recruitment exercise is time-limited to half an hour. Furthermore, this would allow us to discern who is truly willing to exert themselves. Liangren calculated swiftly and made his decision. At once, summon the robots. Transport robots 1234. Proceed to the storage room and retrieve provisions for 15,000 individuals and deliver them to the mining area. Combat Robot 1. Escort them to the mining area. Should any unrest arise, intervene immediately. Instructions received. The 5 robots set off without delay. Liangren's smile radiated. Now, the element of forceful deterrence is in place. Soon enough. 10 minutes elapsed and over 14,000 individuals congregated at the site. The mining area was nearly overflowing with people. Such a scene, reminiscent of a bustling crowd, is a rare sight even outside an apocalyptic scenario. At that moment, Liangren activated the broadcasting system of the small-scale mining base, announcing loudly, "Due to the overwhelming number of participants in this recruitment, the recruitment procedure has been modified. There are now 2 modes of hiring. Participants shall utilize the mining tools provided by the mining base for a duration of 1 hour, with 20 individuals assessed in each round. The one who collects the most minerals shall be deemed qualified. A total of 10 individuals will be recruited. 2. Alternatively, participants may procure their own mining tools, or even resort to rudimentary methods such as bare-handed mining within a half-hour time frame, where 500 individuals will be evaluated in each round. The one who gathers the most minerals will be deemed qualified. A total of 10 individuals will be recruited." As these words echoed, the crowd trembled. Simultaneously, the gates of the mining base swung open. Chapter 21, Long Live the Tycoon. Upon the utterance of Liangren, a wave of confusion swept over the assembly. According to his declaration, did this mean that the mining area must accommodate 520 individuals at once? Typically, large mining zones can host no more than 300 to 400 people, never exceeding 500. Not to mention, the entrance to Liangren's mining base appeared rather diminutive, suggesting it was merely a medium-sized mining zone. In this moment, even Liangren was momentarily taken aback. This mining site was one he had introduced to Liangren. Having once been a worker there himself, he was acutely aware that this was merely a medium-sized mining area, capable of housing at most 100 individuals. Previously, the number of mining workers had never surpassed 50. Could it be that the tycoon was unaware of this? What were they to do? Liangren swiftly retrieved his phone, even contemplating a private message to Liangren to clarify the situation. Just then, the gates of the mining base opened. Everyone instinctively turned to gaze in that direction. In the next moment, they were left in stunned silence. All mouths agape, they stared in disbelief. What in the world was this? This was not a mining area at all, but rather a veritable high-tech exhibition space. The high-tech apparatus within, whether it be the shovels gleaming with a silvery sheen and equipped with power devices for significant labor saving, or the metallic luster that adorned the entire entrance of the mining area, exuded a quality that epitomized seismic and collapse resistance. Not to mention the lighting within the corridors, which resembled the advanced technology seen in extraterrestrial spacecraft from films. Especially Liangren. At this moment, he was utterly astounded. Being most acquainted with this mining area, he was the most astonished. Was this truly the mining zone he once knew? Was he perhaps hallucinating? Liangren pinched his arm in disbelief, feeling the sting, which jolted him back to reality. Gazing upon the expansive space of the mining area, a wave of shame washed over him. The tycoon was indeed a tycoon. How could he have questioned the tycoon's understanding of the mining sector and even contemplated privately advising him about the situation? What an embarrassment. Meanwhile, others remained captivated by the high-tech marvels, struggling to regain their composure. After a prolonged moment, they began scratching their heads in bewilderment, exclaiming, "Is this truly a mining area? Have I misunderstood what a mining zone is? Given its quality, I feel safer here than anywhere else." Indeed, I share the same sentiment. At this point, Zhang Sheng, witnessing the mining area, was equally taken aback. He had initially intended to use the mining area to further manipulate the crowd, suggesting it was perilous and could collapse at any moment, or that in the event of an earthquake, there would be no escape. Thus it would be safer to accompany him to the official shelter. However, upon witnessing the interior of this mining base, he found himself swallowing back the words that had nearly escaped his throat. Nevertheless, he soon shook his head, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Observing the throng of astonished individuals around him, he harbored a cold smirk within. Clearly, this is a prodigal. A mere mining area, yet constructed with such extravagance. No wonder there's a shortage of metal resources. If this wasteful trend continues, it will inevitably lead to ruin. By then, I shall be comfortably situated in the official shelter, while you all remain here awaiting your fates. You shall have ample cause for regret. Zhang Sheng sneered coldly. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly glanced at their phone. In the next moment, their eyes lit up, and they shouted exuberantly, "The tycoon is incredible." The fervor in their voice was palpable. As these words resonated, those surrounding them swiftly caught on, and an uproar ensued. The tycoon is incredible. Long live the tycoon. At that juncture, the individual who had initially spoken raised their voice once more. Everyone, please quiet down. There's something you might not have considered yet. Allow me to clarify. The tycoon is truly a good person. A genuinely good person. I have irrevocably recognized the tycoon. This declaration left the crowd momentarily stunned, uncertain of what to make of it. What had they overlooked? While the mining vase was indeed impressive, and the tycoon providing them with work certainly indicated goodwill, it hardly warranted such accolades. Then, the individual, with tears streaming down their face, passionately continued, think carefully. Have you not overlooked a crucial detail? There are over 14,000 of us present. According to the tycoon's initial recruitment plan, with 20 individuals assessed each hour, lasting until 11 at night, a maximum of only 240 people could participate in the evaluation. This means that only 240 individuals would even have the opportunity to partake in a meal provided by the recruitment process. The tycoon may not have anticipated such a large turnout. Yet, rather than lamenting the crowd, he altered the recruitment rules to ensure that everyone could have a chance to try, to allow everyone to enjoy a meal. 14,000 people, each requiring sustenance. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that resource? Now, reflect once more. Is the tycoon not a good person? Is he not a remarkable good person? Upon this proclamation, the mining area erupted in fervor. Everyone instinctively pounded their chests, brimming with excitement. A good person. The tycoon is truly a good person. Tycoon, you have given us so much. Most were even moved to tears. In this apocalyptic world, they had often gone hungry. Now, they understood the importance of food all too well. Yet the tycoon had provided provisions for over 14,000 individuals in one go. This was overwhelmingly touching. Simultaneously, within the shelter, Liangren watched the scene unfold, his expression one of utter disbelief. Soon, a bitter smile crept across his face. He quickly rewound the surveillance footage to switch to an individual's phone. This person had evidently received a text message sent by Dulong. The message was precisely those words the individual had just uttered. Liangren found himself grinning from ear to ear. This kid. Having befriended him, I have truly struck gold. Just as Liangren reveled in his thoughts, the voices in the surveillance footage suddenly hushed. He promptly turned his attention, only to find that the robots had arrived. For transport robots appeared, laden with a plethora of provisions, which they deposited on the ground, opening up to reveal an abundance of rice, vegetables, and an array of meats. Pork, beef, chicken, all kinds were present. In an instant, the crowd erupted once more. Meat. There's actually meat. I have not tasted meat for a full 2 days. To my astonishment, the esteemed leader has actually produced meat. In the next moment, everyone simultaneously erupted into a chorus of exclamations. Long live the leader! Long live the leader! Long live the leader! Chapter 22. We all understand the reasoning, but our hearts yearn for meat. Surveying the surroundings, the air was filled with deafening shouts. In that instant, the noise reverberated throughout the entire mining area. Zhengsheng observed the scene, his face darkening even further. A bunch of short-sighted, hopeless fools. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Zhengsheng cursed under his breath. He then patted the shoulders of his two companions beside him and declared, Wang Teng, Li Wei, we are leaving. These individuals have no comprehension of the immense benefits of arriving early at the official shelter. If they wish to squander their time, let them do so. We shall depart first. Zhengsheng spoke with indignation. As these words fell, his two friends, Wang Teng and Li Wei, could not help but fidget with their sleeves, their faces reflecting a hesitance and indecision. They did not wish to discourage Zhengsheng, but their desire to partake in this examination was overwhelming, especially upon seeing that pile of meat. Though they had fared better than others in the past few days, their diet had merely consisted of rice porridge accompanied by pickles. As for meat, it was an unattainable luxury. Yet this time, participating in the examination meant they could finally eat. Even if the portion of meat was meager, it was still meat. They hesitated, unsure of how to voice their thoughts. Regardless of how Zhengsheng pulled at them, their feet remained rooted. You. Zhengsheng was momentarily taken aback, staring at the two with disbelief. You cannot possibly want to join this so-called recruitment examination too? Do you not understand the advantages of arriving early at the official shelter? Zhengsheng was filled with outrage and incredulity. Seeing the astonishment on Zhengsheng's face, Wang Ting and Li Wei sighed. Although they did not want to let their friend down, they could only nod in agreement. Zhengsheng, We have not eaten meat in ages. We understand your concerns, but participating in this examination would merely delay us for a day. Indeed, Zhengxing, just a day. It is not a significant matter. Moreover, even if the three of us arrive early at the official shelter, how much difference can 3 people make? In fact, once the examination is over, those who do not succeed will likely join us anyway. At that point, the more people there are, the greater our influence will be in the official shelter. Yes, Zhengxing, why not join us? You must be longing for meat as well. The two spoke in turn, persistently urging Zhengxing. Yet, with each word, Zhengxing's anger only intensified. I am doing this for your own good, for everyone's benefit. Yet you all, for the sake of a single meal, are willing to forsake such a remarkable opportunity. Zhengxing took a deep breath, his voice laced with fury. Go then. Go. If you wish for it, go ahead. I, for one, shall never partake in that meal. I am leaving. If I remain here any longer, I fear I may regurgitate. Zhengxing exhaled heavily, addressing the two. He then glanced around at the crowd, flung his hand dismissively, and strode towards the exit of the mining area. Wang Teng and Li Wei watched this unfold, shaking their heads and sighing, waving as they said, Very well, Zhengxing, you go ahead. Once the examination concludes, we shall quickly find you outside. Although they felt a tinge of regret at Zhengxing's departure, the thought of finally tasting meat invigorated them, and in the next moment, they rejoined the throng of cheers. Long live the leader! Within the shelter, observing the uproar of shouts from the crowd, Liangren felt a surge of fervor. It was as if, at the sound of a command, 100,000 soldiers would rush forth. Liangren chuckled and shook his head. Manipulating the broadcast of the small mining base, he proclaimed loudly, The recruitment examination is now officially commencing. Please remain calm and participate in an orderly fashion. Everyone will have their chance. The chefs may also proceed to prepare meals. The base is equipped with a kitchen. As Liangren's words echoed, hundreds of individuals closest to him surged into the mining base. Fortunately, with each entry, the mining base kept a record and an announcement appeared above. Current number of individuals in the mining area, 311. Once the number reached 520, those behind immediately halted their steps. Such civility. Primarily, they were also apprehensive. They feared that if they truly cut in line, the esteemed leader might become enraged and cease recruitment altogether. In this apocalypse, food was of utmost importance. Not to mention, this was a job that provided 3 meals a day, all of which were ample. The apocalypse is often synonymous with chaos. However, when food serves as the foundation of order, the apocalypse can become more structured than ever before. After the first round of 520 people entered the mining area, the vast majority charged deep into the mine, resorting to manual excavation. As for the 20 high-tech shovels placed at the entrance, most chose to ignore them. In their view, manual excavation was the most lucrative. After all, the examination lasted only half an hour. Most of them had never been fully sated, their physical strength was already lacking. And enduring for an hour would be exhausting. Half an hour of gritting their teeth was still feasible. Inside the shelter, Liangren observed the scene, shaking his head in amusement. He was acutely aware of the superior quality of the items produced by the system. Each shovel was equipped with a power system, and the small mining base had a direct introduction stating that it could save the user over 80% of their effort, let alone an hour. Even if it were 2 hours, those using powered shovels would undoubtedly find the task far easier than those excavating by hand. It was likely that the majority of this first batch of 500 would be eliminated without exception. Liangren shook his head, lamenting how greedy they are. They think half an hour of manual labor is surely less tiring than an hour. If they are already attempting to cut corners in the initial examination, what will happen when they truly become exhausted during the assessment? Liangren stretched leisurely, poured himself a large cup of cola from the tap, and reclined in his chair, leisurely watching the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, outside the mining area, most people's gazes were fixed anxiously on the time displayed above the mining area. They awaited the second round of the examination with bated breath. Some others gazed longingly at the kitchen beside the base, their mouths watering as they listened to the sounds of cooking, swallowing hard. Among these individuals, soon half an hour had passed. The broadcast from the mining base announced Liangren's voice. The half hour is up. The first round of manual mining participants has concluded their assessment. Please proceed to the dining hall for your meal. Those participating in the second round of manual mining assessment Please wait until all first-round participants have vacated before entering in an orderly fashion. Within the shelter, Liangren spoke loudly, showing little concern for the clarity of his words. His attention riveted on the virtual screen that popped up from the mining base. Evaluator, number 1, Li Mumu, mined for a total of 29 minutes and 57 seconds, with a rest period of 11 minutes and 38 seconds, yielding 37 gene. Evaluator, number 2, Wang Mumu, mined for 27 minutes and 54 seconds, with a rest period. Evaluator, number 3, Zhang Mumu, mined for 30 minutes and 3 seconds. The maximum yield was merely 48 gene. Liangren shook his head decisively. Indeed, during this first round, too many individuals had been slothful, merely showing up to feast. Chapter 23, Boss, I was wrong. As the second round of assessments commenced, everyone once again eagerly awaited their turn. However, this time, the majority of their gazes were not fixed on the mining base, but rather on a group outside, indulging in hearty meals from iron lunchboxes filled to the brim with nearly 2 large bowls of white rice, accompanied by 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, their faces radiating sheer bliss. Many even glanced over at the miners while eating, occasionally lifting their chopsticks to flaunt a hefty piece of meat, mockingly exclaiming, "Wow, what a massive chunk of beef! Oh, how delightful!" Among the 3 meat dishes, there are actually 5 or 6 large pieces of beef, a dozen strands of pork, and 7 or 8 chunks of duck. Heavens! These chefs must be from at least a 4-star restaurant. The food is simply exquisite. Indeed, I feel the same. The moment this food touches my lips, I am transported back to my mother's embrace. This is the taste of home. Before long, many had finished their meals and rushed for seconds. Even those who were already full felt compelled to go back for more. After all, who knew when the next meal would come? Meanwhile, those waiting for the subsequent rounds of assessments could only watch in envy as saliva pooled beneath them. Why are there still over 1,000 people ahead of me? I still have to wait through 2 more rounds. They look like they're enjoying their food so much. I long to partake as well. No, I must give it my all. Even if it exhausts me, I must be chosen. If it means I can eat this food daily, I would willingly work 18 hours a day. In the crowd, Wang Teng and Li Wei gazed at the scene, their eyes gleaming with excitement. So much meat. Indeed, I initially thought we would be lucky to get a piece or 2. This treatment is simply too generous. In the official shelter, not only is meat scarce, but there's often doubt about whether one can even eat to full satisfaction. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's wry smile. Naturally, their association with Zhang Xing indicated they had a background. They were familiar with the situation in the official shelter, where the average person could barely manage to eat half a meal. With the aid of acquaintances, they could sometimes have enough to eat. But such fullness primarily came from rationed compressed biscuits and water. As for meat, having it once a week was considered fortunate. In fact, it could be half a month before one could indulge in meat again. This was the iron rule, and even their acquaintances had to adhere to it. But here, once employed, one could enjoy meat daily. Moreover, the other foods were genuine rice and vegetables. In comparison, compressed biscuits were utterly laughable. Shall we give it our all? Wang Teng suddenly proposed, glancing at Li Wei. Li Wei nodded emphatically. Let us give it our all. If we miss out on being chosen because of laziness, I would regret it for a lifetime. I feel the same. Wang Teng replied with a bitter smile, then continued, but what about Zhang Xing? He asked, still waiting for us. Li Wei hesitated, torn between loyalty to a friend and the allure of food. Such is the most agonizing choice in life. After a moment, he sighed softly. People strive to ascend, while water flows downward. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded, all right. They exchanged determined glances, resolute in their commitment. For the sake of meat, they would fight. If it meant enjoying meat daily, to hell with the official shelter. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Are you all so shameless that you're going for seconds? Some of you are on your 3rd helping. Can't you leave some for us?" Upon hearing this, Wang Teng and Li Wei's expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to look. What? They're on their 3rd helping. Simultaneously, the others waiting for their assessments expressed their outrage, shouting in unison, "How dare you? Have you no shame?" Although the boss provided enough ingredients for 15,000 people, that's meant for normal portion sizes. If you eat so much, what will be left for those behind you? Exactly. After 2 helpings. I can't believe you're still not full. If you are, put down your plates. If you throw up from overeating later, that's wasteful. I might just knock you out. These angry shouts caused those who had eaten their fill yet intended to push their limits to hesitate, glancing at their distended bellies. But this was pristine white rice and succulent red meat. Besides, they could refill as much as they wanted. They had truly grown weary of hunger in recent days. At that moment, Wang Teng and Li Wei stood up. "Everyone, please, allow us to speak." Instantly, all eyes turned toward them. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ting and Li Wei exchanged glances before speaking in unison. "We are not alone. I believe everyone here hasn't truly eaten their fill in a long time, let alone meat." Thus, when faced with the opportunity for free refills, especially with meat included, even those who are full may still wish to indulge, continuing until they can eat no more. However, let us ponder seriously, is this truly wise? Not only does it waste food, but it also risks disappointing our benefactor. The boss has already provided enough ingredients for 15,000 people due to the overwhelming number of participants. These provisions were meant solely for the boss. He had no obligation to share. Even in recruitment, according to the boss's original stipulations, he would have offered no more than 240 portions. The boss knows we are hungry and has treated us kindly, but we must not repay kindness with ingratitude. If 15,000 portions suffice, and everyone eats as greedily as this, the boss may very well need to supply another 15,000. If that happens, will the boss dare to recruit again? He would only feel we are a horde of insatiable gluttons. As Wang Teng and Li Wei concluded, a profound silence enveloped the mining area. Those holding utensils wore expressions of deep shame. "I was wrong. I will not take any more helpings. In truth, I am already full. I am a glutton. And I have wronged our benefactor, squandering his provisions while merely coasting through the recruitment assessment." Suddenly, one person set down their utensils, dazed, tears streaming down their face as they berated themselves. As the first person began, others soon followed suit, expressing their guilt. "I too have coasted through. I have wronged the benefactor's kindness. I too was in the wrong. I should not have wasted food when I was already full." Chapter 24 Brother. This really isn't my fault. These individuals are not oblivious to the principles at play. Rather, when faced with the allure of such sustenance, their better judgment is swiftly cast aside, and they subconsciously disregard it. In a situation where food scarcity is a constant threat, nothing can deter their resolve to eat. It wasn't until the remarks of Wang Teng and Li Wei that they were truly awakened. Among them, no one is dim-witted. Although they had previously overlooked the implications, now that someone has pointed it out, there is no way they can choose to ignore it again. Otherwise, should they truly disappoint the benefactor, leading to a cessation of employment, that meal today might very well be their last. Instantly, everyone looked up, a wave of trepidation washing over them. They had nearly offended the benefactor. Even in the apocalypse, they cannot repay kindness with enmity. The benefactor has provided them with an opportunity to have their fill. How could they be so ungrateful as to betray him? If everyone were to act this way, then indeed, the apocalypse would become a true end of days. In that moment, many voices arose from the crowd. "Let us establish some rules." "Yes, let us set a rule. Each person is allowed to take seconds just once." Indeed, the initial portion of food is already substantial. Even if one does not feel completely satisfied, a second serving would surely suffice. There is utterly no need for a third helping. This sounds good to me. Instantly, numerous heads in the crowd nodded in agreement. Thus, a customary understanding was formed. Inside the shelter, Liangren observed the unfolding situation, unable to suppress his astonishment. However, his surprise was not due to the food situation. Even if each person were to take 2 or 3 extra servings, his supplies would still be adequate. If necessary, he could always have the robots deliver more. Compared to the efforts of 15,000 individuals mining, this amount of food is trivial. His concern lay with the kitchen. He too is adept at cooking, and he fully comprehends how exhausting it can be. Preparing over 500 servings of food within half an hour would undoubtedly leave one utterly drained. Even with the array of kitchen tools available at the mining base, after half an hour, the chefs would likely be on the verge of collapse. Not to mention, if each person were to take 2 or 3 extra servings, that would amount to food for 1,000 people, in a state of physical exhaustion. It's conceivable that a chef could even suffer a fatal collapse. It seems that in this hiring assessment, the chefs will bear the brunt of the labor. Liangren shook his head with a smile, his gaze returning to the surveillance screen, focusing on the 2 individuals who had initially spoken, Wang Teng and Li Wei. These 2 indeed possess potential. To step forward and speak up in such circumstances is not something just anyone could achieve. especially since there had already been a commotion. Without these two, a riot might have truly ensued. But why do these two seem so familiar? Liangren's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly paused. These two are not the close friends of Zhangsheng, are they? Liangren couldn't help but chuckle. Have I inadvertently swayed the friends of Zhangsheng? And without even uttering a word, his smile took on an odd quality as he shifted his attention to another part of the surveillance screen. Outside the mining area, Zhangsheng sat on a rock, his expression dark and despondent. Observing Zhangsheng's look of despair, Liangren found it amusing. Brother, this truly isn't my fault. I said nothing. It was your friends who insisted on speaking for me. Yet, to be fair, they are indeed your friends, and they are quite capable. Liangren stroked his chin, his smile brightening suddenly. It would be unwise to let such capable individuals slip away, perhaps even if they do not pass the employment assessment. I could appoint these two as team leaders. After all, the mining area requires management. After pondering for a moment, Liangren nodded decisively. Yes. He then turned his gaze back to the surveillance screen, addressing Zhangsheng with a serious demeanor. Brother, let us compete fairly. I am merely offering them a chance at employment. If they wish to join you, I shall not hinder them. At most, I shall provide them with slightly better treatment. Let us offer them 4 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. It is well known that the position of team leader is a tier above that of a regular miner. So it is entirely reasonable for them to receive a more generous meal, wouldn't you agree? Liangren remarked with a smile. Before long, the clock struck 10:30 in the evening, and darkness enveloped the land. Outside the mining area, Zhangsheng was utterly dispirited, sitting alone in solitude. Whenever hunger struck, he nibbled on the biscuits he had brought along. His gaze, empty and lifeless, was fixed on the bustling activity within the mining area. Inside, everyone was animatedly discussing how delicious the food was and how hard they were working, hoping to be selected, especially when the scent of the dishes wafted through the air. Even from hundreds of meters away, Zhangsheng could nearly smell it. This rendered his once palatable biscuits utterly tasteless, making them difficult to swallow. Yet, the thought of participating in the employment assessment to enjoy a meal was something he could not bring himself to do. Wang Tingli Wei. Once we reach the official shelter, just wait and see how I deal with you two for leaving me stranded for over 10 hours. Zhangsheng seethed, his heart ablaze with anger. Meanwhile, in the mining area, the hiring assessment had reached its final round. Everyone awaited the conclusion with bated breath, filled with anxiety, trepidation, and anticipation. Among them, many felt a surge of regret, lamenting their earlier laziness. What if, had they not slacked off, they might have been chosen? It was merely half an hour, after all. Amidst such complex emotions and the gaze of many, the final round of the hiring assessment concluded. Inside the shelter, Liangren watched as the virtual pop-ups from the small mining base appeared, revealing a thoroughly satisfied smile. Participant 14778, Lu XX, mined for 33 minutes and 59 seconds, with a rest period of 2 seconds, yielding a total of 67 kilograms. Participant 14779, Fong XX, mined for 32 minutes and 41 seconds, with a rest period. Participant 14780, by XX, mined for 30 minutes and 1 second. Indeed, aside from the first round, where many seemed to be merely going through the motions, the subsequent rounds showed nearly everyone exerting themselves to the fullest. Of course, a significant factor behind this could be the promise of bountiful food. 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and large portions with the possibility of seconds compelled these individuals to strive desperately to be selected. However, this works greatly in my favor. Excluding the first round, the average person mined at least 50 kilograms by hand. Converted into survival points, that amounts to nearly 30 survival points. Liangren's smile radiated with brilliance. Although the system has not disclosed the method for acquiring survival points or the quantity of rewards, however, previously, when the transportation robots brought back pure iron, they were rewarded with 30 survival points for every 50 kilograms, and this practice had remained consistent. This indicates a sustainable reward system. Chapter 25, The Great One. Forever a Deity. Half-hour barehanded mining assessment rankings. First place, assessor number 13418, Wang XX. Total mining time, 31 minutes 59 seconds, rest time, 3 seconds. Total weight mined, 68 kilograms. Second place, assessor number 14778, Lu XX. Total mining time, 33 minutes 59 seconds, rest time, 2 seconds. Total weight mined, 67 kilograms. Third place, assessor number 12710 by XX, total mining time, 31 minutes 1 second. Our tool mining assessment rankings. First place, assessor number 180, Zhang XX. Total mining time, 60 minutes 59 seconds, rest time, 1 minute 3 seconds, total weight mined, 420 kilograms. Second place, assessor number 37, Zhou XX. Total mining time, 59 minutes 59 seconds, rest time, 42 seconds, total weight mined, 419 kilograms. Third place, assessor number 125, Sha XX, total mining time, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Yi Liangren instructed the system to classify and rank all the assessors. After a cursory glance, he could not help but smile wryly. Sixth place, assessor number 7878, Wang Ting. Total mining time, 30 minutes 9 seconds, rest time, 30 seconds, total weight mined, 64 kilograms. Eighth place, assessor number 7879, Li Wei, total mining time, 30 minutes 9 seconds, rest time, 30 seconds, total weight mined, 63 kilograms. I assure you I did not cheat. I never imagined these two brothers would actually pass the assessment. However, this is fortuitous. They are within the top 10, making them suitable candidates for team leaders, ensuring there will be no dissatisfaction. Yu Liangren exhaled with a smile. Glancing at the surveillance footage of the despondent Zhang Sheng, he spread his hands and said, "Brother, I truly have no choice. They have all passed. It would be unjust not to recruit them." With that, Yu Liangren released the rankings. Within the mining area, 4 large screens appeared above the mining base, densely populated with the rankings and mining statistics of all participants. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the entire mining area. This was soon followed by a cacophony of lamentations, as individuals regretted their prior laziness, particularly those who had been remiss in their efforts, ranking in the 20s or 30s, found their mental states shattered, weeping uncontrollably. Among them, a few individuals exuberantly leapt in joy. "I passed. I can indulge in such delectable food every day from now on." At that moment, Yi Liangren's voice echoed through the broadcasting station. "Everyone, please be quiet." Upon uttering those words, an almost palpable silence fell over the mining area. Yi Liangren continued, "This recruitment round has yielded a total of 22 individuals. Those who ranked in the top 11 for both the half-hour barehanded mining and the 1-hour tool mining assessments, please be ready to report at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Furthermore, Wang Ting and Li Wei, due to the disputes that arose during the assessment, you both stepped in to quell the discord. Therefore, I intend to appoint you as team leaders of the mining area, each managing 10 workers. Do you accept this responsibility? If not, you may choose to remain as miners, and I shall select others." Upon hearing these words, Wang Ting and Li Wei immediately lit up with joy, exclaiming, "We accept. We are willing." Hearing this, Yi Liangren within the shelter smiled and continued, "Excellent. Thus, this recruitment assessment has concluded successfully. The next recruitment assessment will commence shortly. Please keep an eye on the forum for updates. Additionally, those workers who have successfully qualified, please refrain from slacking off during work hours. Exceeding half an hour of idle time daily will result in a warning. 3 warnings will lead to dismissal. Of course, I am not a tyrant solely intent on exhausting your labor. For every 2 hours of work, you will receive half an hour of rest, along with a half-hour meal break and an additional hour of rest. Moreover, the worker with the highest output each day will be rewarded with 1 point. Points can be exchanged for food, fruits, meats, and other items. I will provide a redemption list shortly. And let us not forget the chefs. The top 3 ranked chefs are also expected to report for work tomorrow, so do not forget." After stating this, within the shelter, Yi Liangren stroked his chin, feeling as though something was amiss. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes, and he promptly reopened the broadcast, stating, "For those who were not selected in this recruitment, do not be disheartened. You may venture into the city to gather metal resources. Iron, titanium alloy, aluminum alloy, and the like are all in demand. For every 100 kilograms of metal resources collected, you may bring them to the mining base. Likewise, I will reward you with 1 point. You may choose to exchange it for food or enjoy a meal at the base, just like the employees there, with the option for 2 additional servings." Upon hearing this, the entire mining area fell into a moment of stunned silence. The next moment, it erupted with fervor. Cheers resounded once more. "Long live the Great One! Long live the Great One! Long live the Great One!" Everyone was immensely invigorated, deeply touched by the Great One's words. Truly, the Great One is a kind-hearted individual, a super benevolent person. Only in this apocalyptic era would such goodness manifest, right? Indeed. Even if we did not succeed in the recruitment, the Great One still considered us, providing us with another opportunity to dine. Oh, Great One. You shall be my faith from now on. Count me in. 10,086. Anyone who dares to speak ill of the Great One, I shall not hesitate to take action. Within the shelter, Liangren observed the scene, shaking his head with a smile. He had never intended for this to unfold. Today, witnessing the labor of these individuals had sparked this idea in his mind, and he had nearly forgotten it. 100 kilograms of metal resources, even if it were just iron, would yield a minimum of 60 survival points from the system, not to mention the higher rewards for titanium alloys. These metal resources are abundant in the city. It would be a waste of time for him to search for them. It is far more efficient to have these individuals gather them. And all he needed to do was exchange a meal or a pound of rice for it. Using 60 survival points for a meal or a pound of rice is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. All right, everyone, do not celebrate any longer. It is getting late. So please return home and rest. Liangren connected to the broadcast station once more and stated. At this moment, the cheers finally subsided. All right. I will heed the Great One's words. All right. May the Great One also rest well. Yes, wishing the Great One sweet dreams. Then, amidst the chorus of goodbyes, the individuals departed. Liangren leisurely stretched, feeling a sense of contentment. As I await the return of the transport robots with today's mined metal resources, I cannot help but wonder how many survival points I might accrue. Liangren felt a flicker of anticipation. Just then, a notification box suddenly appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully recruited 20 mining workers, 2 senior managers, and 3 master chefs. Furthermore, these 25 employees possess a faith level exceeding 80%, making them your most loyal subordinates. In this post-apocalyptic world, these followers will undoubtedly bring you numerous surprises. Reward: 25 workers multiplied by 100, totaling 2,500 survival points. Remaining survival points, 5,600. Chapter 26. Do you know how I have spent these 11 hours? Liangren's eyes sparkled. 25 workers multiplied by 100 survival points. This means that for every worker I recruit, I receive 100 survival points. Liangren was momentarily elated. This was an unexpected windfall. He had initially thought that the survival points gained would only stem from the collected metal resources. He never anticipated that recruiting workers would yield an astonishing 2,500 points. Coupled with the metal resources, he had struck gold. It seemed that a second recruitment session needed to be prioritized post-haste. This model, which initially bestows a significant number of survival points and promises sustainable development, was simply delightful. Transport 1234. Return all metal resources from today's mining base to the metal reserves. Command received successfully. As the 4 transport robots set about their task, Liangren began to upgrade the shelter. This upgrade would keep him busy for quite some time. Meanwhile, outside the mining area, Zhongsheng felt utterly exhausted. 11 whole hours. Do you know how he spent those 11 hours? Alone outside, isolated, with no one to converse with. He could only shiver in the cold wind while listening to the cacophony of voices emanating from within the mining zone. Finally, at that moment, he spotted people emerging from the mine. A vast sea of dark figures poured out. The recruitment assessment had concluded at last. He could finally lead these individuals to the official shelter. Yet, the next moment, he suddenly froze. For he noticed that the expressions of those exiting seemed rather peculiar. Almost everyone wore a countenance brimming with joy, excitement, and spirited vitality. If it were merely those who had successfully been selected as workers displaying such expressions, he could understand. After all, they now had jobs, a guarantee of daily meals, and no longer faced the specter of hunger. However, nearly 15,000 people exhibited these expressions. Something was amiss. It was simply implausible that all 15,000 had been chosen as workers. Surely, that person must have employed some underhanded tactics to sway the masses. It had to be so. Zhongxing muttered under his breath with a fierce glare. Yet, he swiftly regained his resolve. No matter the methods employed, I will ensure these individuals reach the official shelter. I shall make certain everyone comprehends that, in this apocalypse, aligning oneself with the right leader is the safest course of action. Zhongsheng scoffed internally. As the crowd emerged, he readied himself to speak. But at that moment, many who spotted him wore expressions of astonishment and began to inquire. Huh? Zhangxing? What are you doing here? I thought you had already left for the official shelter. Yes, why haven't you gone? Zhangxing's face instantly stiffened. He felt an overwhelming urge to curse. I waited outside for you for 11 long hours. And you all completely forgot about me? He forcibly suppressed his anger and managed a strained smile, saying, I was waiting for all of you to go to the official shelter together. I still have some influence there and can negotiate for better treatment. So I stayed outside to wait for everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Then, they began to speak with strange expressions. Well, that's a bit embarrassing. I'm not planning to go to the official shelter anymore. Me too, Zhangxing. I thought it over and decided to stay. I also plan to remain, brother Zhangxing. Thank you for waiting so long. Zhangxing was utterly dumbfounded. His face darkened considerably in an instant. He couldn't help but exclaim, Did we not agree to go to the official shelter together after the recruitment ended? Did you not say you were just here for a free meal? At this, everyone could only smile awkwardly. There was a change of plans. Yes. I think I prefer it here. The official shelter may not be very free. I feel the same. Personally, I prefer a bit more freedom and dislike feeling constrained. Zhangxing's face turned completely black. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd to find Wang Teng and Li Wei, urgently saying, Wang Teng, Li Wei. Why aren't you helping me persuade everyone? At this, Wang Teng and Li Wei merely exchanged wry smiles and remained still. Zhangxing glanced at them, his expression frozen. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief. You two aren't planning to go to the official shelter either. Wang Teng and Li Wei exchanged glances and nodded with bitter smiles. In an instant, Zhangxing felt as though the world was crumbling around him. He was on the verge of madness. Seeing this, Li Wei sighed softly and pulled Zhangxing aside, whispering, Zhangxing, you still have a chance to win everyone back. The reason they are reluctant to go to the official shelter is that the big boss has publicly started collecting metal resources. Every 100 kilograms can be exchanged for food. However, Jiang City is only so large. Once everyone has collected, it will eventually run out. You can use this to your advantage to rally support. Upon hearing this, Zhangxing's frantic emotions calmed slightly, and he looked at Li Wei, asking, And you? Why aren't you and Wang Teng going? Li Wei took a deep breath and replied, Well, Wang Teng and I were selected and have officially become employees of the big boss. Zhangxing's pupils constricted sharply as he shoved Li Wei away and turned to Wang Teng, pointing at them in rage. You actually played me. You said we would go together. Why did you choose him? Is he really that great? A big boss. Does he know you longer than I do? Do you even understand his character? Zhangxing erupted in fury. Before he could finish, Wang Teng shouted, Shut up. Zhangxing's voice faltered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Wang Teng. You dare yell at me for an outsider? For your childhood friend? Wang Teng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. He had noticed many people casting disapproving glances their way. In front of so many, speaking ill of the big boss could lead to trouble for Zhangxing. Yet, it was evident that Zhangxing was beyond comprehension at that moment. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. With just a single recruitment assessment, his childhood friend unexpectedly shouted at him merely for exchanging a few words with outsiders. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Zhangxing burst into laughter. Excellent. Truly commendable. What a splendid display of authority. From this day forth, we childhood friends shall be severed. Chapter 27. Such a friend is not worth having. Li Wei's gaze shifted sharply. He quickly grasped Zhangxing's arm and implored, Calm down. Wang Teng is doing this for your own good. For my own good. Zhangxing whirled around, shaking off Li Wei's hand, and laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha. For my own good? That is the most hilarious joke I have ever heard in my life. It seems you have joined their ranks as well? Very well. From this moment on, the three of us shall cut ties completely. You may pursue your own paths, while I shall walk my solitary way. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find words. Ultimately, it culminated in a lengthy sigh. At that moment, Zhangxing spun around abruptly, surveying the crowd. And you all, a bunch of untrustworthy scoundrels. The moment those words escaped his lips, many in the crowd were incensed. What did you just say? Say it again if you dare. Who do you think you are? We follow you out of respect. And if we choose not to, what can you do about it? Who allows you to act so imperiously and command us? Hearing this, Zhangxing erupted with laughter, his demeanor completely unhinged. Outside the mining area, He had endured alone for 11 long hours. What had he gained? Merely a chorus of "I'm not going" from everyone? Even his 2 childhood friends had turned against him. In that moment, his fury reached its zenith. He no longer cared about anything else and simply wanted to bellow. Am I in the wrong? Have you no sense of integrity? Ha ha ha. Today, in pursuit of fleeting benefits, you forsake me, but one day, you shall undoubtedly regret this decision. Collecting metal resources from Jiangcheng in exchange for food? How much food do you think you can acquire? Huh. Zhengsheng scoffed derisively, his face a mask of scorn. 10 meals? 100 meals? I doubt you could even manage 3. Have you ever counted how many people reside in Jiangcheng? Each person frantically scavenging for metal resources. 100 kilograms per meal means 10 individuals require 1,000 kilograms. Or a ton. 100 people need 10 tons, 1,000, 100 tons, and 10,000, 1,000 tons. How many tons do you reckon Jiangcheng has? Do you genuinely believe it is limitless? Truly, you are a pitifully short-sighted lot, utterly hopeless. To risk your lives for a mere handful of meals? Zhengsheng spared no mercy in his scathing rebuke. Yet, this tirade of fury did awaken many from their stupor. Indeed, although Jiangcheng is vast and metal resources are plentiful, if everyone begins to collect, the yield per person dwindles to merely a few meals. What will they do after those meals are consumed? Who knows how long it will be until the big shots recruit again? Moreover, even if recruitment occurs, how many will be taken on? Reflecting upon Zhengsheng's earlier remarks, he still held some sway at the official shelter, able to negotiate for better treatment. Instantly, many faces brightened and they began to gather around him once more. Brother Zhengsheng. Big brother Zhengsheng, we were merely joking earlier. Right? Just joking. We never said we wouldn't go to the official shelter. Seeing the sudden change in demeanor from those who had just opposed him, Zhengsheng let out a sardonic chuckle. Oh? Now you all wish to accompany me to the official shelter? The crowd quickly fawned over him, smiling broadly. Brother Zhengsheng, calm down, calm down. Getting angry is not good for your health. Zhengsheng snorted coldly, asserting, I can grant you all another chance, but should there be a next time? Should you disregard my words again, you shall bear the consequences. Especially within the official shelter. Of course, of course. A chorus of voices eagerly assured him. Zhengsheng flicked his wrist, casting a glance back at Wang Ting and Li Wei, and coldly declared, you shall absolutely regret this. With that, he strode forward decisively. He was indeed furious, brimming with rage. His anger was so intense it felt as though he might explode. Yet, he did not lose his composure. Instead, he distinctly remembered Li Wei's words. Furthermore, he harnessed this fury to control his rhetoric, leading everyone to believe he was genuinely considering their welfare. He made them think they had erred. He had truly become the leader among this group. Although he had lost 2 childhood friends, had he ever truly regarded them as such? They were merely acquaintances forged in the crucible of self-interest. Today, those 2 friends had abandoned him for the sake of others? Then, it was for the best that he severed ties. Moreover, shutting these 2 friends to emerge as the leader of a larger group was, in his view, a net gain. As for that individual, Zhengsheng opened his phone, gazing at the forum where he was referred to as the big shot, the doomsday health expert. A cold smile crept across Zhengsheng's face. Impressive. To have forced me to the brink multiple times, I truly underestimated you. However, there will be no next time. In this apocalypse, the official shelter is always the safest haven. No matter how formidable you are alone, it leads only to ruin. Zhengsheng switched off his phone and looked back, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. This time, the number of followers had not only remained unchanged, but had actually exceeded the initial 3,000 who intended to follow him. In total, there were more than 6,000. Though this number seemed insignificant amidst Jiangcheng's vast population, having so many rally behind him granted him considerable influence within the official shelter. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Liangren was entirely oblivious to all of this. Or rather, even if he knew, he would be indifferent. After all, he was preoccupied with no time to spare on trivial matters. He had been diligently upgrading the shelter. The original 600 survival points had dwindled to merely 100 survival points. However, the upgrades had yielded remarkable results. Metal resource storage room. Area, 1,800. Upgradable. Upgrade option. Expand storage space, 1,000. Note, each upgrade increases storage space by 500 square meters. The metal resource storage room was now capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 tons of metal resources. Fully automated large-scale plant cultivation facility. Area 1,700. Upgradable. Upgrade direction. Expand cultivation area 1,000. Note: each upgrade increases the cultivation area by 500 square meters. The fully automated large-scale plant cultivation facility now yields enough food with each harvest to sustain nearly 2,000 people for a month. Most notably, the food harvested here requires only a quarter of the time and can be collected twice. This equates to a monthly supply sufficient for 4,000 individuals. Even if it meant supporting 4,000 people without any return, Liangren felt no strain whatsoever. Concurrently, Liangren has also developed an additional space, a pasture. This pasture demanded the most survival points in this upgrade. Chapter 28. Did I cause this betrayal among brothers? Fully automated pasture. Area 500. Upgradable. Upgrade direction. Expand pasture area 1,000. Current livestock: cattle 3, chickens 10, ducks 10, pigs 6. Livestock exchange: cattle 100 survival points each. Chickens 20 survival points each. Ducks 20 survival points each. Pigs 50 survival points each. Note: in the fully automated pasture, all livestock will enter an automatic breeding mode, requiring no intervention from the host. Adults will be automatically slaughtered and stored in the income chamber. Note: in the fully automated pasture, the growth rate of all livestock is doubled. Note: each upgrade expands the pasture area by 500 square meters. The pasture has been Liangren's most significant expenditure of survival points, especially since he has exchanged for additional livestock. However, the results are exceedingly promising. The livestock can reproduce, and their growth rate is accelerated, although the number exchanged is modest. Over time, their progeny will multiply significantly. Meanwhile, the food he has stored is more than adequate. Yet, remaining survival points, 100. Observing the current balance of survival points, Liangren felt a pang of regret. Subsequently, he turned his gaze back to the surveillance screen. To his surprise, nearly 6,000 people were following Zhengsheng, which startled him momentarily. He immediately rewound the footage to the time of upgrading the shelter. There, he witnessed the dramatic scene of brotherly betrayal. Liangren couldn't help but chuckle. Brothers, you truly cannot blame me for this. I never anticipated that you two childhood friends would sever ties over me. Furthermore, I did not coerce them. Their actions were entirely voluntary, and I find myself at a loss. Liangren shrugged, nodding as he recalled Zhengsheng's stirring words that incited the crowd in that final moment. Impressive. Even in such a tense situation, he could think of such impassioned rhetoric. He even channeled the momentum of severing ties with his two childhood friends to amplify the fervor. However, Liangren shook his head with a light chuckle. Making Wang Teng and Li Wei regret it? Absolutely not. What a joke. I possess an advantage that allows me to seize every opportunity. How could I fare worse than the official shelter? Under my guidance, Wang Teng and Li Wei will only thrive. And to simply give away 6,000 people? TSK, that feels a bit excessive. It seems I must devise a plan to reclaim those 6,000 individuals. Liangren pinched his chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, for transport robots returned. From Liangren's perspective, a virtual screen illuminated. Ding! You have successfully collected materials. 100 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward: 120 survival points. Ding! You have successfully collected materials. 300 kilograms of pure iron. Reward: 180 survival points. You currently possess metal resources: pure iron, 1,000 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 820 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 400. Liangren stretched lazily, resting his hands behind his head. The efficiency still seemed rather sluggish. The 4 second-generation transport robots, making round trips, had taken a full 20 minutes to transport nearly 400 kilograms of metal resources, with today's recruitment assessment yielding a staggering 15,000 individuals. The mined metal far exceeded 100,000 kilograms. Even assuming each person mined 50 kilograms, that totals to 750,000 kilograms. The ore generates iron at roughly a ratio of 1 to 20, resulting in over 30,000 kilograms of metal ore. Transport robots can manage only 400 kilograms in 20 minutes, peaking at a mere 1,200 kilograms in an hour. It would take an entire night to transport it all. Furthermore, tomorrow, alongside the mining operations, numerous individuals would undoubtedly be gathering metals from Jiangqing to exchange for food. At this rate, the metal will only accumulate, and neither efficiency nor point acquisition will reach its maximum potential. Yi Liangren pinched his chin again, contemplating the possibility of fabricating additional transport robots. However, the prospect of proactively purchasing energy stones seemed rather unwise. Yi Liangren shook his head. Forget it, time for sleep. After all, I don't have enough survival points to buy energy stones right now. I'll check in the morning to see how many survival points the transported metal resources have rewarded me. The following morning, Yi Liangren opened his eyes. Immediately, he glanced at the array of system notifications that had appeared below. Ding! You have successfully collected materials. 200 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward, 240 survival points. Ding! You have successfully collected materials. 200 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 120 survival points. Ding! You have successfully collected materials. 100 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward, 120 survival points. Ding! You have successfully collected materials. 300 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 180 survival points. You currently possess metal resources. Pure iron, 10,600 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 5,220 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 9660. Yi Liangren's eyes brightened instantly. In the next moment, he broke into a foolish grin. In just one night, he had amassed a staggering 9,660 survival points. Yi Liangren checked the time. It was 9:20. All told, it had barely been 10 hours. Moreover, the 4 transport robots were still at work. Indeed, recruitment and mining are the best ways to reap rewards. Yi Liangren's smile radiated brightly. As for the need to create more transport robots, why not simply upgrade the super research base? Upgrading the transport robots would be far more efficient than fabricating new ones. Super research base. Level 3, upgradable. Direction, level 4. Upgrade direction, research level, 2000. Yi Liangren's gaze fell upon the super research base, and he promptly spoke. System. Upgrade the research level of the super research base. Ding. You have expended 2,000 survival points to upgrade the research level of the base. Upgrade successful. Super research base. Level 4, upgradable. Direction, level 5. Upgrade direction, research level, 4,000. Remaining survival points, 7660. TSK. Another upgrade demands a staggering 4,000 survival points. However, I recall that reaching level 5 in research unlocks artificial intelligence. Given this context, the requirement of 4,000 survival points for the upgrade seems quite reasonable. Yi Liangren clicked his tongue. He had initially thought that amassing over 9,000 survival points made him quite affluent. Now, upon reflection, he realized he was still far from being wealthy. With such a meager amount of survival points, upgrading research levels several times would likely deplete them entirely. His gaze shifted back to the super research base, and Yi Liangren's eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, he had genuinely struck gold. Chapter 29, The Earthquake Strikes. For the time being, weaponry could be disregarded, as Yi Liangren directly focused on the artificial intelligence interface. Current producible series, small sturdy shelter, level 4. Required materials, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. All-purpose home robot, level 4. Required materials, 50 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Nuclear drone, second generation level 4. Required materials, 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Combat robot, third generation level 4. Required materials, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Transport robot, third generation level 4. Required materials, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Mobile medium mining base, level 4. Required materials, 500 kilograms of pure iron, 200 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Unlocked products, level 5, smart transport robot. Smart combat robot, highly intelligent robot, mobile large mining base, large disaster relief shelter, etc. Note, robots below level 5 do not possess artificial intelligence and can only follow a few simple basic commands. Current producible defense product series, steel battle armor, third generation level 4. Required materials, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Exoskeleton armor, third generation level 4. Required materials: 50 kilograms of pure iron, 30 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 5 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Unlocked equipment: Level 5, Nano Battle Armor, Exoskeleton Nano Armor, etc. The Level 4 Super Research Base had not undergone significant changes in the realm of artificial intelligence. All advancements pertained to technological upgrades. However, two new products had emerged: the small sturdy shelter and the all-purpose home robot. Upon reading the descriptions of these two new items, Liangren's face lit up with a radiant smile. Small sturdy shelter, a compact, mobile multi-person refuge, lightweight in structure, capable of withstanding most earthquakes, providing warmth and cold resistance. Ideal as worker accommodations, easily transportable, and exceedingly convenient. Consists of 10 rooms, recommended for 20 occupants. Workers residing here will gain an additional 10 faith value towards the host. All-purpose home robot, a versatile home robot capable of cooking, washing clothes, cleaning, and providing a range of household services, all at a top-tier level. There is nothing you can imagine that it cannot accomplish. A must-have robot for home and travel. These two items were precisely what I currently needed. Once the shelter is established, it will not only ensure the living standards of the workers, but also enhance the willingness of others in Jiangcheng to join my workforce. Because becoming my worker means greater safety in a post-apocalyptic world. However, there is no rush on this front. It would be more effective to wait until the second phase of the apocalypse draws near. As for the all-purpose home robot, Liangren smiled slightly. Even in the apocalypse, one must maintain a sense of ritual. How delightful would it be to have a robotic steward attend to my daily needs? Liangren's gaze fell upon the robot, reviewing the materials required for its upgrade. To upgrade a second-generation robot to a third-generation, it requires 50 kilograms of pure iron, 20 kilograms of titanium alloy, and 1 energy stone. Liangren raised an eyebrow slightly. To be honest, it seemed a bit pricey, but an upgrade was essential. Undoubtedly. Upgrading the Super Research Base to Level 5 would allow the third-generation robots to evolve into intelligent machines. This, indeed, should be one of the methods to maximize benefits. After all, the manufacturing method for second-generation robots had already been destroyed if they were not upgraded to third-generation robots once reaching Level 5. The third-generation robots would also be lost, and the second-generation robots would never have the opportunity to upgrade again. System: exchange for 8 energy stones. Liangren promptly declared. Ding. Exchanging for 8 energy stones will cost a total of 4,000 survival points. Confirm exchange? Yes. 4,000 survival points, another hefty sum. Liangren winced at the thought. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining survival points, 3660. As the notification appeared, space before Liangren warped, revealing 8 black stones. He tossed them into the processing entry, and another prompt emerged. Consuming 6 energy stones, 300 kilograms of pure iron, and 120 kilograms of titanium alloy to upgrade 4 transport robots, 3rd generation, and 2 combat robots, 3rd generation, which will require 2 hours. Please be patient. Consuming 2 energy stones, 50 kilograms of pure iron, and 50 kilograms of titanium alloy to produce 1 all-purpose home robot, which will require 6 hours. Please be patient. Liangren nodded. He then glanced at his current inventory of materials and survival points. You currently possess metal resources: pure iron, 10,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 5,050 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 3660. The metal resources were indeed accumulating, yet the survival points always felt insufficient. Liangren murmured. His gaze shifted to the monitoring screen. It was now 9:50. Many people had already appeared in the mining area. It was time to motivate everyone once more. Liangren pondered for a moment and began to create a list. Point redemption list. 10 gene of rice, 1 point. 5 gene of vegetables, 1 point. 3 gene of fruits, 1 point. 3 gene of meat, 1 point. Lunch for 2 meals in the mining area, 1 point. Small shelter accommodation slot, 20 points. Point earning rules. Mining employees, the top performer in daily workload receives 1 point. After 5 consecutive workdays without slacking, 1 point is rewarded. For direct family members of employees, every collection of 50 kilograms of metal resources earns 1 point. Non-mining employees, every collection of 100 kilograms of metal resources earns 1 point. Final interpretation rights, the author holds. Liangren scrutinized the list. Well, for now, this will do. He sent the list out. Instantly, the forum erupted with excitement. The big boss is amazing. Heart-wrenching JPG. Wow. The redemption list is out. I am finally free from the shackles of fear. How I envy those who can serve as esteemed employees. Esteemed leader, when will you resume recruitment? This time, I am determined to become one of your workers. Observing the comments on the forum, Liangren smiled. He then turned his gaze towards the surveillance footage. In the entirety of Jiang City, within a mere couple of minutes, everyone had emerged, commencing the frantic collection of metal resources. Witnessing the scene, Liangren couldn't help but smile slightly, and he began to contemplate. Currently, he possessed 2 mining areas. Truth be told, he could attempt another round of recruitment. However, it would be prudent to wait and observe the efficiency of the upgraded 3rd-generation transport robots before proceeding. Just then, without warning, boom, a violent tremor surged through. With a resounding crash, the earth split apart. An earthquake had struck. Chapter 30. The onset of the 2nd stage cataclysm, the 5th ice age erupts. Liangren's gaze fell upon the surveillance screen. In Jiang City, over 30% of the buildings had collapsed instantaneously. The earthquake showed no signs of abating. Moreover, even within the meticulously fortified shelter, Liangren could feel a slight swaying. Outside, nearly everyone was unable to maintain their footing on solid ground. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared at the bottom of Liangren's view. 2nd stage cataclysm, the 5th ice age erupts. Due to solar flares causing global glacier melt, there will be continuous earthquakes within the next 2 days. On the 3rd day, temperatures will plummet. On the 4th day, tsunamis will engulf coastal cities. On the 5th day, widespread rainfall will occur globally. On the 6th day, inland areas will face the peril of torrential rain and flooding, while freshwater resources will become critically scarce. Liangren's expression shifted slightly. Had the 2nd cataclysm already descended? Would his shelter withstand the impending turmoil? He directed his gaze towards the overall interface of the shelter. Personal shelter. Owner, Liangren. Space, 3989. Facilities, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, heating room, super research base, fully intelligent large-scale plant cultivation facility, fully intelligent ranch, advanced communication base. Description: an exceptionally perfect A-grade shelter, able to withstand man-made disasters and most natural calamities. Survival probability during 2nd stage cataclysm, 60. Liangren's expression changed drastically. A mere 60% survival probability. Indeed, it seemed that the previously upgraded equipment primarily addressed the 1st stage cataclysm. For the 2nd stage cataclysm, his shelter's defenses were still woefully inadequate. At the very least, the survival probability needed to reach 99. Liangren was just about to initiate upgrades for the shelter when suddenly, a system prompt emerged. To correspond with the 2nd stage cataclysm, system upgrading in progress. Time remaining for upgrade, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Liangren was momentarily taken aback, entering a state of anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, he opened the forum to gather information. He suddenly discovered that the earliest message was from merely 5 minutes ago. The esteemed leader is incredible. Coincidentally, that was right when the earthquake struck. Had this earthquake utterly obliterated the signal base stations throughout Jiang City, Liangren's gaze flickered. At this moment, he could only focus intently on the surveillance footage. Watching Jiang City, he saw the faces of the majority filled with terror and panic. Liangren's expression grew grave. Turning his gaze to the surveillance of the mining area, he let out a gentle sigh of relief. The situation in the mining area was far superior to that of Jiang City. At the very least, they were still operational. This was also due to the mining base's extensive renovations throughout the area. The seismic defenses of the mining area were exceptionally robust, even amidst this major earthquake. There was minimal shaking. In fact, many individuals were unaware that an earthquake had even occurred. Time ticked by. Liangren's gaze remained fixed on the system upgrade timer. To correspond with the 2nd stage cataclysm, system upgrading in progress. Time remaining for upgrade, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Ding. System upgrade successful. Ding. Before the arrival of the 2nd stage cataclysm, your decisive action to send over 90% of Jiang City's populace outdoors to gather resources significantly enhanced the chances for survival during the earthquake, resulting in fewer than 1% casualties. Reward, 8,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 11660. Ding. You astutely recognize that in a post-apocalyptic scenario, with ample resources, population is likewise an immensely valuable asset. Whether alleviating mental stress or assisting in resource procurement, it is of utmost importance. You successfully provided a food source for the majority, becoming a pillar of support for them. Keep up the excellent work. Reward, 8,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 19660. Ding. You have successfully navigated the first stage cataclysm without any injuries. System rating, A. Reward, 1,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 20660. As Liangren observed the notifications for system rewards popping up one after another, he felt a surge of exhilaration. At the onset of the second stage, the system upgrade had granted him such a bountiful gift. However, Liangren keenly noted a detail. The two substantial rewards and survival points were both tied to population. They stemmed from his success in reducing casualties in Jiang City. Liangren stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is it not merely the assurance of my own safety that matters, but also ensuring the well-being of the population of Jiang City? Just as he pondered this, another system notification appeared. Ding! This system upgrade introduces a city-building module. The host may review it at the Super Research Center. Note, the population is a crucial source of survival points. If the host wishes to endure the final rounds of cataclysms, please strive to maintain the population. Liangren's heart raced. Indeed, just as I suspected. The population holds immense significance. To survive the final rounds of cataclysms? This implies that while I might endure the initial stages without ensuring population numbers, my survival points would undoubtedly fall short in the later phases. Liangren nodded to himself. The next moment, his gaze fell upon the Super Research Base. At this moment, the Super Research Base, aside from the weapons and artificial intelligence modules, had indeed added a brand new module. City Construction Center. Currently available items for construction. T1, level steel wall, level 4. Required materials, 100 kilograms sandstone, 50 kilograms pure iron, 10 kilograms titanium alloy. T1, level seismic shelter, level 4. Required materials, 200 kilograms sandstone, 100 kilograms pure iron, 50 kilograms titanium alloy. T1, level flood prevention trench, level 4. Required materials, 50 kilograms sandstone, 50 kilograms pure iron, 50 kilograms titanium alloy. T1, level water purification device, level 4. Required materials, 50 kilograms titanium alloy, 50 kilograms aluminum alloy, 2 energy stones. T1, level regional heating equipment, level 4. Required materials, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 50 kilograms of aluminum alloy, and 5 energy stones. Note, each steel wall measures 10 meters in length, 2 meters in height, and half a meter in width. To surround the entire Jiang City, a total of 1,000 walls is needed. 200 walls on each side. Note, each flood control channel can function within a range of 1,000 meters. To effectively manage flooding across Jiang City, 100 channels are required. Note, each water purification device can supply daily water needs for 10,000 individuals. To meet the water requirements for the entire population of Jiang City, 20 purifiers are necessary. Note, each regional heating device can warm an area of 1,000 meters. To ensure adequate heating throughout Jiang City, 200 devices are required. If the population is concentrated, only 20 devices will be needed. Chapter 31. A Call for Workers Again. Observing the city construction center, Liangren's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that another resource has become available for collection? And remarkably, it's sand and gravel? The collection of such materials seems rather uncomplicated, though I wonder what the reward ratio for survival points will be. Liangren pondered, absent-mindedly gazing at the forum on his phone. The immediate priority remains to establish a reliable network in Jiang City. Liangren made his way to the communication base of the shelter. Advanced communication base area, entire shelter. Upgradable. Upgrade direction, quality, 400. Note, upgrading quality will significantly enhance the area's network information coverage. Remaining survival points, 20, 660. System, upgrade the quality of the advanced communication base. Liangren promptly commanded. In the next moment, the system's voice resounded. Ding! You have spent 400 survival points to upgrade the advanced communication base. Upgrade successful. Advanced communication base area, entire Jiang City. Upgradable. Upgrade direction, quality, 800. Note, Upgrading quality will significantly enhance the area's network information coverage. Remaining survival points, 20, 260. Now, the area can cover the entirety of Jiang City. Liangren nodded in satisfaction before speaking again. System, connect the communication base to the civilian network. Ding. Connection successful. In the next instant, when Liangren glanced at his phone again, the entire forum erupted with activity. In an instant, hundreds, nearly 1,000 messages appeared, causing the forum to nearly crash. The network is finally operational. I almost thought it would be completely unusable. In this apocalyptic scenario, if we were to lose connection, I would surely have a breakdown. Did you feel that earthquake? It was so intense. How could we not feel it? By the way, may I just say, our esteemed leader is amazing. If it weren't for the leader posting the points exchange list just minutes ago, urging me to step outside, I would probably have been lying dead in my room all day. And just now, my house collapsed. If it weren't for the leader, I might have already met my end. Me too, I owe it all to the leader. 10,086. By the way, where's the leader? The leader is okay, right? Looking at the forum, Liangren couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "Rest assured, I am unharmed." In an instant, the forum erupted once more. The leader has appeared. Yes, here, the doomsday wellness expert has arrived. I knew the leader would be fine. Just then, a system notification popped up. Ding. You have upgraded the network and connected it to the civilian network. The advanced communication base now successfully covers the entirety of Jiang City, ensuring that the city will no longer suffer from network outages due to natural disasters. In this apocalypse, access to external information is a vital source of stress relief for individuals. You have successfully alleviated the residents of Jiang City from the fear of being cut off from external information. Reward, 1,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 21, 260. Liangren's expression brightened. The upgrade cost only 400 survival points, yet I received a reward of 1,000 survival points, resulting in a net gain of 600 points. Could it be that the rewards for upgrades now surpass the points spent on the upgrades themselves? Liangren felt as though he had discovered a new avenue for accumulating survival points. However, after some reflection, he shook his head. This upgrade pertains to the welfare of all residents in Jiang City. The nature of the rewards further suggests that typical upgrades likely 1T exceed the points spent on them. Nonetheless, it has provided me with a new perspective on earning survival points. Liangren nodded, then suddenly realized he had overlooked an important matter. His gaze swiftly turned to the super research base. Ding. Third-generation transport robots. 4. Third-generation combat robots. 2. Upgrade successful. Third-generation transport robot, Model 1, Level 4. Function, capable of transporting a weight of 400 kilograms at a time. Speed, 240 kilometers h. Power consumption, operates for 48 hours at full capacity. Can automatically connect to a power source for charging time, 2 hours. Third-generation combat robot, Model 1, Level 4. Function, engages any hostile entities, providing comprehensive protection for the creator's safety and can follow the creator's commands to safeguard specific individuals. Abilities. All combat capabilities have increased by 100 compared to the second generation, while defense has significantly improved, rendering it impervious to artillery fire. Power consumption. Operates for 48 hours at full capacity, can automatically connect to a power source for charging time, 2 hours. Liangren's eyes gleamed. The combat capability of the third-generation robot is double that of its predecessor, and now it is even immune to artillery fire. It has truly evolved into a humanoid weapon. I suspect it could even secure victory against a whole army. As for the transport robot, its capacity has increased dramatically. The weight limit has surged from 100 kilograms in the second generation to 400 kilograms. The speed has also doubled from 120 kilometers h to 240 kilometers h. With an efficiency gain of 8-fold, I can definitely activate other mining areas. A radiant smile spread across Liangren's face as he glanced at the time. It was already 12:30. Liangren turned his attention back to the forum and promptly posted a message. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., we will commence recruitment once again. Recruitment address, number 113, Xiling Mountain Area. Number 772, Wutong East Road. Both mining areas will be recruiting simultaneously. Residents nearby are encouraged to arrive punctually. The recruitment process will be the same as the first time. As soon as this announcement was made, the entire forum erupted. The leader is incredible. Long live the leader. My house just collapsed, and I couldn't retrieve any supplies. I feared I would starve in this apocalypse, but unexpectedly. The leader has begun recruitment again. Me too. The leader is amazing. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. Leader, I want to bear your offspring. Buzz. At that moment, Liangren's phone vibrated unexpectedly. A private message had arrived. It was from Dulong, boss. Thank you so much. If you hadn't warned me in advance to prepare for the earthquake, I specifically moved all the supplies to a few storage rooms with better earthquake resistance. Otherwise, I would probably be in dire straits right now. Liangren chuckled softly and replied, it's a trifling matter. In fact, I owe you a debt of gratitude these days for your considerable assistance. Dulong immediately responded, hey boss, there's no need for such formality. This is merely what a subordinate should do. Obedient and understanding JPG. By the way, are you preparing to recruit workers again? Is something significant about to happen? Liangren smiled slightly, pondered for a moment, and replied, how did the waterproofing I mentioned last time turn out? If all goes as expected, there will be extensive rainfall soon, and a flood could erupt within the week. You should reinforce the waterproofing, or it may become perilous. Chapter 32. The torrential flood approaches. Flood. Boss, are you certain? Our Jiangqing is an inland city. It feels almost surreal to think that a flood could reach us. Upon reading Dulong's message, Liangren shook his head with a smile. Indeed. Even an astute individual like Dulong found it hard to believe such news without a system to corroborate it. However, it was still essential to enlighten him. Compared to others, Liangren held a favorable impression of Dulong, who had assisted him on numerous occasions. The recent solar flare had completely melted the glaciers at both poles. The sea level has risen by at least 100 meters. You must comprehend the gravity of this situation. A sea level rise of 70 meters would nearly submerge all coastal cities. And with the impending heavy rainfall over the next few days, it would be entirely normal for the flood to sweep into Jiangqing. Dulong refrained from expressing further doubts, instead falling silent for a full 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, another message arrived. Boss, I understand now. If it's a flood, my current waterproofing is far from adequate. I'll likely be quite busy from here on out. By the way, boss, if it's a flood, then Jiangqing. Upon reading Dulong's message, Liangren smiled gently. Rest assured, I will make some preparations for Jiangqing. At the very least, I will ensure that there are no casualties. Hehe, that reassures me. Your words are more reliable than anyone else's. Worship boss JPG. Liangren nodded and smiled. This lad certainly knows how to flatter. Nevertheless, Liangren also noted something intriguing. Even in the face of a flood, did Dulong possess the means to enhance waterproofing? Moreover, he clearly cared about the well-being of Jiangqing's residents. This fellow may be even more formidable than I had imagined. After pondering for a moment, Liangren shook his head. What does it matter? He is genuinely a decent person and certainly a friend worth befriending. Even if he has ties with the authorities, it is of no consequence. Liangren's gaze fell upon the super research base. Tomorrow, he would be recruiting once more. He hoped that the two mining areas would yield a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, in order to withstand the coming flood, the materials I require are still vastly insufficient. Mobile Medium Mining Base, Level 4. Required materials, 500 kilograms of pure iron, 200 kilograms of titanium alloy, and 2 energy stones. Liangren immediately spoke. System, exchange for 4 energy stones. Ding. Exchanging 4 energy stones will cost a total of 2,000 survival points. Confirm exchange? Yes. Liangren nodded in affirmation. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining survival points, 18260. Manufacturing Mobile Medium Mining Base. Consuming 4 energy stones, 1,000 kilograms of pure iron, and 400 kilograms of titanium alloy will yield 1 Mobile Medium Mining Base, which will take 6 hours to produce. Please be patient. Liangren took a deep breath and nodded. He then glanced at his current inventory and survival points. Current metal resources, pure iron, 9,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 4,650 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 18260. Liangren focused intently and looked toward the city construction center, contemplating. T1 level steel wall, level 4. Required materials, 100 kilograms of sand, 50 kilograms of pure iron, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy. T1 level flood resistant trench, level 4. Required materials: 50 kilograms of sand, 50 kilograms of pure iron, and 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. To encircle the entire Jiangqing with T1 level steel walls, 1,000 pieces are required, 200 pieces for each side. Sand can be easily acquired, so it can be disregarded for now. The main considerations are pure iron and titanium alloy. For 10,000 pieces, 50,000 kg of pure iron and 10,000 kg of titanium alloy are necessary. And this is just for the steel walls, which can only resist the flood. To achieve complete defense, flood-resistant trenches are also required. Each trench covers a range of 1,000 meters. To cover the entirety of Jiangqing, 100 pieces will be needed. That amounts to 5,000 kilograms of pure iron and 5,000 kilograms of titanium alloy. This means that just to address the flood issue, I will need at least 55,000 kg of pure iron and 15,000 kg of titanium alloy. Yi Liangren stroked his chin, his expression growing grave. In addition to the water resource issues arising from the flood, a T1 level water purification device will be required, along with T1 level heating equipment for installation. At the very least, I must prepare 100,000 kg of pure iron and 50,000 kg of titanium alloy to be adequately equipped. The road ahead is indeed fraught with challenges. Yi Liangren exhaled softly. First, let us see what rewards I can receive for the sand. Yi Liangren's gaze shifted to the super research base, where 4 third-generation transport robots were currently stationed. Transport robot number 1, go outside and collect 100 kilograms of sand. Then transport it to the supply storage room. Robots number 2, 3, and 4 continue to transport metal resources back from the mining area. Mission received. The 4 transport robots sprang into action. Sand is relatively easy to collect, given that this is the outskirts. Approximately 10 minutes later, robot number 1 returned. Simultaneously, a system notification popped up. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 100 kilograms of sand. Reward, 10 survival points. Remaining survival points, 18270. Yi Liangren nodded. The collection difficulty for sand is several times lower than that for pure iron, hence the reward is proportionally diminished, roughly 1/6 of the pure iron reward. Nevertheless, it suffices. After all, the more I collect, the more survival points I accrue. Yi Liangren opened the forum, which remained bustling with activity. Observing how the moment the network restored, the sense of crisis among the crowd diminished instantaneously, Yi Liangren hesitated, contemplating whether to share some information he possessed with these individuals. There are certainly advantages and disadvantages. After deliberating for a moment, Yi Liangren swiftly arrived at a decision. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Not only could it heighten their sense of urgency, but it would also encourage them to work harder in gathering resources for him. As for the potential drawbacks, I can significantly mitigate them through various announcements. Everyone, please quiet down. I have an important announcement to make. As soon as this message was posted, the forum fell silent in an instant. Yi Liangren smiled and began to edit his information. I have just received a message from a friend. A few days ago, due to the eruption of solar flares, the sea level has risen dramatically, and within just a few days, coastal cities will be completely submerged. Subsequently, our inland cities will also face the formidable threat of devastating floods. Therefore, I have resolved to construct walls to keep the torrents at bay. I require your assistance. Of course, it will not be in vain. I have restructured the method for accumulating points, and you can take a look at it. Point redemption list. 1 gene of rice, 1 point. 0. 5 gene of vegetables, 2 points. 0. 5 gene of fruits, 3 points. 0. 5 gene of meat, 3 points. Lunch for 2 at the mining site, 1 point. Accommodation in a small shelter, 100 points. A room in an earthquake-resistant house for 3, 150 points. Point accumulation rules. For mining employees, the employee with the highest daily work output earns 10 points. For every 5 consecutive days of diligent work, they earn 20 points. Direct family members of employees earn 2 points for every 50 kilograms of sand and gravel collected, and 10 points for every 50 kilograms of metal resources collected. For non-mining employees, earn 2 points for every 100 kilograms of sand and gravel collected, and 10 points for every 100 kilograms of metal resources collected. Chapter 33. Apologies, esteemed leader. Oh my goodness. Incredible. Long live the leader. Hail the leader. It's astonishing that we can now exchange points for collecting sand and gravel. The leader is truly benevolent. When the leader announced that metal resources could also be exchanged for points today, I realized how swiftly everyone was competing. Especially those who participated in the recruitment assessment last night. They must have known this news in advance, as all the visible metal resources in Jiangcheng were swiftly scavenged. Even the titanium alloy rolling doors from many storefronts were taken away. Indeed. I also noticed that people were questioning how long it would take to collect 100 kilograms of metal resources. And now, the leader is also accepting sand and gravel. Although the points redeemed are fewer, it is entirely feasible to become self-sufficient. Absolutely. The days ahead will finally be a bit more stable. Moreover, with enough points saved, one can even exchange for housing and shelter qualifications. Long live the leader. Almost the moment Liangren re-announced the methods for acquiring points, the entire forum exploded with activity. Countless messages flooded in. Just a second ago, the residents of Jiangcheng were worried and fearful due to the earthquake, and, the next moment, there were cheers and exhilaration. Memes began to flood the screen in droves. Liangren observed the scene, slightly raising an eyebrow. The focus of these individuals seemed somewhat misplaced. They should be paying heed to the words he initially expressed. The deluge is approaching, and the current situation is perilous. Yet, they have shifted their entire attention to points? Particularly concerning was the numerous comments expressing that they could finally enjoy a more stable existence in the days to come. Liangren frowned. With the point redemption method freshly updated, had these people immediately succumbed to lethargy upon securing their survival? Given the current scarcity of resources, if they continued to be idle, merely collecting the resources needed for the day, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the impending second phase of the disaster. While he could endure the second phase, without these individuals, he would certainly be in grave danger during the subsequent calamities. It was imperative to devise a way to make these people realize the gravity of the situation. Liangren pondered, stroking his chin. At that moment, a message from Dulong appeared on the forum. Everyone, please be quiet, I have something to announce. As soon as this message surfaced, the forum buzzed with excitement once again. Isn't this the Cup Noodle Prince? The Cup Noodle Prince has also arrived. He has something to announce as well? It must be good news, hurry up and share. Everyone, calm down for a moment. Your enthusiasm is excessive and that is not advisable. Upon hearing this, the forum erupted once more. What are you talking about, Cup Noodle Prince? Exactly. Our excitement has nothing to do with you. Yes. Don't think that just because you're the Cup Noodle Prince, you can command us. Who do you think you are? The entire forum was filled with a cacophony of voices, most expressing dissatisfaction with Dulong. At this moment, Dulong's message reappeared. I am not saying that you cannot be happy, nor am I trying to command you. In this apocalyptic scenario, having food secured, ensuring you will not starve, is certainly a reason to rejoice. However, have you misplaced your focus? Did you not hear what the leader said before announcing the point redemption methods? The forum quieted slightly. Dulong continued, sighing JPG. The true crux of the matter is that due to the eruption of solar flares, the sea level is rising significantly, and within days, coastal cities will be entirely submerged. Subsequently, our inland cities will also face the formidable threat of floods. To combat the deluge, the leader has decided to construct walls to completely block the torrents from entering. Yet, you all have completely overlooked this issue, focusing solely on your own ability to fill your stomachs. Some have even begun to think about stability. Have you forgotten that we are in an apocalypse? An apocalypse and you seek stability? Are you fools? With your current indolence, how can the leader gather the materials to build the walls? I can assure you, once the materials run short and the walls are not completed, when the floods surge into Jiangcheng, the leader will certainly be unharmed. But over 90% of you will perish. The leader is considering all of our lives, striving to ensure our survival at all costs. Even to expedite the collection of resources, he has allowed sand and gravel, something that can be gathered from merely digging, to be exchanged for points. The leader has exerted so much effort, yet what about you? You have completely disregarded this matter, failing to collect resources immediately, while instead reveling in joy. Are you truly not afraid of disheartening the leader? The way you scrambled for food during the recruitment assessment is the same now. If you cause the leader to feel disheartened, you will all meet your doom. A bunch of useless people JPG. A bunch of fools JPG. As soon as Dulong's series of messages were posted, the entire forum fell silent. For a long while, no one spoke. After a moment, within Jiangcheng, many who had been celebrating began to gather resources. Those shoveling soil were shoveling, while those collecting metal resources were doing so with remarkable swiftness. The messages in the forum gradually began to appear one after another. Leader, I was wrong. My esteemed mentor, I sincerely apologize. Upon realizing that sand and gravel can be exchanged for points, I must confess that I had even contemplated excavating 100 kilograms daily, merely to secure sustenance for survival. Yet, we were woefully negligent, failing to discern your true intentions. I share this sentiment, and I deeply regret any misunderstanding towards you. You have taken measures to assist us in combating the deluge, enabling the exchange of sand and gravel for food, while we entertained such misguided thoughts. The little prince of instant noodles, I acknowledge your correctness and admit our prior errors. However, what gives you the right to resort to insults? Indeed. You could have articulated your points with civility. Why resort to scorn? Surely, we are not devoid of understanding. How could we fail to grasp the gravity of the situation? Chapter 34. The Biological Research Institute. The forum has begun to polarize. One faction incessantly offers apologies to itself, while the other relentlessly targets Liangren. Liangren observes the scene with a sigh. The most significant trouble has been resolved, all thanks to Liangren. Yet, it has also caused him considerable distress. In truth, these individuals are correct. Liangren could have conveyed his message more tactfully, without resorting to insults or such extreme rhetoric. Nonetheless, the impact of his approach is undeniably more effective. Perhaps initially, these individuals would have made earnest efforts to gather resources, but they would soon revert to their previous lethargy. Once they slacken their efforts, the resources will undoubtedly prove insufficient. Only by channeling this issue towards themselves can they ensure a steady supply of food for all. To avoid disheartening himself, they must remain diligent, perpetually filled with a sense of urgency, and strive tirelessly to gather resources. However, this inevitably means Liangren will become the target of much ire, as his words have indeed been excessive. Of course, this matter could also be addressed by me. Yet, if I were to initiate it, encouraging these individuals to work fervently for resource collection, the dynamics would shift. They might perceive me as exploiting their labor. Only Liangren can deliver this message, and only in his manner will it yield the best results. Moreover, this way, all animosity will fall upon Liangren, while I shall receive the gratitude of all. Liangren felt a pang of guilt. Buzz. At that moment, Liangren's phone vibrated unexpectedly. A private message appeared on the forum, from Liangren. Esteemed mentor, there's no need to feel guilty or express gratitude. This is merely the duty of a humble brother. Furthermore, I am also doing this to ensure my own survival. If the deluge truly breaches Jiangqing, no matter how well I fortify against water, I fear I shall meet my end. Moreover, I admit my words were poorly organized. I was preoccupied with waterproofing and, upon seeing the message, I hastily sent it out. Hence, it is only natural to be met with hostility. Seeing Liangren's message, Liangren felt his eyes welling with emotion and smiled. This lad is far too considerate. Such thoughtfulness nearly brings tears to my eyes. You have articulated your thoughts excellently. Liangren replied. Liangren promptly responded, Thank you for your praise, esteemed mentor. With your commendation, even if I am despised by all in Jiangqing, I deem it worthwhile. Upon reading this, Liangren felt increasingly grateful for having such a friend in Liangren. Please prioritize your waterproofing efforts. I will keep you informed of any new developments. Thank you, esteemed mentor. You are truly remarkable. You will forever be a god in my eyes. Well then, esteemed mentor, I must attend to my tasks. Should you require anything, feel free to message me. I assure you, I am available 24 hours a day. Indeed. Liangren nodded, shutting off his phone, his gaze returning to the surveillance footage. Watching the residents of Jiangqing fervently gathering various resources, he nodded with satisfaction. However, this surge in activity would undoubtedly escalate food consumption exponentially. Liangren's attention shifted to the cultivation area. Fully automated large-scale plant cultivation facility. Area, 1,700. Upgradable. Upgrade path, expand cultivation area, 1,000. Note, upon upgrading to intelligent mode, the plant cultivation facility will enter fully automated cultivation mode, requiring no manual intervention from the host. Mature plants will automatically be stored. Note, each upgrade to plant growth speed will have the maturation time, allowing for a second maturation. The time for the second maturation will be half of the original. Note, each upgrade to expand the cultivation area will increase the facility's area by 500 square meters. Remaining survival points, 20270. System, upgrade the fully automated large-scale plant cultivation facility, expanding the cultivation area 3 times. Liangren promptly declared. Ding. Upgrading the cultivation area 3 times will require a total expenditure of 4,500 survival points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirmed. Ding. You have spent 4,500 survival points to upgrade the fully automated large-scale plant cultivation facility. Upgrade successful. Fully automated large-scale plant cultivation facility. Area, 3,200. Upgradable. Upgrade path, expand cultivation area, 2,500. Note, the fully automated large-scale plant cultivation facility operates in fully automated mode, requiring no manual intervention from the host. Mature plants will automatically be stored. Note, the plant maturation time is halved, and a second maturation is possible. The time for the second maturation will be half of the original. Note, each upgrade to expand the cultivation area will increase the facility's area by 500 square meters. Remaining survival points, 15770. Does each upgrade necessitate an additional 500 survival points? Liangren observed that the points required for the next level of cultivation area expansion had reached an exorbitant 2,500 points, causing him a headache. Although the current fully automated large-scale plant cultivation facility halves the maturation time and allows for a second maturation, yielding an output nearly equivalent to 4 times the previous amount, the area remains insufficient. 3,200 square meters equates to merely 5 acres. Coupled with the halved maturation time, while it is feasible to support several thousand to 10,000 individuals, the current scale is entirely inadequate given that the entire populace of Jiangqing is actively gathering resources. However, if I continue to upgrade, it would be too costly. Liangren rubbed his chin, feeling a wave of frustration. Suddenly, he looked up, unable to suppress his inquiry. System, can additional branches be established? For instance, to increase plant yield? Ding. Plant yield, animal reproduction rates, and issues of taste and meat quality fall under the biological category. The host may construct a biological research institute. Upon hearing this, Liangren's eyes brightened. How could I have overlooked this? Indeed, these matters pertain to biological hybridization. I can certainly create another facility. Since there are no branches, I can begin with the seeds and their origins. Without further ado, Liangren promptly retrieved a wooden board from the storage room and inscribed, Biological Research Institute. Then it hung in an empty room. In the next moment, the empty room instantly manifested attributes. Biological Research Institute. Area, 50. Upgradable. Upgrade paths, intelligence, 500. Plant yield, 500. Animal reproduction rate, 500. Taste of flora and fauna, 500. Note, upgrading intelligence will activate the fully automated research mode of the Biological Research Institute, doubling the research speed. Note, upgrading plant yield will initiate research into seed production, allowing for multiple studies, with each study increasing yield. Note, upgrading animal reproduction rate will commence research into animal breeding, permitting multiple studies, each enhancing reproduction rates. Note, upgrading the taste of flora and fauna will begin research into the palatability of plants and animals, allowing for multiple studies, each enhancing the culinary experience. Remaining survival points, 15770. Chapter 35, Fragrant Delicacies. System, upgrade the intelligence, plant yield, animal reproduction rate, and taste of the Biological Research Institute. Liangren immediately declared. Ding. Upgrading all branches of the Biological Research Institute will require a total of 2,000 survival points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Ding. You have spent a total of 2,000 survival points to upgrade the Biological Research Institute. The upgrade was successful. Biological Research Institute. Area, 50. Upgradable. Upgrade path, research speed, 1,000. Note, upgrading research speed will enhance the research velocity of the Biological Research Institute. Current research products, basic mass production rice seeds, increases yield by 50. Research time required, 9 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Basic mass production vegetable seeds, increases yield by 50. Research time required, 9 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Basic mass production fruit seeds, increases yield by 50. Research time required, 9 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Basic breeding of livestock offspring, increases reproduction rate by 50. Research time required, 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Basic palatability of flora and fauna, increases deliciousness by 30. Research time required, 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Remaining survival points, 11770. Basic mass production seeds and offspring can actually boost yield and reproduction rates by 50, if intermediate or even advanced levels are reached. Wouldn't that translate to several times the yield and reproduction rates? Liangren's eyes sparkled, and he felt a slight sense of relief, at last, regarding food. He could breathe a little easier. As for research speed, there was no need to rush. By the time the first batch of seeds matured, the advanced seeds and offspring should have been researched. Currently, with ample food reserves, there was little significance in upgrading research speed. He could afford to wait a while. Ding! You have successfully constructed the Biological Research Institute and upgraded all branches. Consequently, both your plant and animal yields will significantly increase. Henceforth, your food supply will be sufficiently assured, capable of sustaining the vast majority, even establishing a supply chain. In an apocalyptic scenario, the emergence of a supply chain signifies that you will become the most respected entity. Reward, 2,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 13770. Indeed, the decision to build the Biological Research Institute was undoubtedly correct. Although the reward of survival points did not exceed the expenditure, it balanced out, indicating the crucial role of the Biological Research Institute in the apocalypse. Liangren nodded in satisfaction, his gaze fixed on the surveillance screen, observing nearly the entire Jiang city populace diligently gathering various resources, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Nightfall descended. Darkness once again enveloped the earth. The citizens of Jiang City, tirelessly collecting resources, showed no signs of ceasing. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Liangren's eyes brightened. Ding! Portable Medium Mining Base 2, all-purpose home robot, successfully manufactured. Portable Medium Mining Base. Level 4, function. Automatically travels to target mining areas, caves, or mines to establish foundational equipment. The mining equipment provided is 5 times that of a small mining base. Capability, can transform mining areas, enhancing mineral quality, environmental safety index, earthquake resistance, and collapse prevention. 5-fold compared to a small mining base. Power consumption, utilizes solar, wind, and hydro energy in a fully intelligent charging mode, capable of adapting to any environment without the need for recharging. All-purpose home robot. Level 4, function, constantly ensures the safety of its owner. Capability, monitors the owner's physical condition, efficiently arranges the owner's schedule, provides medical treatment, prepares meals, does laundry, cleans, and ensures the owner is comfortable while sleeping. Handling everything from the grand to the trivial, all at a masterful level. Power consumption, fully intelligent charging mode, ensuring 24/7 availability. Finally, it has been manufactured. Observing the 2 colossal machines that suddenly appeared outside the shelter on the surveillance screen, Liangren's eyes sparkled with joy. The portable medium mining base was also a mobile home. However, its size was 2 to 3 times that of a small mining base. Moreover, what pleased Liangren the most was that the various metrics of the medium mining base were essentially 5 times that of the small mining base. This included the quality of minerals produced in mining areas. A 5-fold increase in quality means that the yield from mining areas could multiply several times. And all of this translates to survival points. Mining base number 1, proceed to construct in the Xiling Mountain area number 113. Mining base number 2. Proceed to construct at Wudong East Road number 772. Command received successfully. Outside the shelter, the 2 mobile homes immediately began their journey toward their destinations. Simultaneously, in the kitchen, the sound of cooking suddenly emerged. Liangren peeked in and saw that the all-purpose home robot had already begun preparing a meal. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, greatly whetting Liangren's appetite. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served. Twice-cooked pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, stir-fried cabbage, and Crucian carp tofu soup. Liangren picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and placed it in his mouth. Sizzle. Soon, the rich flavor of the fatty meat filled his mouth. Delicious yet not greasy. Liangren quickly took another generous bite of rice. Delightful. Next, he sampled the sweet and sour tenderloin. With a bite, a burst of sweetness enveloped his palate, complemented by the unique texture of the tenderloin, which seemed to have been marinated to perfection, not dry in the slightest. Coupled with the fresh and crisp fragrance of stir-fried cabbage, Liangren had never experienced such an appetite in his life. Finally, as he sipped the Crucian carp tofu soup, his eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor of the tofu perfectly melded with that of the Crucian carp, devoid of any fishy taste, instead exuding a fragrant and fresh essence. The fish was incredibly tender, while the tofu was soft and delectable. It was simply extraordinary. Initially, Liangren had somewhat felt that the creation of an all-purpose home robot to manage his daily life was merely a ceremonial gesture for survival. However, it does feel somewhat pricey, costing a substantial 1,000 survival points and a considerable amount of metal resources, leaving me with a lingering sense of loss. Until this moment. After savoring the culinary creations of this all-encompassing home robot, a singular thought pervades my mind. I struck gold. And not just any gold, but a veritable fortune. The culinary prowess on display here is unequivocally of banquet quality. This meal transcends mere sustenance. It is an indulgence. The sheer joy that envelopes me as the exquisite flavors caress my palate is profound. In this instant, I truly comprehend the significance of culinary artistry. Compared to my own humble efforts, the all-encompassing home robot genuinely elevates the ingredients to an entirely new plane. Sated and content after my meal, I suddenly notice that the forum has come alive with excitement. Upon glancing over, I discover that Zhengxing and over 6,000 others have successfully arrived at the official refuge. To further amplify my elation, I am greeted by images sent from these 6,000 souls. Sweet potato flavored compressed biscuit JPG. Chapter 36. The Apocalypse Health Class commences. Peanut flavored compressed biscuit JPG. Meat paste flavored compressed biscuit JPG. Sesame flavored compressed biscuit JPG. This is our dinner tonight, crying JPG. Not even a grain of white rice. How excruciating. And it's all compressed biscuits. To make them more palatable, we must divide each into 7 or 8 pieces, so everyone can sample a variety of flavors. Yet, having just dined on a chef's exquisite meal in the mining area yesterday, chewing on these compressed biscuits truly feels like gnawing on wax. Oh, how I long to weep. Yearning for the fragrant white rice and braised pork from the mining area. Why did I slack off yesterday? Why was I not chosen to be one of the esteemed staff? I am filled with regret, wishing I had exerted just a bit more effort yesterday. What if I had been selected? Life is unbearably harsh. Enduring compressed biscuits is one thing, but each meal offering merely one biscuit. Achieving 4/10 fullness is the utmost limit. Observing the multitude of lamentations on the forum, I gaze at the all-encompassing home robot in the kitchen. Having finished washing the dishes and now preparing desserts, tears of empathy well up as I relate to their plight. Just then, a comrade working in the mining area sends congratulatory messages through the forum. Wow, compressed biscuits. It's been ages since I've had any. I crave them, but alas, I must settle for the mining cafeteria's dinner, boiled meat slices JPG. I remember the last time I had compressed biscuits was back in college, to be honest. I miss them a bit. Tomato beef brisket JPG. Although the mining cafeteria's dinner is decent, with a good amount of meat, compared to compressed biscuits, it pales in comparison. Tomato scrambled eggs JPG. Bear paw tofu JPG. Tomato beef brisket JPG. The moment these images from mining area employees surfaced, the forum erupted. Wow, is that meat? Wow. Is the mining area's food really that good? How can you be so inconsiderate, not only failing to comfort us, but flaunting your meals here? People like you, in a TV drama, would surely not survive past the second episode. Crying JPG. In agony JPG. I'm so sad I don't even have a salted fish to eat JPG. Observing the chatter on the forum, I can't help but chuckle. This group is simply too amusing. We're all brothers struggling for survival in this apocalypse. Must they torment one another so? Shaking my head, I respond with dissatisfaction. Really? Can't you learn from me? What did I just eat? I just feasted on banquet-level Sichuan cuisine. Did I boast about it? I didn't even brag. Yet here you are, flaunting, utterly oblivious to the plight of those who have ventured to the official refuge. No sooner had I spoken than the all-encompassing home robot approached, carrying an array of desserts. Instantly, I smiled and snapped a picture, posting it on the forum. Vanilla pudding fruit tart JPG. Egg yolk lotus paste tart JPG. Chocolate sundae JPG. You're also dining? I just finished my meal and am now preparing to indulge in dessert. That said, I've never tried compressed biscuits. I wonder how they taste, genuinely curious. Unlike my dessert, which is quite satisfactory, surely it can't compare to compressed biscuits, right? But eat I must. With a gentle smile, I continue, you've all been calling me the apocalypse health expert, so it seems I shall truly take on that role now. With a radiant smile, I write, the apocalypse health class is in session. Everyone must pay attention to their health, even in the apocalypse. Sugars are vital for the human body. Insufficient sugar intake can lead to hypoglycemia, and prolonged hypoglycemia can inflict severe damage on brain cells, potentially resulting in dementia or even death. Even with sugar replenishment, the damage done cannot be reversed. Moreover, inadequate sugar intake can impair heart function, leading to arrhythmias, angina, or acute myocardial infarction, among other issues. Therefore, it is imperative to ensure adequate sugar intake. Of course, one must not overindulge. Excessive sugar consumption can cause excessive insulin secretion, disrupt carbohydrate and fat metabolism, lead to endocrine disorders, and subsequently promote various chronic diseases. In truth, the notion that excessive sugar consumption directly leads to diabetes is misguided. It does not cause it directly, but rather indirectly. Thus, do remember to enjoy sugar or sweets, but do not overdo it. After dispatching this lengthy message, I contentedly pick up my spoon, gently placing it atop the chocolate sundae, and savor a generous spoonful. In the next moment, my eyes light up once more. Delicious! This dessert is a realm apart from any sweet I have ever encountered. The chocolate sundae crafted by the all-encompassing home robot, though sweet, is utterly not cloying, nor sickeningly sugary. The sensation of it melting in my mouth, with every element perfectly balanced, can only be described with one word: bliss. Truly, the all-encompassing home robot lives up to its name. Not only is the cuisine banquet-worthy, but this dessert is undoubtedly of Michelin star caliber. Turning once more to the forum, the messages erupt anew. The esteemed expert has arrived. The expert has truly become the apocalypse health guru, and classes have commenced, laughing and crying JPG. Ah, sweets. I long to indulge in dessert too. I crave sugar, yet I lack it. Wow, a sundae. Wow, looking at the esteemed expert's post-meal dessert, I suddenly find the cafeteria's tomato beef brisket unappetizing. Your tomato beef brisket is unappealing, while the compressed biscuits in my hand are truly lackluster. Crying JPG. Initially, I thought my meat paste-flavored compressed biscuit was tolerable, at least with a hint of meat flavor. I would never have traded it, but now, looking at this meat paste, I feel as though I am chewing on wax. Why is there no compressed biscuit with chocolate sundae flavor? Loss of appetite JPG. Watching the forum come alive, I relish my post-meal dessert with satisfaction. Simultaneously, one couldn't help but mutter, "It's all your fault. It's you who insisted on flaunting your presence at the official shelter." I couldn't help but share pictures too. Clearly, I had no intention of showing off. But you all lured me into it. In reality, this dessert is merely mediocre. Indeed, quite ordinary. I could easily consume 10 more. After all, a normal person possesses 2 stomachs, one for sweets and another for staple food. Chapter 37. Can I defer my points, esteemed one? Ding. Master, your sugar intake for today has reached its limit. For your health, I shall prepare the next dessert 2 days hence. The omnipotent home robot, offering a health tip. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in Liangren's perspective. Observing the content on the screen, Liangren's expression turned peculiar. Could you possibly spare me some dignity? I just claimed I could eat 10 more, and yet you promptly refuted me. Ding. The master's command is acceptable. However, for your health, if you consume 10 more desserts today, the next dessert time will be postponed by 10 days. The omnipotent home robot, reminding with a health tip. Liangren was rendered speechless. He then waved his hands dismissively. Forget it, I won't eat any more today. What a jest. I could have dessert again in 2 days. Yet, if I indulge my cravings today, it would mean waiting 10 days, anyone would know how to choose. After finishing the last 2 desserts, Liangren licked his lips, still unsatisfied. He then glanced at the myriad of messages piled up below his perspective. Ding. You have successfully collected materials, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 240 survival points. Remaining survival points, 14,010. Ding. You have successfully collected materials, 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward, 330 survival points. Remaining survival points, 14,340. Ding. You have successfully collected materials, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward, 40 survival points. Remaining survival points, 16,770. Ding. You have successfully collected materials, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward, 40 survival points. Remaining survival points, 16,810. You currently possess metal resources, pure iron, 13,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 6, 650 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 12, 700 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 18, 960. Liangren's eyes brightened instantly. Truly, the third-generation transport robot is remarkable. In just one afternoon, the large pile of pure iron and titanium alloy produced from yesterday's assessment was entirely transported. Now, it has even begun to swiftly transport the sand and gravel collected by the residents of Jiangcheng today. If it were still the second-generation transport robot, it would have taken until tomorrow night to complete this task. Indeed, efficiency is paramount. In a single afternoon, he earned a staggering 5,000 survival points. What a delight. Liangren wore a satisfied smile before shifting his gaze to the forum. To his surprise, he was momentarily taken aback. Can I defer my points, esteemed one? Esteemed one. I wish to inquire as well, can points be deferred? I have no place to live. Me too. That sudden earthquake today, though I am unharmed, my house has collapsed. I now have nowhere to stay, crying JPG. Damn the earthquake, and this wretched weather. Just days ago, it was so hot I contemplated not wearing clothes. Now it's unbearably cold. If it weren't so cold, sleeping on the street would be somewhat bearable, pitiful JPG. Observing the multitude of messages flooding the forum, Liangren's expression shifted slightly. He had completely overlooked this issue. During the day, most residents had been busy collecting sand and gravel, likely neglecting this matter. Now, as night fell and compounded by the earthquake, many electrical circuits had failed, leaving no streetlights to illuminate the darkness. Relying solely on the night, these individuals could no longer gather sand and gravel. Thus, the problem became glaringly evident. Initially, he had planned to fortify the walls to ensure the flood would not threaten Jiangcheng. Now, it appeared he needed to prioritize constructing earthquake-resistant shelters. Otherwise, while most might endure the night, the subsequent drop in temperature would be unbearable, and many would succumb to illness. They were already fatigued, with their immunity drastically weakened. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, falling ill could be fatal, especially if it became contagious. Liangren shook his head, a grave expression settling upon his face as he gazed toward the city construction center of the Super Research Base. 1T1, Level Earthquake-Resistant Shelter, Level 4. Required materials, 200 kilograms of sand and gravel, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. Each shelter could accommodate 3 people, and if crammed, a maximum of 5 could squeeze in. Liangren's gaze fell upon the surveillance footage. At this moment, approximately 6,000 individuals remained outside, having not yet returned home. At least 200 earthquake-resistant shelters were necessary. Liangren then assessed his current resources. You currently possess metal resources, pure iron, 13, 250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 650 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 12, 700 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 18, 960. Not enough. Completely insufficient. While pure iron might suffice, the sand and gravel were woefully inadequate. Each earthquake-resistant shelter required 200 kilograms of sand and gravel. With only 12, 700 kilograms on hand, he could construct a maximum of 63 shelters. What to do? Liangren frowned, stroking his chin in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the forum, Zhongxing suddenly spoke up. What? Your house has collapsed in the earthquake? You have no place to stay? Just waiting for death? Look at what I said from the beginning. I told you that following me to the official shelter was the best choice. You all refused to believe it, and now look, your houses are gone. Even if you could eat plain rice, what does it matter? You must have a life to enjoy it. As soon as these words were uttered, the forum erupted. Zhongxing, what the hell are you saying? Zhongxing, can you show some dignity? We're all partners trying to survive in this apocalypse. Do you really need to kick us when we're down? Exactly. So, what if we didn't follow you to the official shelter? Is it necessary to hold a grudge until now? What nonsense. In response, Zhongxing simply replied with a meme. Hehe JPG. Did I say something wrong? Or do you still hold out hope for that esteemed one in your hearts? How laughable. Do you truly believe he can save you all? Is that even possible? Even if his points redemption list includes those small shelters or earthquake-resistant ones, he must have enough resources to spare. Even repairs would take at least half a month, if not a month. Did you really think those shelters would just fall from the sky? Zhongxing's mockery grew sharper, and the forum gradually fell silent due to his words. At that moment, however, Liangren's eyes suddenly lit up. Small shelters. The mention of small shelters by Zhongxing had sparked a realization in him. Liangren's gaze was instantly drawn to the super research base, fixating intently on two particular pieces of information. Super research base, level 4 upgradable. Next level, 5. Upgrade requirement, research level 4000. Currently available production series, small sturdy shelter, level 4. Required materials, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Unlocked products, level 5, large disaster relief shelter, and so forth. Chapter 38, My Shelter, truly a gift from the heavens. The small sturdy shelter can accommodate at least 20 individuals. The upgraded level 5 large disaster relief shelter should be able to house at least 100, right? Moreover, this is the recommended capacity. If we squeeze a bit, the population could multiply several-fold. Not to mention, the materials required are minimal, just the energy stones. However, ensuring these people's safety is paramount. Liangren took a deep breath, a smile gracing his lips. Zhongsheng, I truly owe you my gratitude. Were it not for your timely reminder, I might have overlooked this vital detail. System, upgrade the research level of the super research base. Liangren commanded without hesitation. Ding. Upgrading the research level of the super research base will cost a total of 4,000 survival points. Confirm upgrade? Yes. Liangren nodded. 4,000 survival points. Although steep, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Once I address the housing crisis for these individuals, my reputation in Jiangcheng will undoubtedly soar beyond measure. Furthermore, amidst this natural calamity, this sudden earthquake, I will alleviate their most pressing dilemma. Henceforth, their trust in me will undoubtedly escalate. And for this, I must extend my gratitude to Zhongsheng for his current mockery. Liangren radiated a brilliant smile. In the next moment, a notification from the system appeared. Ding! You have spent 4,000 survival points to upgrade the research level of the base. Upgrade successful. Super research base. Level 5, upgradable. Next level, 6. Upgrade requirement, research level, 8,000. Remaining survival points, 14960. To ascend another level requires a staggering 8,000 survival points. Liangren raised an eyebrow. Never mind that for now. Addressing the immediate issues is of utmost importance. His gaze swiftly shifted to the production interface of artificial intelligence. Currently available production series, large disaster relief shelter, level 5. Required materials, 300 kilograms of pure iron, 200 kilograms of titanium alloy, 3 energy stones. High intelligence robot, level 5. Required materials, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Intelligent drone, level 5. Required materials, 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Intelligent combat robot, level 5. Required materials, 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Intelligent transport robot, level 5. Required materials, 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Mobile large mining base, level 5. Required materials, 800 kilograms of pure iron, 500 kilograms of titanium alloy, 3 energy stones. Unlocked products, level 6. Ultra-intelligent nanobots, quantum wave transmitter, and more. Liangren's attention immediately gravitated towards the large disaster relief shelter. Large disaster relief shelter, a spacious, mobile multi-person shelter designed to withstand most earthquakes, providing warmth and protection against the elements. Suitable for worker accommodations, easily transportable, and remarkably convenient. It contains 100 rooms with a recommended capacity of 200 occupants. In extreme conditions, it can house up to 1,000 individuals. The belief value of the inhabitants towards the host increases by an additional 50. Liangren's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was utterly elated. Goodness! In extreme conditions, it can accommodate 1,000 people. Currently, there are only 6,000 individuals without shelter. This means I only need to construct 6 large disaster relief shelters to suffice. System, exchange for 18 energy stones. Liangren promptly ordered. Ding! Exchanging 18 energy stones will cost a total of 9,000 survival points. Confirm exchange? Yes! 9,000 survival points. Liangren gritted his teeth and nodded. Ding! Exchange successful. Remaining survival points, 5960. In an instant, 18 energy stones fell to the ground. Yi Liangren promptly tossed them into the processing entrance of the super research base. The next moment, a prompt appeared. Consuming 18 energy stones, along with 1,800 kilograms of pure iron and 1,200 kilograms of titanium alloy, to manufacture a large disaster relief shelter. Total time required, 10 seconds. Please be patient. Upon reading this message, Yi Liangren was taken aback. It only takes 10 seconds? So swift. Then why do the robots and mining bases take so long to produce? Just as Yi Liangren pondered this, another system prompt emerged. 3, 2, 1, ding. Large disaster relief shelter, manufacturing complete. Large disaster relief shelter. Level 5, function, easily transportable and remarkably convenient. Capability, automatically assembles into a shelter upon deployment. Capable of withstanding the vast majority of natural disasters and human-induced calamities while providing warmth and insulation. Power consumption, utilizes solar, wind, and hydropower in an all-intelligent energy storage mode. Capable of adapting to any environment without the need for recharging. Yi Liangren immediately noted the details. It assembles automatically upon deployment? It requires unfolding? He glanced at the surveillance screen. There didn't appear to be much outside the shelter. He looked back at the super research base. Nothing new had emerged. System. Where's the large disaster relief shelter? Ding. Does the host wish to deploy large disaster relief shelter 6? Upon seeing the system prompt, Yi Liangren nodded. The next instant. Suddenly, Yi Liangren's perspective was met with the unfolding of a large virtual screen. The screen displayed a map of the entire Jiangcheng. Ding. Please select the deployment location. The system message appeared once more. Yi Liangren stroked his chin, opting for the western part of the city, where the population was sparse. Conveniently close to the 2 mining areas where he would be recruiting workers tomorrow. As soon as Yi Liangren made his decision, a massive black iron plate suddenly descended from the sky above the western city. As the plate reached the ground, more iron plates began to fall, either horizontally or vertically, perfectly aligning with the initial black iron plate. Following that, large iron plates continued to descend and connect together. In no time, a colossal shelter was assembled. So swift? Yi Liangren was utterly astonished. Is this assembled shelter truly sturdy? Just as this doubt crossed his mind, another system prompt appeared. Ding. Rest assured, dear host. Although the large disaster relief shelters are assembled in a modular fashion, the joints have been meticulously enhanced with energy stones, rendering them not only warm and soundproof but also robust to AT3 standard. They can withstand artillery strikes without sustaining damage. Is it truly that impressive? No wonder the manufacturing time was so short. It simply involved transforming metal resources into iron plates and then enhancing them with energy stones. Yi Liangren couldn't help but marvel. His gaze then shifted to the forum, which remained eerily silent, yet the message from Zhang Sheng stood out vividly. At that moment, Yi Liangren found himself stifling a chuckle. Indeed, Zhang Sheng has hit the nail on the head. This shelter of mine has literally dropped from the heavens. Chapter 39. Alas, I am a person of little culture. And my only expression is wow. By the way, system. If I require this large disaster relief shelter to deduct a point from each resident daily and to remind them of this at any time, can it be done? After the 6 large shelters were completed, Yi Liangren inquired curiously. In the next moment, a virtual screen materialized. Ding. Please rest assured, host, this request is easily achievable. Energy stones can be utilized to create a visible display on each large shelter's main door, showing the current points possessed by the residents, and automatically deducting as per the host's instruction. Should a resident's points fall short, the door will remain locked. Upon reading this message, Yi Liangren's eyes sparkled. Truly impressive. The system is incredibly convenient. He nodded in satisfaction before directing his attention back to the forum. At this moment, Zhang Sheng's messages reappeared. What is going on? Why is everyone silent? Could it be that I've struck a chord? And where's that big shot? Has he gone into hiding feeling guilty? Just a few days ago, he was so vocal against me in the forum. It seems he is merely a hypocrite, flaunting his possessions to gain trust, yet vanishing the moment a problem arises. How laughable. It's absurd that you all chose to follow him instead of me. Zhang Sheng continued to unleash his tirade, seemingly intent on venting all his grievances from the past few days. The once desolate forum was suddenly inundated with Zhang Sheng's incessant messages. Finally, someone could no longer hold back and retorted, I want to allow you to slander the big shot. He is certainly not that kind of person. Exactly. The big shot is truly a good person, right? You have no idea how much the big shot has done for us. Many on the forum chimed in, unable to tolerate Zheng Xing's continued insults any longer. In response, Zheng Xing merely replied, "Is that so? Hey, then why don't you call your big shot to step forward?" Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Hey, what is the matter? Why the sudden silence? Have you realized that the big shot you speak of is ignoring you entirely? Now you know who genuinely cares for you, right? If you had chosen to join me at the official shelter, this wouldn't have happened. Zheng Xing mocked once more. Just as he sent that message, a flurry of new posts erupted on the forum. I'm here. Why is everyone so quiet? I just finished my dessert after dinner and wasn't paying attention to the group. Oh, by the way, I have already repaired the shelter. Wasn't someone asking if points could be borrowed? Alas, as a small business, I cannot allow credit, but I can offer rental services. Renting a room in the shelter for a day requires 1 point, and if you squeeze in, a room can accommodate up to 10 people. You can take turns. And with 1 point each, you could stay for 10 days. Shouldn't be too difficult, right? Liangren's message lit up the forum. Instantly, the entire forum fell into a hushed silence. After sending his message, he glanced at Zheng Xing's earlier posts, chuckling to himself. This guy really knows how to seize an opportunity. How is it that he manages to lure people to the official shelter for everything? But now, let us see how he continues to exploit this. Oh, by the way, the shelter is located in the west of the city, around number 710 Wutong East Road. This location is conveniently close to the 2 mining areas that are recruiting tomorrow. For those without housing, you can head over now. Liangren typed again on the forum, a playful smile gracing his face. By the way, what were you all discussing just now? Curious JPG. In that moment, after a brief stillness, the forum erupted. Long live the big shot. The big shot is amazing. The big shot is forever a deity. 10,086. You up there, weren't you just mocking the big shot? Why the sudden silence? Haha, I've never seen someone get slapped in the face so quickly. I've never seen it either. I can almost picture it. Zheng Xing leans in, boasting to the big shot, "Come hit me," and the next moment, slap. The big shot delivers a resounding blow to Zheng Xing's face. You should add the big shot S line here. I have never heard such a strange request. You want me to hit you first? Haha, now that paints a vivid picture. Incredible. The forum buzzed with excitement. Suddenly, Zheng Xing's avatar turned gray. Many immediately noticed this significant detail. In an instant, the forum erupted once more. Zheng Xing, why did you log off? Little buddy, weren't you just questioning why the big shot went silent? Now that the big shot has appeared, why are you the one to vanish? The moment the big shot shows up, you flee. Did you even uninstall the forum? Ha ha. How could someone who doesn't dare confront the big shot dare to slander him? It's truly laughable. Exactly. The big shot is forever a deity JPG. In an instant, the forum users fired back at Zheng Xing's previous remarks. Seeing this scene, Liangren's smile widened. I must admit, Zheng Xing is exceptional at attracting hatred and inadvertently providing me with support. With this series of clever maneuvers, not only has he garnered admiration for me, but he has also become the target of scorn, a veritable pariah. At that moment, someone on the forum suddenly posted 2 images. Large disaster relief shelter JPG. Interior of the shelter JPG. I have arrived at the city west where the big shot mentioned, and I have found the shelter. It's incredibly warm inside, and most importantly, I was here 4 days ago searching for supplies, and there were no signs of these 6 large shelters then. If they had existed, I would have certainly noticed. This means that these 6 large shelters were entirely built by the big shot in just these 4 days. As soon as this statement was made, it sent shockwaves across the forum. Wow, amazing! Wow. I'm at a loss for words. What an astonishing feat. In just 4 days, 6 large shelters have been constructed, and the interior decor is phenomenal. The big shot is truly incredible. Tearing heart and lungs JPG. The illustrious master is eternally revered. Long live the master. Chapter 40. The impressive large-scale disaster relief shelter. I have also reached the shelter. Shelter entrance JPG. Allow me to tell you, this shelter is incredibly high-tech. The entrance door features a display screen, and astonishingly, it includes facial recognition technology, directly linked to the data from the mining area. Today, I collected an entire day's worth of sand and gravel, totaling over 300 kilograms, which I submitted to the mining area, earning 3 points. The entrance displays my 3 points and even inquires if I would like to deduct points for accommodation. How advanced is that? On the forum, this news sparked another wave of excitement. Incredible! In just 4 short days, the master managed to construct such a sophisticated shelter. Shock JPG. Master is amazing JPG. The master is eternally revered JPG. Master, please accept my kneeling JPG. After a moment of fervor, the forum quieted briefly, only to erupt again with a new image. Shelter power outlet JPG. Look what I discovered. Isn't it just a power outlet? What's so extraordinary about that? Indeed, don't tell me you still live in the countryside? No. Electricity has long been widespread even in rural areas. Don't say you're still a caveman who has never seen an electrical plug. Enough, enough. This person seems rather dim-witted. The forum erupted in laughter. In response, the individual sent another meme. A bunch of ignorant folks JPG. Let me tell you. You have no idea what this power outlet signifies and how terrifying it is. I am a veteran decorator with 15 years of experience. I have been involved in nearly all aspects of decoration. I just measured the thickness of the walls of the shelter provided by the master. And you won't believe what I found. The walls are only 8 centimeters thick. I couldn't resist examining the materials of the walls. It appears to be a blend of pure iron and titanium alloy. Though it is a mixture, its sturdiness surpasses most metals available on the market, achieving aerospace-grade quality. Moreover, it excels in insulation against cold. Currently, the temperature outside the shelter is at least -2 or 3 degrees, yet the temperature inside is astonishingly above 18 degrees. I don't even need to turn on the air conditioning. Discovering this material had me utterly in awe. Shock JPG. Terrifying JPG. Master is amazing JPG. Truly. The master is exceptional. Wait a moment. What does all this have to do with the power outlet? Yes. What you're saying has no connection to the power outlet at all. The forum buzzed with excitement once more. The individual continued to speak. Don't rush me. I haven't finished yet. The wall has no relation to the power outlet? Huh. You are gravely mistaken. With walls only 8 centimeters thick, it would be quite challenging to run electrical wiring. Not to mention the walls possess such aerospace-level hardness. What does this indicate? It indicates that the power outlet does not require electrical wiring at all. Shock JPG. Shock JPG. Shock JPG. Wait. Are you suggesting that the power outlet is merely decorative? No way, the power outlet is certainly not a mere ornament. My phone is currently charging while I reside in the Master S shelter. Brother, please elaborate, my curiosity is piqued. Can you let me finish my explanation in one go? Helpless JPG. The individual shared a meme, then continued, the power outlet doesn't necessarily need electrical wires. It can utilize alternative methods. For instance, the material of the wall itself is conductive. Furthermore, while constructing the shelter, the master employed several energy storage modes, such as solar, wind, and hydroelectric power, continually stored. Thus, the power outlet merely needs to be installed on top, allowing for direct electricity. However, this approach carries a drawback. During rainy days with thunderstorms, could the entire shelter become a lightning rod? But I just used a shock tester and a voltage meter, discovering that this shelter's electrical protection is nearly 99.9% effective. What does this represent? It signifies that even 1 billion volts of lightning would be perfectly stored in the power storage devices, causing no harm to the human body. It is worth noting that a typical lightning strike is generally around 1 billion volts. Ordinary buildings, when struck by lightning, usually face dire consequences. This level of electrical storage capability and protection undoubtedly meets the highest national standards, reserved for significant projects like aerospace bases. This means that each of us residing in the shelter provided by the master is essentially living in a structure of the same caliber as an aerospace base. Now, do you still believe my discovery is not terrifying? Following this individual's analysis, the entire forum fell silent. Moments later, it erupted in chaos. Terrifying JPG. Terrifying JPG. Terrifying JPG. The master is eternally revered. I bow before the master. Brothers, you must understand, if that previous companion who visited here is not mistaken, the master constructed this level of shelter in just 4 days. Shock JPG. Wow, your reminder makes me realize how extraordinary this situation is. The master is indeed remarkable. How could one possibly build such a shelter of this caliber in just 4 days? Just moments ago, Zheng Xing had the audacity to mock the master? He even tried to lure us to the official shelter? How laughable. Exactly. Can the official shelter even compare to the master? Just the ability to construct this level of shelter in 4 days puts the master leagues ahead of the official facilities. Not just leagues ahead, I'd say it's like comparing to an entire galaxy. The forum buzzed with animated discussions. Inside the shelter, Liangren gazed at the analyses on the forum, astonished. Wow, is this large-scale disaster relief shelter provided by the system truly this impressive? The system's product is indeed remarkable. It is nothing short of a miraculous creation. At that moment, a virtual screen suddenly appeared. Ding! You have constructed 6 large-scale disaster relief shelters in Jiang City, providing solutions for many people facing housing difficulties, thereby elevating their faith in you. In the apocalypse, possessing high faith makes you their spiritual pillar, and they will wholeheartedly work for you. Reward, 6,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 11960. Ding! You have successfully achieved another victory in the apocalypse. This victory has elevated your reputation among the people of Jiang City. Simultaneously, among those heading to the official shelter, your reputation is gradually rising. Soon, you will gain some fame even within the official shelter, which will greatly assist your future development. Reward, 3,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 14960. Chapter 41. Remember to soak your feet in hot water before bed. The initial reward was the construction of 6 large disaster relief shelters. A predictable outcome for Liangren. After all, it genuinely addressed the current housing issues faced by many in Jiangcheng. Following the system upgrade, any actions beneficial to the residents were rewarded with substantial points. What took Liangren by surprise, however, was the second round of competition. It hardly qualified as a competition. One could merely describe it as a straightforward, almost mocking display. Zheng Sheng persistently urged everyone to utilize the official shelters, only to promptly vanish after making a single remark. To his astonishment, this earned a staggering 3,000 survival points. Zheng Sheng truly proved to be an adept collaborator in accruing survival points, seemingly able to exploit every opportunity. Liangren chuckled and shook his head. At this moment, 2 virtual screens suddenly materialized before Liangren's eyes. Medium titanium alloy mining area. Area, 2,100. Currently exploited area, 100. High energy reaction fluctuation, intermediate. Simultaneously employable mining personnel, 100. Secondary exploitation possible, yes. Large iron ore mining area. Area, 3,300. Currently exploited area, 200. High energy reaction fluctuation, advanced. Simultaneously employable mining personnel, 100. Secondary exploitation possible, yes. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of this mining area information, Liangren's gaze instantly brightened. These were the 2 mining areas that Dulong had initially informed him about. It seemed that the mobile media mining base had arrived and established the mining site, hence the display of information. What Liangren had not anticipated was that one of these mining areas possessed an advanced high-energy reaction fluctuation. Note, high-energy reaction fluctuations can detect the presence of energy stones within the mining area. Low, may contain 0 to 2 energy stones. Intermediate, may contain 2 to 4 energy stones. Advanced, may contain 4 to 6 energy stones. Top tier, may contain more than 6 energy stones. As he perused the description regarding the high-energy reaction fluctuations, Liangren's smile radiated with delight. The mining bases constructed by the system could indeed be exploited a second time. The advanced energy fluctuations indicated the potential possession of at least 4 energy stones. 2 rounds of exploitation would yield 8 stones, plus an additional 4 from the intermediate area, allowing Liangren to acquire a minimum of 12 energy stones from these 2 sites. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Compared to metal resources, it was the energy stones that captivated Liangren the most, for they were truly invaluable. Once again, he found himself indebted to Dulong. Liangren chuckled quietly to himself. At that moment, the omnipotent home robot approached, carrying foot-soaking water, while a notification popped up. Ding! It is now 10 o'clock at night. For your health, please soak your feet before going to bed. The omnipotent home robot, health tip reminder. Upon reading this notification, Liangren was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. How amusing. It seemed this robot was indeed a true expert in apocalyptic wellness. He promptly dipped his feet into the basin, snapping a photo to share on the forum. Why not? Since everyone regarded him as an expert in apocalyptic wellness, he ought to embody that role with distinction. Hot water foot soak JPG. It's getting late. Everyone remember to rest early. And of course, don't forget to soak your feet in hot water before sleeping. The apocalyptic wellness class is now in session. Cute JPG. Before you go to bed tonight, make sure to soak your feet in hot water. Soaking your feet is incredibly beneficial for your health, especially before bedtime. Foot soaking not only promotes metabolism and blood circulation, but also reduces the risk of hypertension and heart disease. It alleviates fatigue. But be cautious not to make the water too hot. The soaking time should generally be around 30 minutes. So everyone, please do not stay up late. Good night, JPG. As Liangren's message appeared, the previously quiet forum abruptly buzzed with activity. Is the big shot already retiring this early? Truly deserving of the title of apocalyptic wellness expert. Good night, great one. May you have sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, JPG. Good night, JPG. Good night, JPG. Good night, JPG. The big shot is indeed living a comfortable life. Of course, you up there must be joking. If the big shot lived like us, would he still be the big shot? Worship big shot, JPG. That's true. Am I too weak, JPG? However, to be fair, I genuinely did not expect that soaking one's feet could yield such benefits. I hadn't considered that either. Hearing the big shot say this makes me want to soak my feet in hot water, especially after a long day of collecting sand and stones. It's the perfect way to unwind. Quite right, great minds think alike. Soon enough, numerous photos were shared. Hot water foot soak, JPG. I must admit, soaking one's feet is genuinely delightful. Indeed, the big shot is remarkable. Even the small details like foot soaking are so well understood. It seems he truly is an expert in apocalyptic wellness. You're only realizing this now? Didn't you see the big shot's previous wellness classes? Exactly. Has the big shot ever been wrong? Indeed, the previous advice was sound, but most of it revolved around food, which we lack, crying JPG. The forum erupted once more. Suddenly, a group of individuals emerged, sharing pitiful emoticons. I wish I could soak my feet too. Pitiful JPG. Me too, but at this point, foot soaking feels like a luxury. Wanna cry without tears, JPG. I envy you all. We at the official shelter have limited rations. And even our daily water supply is scarce. I'm afraid to wash my face, fearing that if I do, I won't have enough water to drink for the day. Crying JPG. Wow, is the official shelter really that dire? Brothers, I genuinely sympathize with you. I've decided that from now on, I'll soak my feet for half an hour every day, twice a day, to share in your experience. 66,666. You up there? That's a splendid idea. Count me in. 10,086. Wow, you all are going too far, right? Exactly. Not only do you fail to comfort us, but you're also gloating over our misfortune, claiming to partake in our share of foot soaking? Do we need your pity? Wah, the official shelter is too grim. I long to return home. I too wish to go home. I can't sleep at the official shelter. Can you even call these wooden boards beds? The forum was once again abuzz. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Liangren reclined on a plush mattress, with the omnipotent home robot employing masterful massage techniques on him. As he scrolled through the Versailles-like remarks of Jiangqing residents on his phone, he shook his head in boredom. How dull. How comfortable could foot soaking truly be? A massage is far more pleasurable. Yet, to be fair, the massage techniques of the omnipotent home robot were genuinely exceptional. Under the soothing ministrations, he found himself growing drowsy. The omnipotent home robot, the eternal deity. Chapter 42, the second recruitment assessment officially commences. At the break of dawn the following day, precisely at 9 o'clock, the omnipotent robot had already prepared breakfast. Employing an extraordinarily unique technique, it proceeded to massage Liangren, gently coaxing him from slumber into a state of utmost comfort. The sensation was so delightful that Liangren could only utter one word: splendid. Throughout his life, until last night, he had never experienced such a profoundly restful sleep. Even upon waking, the robot's massage left him devoid of any trace of fatigue. He exuded an invigorated essence, embodying the phrase, refreshed and revitalized. Rising from his repose, he luxuriously stretched, and after attending to his morning routine, he turned his gaze to the dining table. Liangren licked his lips in anticipation. The breakfast was simple yet enticing: 2 fragrant milk buns, 2 scallion twists, a bowl of orange-scented egg custard, and a glass of peanut and red date soy milk. Though modest, the unique aroma wafting from the table was irresistibly appetizing. The subtle notes of milk and wheat, mingled with the fragrance of scallions, complemented the refreshing egg custard and the rich essence of peanuts and red dates. At that moment, simply inhaling the aroma transported Liangren to a vast expanse of wheat fields, enveloped in the unique fragrance and sweetness emanating from the crops. It was a feeling of carefree comfort, unburdened by worries. One could only marvel at the culinary prowess worthy of a national banquet. Even the simplest of breakfasts could achieve such heights. Indeed, the simplest things often test one's skill. Liangren opened his eyes, exhaling softly before indulging in his breakfast with a contented demeanor. No photographs this time. The display of opulence felt excessive. He glanced at the surveillance footage, noting that a considerable number of individuals had already gathered at the two mining sites. Clearly, they had arrived early, anxious not to miss this recruitment opportunity. In such circumstances, who had the time to enjoy breakfast? Without comparison, sharing a solitary breakfast image felt rather lackluster. Liangren chuckled, shaking his head. After savoring every morsel of his meal, he checked the time, 9:55. It was nearly time for the second recruitment assessment to commence. Liangren activated the broadcast systems of the two mining bases, announcing loudly, the rules for this recruitment assessment remain consistent with the previous one. However, the scale has expanded. Each mining site will recruit 100 workers, 5 managers, and 5 chefs. Those utilizing mining tools provided by the mining base will have 1 hour to compete in groups of 100. The individual who collects the most minerals will qualify, with 50 positions available. Those seeking their own mining tools, makeshift implements, or even mining by hand will have 30 minutes to compete in groups of 1,000. The individual who collects the most minerals will also qualify, with 50 positions available. The recruitment assessment officially begins now. As the words resonated, a tremor of excitement rippled through the crowd. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. This time, each mining site would recruit 100 individuals. Long live the magnate. Indeed, adding the chefs and managers, that totals 110 positions, 220 overall. Long live the magnate. 220 opportunities, this time around, were exponentially greater than before. Long live the magnate. Thank you for this chance. Long live the magnate. Long live the magnate. The entire mining area erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Every face reflected exhilaration and surprise. Once one became a mining employee, their survival in this apocalyptic world would be utterly secured. Simultaneously, the gates of the mining base swung open, revealing a stunning vista of high-tech sophistication that dazzled the onlookers. For those participating in the assessment for the second time, it was impressive. However, for first-timers, the sight of the mining base left them utterly speechless. Moments later, another round of exclamations erupted. The magnate is incredible. The magnate is amazing. The magnate is phenomenal. This mining base is so luxurious. I would almost prefer to live here. It must be 100 times safer than my shabby little abode. Absolutely, the magnate is simply extraordinary. A mining site so lavish. The magnate, our eternal deity. As the two mining sites buzzed with cheers and discussions suddenly, the majority of those participating in the second recruitment assessment had their eyes light up and rushed inside. Since you are not prepared to enter the assessment first, I shall make my move. Hey, have you no shame? Clearly, I was ahead of you. Get out of my way. Ridiculous. There's no way I'm leaving. That's impossible. You all chose not to enter. The sooner I finish the assessment, the more time I have to gather some sand and stone, after all. The assessment doesn't conclude until 10 in the evening, and I can come back later to earn extra points. Exactly. If you choose to dawdle. Whose fault is that? Farewell, then. Observing the squabble on the surveillance footage, Liangren couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. These individuals were rather astute. Yet, fortuitously, he had also identified several promising candidates who were deftly attempting to quell the disputes. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. The mining base's broadcasting station announced Liangren's voice. The half hour has concluded. The first round of assessments for hand mining participants has ended. Please proceed to the dining hall for your meal. The second round of hand mining participants may enter in an orderly fashion after the first round has vacated. In the shelter, Liangren proclaimed loudly. If one were to gaze upon the virtual screen that emerged from the mining base, they would see participant number 1 Li XX. Total mining time 29 minutes and 57 seconds with a rest of 38 seconds. Total minerals collected 78 kilograms. Participant number 2 Wang XX. Total mining time 27 minutes and 54 seconds with a rest. Participant number 3 Zhang XX. Total mining time 30 minutes and 3 seconds. Upon seeing the results, Liangren's eyes sparkled with delight. This second recruitment assessment was proving to be far more agreeable than the first. These participants were truly competitive. To leave no room for regret, nearly everyone in the first round had given their all, with 1,000 participants, none of whom collected less than 70 kilograms. Furthermore, this time, both mining sites were conducting simultaneous recruitments, significantly amplifying the scale. With a combined total of 60 to 70,000 individuals undergoing the assessment, once this recruitment concludes, I anticipate a substantial increase in my metal resources. Chapter 43. The survival probability in the second phase of catastrophe. How delightful! Liangren beamed brightly. By the end of today, his metal resources would be sufficiently ample for the immediate future. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would merely be a minor inconvenience. At the very least, he would be fully prepared to withstand the second phase of the cataclysm. Mediocre, merely grains of sand, yet this matter cannot be rushed. Patience is key. Next comes the anticipation of 10 o'clock in the evening, when the list of selected candidates for employment will be revealed. Liangren rose from his seat, stretching slightly, before his gaze fell upon the overall information of the refuge. Personal refuge. Owner, Liangren. Space, 3989. Facilities. Bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, heating room, super research base. Fully intelligent large plant cultivation area, fully intelligent pasture, advanced communication base. Description. An exceptionally perfect grade A refuge, capable of withstanding human-made disasters, as well as most natural calamities. Survival probability in Phase 2 of catastrophe, 60. Is the survival probability in the second phase of the catastrophe still a mere 60%? Liangren furrowed his brow. 60% is utterly insufficient. The second phase of the catastrophe heralds the onset of the fifth ice age. First, torrential rains and floods will arise due to the melting glaciers, followed by a drastic drop in temperature as cold fronts descend. The utmost priority must be warmth. Liangren's gaze immediately shifted to the heating room. Heating room. Current constant temperature, 15 degrees Celsius. Temperature increase possible, 10 degrees Celsius. Upgradable. Upgrade options, intelligence, 500. Increase heating power, 500. Note, upgrading intelligence will enable the heating room to automatically regulate the current temperature to the most comfortable level for the host. Note, upgrading heating power will allow the heating room to adjust the temperature by an additional 20 degrees Celsius. Remaining survival points, 14960. System. Upgrade the intelligence and heating power of the heating room. Liangren immediately commanded. Ding. You have spent 1,000 survival points to upgrade the heating room. Upgrade successful. Constant temperature heating room. Constant temperature auto control, 17 degrees Celsius. Upgradable. Upgrade options, increase heating power, 1,000. Remaining survival points, 13960. Thus, the temperature should no longer pose a threat. Correct? Liangren glanced once more at the survival probability. Survival probability in Phase 2 of catastrophe, 65. 65%. Liangren raised an eyebrow. Indeed. There has been an increase, yet it is a mere 5% rise in survival rate, suggesting that this aspect is actually somewhat negligible. If it is unrelated to warmth, then which aspect is lacking in survival probability? Liangren pondered deeply, stroking his chin. Torrential rains. Floods. The Ice Age. Suddenly, Liangren's eyes widened in realization. Oxygen. I am in an underground refuge, situated on the outskirts of Jiangqing. Even if city walls were constructed to withstand the floods, they could not possibly extend this far. It's too convoluted. Therefore, the flood will inevitably invade this space. Once the flood envelopes the upper levels, oxygen will cease to circulate. Coupled with the arrival of the cold front, water will freeze, further obstructing oxygen flow. Hence, oxygen is of utmost importance. Liangren's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly took a board and inscribed 3 words: Oxygen Generation Room. Oxygen Generation Room. Upgradable. Upgrade options, intelligence, 1,000. Increase oxygen generation power, 1,000. Note, upgrading intelligence will enable the oxygen generation room to automatically regulate the current oxygen levels to the most comfortable degree for the host. Note, upgrading oxygen generation power will double the oxygen generation speed. Remaining survival points, 13960. Without a moment's hesitation, Liangren commanded, System. Upgrade the intelligence and oxygen generation power of the oxygen generation room. Ding. You have spent 2,000 survival points to upgrade the oxygen generation room. Upgrade successful. Comfortable oxygen zone. Upgradable. Upgrade options. Increase oxygen generation power 1,000. Remaining survival points 11960. After completing the upgrade, Liangren was just about to check the survival probability when a virtual screen popped up. Ding! You have successfully created an oxygen generation room and upgraded it to a comfortable oxygen zone. The comfortable oxygen zone ensures that your refuge will never face the threat of oxygen deficiency under any circumstances. In the apocalypse, oxygen is also a vital resource, especially during the current phase of the Ice Age. Reward, 3,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 14960. An excess reward of survival points. The oxygen generation room was undoubtedly the correct choice. Liangren beamed and glanced at the survival probability once more. Survival probability in Phase 2 of Catastrophe, 95. Indeed. Liangren's smile radiated with joy. As for the remaining 5%, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should pertain to the walls. Although the current walls are extremely sturdy, if the flood were to surge with relentless fury, continuously battering them, even they might falter. However, the probability is minimal, thus merely deducting 5% from the survival rate. Yet, even a 5% chance remains perilous. Liangren directed his gaze towards the wall information. Titanium alloy walls. Upgradable. Upgrade options, quality, 1,000. Remaining survival points, 14960. System. Upgrade the wall quality. Ding. You have spent 1,000 survival points to upgrade the wall quality. Upgrade successful. T1 level super alloy walls. Upgradable. Upgrade options, quality, 4,000. Remaining survival points, 13960. Survival probability in Phase 2 of Catastrophe, 100. Ding. You have successfully upgraded the walls to T1 level super alloy walls, which possess formidable defensive capabilities against nearly all natural disasters. You need no longer worry about the security of the walls. Furthermore, during the second phase of the catastrophe, your survival probability has achieved a remarkable 100%. Reward, 8,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 21960. At last, under the circumstances of the second phase of the catastrophe, complete safety has been secured. Liangren stretched and exhibited a radiant smile. He then opened his phone and glanced at the forum. Upon a quick scan, he was momentarily taken aback. The forum was abuzz with activity. Almost everyone was discussing the same topic. Is the fifth ice age truly upon us? Liangren flipped to the front and discovered several images and news articles posted by others. They contained a wealth of critical information. As sea levels continue to rise, coastal cities have been submerged to a significant extent. In 5 countries, including the small island nation of Donghua, 80% of inland areas have been inundated, with over 16 small nations completely covered by tsunamis. In the coming days, there will be a sustained period of heavy rainfall lasting 3 days, during which rainwater will carry floods that will devastate most cities. Residents are advised to take precautions against water and flooding. Those who have not reached the official refuge should proceed there as quickly as possible. If you are far from the official refuge and the path is obstructed by floods, please take utmost care to stay warm. Following the heavy rains and floods, a true cold wave will descend. In the majority of cities, a rapid and severe drop in temperature is anticipated, reaching levels akin to those found at the poles. This, however, is merely a prelude. Ultimately, temperatures are projected to plummet to a staggering -100 degrees. Chapter 44. The Importance of Cold Resistance. Good heavens! Is it truly that terrifying? Is it true that even small island nations have been inundated? A minimum temperature of -100 degrees? How on earth can anyone survive that? Yet, if we were to accept this as reality, wouldn't it truly signify the end of days? Indeed. We have often discussed the onset of the fifth ice age, yet the weather has not been excessively cold. Just a few days prior, it was uncomfortably warm. And bear in mind, we are currently in winter. Yes, to speak candidly, there is indeed no palpable sense of apocalypse at present. With influential figures supporting us, we merely need to transport supplies daily. Although it is exhausting, life remains bearable. To those upstairs, is this truly what one calls a lack of apocalyptic sensation? Without the protection of these influential figures, just imagine how many souls in Jiangqing would perish from starvation. Absolutely. It is not a matter of there being no end-of-the-world feeling. Rather, we are fortunate enough to have strong allies. Such remarkable individuals. Truly a divine presence. Yet, should a cold wave descend upon us, can these influential figures genuinely safeguard us? Rest assured, they certainly can. Let us not jest. Before the floods arrived, they had already proclaimed plans to build walls. Indeed, given their extensive network, they are undoubtedly privy to information long before we are, and they must possess strategies to counteract the cold wave. As Liangren observed the fervent discussions on the forum, his expression turned grave. He had already devised plans for torrential rains and floods, yet he had consistently overlooked the impending cold wave. It is crucial to note that human survival at -50 degrees is already at the brink. Moreover, such conditions necessitate an immense amount of equipment, as for -100 degrees or even lower, no one would dare to experience that firsthand. However, one thing is certain, should temperatures truly plummet to such levels, a mere 10 seconds would suffice for any living being to succumb. The refuge may provide warmth. If everyone were to reside in the refuge, their sleeping arrangements would be secured. But what if one were to venture outside? Furthermore, if the entire populace were to huddle within the refuge, with no one venturing out to gather supplies, they would inevitably face dire consequences as subsequent calamities unfold. Thus, the cold wave must be addressed. If it is indeed cold, warmth is essential, and the best solution for warmth is clothing. However, Liangren raised an eyebrow. His gaze fixed upon the panel of the Super Research Base. Super Research Base. Level 5, Upgradable. Upgrade Direction, Level 6. Upgrade Requirements, Research Level 4000. Current Production Capabilities, Large Disaster Relief Shelter, Level 5. Required Materials, 300 kilograms of pure iron, 200 kilograms of titanium alloy, 3 energy stones. High Intelligence Robot, Level 5. Required Materials, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Intelligent Drone, Level 5. Required Materials, 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Intelligent Combat Robot, Level 5. Required Materials, 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Intelligent Transport Robot, Level 5. Required Materials, 200 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Mobile Large Mining Base, Level 5. Required Materials, 800 kilograms of pure iron, 500 kilograms of titanium alloy, 3 energy stones. Unlocked Products, Level 6. Superintelligent Nanorobots, Quantum Wave Transmission Device, etc. Current Production Capabilities for Defense Products, Nano Battle Armor, Level 5. Required Materials, 300 kilograms of pure iron, 150 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, 2 energy stones. Exoskeletal Nano Armor, Level 5. Required Materials, 150 kilograms of pure iron, 100 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy, 1 energy stone. Unlocked Equipment, Level 6. Intelligent Nanospheres, fully automated nano bracelets, etc. Yet, the clothing produced by the Super Research Base begins at the level of battle armor. Nano-grade battle armor would undoubtedly provide cold resistance. However, to fabricate such armor, the requisite metal resources are staggering, not to mention the necessity of 2 energy stones. How many individuals reside in Jiangcheng? Setting aside the city's population, there are nearly 300 employees in the mining area alone. 300 pieces of nano battle armor? That equates to 600 energy stones, costing a total of 300,000 survival points. Even merely outfitting the mining staff with nano battle armor is a fanciful notion. Not to mention the countless others remaining in Jiangcheng. Liangren rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. His gaze swept across the entire refuge, ultimately resting on the final vacant room. Unless he constructs another clothing manufacturing facility. However, this room was the last one he had set aside when building the refuge. If he were to utilize it now, what would he do in the face of future challenges? Liangren shook his head vigorously. He was being overly cautious. Future concerns could wait. Surviving the present moment is of utmost importance. Liangren promptly took out a board and inscribed the words Clothing Manufacturing Room. In the next instant, information materialized. Clothing Manufacturing Room. Upgradable. Upgrade Directions. Lightweight, 500, Fire Resistance, 500, Cold Resistance, 500, Toughness, 500. Note: upon upgrading to lightweight, The garments produced will not exceed 1 pound in weight. Note: each fire resistance upgrade increases the garment's fire resistance by 50 degrees Celsius. The first upgrade can withstand temperatures of 100 degrees Celsius. Note: each cold resistance upgrade increases the garment's cold resistance by 50 degrees Celsius. The first upgrade can withstand temperatures of 0 degrees Celsius. Note: each toughness upgrade enhances the garment's toughness by 1 tier. First tier can withstand penetration from knives, axes, and other cold weapons. Second tier can withstand penetration from ordinary firearms. Third tier can withstand damage from high-penetration weapons such as sniper rifles. Remaining survival points, 21,960. Liangren's eyes lit up. Indeed, constructing a clothing manufacturing room could resolve this dilemma. However, according to the notes, to withstand the temperatures of the 5th Ice Age at minus 150 degrees, at least 4 upgrades in cold resistance would be necessary. That is yet another substantial expenditure of survival points. Liangren bit his lip and declared, "System, upgrade the clothing manufacturing room's lightweight, fire resistance, toughness, and 4 levels of cold resistance." Ding! Upgrading the clothing manufacturing room's research level will require a total of 6,500 survival points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Yes. Liangren nodded. Ding! You have spent a total of 6,500 survival points to upgrade the clothing manufacturing room. The upgrade was successful. Clothing manufacturing room. Current fire resistance level, 100 degrees Celsius. Current cold resistance level, 150 degrees Celsius. Current toughness level, first tier. Upgradable. Upgrade directions, fire resistance, 1000, cold resistance, 3000, toughness, 1000. Remaining survival points, 15460. Chapter 45, Brother Face is back. Ding! You have constructed a clothing manufacturing room and successfully upgraded it. You can now produce garments that are sufficient to withstand the most significant threats posed by the second stage catastrophe. With this technology at your disposal, your employees will be incredibly secure. Simultaneously, their faith in you has reached a new pinnacle. Reward, 10,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 25460. Wow! Upon seeing this reward, Liangren couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. 10,000 survival points. This marks my first time receiving such a substantial reward. Liangren realized that any enhancement to the resident safety index and their faith in him would yield enormous rewards. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door to the clothing manufacturing room. In the next moment, the second information panel of the clothing manufacturing room appeared. Clothing manufacturing room. Current available productions. Protective suit. Integrated garment produces 1,000 pieces per minute. Required materials, 100 kilograms of pure iron, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. Regular garments, upper and lower clothing produces 1,000 pieces per minute. Required materials, 50 kilograms of pure iron, 30 kilograms of titanium alloy. Upon reviewing the information, Liangren wore a satisfied smile. System, produce 100,000 protective suits. Ding! Clothing production in progress. Consuming a total of 10,000 kilograms of pure iron and 5,000 kilograms of titanium alloy. Total time required, 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 59 seconds. You currently possess the following metal resources. Pure iron, 3,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 1,650 kilograms. Sand and stone, 12,700 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 25460. The cold wave issue is finally resolved. Liangren reclined in his chair and stretched lazily. The omnipotent home robot promptly approached to give him a shoulder massage. How delightful. Liangren leisurely closed his eyes and began to take a nap. Meanwhile, the Jiangqing forum buzzed back to life. Someone had shared another news report. As of yesterday at 11 p.m., the tsunami and floods caused by the significant rise in sea levels have completely submerged our coastal areas and are advancing inland. It is highly likely that these disasters will converge, marking the greatest maritime natural disaster humanity has ever faced. Additionally, according to relevant department investigations tonight, a cold air convection will form a massive atmospheric vortex, resulting in a drastic temperature drop. Within 5 days, the minimum temperature will plummet to minus 30 degrees Celsius. The constant temperature will range between 0 degrees Celsius and minus 20 degrees Celsius, and this is merely the beginning, heralding the full arrival of the 5th Ice Age. Residents are strongly urged to ensure comprehensive warmth and to promptly head to the official shelters. Wow, the news update is here again. This report is even real-time? Incredible. Where did you get your internet? Why can I only receive news from within Jiangcheng? A minimum temperature plummeting to minus 30 degrees Celsius? And a constant temperature between 0 and minus 20 degrees? How terrifying. Especially, most importantly, it's happening tonight. Upstairs, it's clear you haven't read the article thoroughly. Exactly. Did you not see that the news stated within 5 days? Even if the cold wave collides, it requires time. The temperature cannot drop instantaneously. It seems we must take warming measures seriously. If we catch a cold during the apocalypse, we might not survive. Warming? With average temperatures in the minus teens. How can we stay warm? Just as the crowd was bustling with discussion, suddenly, a message silenced the forum. Did you not see the news urging you to head to the official shelter quickly? Spokesperson, Zhang Sheng. After a brief silence, the forum erupted in chaos. Isn't that Brother Face? Brother Face is back. How impressive. Brother Face, has your face deflated again? Are you here to get a beating from the big boss once more? I knew these news reports came from somewhere. Turns out Brother Face is behind it all. Of course, the official shelter would have access to the latest information, being official and all. Brother Face. It's amusing how you keep coming back to entice us to go to the official shelter after being humiliated each time. In an instant, hundreds of messages appeared. Brother Face began to flood the forum with comments. Zhang Xing was bewildered by the nickname he had unwittingly acquired. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon seeing the messages. Last time, he had not anticipated that the shelter had already been constructed. However, this time, could they truly rely on him for protection? Wake up, it's impossible. Once the cold wave strikes, everyone will suffer. How can he protect you? The only correct choice is to head to the official shelter. Zhang Sheng gritted his teeth as he expressed these thoughts. If it weren't for the increasing number of recruits, which would elevate his status at the official shelter, he wouldn't bother with these people, letting them fend for themselves. How dare they insult him? How dare they bestow upon him such a humiliating nickname? Almost instantly, many in the forum replied. Brother Face is trying to recruit again. Brother Face is impressive. Repeatedly defeated yet never giving up. But, Brother Face, are you not afraid of being humiliated again by the big boss? How can you be so certain that the big boss cannot protect us? Exactly. Have you forgotten about yesterday's shelter incident? Just 1 day later. And you've forgotten? You claim the big boss could not construct it, yet he delivered it directly. Have you forgotten? And what about the cold wave? So, what if it erupts? Let me tell you, the shelter provided by the big boss is incredibly warm. I sleep without clothes and feel no cold at all. Yes. Yes, Brother Face, after being humiliated by the big boss so many times, how can you still not recognize the big boss's prowess? In response, Zhang Xing merely replied with an emoji. Ignorance, JPG. Regarding the shelter, I admit, I did not foresee it. However, the shelter and this cold wave are entirely incomparable. What does it matter if the shelter is warm? Do you think you can stay inside forever? If you don't go out, who will provide supplies for the so-called big boss you speak of? If you do not supply resources, do you think the big boss will continue to provide you with food for free? Don't dream. And don't even think you'll go out searching for resources. The cold of the cold wave is beyond your imagination. Or do you think that big boss will provide you with cold-resistant clothing? That is the height of folly. Even if he gives each of you a coat, how much fabric and cotton would be required? He has only been collecting metal resources. What will he use to make these garments? Let alone, under the cold wave, a coat is utterly useless. Are you suggesting he will equip each of you with a protective suit? Don't be ridiculous. It's utterly impossible. Therefore, this time, the so-called big boss you speak of cannot protect you. If you wish to survive, your only choice is to go to the official shelter. Chapter 46. If each person truly received one, I would live stream myself consuming excrement. Reflect on my words, am I mistaken? Or do you genuinely believe that esteemed individual possesses boundless resources, able to procure anything at will? He is not a deity. He is human. Even the official sanctuary may not have access to such copious supplies. Do you truly think he can manage it alone? Huh. Zhang Xing spoke again. And his words undoubtedly rendered the forum silent once more. Too many were at a loss for how to counter his arguments. For indeed, Zhang Xing's assertions contained a kernel of truth. In the midst of a cold wave, venturing outside in search of supplies necessitates the utmost in warmth. Given their current predicament, they could scarcely manage adequate clothing. Yet, the esteemed individual had wrought numerous miracles. Rather than heed Zhang Xing's words, they preferred to follow him. Not to mention, many were swayed by the dire conditions faced by those who had already sought refuge in the official sanctuary. After a prolonged silence from the crowd, Zhongxing spoke again. What is the matter? At a loss for words? Do you find my reasoning compelling? Is there no ground for rebuttal? Do you know why? Because this is reality. Your esteemed benefactor, for all his merits, provides sustenance out of self-interest, as you are capable of gathering supplies for him. However, should you cease to be of use, he will certainly not continue to furnish you with food. And amidst this cold wave, should you step outside, it will spell your doom. Thus, we are ensnared in a deadlock, a predicament from which no one can escape. At this point, Zhongxing paused, allowing a few moments to pass before continuing. I shan't shy away from disclosing why I have consistently urged you to seek refuge in the official sanctuary. It too is driven by self-interest. The more individuals I recruit, the higher my standing in the official sanctuary. Consider it from another angle. If you were the benefactor, and your subordinates could no longer provide labor, would you still supply them with food? Remember, this is the apocalypse. The forum fell into an even deeper silence. Eventually, someone could no longer restrain themselves. Even if everything you say is true, the premise rests on our inability to venture out to gather supplies. Yet, if the benefactor can construct a sanctuary, why are you so certain he cannot provide us with means to withstand the cold wave? Indeed. 10,086. Zhongxing immediately responded with an emoji. Laughter JPG. Let me be candid with you, I have a recent update. The lowest temperature of the cold wave will plummet to minus 150 degrees Celsius. Resist the cold wave? Huh. Do you know how exceedingly difficult it is to craft protective clothing that can withstand such frigid temperatures? I concede that the esteemed benefactor you speak of could indeed fabricate a few, but at most, a handful, perhaps a dozen. Do you have any idea how many of you there are? Currently, even the official sanctuary possesses only a little over 1,000 of such protective garments. Do you still expect that benefactor to provide each of you with one? If he truly could provide each person with one, I would live stream myself consuming excrement. As Zhongxing's words faded, within the sanctuary, Liangren, leisurely reclining in a chair, was abruptly roused from his afternoon slumber by a voice in his mind. Ding! Master. Your nap time has concluded. Prolonged sleep can lead to mental fatigue, physical weariness, and a decrease in metabolic rate. Please rise promptly. The all-purpose home robot chimed in with a health reminder. Liangren languidly opened his eyes, glancing at the time. 2:40. Had he truly slept that long? Yet, one must admit, succumbing to the soothing massage to drift off was indeed delightful. Stretching, he turned his gaze towards the garment manufacturing room, whereupon a virtual screen materialized before him. Ding! 100,000 protective garments have been successfully manufactured. Liangren's eyes sparkled with delight, a radiant smile gracing his face. The major obstacle of the second phase had been surmounted. He turned his attention to the forum on his phone, preparing to share the news, only to stumble upon Zhongxing's remarks. If each person truly received one, you would live stream yourself consuming excrement? Liangren's expression grew peculiar. Could it be that you are the fabled Laoba? Yet, I remain unconvinced. With a smile tugging at his lips, Liangren began to type. I just had a splendid nap. The Apocalypse health class is now in session. Cute JPG. It's best to take a nap during midday, even if just for half an hour or an hour. Napping has numerous benefits, including alleviating fatigue, restoring energy, enhancing immunity, and preventing obesity. During sleep, the brain produces a unique metabolic regulatory signal, allowing various metabolic functions to actively operate while the body rests. Therefore, it's advisable to take a nap at noon. By the way, what were you all discussing earlier? It seemed quite interesting. As soon as Liangren's words left his lips, the forum erupted. The benefactor has arrived. The Apocalypse health expert is back in session. The benefactor even took an afternoon nap. How enviable. Good afternoon, JPG. Good afternoon, JPG. Good afternoon, JPG. 10,086. Did the benefactor have sweet dreams? Benefactor, we were just discussing the cold wave. Amidst the flood of greetings, someone began to recount the cold wave topic. However, as soon as they mentioned it, Liangren quickly replied, Oh, I almost forgot to inform you. The cold wave is imminent. Once it arrives, temperatures will plummet sharply, making it nearly impossible to gather supplies. Therefore, I have manufactured a batch of cold-resistant protective clothing, totaling 100,000 sets. Tonight at 10 o'clock. I will distribute them uniformly across all mining areas, one for each person. Please help spread the word to those unaware of this, to avoid anyone missing out on the protective gear. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire forum fell into a stunned silence. The next moment, it erupted. Ha ha, Face Brother. Face Brother, did you hear that? What did you just say? If each person truly received one, you would live stream yourself consuming excrement? Face Brother. Are you trying to trick us into food and drink again? How long until the live stream? Face Brother, how's your face doing? Sigh, Face Brother. Why do you always ignore our advice? Just look at how many times we've urged you. You refused to listen, insisting on putting your face out there, truly. You are deserving of your title as Face Brother. Chapter 47, the second recruitment assessment concluded. The forum's commentary grew increasingly fervent. So much so that Zhang Xing abruptly logged off. Face Brother, why did you run away? Face Brother. Weren't you just adamant that the benefactor could never manage this? Why have you logged off? Continue the conversation. Face Brother, don't leave. We're still waiting for your live stream. Indeed, indeed. Alas, how dull it is. Every time the esteemed figure arrives, they immediately flee in trepidation. What cowardice. Indeed. When the luminary is absent, their words are so resolute, yet upon the arrival of the esteemed one, they lack even the courage to exchange a single word. Just as the laughter of the forum participants grew ever more boisterous, a sudden message materialized on the platform. Greetings, everyone. Esteemed one. I come from the official shelter alongside Zhang Xing a few days ago. Zhang Xing is right here beside me, urging me to convey that he still believes your best option is to head to the official shelter. The cold wave is far more complex than you can imagine. Even if the esteemed one were to produce protective gear, he firmly doubts that such mass-produced suits, nearly 100,000 sets, could fully withstand the cold wave. If they fail to protect you, it will be only you who succumbs to the freezing temperatures. Oh, and Zhang Xing also wanted me to clarify that he is not afraid of the so-called esteemed one, nor does he shy away from conversing with him. Rather, it is your unwavering trust in the esteemed figure that renders your ears deaf to his words, so he chose to log off immediately. Upon the revelation of this explanation, the forum erupted into a frenzy. Rolling on the floor laughing JPG. Dying of laughter without recompense JPG. Caught between laughter and tears JPG. The antics of Brother Lien are truly entertaining. Indeed, even in retreat, he seeks to re-emerge with a remark. How remarkable that, even at this juncture, he has yet to concede and still aims to sway us. Brother Lien, after being slapped in the face so many times, dares to extend his hand once more, even seeking others to speak on his behalf. Brother Lien, can you see this? Don't forget your live stream. Anticipation JPG. At this moment, the individual who had just spoken on Zhang Xing's behalf suddenly chimed in again. Let me confidentially share. I truly do not believe the esteemed one would be bested by Zhang Xing. To be honest, I deeply regret coming to the official shelter with Zhang Xing. Here, we are served nothing but compressed food daily, and one can't even choose their preferred flavor. Meat-flavored compressed biscuit JPG. This is what Zhang Xing just gave me. It's the only reason I'm willing to speak for him. Meat-flavored compressed biscuits are worth their weight in gold here, I assure you. A single package of meat-flavored biscuits can be exchanged for at least 2 packages of other flavors. How I long for the day before I came to the official shelter. The meal I had while participating in the esteemed 1S recruitment assessment is something I shall never forget. Salivating JPG. His words instantly revitalized the forum once more. Ha ha. You truly crack me up. Indeed, indeed. We ask for someone to speak, yet even that individual does not believe Brother Lien. How pitiful his situation has become. By the way, you claim to miss the food at the official shelter? Well, today I'm partaking in the esteemed 1S second recruitment assessment. Having just finished my evaluation and am on my way to the cafeteria. Sweet and sour pork JPG. Twice cooked pork JPG. Fish flavored shredded pork JPG. Here are 3 dishes from today's cafeteria. Allow me to evoke your nostalgia. How fortuitous. I'm also at the cafeteria. Let me remind you. Witty JPG. Sweet and sour fish JPG. Braised pork ribs JPG. Mapo tofu JPG. The instant these images were shared, the individual nearly exploded with frustration. Goodness, you've gone too far. I feel like crying. Crying loudly JPG. I received an extra compressed biscuit today, and it's meat-flavored, which made me quite happy. I haven't had meat-flavored compressed biscuits in 3 meals. Yet you all send me images of the cafeteria food. How dare you come here? Do you believe I want to come after you? Sobbing loudly JPG. Salivating JPG. At that moment, within the shelter, Liangren observed the banter among the forum participants and couldn't help but chuckle. These fellows are truly amusing. And Zhongxing, what a character he is indeed. A cockroach that cannot be exterminated. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared beneath Liangren's viewpoint. Ding! You have successfully achieved victory in the third round of the End of the World contest. This victory has enhanced your reputation among the residents of Jiangxing. Simultaneously, your standing has increased significantly among those who have headed to the official shelter. This will greatly aid your future endeavors. Please continue your efforts. Reward: 3,000 survival points. Remaining survival points: 28460. Wow! Is it really this exhilarating? Upon reading the message, Liangren's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is the third time. And there's a reward. Moreover, the survival points awarded are substantial. Zhongxing, splendid work. Liangren beamed with joy. Soon, the clock struck 10 in the evening. Liangren gazed at the virtual notification from the medium-sized mining base, revealing a thoroughly satisfied smile. Exam participant: 83321 Lu XXX, total mining time 31 minutes and 52 seconds, with a break of 5 seconds, total mined 81 kilograms. Exam participant: 83322 Fong XXX, total mining time 31 minutes and 43 seconds, with a break. Exam participant: 83323 by XXX, total mining time 30 minutes and 1 second. The second recruitment assessment has finally concluded. This time, nearly 90,000 individuals participated in the recruitment assessment. With the precedent set by the first assessment, there were few slackers. Almost no one mined less than 70 kilograms. I wonder how many survival points can be earned this time. Liangren's smile radiated brilliance. Then his gaze fell upon the surveillance footage. Just in time. The transport robots had already delivered the protective gear to both mining zones. Liangren, smiling, announced the assessment results and promptly activated the mining area's broadcasting system. Thus, this recruitment concluded successfully. Chapter 48, Temperature Drop. Employees who passed the recruitment assessment, please report to the mining area promptly at 10 o'clock every morning. The rules are the same as in the first recruitment. Any lazy time exceeding half an hour will result in 1 demerit. 3 demerits will lead to dismissal. Additionally, every 2 hours of work grants half an hour of rest, with a meal time of half an hour and an additional hour of rest. Please proceed in an orderly manner to the mining area cafeteria to collect your protective gear. After receiving your gear, if you know someone who is unaware of this, please notify them. Lastly, all participants in today's mining assessment will receive 3 points as a reward. With that, Liangren switched off the microphone. At this moment, both mining areas erupted into excitement. The shouts resounded instantly. Long live the esteemed one! Long live the esteemed one! Long live the esteemed one! Everyone was filled with exuberance. Their hearts swelled with a singular thought: gratitude. Many among them, after the recruitment assessment, have taken to gathering sand and gravel. The reason, of course, is for the coveted points. After all, the leaderboard provided by the esteemed leader offers an array of splendid rewards. Setting aside all else, just a handful of points can be exchanged for a meal at the mine's cafeteria. Moreover, it allows for 2 additional servings. For those who did not pass the recruitment assessment, this is truly a goal worth striving for. This time, the reward is a generous 3 points, which essentially equates to 3 free meals. Truly, the leader is a benevolent soul. Indeed, a remarkably kind-hearted individual. Can you believe it? He even gifted us 3 points. I collected 300 kilograms of sand and gravel today, which totals 6 points. With the leader's generosity, I have earned a total of 9 points today. I am currently residing in the leader's refuge, where 10 of us take turns. With a little accumulation of points, we could stay for 10 days, and with 9 points, that translates to 90 days. Wow, how enviable. Although I gathered less sand and gravel today, I still earned 4 points, and combined with the leader's gift, that makes 7 points, allowing me to stay for 70 days. Me too. Hooray! Hooray! Long live the leader! Long live the leader! Inside the refuge, Liangren observed the scene with a smile. The points he granted were not a mere whim. They were a product of careful consideration. A torrential rainstorm is imminent. Under such conditions, gathering sand and gravel becomes exceedingly difficult. The yield for most would undoubtedly be dismal. In such circumstances, many would find themselves short on points. By bestowing 3 points upon these individuals at this juncture, he ensured they could weather the impending storm. However, one must admit, Hearing their cheers of gratitude stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. At that moment, a virtual screen suddenly popped up. Ding! Your act of bestowing 3 points to the majority of those who participated in the recruitment assessment has filled their hearts with gratitude towards you. Your status in their eyes has risen. Reward, survival points 1000. Remaining survival points, 29460. Ding! You have generously provided each resident of Jiangqing with a protective suit, ensuring their safety during this cold wave. This secures your primary source for gathering resources in the future. Furthermore, it has elevated their faith in you. In this apocalypse, population is the most vital labor force. Reward, survival points 10,000. Remaining survival points, 39460. Upon seeing these notifications, Liangren's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. He had anticipated the second reward, the provision of protective suits to all residents of Jiangqing, but he never imagined it would yield a staggering 10,000 survival points. And the first reward, the 3 points he gifted surprisingly granted him an additional 1,000 survival points. This was an unexpected boon. Just a few hundred points shy of 40,000 survival points. How exhilarating! Liangren wore a radiant smile. Furthermore, the nearly 90,000 tons of ore collected during this recruitment assessment had yet to be transported back. How many survival points would that yield once it was delivered? However, now I no longer need to feel pained. Once the survival points are in hand, I can construct the entire refuge, allowing everyone to take shelter and avoid freezing to death. I had initially worried that the survival points might not suffice to build shelters for so many people, but it seems there will be more than enough. At this moment, for transport robots returned. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, survival points 240. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, survival points 240. Remaining survival points, 39940. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward, survival points 330. Remaining survival points, 40270. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward, survival points 40. Remaining survival points, 40310. Your current inventory of metal resources, pure iron, 4,050 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 2,050 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 13,100 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 40310. Gazing at the displayed information, Liangren beamed with satisfaction. 40,000 survival points. How delightful. Meanwhile, the all-purpose home robot approached, carrying a foot-soaking basin. Ding! It is now 10:20 p.m. For your health, please soak your feet before retiring for the night. The all-purpose home robot offers a health reminder. Liangren nodded with a smile. Very well, very well. The following morning, as Liangren rose, he opened the forum to find a multitude of messages. Wow, it's freezing today. Residents of Jiangqing, how are you holding up? Is everything all right? The official refuge is freezing to death. The temperature has dropped at least 10 degrees. Although it hasn't reached 0 degrees Celsius, it is definitely in the single digits. I came without any warm clothes, and the official refuge isn't providing any. I genuinely feel like I might freeze to death. Exactly. The official refuge has central heating but refuses to turn it on, leaving us to suffer in the cold. Not only are we starving, but we're also left in the chill. Do they not fear for our well-being? Is the official refuge really that dire? But to be fair, it is incredibly cold today. I was half asleep last night and woke up shivering, quickly adding another blanket. Thankfully, I didn't go to the official refuge. I have plenty of blankets at home. Chapter 49, Crisis. Wow, you have 2 blankets and still have 2 more. Jealous emoji. Speaking of which, it makes me want to cry. I have so many blankets at home, 3 thick comforters, 2 thin ones, and 2 sets of throws. But I left in such haste that I didn't bring any crying emoji. Me too. Who knew the official refuge would be such a trap, sad emoji. Why did you all choose to go to the official refuge? Seriously, isn't it better to follow the leader? I'm telling you. The leader even gifted us 3 points yesterday. 3 points can buy 3 meals in the mine cafeteria, and each meal allows for 2 additional servings. Wow. I was already feeling miserable, and now you're pouring salt in the wound, crying emoji. By the way, have you all noticed? It's raining outside. You just realized that? You must have just woken up, right? Sleeping for so long is quite impressive. I got up at 7, and the streets were already soaked. I've known for a while. Sigh, another day of idleness. But to be fair, the protective suits given to us by the leader are truly amazing. Right? They're not heavy at all. I'm just wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts outside, and once I put on the protective suit, wow, it's so warm. Just saying, you should consider who provided us with those protective suits. It was the leader. That's true, it is indeed the leader. I want to smack myself. Why did I follow Zhang Sheng to the official refuge? Crying emoji. Inside the refuge. As Liangren savored his breakfast, he perused the messages on the forum. His brow furrowing slightly as his gaze fell upon the surveillance footage. Outside, rain had begun to fall, with ominous signs suggesting that it would soon escalate into a torrential downpour. Although a few individuals were still gathering sand and gravel on the streets, it was evident that such efforts would yield little on a day like this, and the number of collectors was scant. Had the rainy season truly arrived so swiftly? This was untenable. With the deluge upon them, it would not be long before floods ensued. Yet here he was, having yet to construct even a single steel wall to fend off the impending torrents. Moreover, with the rain falling, the speed of sand and gravel collection had already begun to plummet, making it increasingly likely that the steel walls of Jiangqing would remain unbuilt. A solution must be found to address the challenges posed by collecting materials in inclement weather. Liangren pondered, his fingers stroking his chin. First, there was the issue of water accumulation. If too much water pooled, most individuals would find it exceedingly difficult to gather the sand and gravel, as they would be submerged beneath the water's surface. At that moment, Liangren glanced back at the surveillance screen, shaking his head in dismay. The drainage system of Jiangqing was clearly in disarray. Perhaps some drainage pipes had been damaged in the recent earthquakes, resulting in the streets now resembling a network of shallow ditches. However, this predicament could be remedied. He turned his attention to the Urban Construction Center of the Super Research Base. Urban Construction Center. Current buildable items. T2 steel wall, level 5 required materials, 200 kilograms sand and gravel, 100 kilograms pure iron, 20 kilograms titanium alloy. T2 earthquake-resistant shelter, level 5 required materials, 200 kilograms sand and gravel, 100 kilograms pure iron, 50 kilograms titanium alloy. T2 flood-resistant trench, level 5 required materials, 200 kilograms sand and gravel, 100 kilograms pure iron, 50 kilograms titanium alloy. T2 water purifier, level 5 required materials, 100 kilograms titanium alloy, 100 kilograms aluminum alloy, 2 energy stones. T2 regional heating device, level 5 required materials, 100 kilograms titanium alloy, 100 kilograms aluminum alloy, 5 energy stones. Note, each steel wall measures 20 meters in length, 4 meters in height, and 1 meter in width. To encircle the entirety of Jiangqing requires 500 walls, 120 for each side. Note, each flood-resistant trench covers a 2,000-meter radius. To provide flood protection for the entire Jiangqing requires 50 trenches. Note, each water purifier can supply daily water for 20,000 individuals. To meet the needs of Jiangqing's population, 10 purifiers are required. Note, each regional heating device can warm a 2,000-meter radius. To ensure warmth throughout Jiangqing, 100 devices are necessary. If the population is concentrated, 10 devices are needed. Note, each earthquake-resistant shelter is designed to accommodate 10 individuals. In extreme conditions, it may house up to 20. Liangren stared in astonishment at the information from the Urban Construction Center. T2 level? Hadn't they initially started at T1? Level 5. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The Super Research Base had upgraded, and with it, the Urban Construction Center had been enhanced as well. Incredible. After the upgrade, while the material requirements for these T2 level items had nearly doubled, the effects had also seen a remarkable increase, some even more so. And now, for the flood-resistant trenches. Only 50 were required. T2 flood-resistant trench, level 5 required materials, 200 kilograms sand and gravel, 100 kilograms pure iron, 50 kilograms titanium alloy. Liangren calculated the necessary materials, approximately 10,000 kg of sand and gravel, 5,000 kg of pure iron, and 2,500 kilograms of titanium alloy. He then glanced at the metallic resources displayed below his view, momentarily taken aback. A flurry of notifications suddenly popped up. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 240 survival points. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 240 survival points. Remaining survival points, 59, 940. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward, 330 survival points. Remaining survival points, 70, 270. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward, 40 survival points. Remaining survival points, 88, 310. You currently possess the following metallic resources: pure iron, 44, 050 kg. Titanium alloy, 28, 050 kg. Sand and gravel, 33, 100 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 88, 310. Liangren was utterly astonished. Incredible. In just one night, the 4 transport robots had managed to haul back nearly 90,000 kg of resources. Were the third-generation robots truly that formidable? Additionally, the survival points earned overnight were nearly 50,000. His survival points were close to reaching 90,000. With this bounty of resources and survival points, Liangren felt invigorated. It was time to build. He resolved to prioritize the construction of the flood-resistant trenches. Although the urban construction center had been upgraded, the collection of sand and gravel was still insufficient to construct the T2 steel walls surrounding Jiangqing. That much had not changed. More gathering was necessary. System: construct 50 T2 flood-resistant trenches. Liangren commanded. Ding! Building 50 T2 flood-resistant trenches requires materials: 10,000 kg sand and gravel, 5,000 kg pure iron, 500 kilograms titanium alloy. Do you confirm? Yes. Liangren nodded. Ding! Construction successful. Current remaining metallic resources: pure iron, 39, 050 kg. Titanium alloy, 25, 550 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 23, 100 kilograms. Ding! Flood-resistant trenches have been automatically distributed throughout Jiangqing and can immediately direct water flow underground. Liangren's eyes lit up as he observed the surveillance footage. In an instant, a radiant smile graced his face. The T2 flood-resistant trenches were indeed remarkable. Upon distribution, he could almost visibly see the water from the previously shallow ditches flow towards the underground. Within a matter of mere minutes, while the ground remained damp. It was only slightly so. Simultaneously, Liangren promptly retrieved his phone. As he prepared to access the forum, he suddenly noted the date. Huh? Today is December 24th? Does that mean tonight is Christmas Eve? A smile crept across Liangren's lips. It was the perfect opportunity to offer some incentives and encourage everyone. After all, those enduring the hardships of the apocalypse deserved some consideration. After fetching an apple from the storage room, he opened the forum and began typing. With the flood imminent and given the recent incessant rain that hampers resource collection, I have decided to amend the rules. Previously, gathering 100 kilograms earned 2 points. This will now be adjusted to 50 kilograms for the same reward. I urge everyone to diligently collect resources, especially sand and gravel. Upon the utterance of those words, the forum erupted in a frenzy. Goodness gracious! The difficulty of redeeming points has been halved. To think that 50 kilograms of sand could be exchanged for 2 points. Long live the esteemed figure. Long live the esteemed figure 1,000 times over. Long live the esteemed figure 10,000 times over. 10,086. Everyone, charge forth. What does a rainy day matter? Indeed, with the difficulty reduced, we might even accumulate more points daily than on sunlit days. Observing the fervor of the forum, Liangren couldn't help but smile. And he sent another message. Everyone, please hold on for a moment. I have one more announcement to make. In an instant, the forum fell silent. Only a handful of individuals posted a few emoticons, awaiting the esteemed figure's words. JPG. Obedient and understanding JPG. I am a well-behaved little one JPG. Liangren chuckled at the emoticons and typed, "Today is December 24th, and tonight is Christmas Eve. Do not forget to eat apples this evening. I have also prepared an apple for each of you. You may collect them at the various mining bases." All right, I have completed my announcement, and you may now speak. Once Liangren's message was sent, the forum exploded once more. Goodness. Fruits. 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 The esteemed figure is actually giving out fruit. I I haven't had fruit in 3 or 4 days, although I could exchange points for it, I simply couldn't bring myself to do so. 3 points for half a pound of fruit, while just 1 point could procure a pound of rice. Who would have thought the esteemed figure would give it away for free today? Truly remarkable. Long live the esteemed figure. Long live the esteemed figure. Long live the esteemed figure. Oh, how wonderful it would be if every day were Christmas Eve, then I could receive a free apple daily. 1. Watching the forum's messages, Liangren couldn't help but smile. Every day as Christmas Eve? Do you truly believe I could consume all the fruit I've stored? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a virtual screen popped up. Ding! You have gifted every resident of Jiangcheng an apple on Christmas Eve, allowing them to truly feel the festive spirit. Moreover, your act has brought immense joy to the residents of Jiangcheng, significantly boosting their work efficiency. Additionally, among those heading to the official shelter, your reputation has risen once more. Reward, 2,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 90310. Gazing at the reward notification, Liangren was initially taken aback, and in the next moment, he was both bewildered and elated. Gifting apples, creating a festive atmosphere, and I am rewarded for it? Liangren glanced at the last message on the forum. Wouldn't it be splendid if every day were Christmas Eve, allowing me to collect free survival points daily? Wait. Liangren looked again at the reward notification. Your reputation has risen among those heading to the official shelter? By giving apples to the residents of Jiangcheng. I can also elevate my reputation at the official shelter? Just as Liangren expressed his confusion, the forum buzzed with activity once more. What the heck? Why? I just asked the manager of the official shelter for apples, saying tonight is Christmas Eve, a festive occasion, couldn't we have something nice to eat? Is there any apple available? Even if there are no apples, could we at least have a proper meal? No more compressed biscuits, I'm about to vomit from them. Do you know what the people at the official shelter replied to me? Crying JPG. They said, since you don't want to eat compressed biscuits, you can skip breakfast today. There will be no breakfast for you as your compressed biscuits are gone. As soon as this news broke, residents of Jiangcheng rushed to offer their congratulations. Ha. You've made me laugh so hard. Brother, I can only say, impressive. Wow, brother, you are truly remarkable. You even dared to ask the manager of the official shelter for apples. Exactly, isn't that akin to asking the boss for a raise? Do you really think the boss would agree? Just look at how few days you've been in the official shelter, it hasn't even been a week. Indeed, and besides. How could you propose something like that? Some things are not granted simply by asking, there must be a willingness from above. Do you think everyone is as benevolent as the esteemed figure? Not a chance. Yes, and have you thought about it, how could the official shelter possibly give you apples? If they were to give you some, everyone else would want them too. The officials probably don't have that many apples to spare. Don't kick me while I'm down. My mental state is crumbling. Do apples know that I haven't had one in so long? 5 days, a full 5 days. Suddenly, I remembered that my fridge still has the fruit salad left from the last takeout. Why haven't I eaten it before coming to the shelter? Crying JPG. Apples. You all are getting free apples, and I want to cry. Why did I come to the official shelter? Damn you, Zhangxing. Yes. If it weren't for Zhangxing constantly enticing us, how could we have come here? If we hadn't come here, following the esteemed figure, our lives would undoubtedly be far more comfortable. 10,086. Chapter 51. I could have endured the darkness had I not seen the sun. Observing the messages in the forum, Liangren nearly burst into laughter. The apocalypse has been underway for 7 days, and they are still reminiscing about the fruit salad left from 7 days ago? Can that stuff even be consumed? Aren't they afraid of food poisoning? Are you all truly suffering so much at the official shelter? Liangren couldn't help but pose a question on the forum. Once these words were uttered, the forum erupted once again. The esteemed figure. The esteemed figure has appeared. Not only has the esteemed figure appeared, but they have also inquired about our treatment at the official shelter. Astonished JPG. Astonished JPG. Astonished JPG. However, how can one even describe the treatment? It can only be said to be a long story. Crying JPG. As for the treatment, alas. Let me put it this way. The official shelter is genuinely treating us as the most pure labor force. Yes, indeed. Each day, everyone has numerous tasks that must be accomplished. Now that the cold wave has arrived and floods are imminent, the official shelter has specifically designated a large area of sandy ground, and every individual must assist in transporting sand, building walls, and completing waterproofing tasks. If the quotas are not met, we aren't even fed. In truth, I can somewhat understand this, as we all rely on the shelter for survival. If the shelter gets flooded, no one will be able to survive. But couldn't they provide a bit more food? Exactly. Each meal consists of just one compressed biscuit. It's insufficient to fill our stomachs, we are cold, and yet we are still forced to work as laborers, crying JPG. I am genuinely regretting it. Deeply regretting how I impulsively came to the official shelter. Had I known life would be like this at the official shelter, I would never have come. Indeed. Isn't following the esteemed figure much more appealing? 10,086. The residents of Jiangqing who ventured to the official shelter each voiced their grievances. Without exception. They all lamented their plight. Liangren couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for these individuals. How unfortunate. At this moment, the residents of Jiangqing also chimed in. Why did you not choose to follow the leader? Following the leader is truly delightful. Indeed. Not only do we have food every day, but when an earthquake strikes and houses collapse, the leader also provides us with shelter. Especially today. The leader has generously gifted us with fruit. It's simply marvelous. What does the apocalypse matter? With the leader around, it's merely a trifling concern. The leader is eternally revered. Sorry, but following the leader allows for unrestrained indulgence. Speaking of which, it's noon. It's time to eat. Right. I wonder what delicious fare the cafeteria has today. I've arrived. Wow, is the cafeteria serving such exquisite dishes today? Boiled beef JPG. Sour cabbage fish JPG. Bean sprout pork soup JPG. Today's meal feels incredibly warm and comforting. The chef must be aware of the drop in temperature. Hence the majority of the dishes are stews to provide us with extra warmth. How thoughtful. Especially this bean sprout pork soup. Wow, the pork is tender yet not greasy. Bursting with flavor. How delicious. Even a 5-star chef's cuisine might not surpass this. Wow. The situation in my mining area is similar, although there aren't many stews. We actually have dry pot. Dry pot ribs and shrimp JPG. Dry pot beef JPG. Dry pot spicy chicken wings JPG. Just the aroma is enough to whet my appetite. Today, I shall indulge in 2 extra bowls of white rice. On another note, for the brothers who went to the official shelter, truthfully, that's not bad at all. At least you won't be drenched in the rain. Yes. And you still have compressed biscuits to eat every day. Frankly, the food here is quite ordinary. It's not necessarily tastier than the compressed biscuits you have. Never mind. I can't keep this up any longer. Isn't what you're saying a bit excessive? We are all brothers struggling to survive in this apocalypse. Even if we eat well, live well, and have warm, lightweight protective clothing, and the leader provides food for free, must you flaunt it in their faces? Can you show a little sympathy for them? The forum exploded. Especially those in the official shelter, their mental state crumbled. To the one above. Particularly the last speaker, did you really have to be so excessive? What do you mean? Even if we eat well, live well, and have warm, lightweight protective clothing. And the leader provides food for free? Is that not enough for you? Right, I feel utterly overwhelmed. Looking at my compressed biscuits, they seem so bland. You are too much. You can enjoy your delicious food, but why flaunt pictures? I could have endured the darkness had I never seen the sun, crying JPG. At this moment, Liangren couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This group of people, truly. What is there to boast about? I provide you with food. Not for you to show off. You exhibit no compassion whatsoever. Liangren couldn't resist typing. Indeed, it is excessive. We are all brothers. Must you torment them like this? Their daily sustenance is merely compressed biscuits, which is already quite harsh. Upon hearing this, the people from the official shelter flooded the forum with gratitude. The leader is right. Yes, the leader is the kindest. Exactly, you people are too much, humph. I despise you. At this moment, the residents of Jiangqing also began to apologize. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have posted pictures when you are already having a hard time. Sigh, how could I not control my hand? I apologize, I truly shouldn't have boasted. Reflecting on my own miserable situation not long ago, how did I become so callous now? Sigh, it's alright, this indeed was a poor choice on our part. Yes. Who led us to be swayed by Zhongsheng to the official shelter? Right, we don't blame you. Observing the harmonious forum, Liangren nodded in satisfaction. This is how it should be, we are all brothers in this apocalypse, how could we boast? Before he could finish his thought, suddenly, the all-purpose home robot approached, carrying a large pot and a platter of side dishes. Upon seeing the large pot, Liangren's body trembled with excitement. This, Today's lunch is actually this. With a snap, Liangren instantly took a picture and posted it on the forum. Spicy beef hot pot JPG. Chapter 52. Such food is what one truly calls enjoyment. The forum fell silent. The only image that stood out was Liangren's spicy beef hot pot JPG. At that moment, Liangren could not resist picking up his chopsticks, grabbing a large piece of fatty meat, and snapping another picture. Signature tender beef JPG. Then crack, crack, crack. Premium layered tripe JPG. Signature beef tripe JPG. Royal fatty lamb roll JPG. While waiting for the food to cook, Liangren began to type. Indeed. In the depths of winter, one must eat hot pot. The apocalypse wellness class has commenced. Cute JPG. Let me tell you. Hot pot is truly a wonderful food. Eating it in winter not only warms the body, but also expels dampness and toxins from the body. In summer, when temperatures soar and one sweats excessively, it leads to a loss of minerals and moisture. Hot pot helps to absorb ample moisture and minerals, thus balancing the body's ion levels. Furthermore, hot pot invigorates the mind, replenishes a large amount of vitamin B, nourishes the nerves, and allows for the absorption of rich amino acids, promoting metabolism and mental clarity. Truly, throughout the 4 seasons, hot pot offers benefits. However, it should not be consumed excessively, or one may easily suffer from heat. As he spoke, Liangren picked up a chopstick of perfectly cooked royal fatty lamb roll, snapped a picture, and placed it in his mouth. Spicy tender lamb roll JPG. Cooking lamb rolls in hot pot is my favorite. The lamb rolls are thin, cook quickly, and can be eaten just seconds after being placed in the pot. Moreover, they perfectly absorb the aroma and juices of the hot pot, completely masking the gamey flavor of the lamb, making them truly a delicacy. Indeed, winter is the season for hot pot. After sending the message, Liangren continued to savor his hot pot with great satisfaction. Soon, he couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. I can't be blamed for this. I truly did not intend to take pictures. I certainly did not mean to boast about my lunch. What I said earlier was sincere. I genuinely do not wish for everyone to flaunt their meals. Because, for those friends who went to the official shelter, the food situation is indeed dire. I just never anticipated that today's lunch would be hot pot. Such a delicacy, I simply cannot resist sharing with everyone. Observing the silence of the forum, Liangren gently exhaled and typed once more. However, to be fair, I must say, for those friends in the official shelter, if possible, it would be best for you to mention this to the shelter's management. Let them exchange the food they consume daily. Overindulgence in compressed biscuits is detrimental to one's health. The apocalyptic wellness class is once again in session. Serious JPG. Compressed biscuits, crafted from puffed flour, can lead to malnutrition, vitamin deficiencies, and symptoms such as constipation when consumed excessively. Furthermore, and most crucially, these biscuits contain trans fatty acids. They can elevate blood cholesterol levels, heightening the risk of coronary heart disease and potentially resulting in conditions such as heart disease and diabetes. Hence, if possible, it is advisable to avoid long-term consumption. If one has the option to eat proper meals, it is best to do so. Upon concluding this thought, Liangren switched off his phone and earnestly indulged in hot pot. Meanwhile, the forum erupted in chaos. What can I even say? The big shot is incredible. Suddenly, I found the cafeteria meals less appealing. Indeed, although today's cafeteria fare was quite good and served hot, could anything compare to the enticing aroma of hot pot? Could anything be as warming as hot pot for the body? Thus, when the big shot suggested we refrain from flaunting our food, was it because our displays were too pedestrian? It seems so. After all, what is there to boast about with ordinary meals? The big shot must have grown weary of such food. It is true, no wonder he is a big shot. This sort of food is what one would deem an indulgence. The commonplace meals we consume are indeed lacking in merit for boasting. The big shot is truly remarkable. 10,086. The residents of Jiangcheng were fervently discussing this. On another front, those heading to the official shelter found their spirits not only shattered but utterly obliterated. Can you all behave like civilized beings? Let me just bang my head against the tofu and be done with it. Big shot, you promised not to show off. You said we were already struggling. So why do you tell others not to boast while you flaunt your own situation? Oh, I am in tears. Looking at those meals, I could at least accept it. After all, before arriving at the official shelter, I had also dined in the mining area cafeteria. But I recall that the last time I had hot pot was 3 months ago, crying JPG. Big shot, have some decency. with hot pot at your place. Is this really the apocalypse? It hardly feels like it. The entire forum began to polarize. One side was ablaze with fervent admiration, while the other was steeped in lamentation. Thus, time passed until 1 o'clock. After over half an hour of indulging in hot pot, Liangren finally set down his chopsticks, patting his slightly distended belly. That was utterly delightful. I must say, this experience of hot pot surpassed any previous ones. I never anticipated that even the complex hot pot base could be mastered by an all-purpose home robot. Indeed, creating the all-purpose home robot was truly my wisest choice. Liangren stretched contentedly and glanced at the surveillance screen. At that moment, outside, torrential rain had begun to pour. However, with no water pooling on the ground and having reduced the difficulty of earning points by half, the scene outside was bustling with individuals collecting sand and gravel. Liangren took a glance and nodded in satisfaction. Once the transport robot brings back today's sand and gravel, he would be ready to commence the construction of Jiangqing's walls. This was of utmost importance. Otherwise, when the floods arrive, it would be truly disastrous. After digesting his meal for a while, Liangren, under the soothing massage of the all-purpose home robot, drifted into a comfortable nap. Soon, at 2:30, Liangren opened his eyes. Habitually, he opened the forum and was suddenly jolted by a message. Big shot, I found a strange object while mining. Is this thing useful? Chapter 53, Wild Energy Stone. Black round ball JPG. A picture was posted on the forum. The person who shared the image continued, this thing is incredibly heavy, much denser than regular minerals, though small. It weighs a good 4 to 5 kilograms. I have genuinely never encountered such a thing. It feels quite peculiar to the touch. Big shot, is this thing useful? At this moment, someone on the forum abruptly replied, Brother upstairs, congratulations on your windfall. This is a valuable item. I am certain even the big shot would desire it. Really? Of course not. It's just a worthless coal ball. Do you really think it's treasure? Exactly. You unearthed a mere coal ball and thought to the big shot? Are you joking? This is certainly not a coal ball. I know that. It cannot possibly weigh this much. Well, it's probably just a worthless rock. The individual was left utterly speechless. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Liangren's expression was one of exhilaration. He knew precisely what it was. An energy stone. Has someone finally unearthed it in the first mining area? Liangren promptly replied, Brother, congratulations, you have struck it rich. Smile JPG. This is a remarkable item. The essence of the entire mining area, akin to the heart of the mine. Many constructions will require this. Consequently, you can take a paid leave for 3 days, and I will additionally reward you with 20 points. Of course, during your paid leave, you may still dine at the cafeteria, which remains complimentary for employees. As soon as this was announced, the forum exploded. Shocked JPG. Shocked JPG. Shocked JPG. Goodness, this thing is genuinely valuable. 1. I initially thought it was just some worthless rock. 1. I thought so too. Who would have imagined it was the very essence of the mining area? Furthermore, the big shot is willing to redeem it for a full 20 points, plus grant 3 days of paid leave. Oh my goodness, this is fantastic. Simultaneously, the individual who had found the energy stone was momentarily stunned. Big shot, are you serious? I feel as though I am dreaming. This is akin to winning the lottery. It feels entirely unreal. Big shot, you're not joking, are you? If I take this leave, will I not be fired outright? Cautiously JPG. Ha. You've hit the jackpot and you still dare to question it? Exactly, can the words of the big shot ever be false? Brother, go enjoy your leave. And stop flaunting it here, it's making others envious. No, I must go and search as well, to see if there is anything good. Rest assured, I am not deceiving you. At this point, Liangren also responded, this item is indeed remarkable. However, everyone should not become overly fixated on it. This item is exceedingly rare, typically found only in a few instances in mining areas, and they are products of the deepest sections. Everyone should focus on their mining. This item is merely a stroke of luck. With that, Liangren closed the forum. Observing the invigorated expressions of everyone at the 3 mining bases and the sudden surge in mining efficiency, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. The first energy stone had finally emerged. Simultaneously, it would serve to alleviate the monotonous lives of the mining area workers. After all, the daily grind of monotonous mining can become quite tedious. Each day is consumed by the relentless pursuit of ore, and although sustenance serves as a motivating force, A sense of fatigue inevitably creeps in, drastically diminishing mining efficiency. At such times, it becomes imperative for these individuals to rediscover a purpose. The energy stones could be regarded as the quintessential goal. They reignite the drive to delve deeper into the mining zones in search of these coveted stones, necessitating an incessant enhancement of mining efficiency. This is precisely why Liangren has bestowed rewards upon these individuals. Suddenly, 3 virtual screens sprang to life. High-grade mass-production rice seeds. Yield increased tenfold. Research completed. Seeds have been automatically converted. High-grade mass-production vegetable seeds. Yield increased tenfold. Research completed. Seeds have been automatically converted. High-grade mass-production fruit seeds. Yield increased tenfold. Research completed. Seeds have been automatically converted. Liangren's eyes sparkled with delight. Astonishingly, the seeds had transcended to a high grade autonomously, and the results were nothing short of remarkable. The high-grade mass-production seeds could directly augment yields tenfold. Liangren beamed with joy. With such a development, concerns regarding food supplies were momentarily alleviated. At the very least, the daily consumption needs of the residents of Jiangcheng would be adequately met. As the clock struck 10 that evening, the residents of Jiangcheng joyfully arrived at the mining base to collect their apples. However, a torrential downpour commenced once more. In an instant, the rain cascaded down in sheets. Simultaneously, messages from residents heading to the official shelter began to flood in. Brothers, are you all right? The flood has reached the inland areas. There are satellite videos playing at the official shelter, and the flood has already encroached upon the neighboring province. I saw that satellite video too. It's terrifying. The flood swept through Wangshui City in under a minute, completely submerging it. This isn't merely a flood. It resembles a colossal tsunami, obliterating houses in an instant. Brothers, you must be cautious, with the rain pouring down so heavily. Do not let yourselves be swept away. With the emergence of news from the official shelter, the forum quickly erupted with activity. Terrifying JPG. Terrifying JPG. Terrifying JPG. Wow! Is it really that frightening? The flood has already reached the inland? Apple JPG. How alarming. I'm so scared. All I can do is quietly munch on my apple. Eating apple JPG. It has already reached the neighboring province? The flood is that swift? I'm a bit worried. But on a brighter note, the free apples gifted by the Big Shot are truly delicious. Big, sweet, round apple JPG. No kidding, after all, they're apples from the Big Shot. They must be exquisite. Big apple JPG. I must jot this down in my diary. December 24th, evening, the 7th day since the apocalypse began. The Big Shot gifted each person an apple, which is the first apple I've had in these 7 days of the apocalypse. Super delicious. Grateful to the Big Shot. Chapter 54. A minor flood emerges. 6,666 JPG. Goodness, there are actually people writing diaries? Seriously, who writes diaries these days? Brother, you're really overdoing it with the pretentiousness. By the way, speaking of which, to the brothers at the official shelter, tonight is Christmas Eve, so don't forget to eat your apples. Yes, yes. Eating apples on Christmas Eve is essential for ensuring safety. The matter of the flood was momentarily overshadowed. The individuals at the official shelter were rendered speechless upon seeing these messages. After a prolonged silence, someone finally posted a meme. Spitting blood JPG. Following that, a barrage of memes flooded the screen. Spitting blood 3 liters JPG. Angered to the point of spitting blood JPG. I no longer wish to live JPG. You all have gone too far. Can you still consider yourselves human? We were kindly reminding you, and you're here flaunting your apples. How infuriating. I shouldn't have opened the forum today. You lack virtue. May you suffer the consequences. Flaunting your apples is one thing, but to taunt us into eating them? I wish I could have some too, but only if I had any. Outrageous. As soon as the news from the official shelter was released, the residents of Jiangcheng responded with a flurry of memes. I express my helplessness JPG. What can I do but continue eating apples JPG? My inner self is completely unfazed. And I even want to laugh JPG. With the Big Shot backing me, I feel utterly untroubled. Yes, with the Big Shot here. What is there to fear from the flood? Indeed, the brothers at the official shelter are being overly dramatic. You have no idea how incredible the Big Shot truly is. There's nothing to be done. After all, they chose to go to the official shelter. The forum fell silent. Within the shelter, Liangren observed the messages circulating on the forum, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. He found the situation both amusing and somewhat disheartening. The residents of Jiangcheng indeed held him in high esteem, even viewing him as an omnipotent figure. They scarcely regarded the gravity of the flood, instead opting to boast about his prowess. Though it felt gratifying to be exalted, the praise had verged on excessive. Liangren couldn't help but chuckle to himself, then promptly replied on the forum. Everyone should exercise caution. The flood is indeed a matter of grave significance. Do not dismiss it lightly. While I have mentioned constructing barriers to fend off the flood, we are still significantly lacking in materials, particularly sand and gravel. I implore everyone to redouble their efforts. Upon hearing this, the forum erupted once more, and the tone shifted dramatically. Goodness, the big shot has actually spoken. The big shot has advised us to pay attention to the flood. Has everyone understood? Understood. 10,086. It seems the flood is truly perilous. Yes. We must mine more sand and gravel tomorrow. Who would have thought we were still so short? Indeed. We must never underestimate natural disasters. Big shot. We will give our utmost efforts. Rest assured, we will ensure an ample supply of sand and gravel. Yes. Do not worry, big shot. The big shot is the best. Upon witnessing this, the individuals at the official shelter could no longer contain their responses. Yes, you all have gone too far. It's outrageous. We kindly reminded you earlier. And you completely disregarded us, even mocking us while flaunting your apples. And now, the big shot speaks, and you all immediately change your tunes. We were genuinely concerned for your safety. It's the big shot who is reasonable and knows to remind you. Otherwise, I might just explode from anger. Why can't the people at the official shelter be more rational? If only the leader of the official shelter were the big shot, how wonderful that would be. Sigh. I'm so sick of eating compressed biscuits daily that I could vomit. Suddenly, a message from the official shelter appeared, stating, as soon as those words were uttered, the forum erupted into chaos. Goodness gracious, they are constructing waterproof barriers overnight. Has the flood threat escalated to such a dire extent? Is it possible that the waters are about to inundate our province? So soon? Wait a moment. Didn't the expert just mention that there is still a significant shortage of sand and gravel? Indeed. Should we not also redouble our efforts and excavate more sand and gravel? Otherwise, if the flood comes and the expert has not completed the wall, will we not be in grave danger? Yes, certainly. Inside the shelter, Liangren glanced at the forum messages, unable to suppress a frown. The official shelter is actually demanding the construction of waterproof barriers overnight. Has the flood surged forth so rapidly? Lacking the ability to witness the flood's trajectory firsthand, he could only rely on the information relayed from the shelter personnel on the forum, which was rather cumbersome. Liangren shook his head, his gaze shifting to the surveillance screen. Comprehensive satellite monitoring. Area. A radius of 20,000 kilometers. Upgradable. Upgrade options. Quality, 600. Expand monitoring range, 800. Note, each upgrade to expand the monitoring range increases the satellite's coverage by 10,000 kilometers. System. Upgrade the comprehensive satellite monitoring range. Liangren promptly spoke. Ding. You have spent 800 survival points to upgrade the comprehensive satellite monitoring. Upgrade successful. Comprehensive satellite monitoring. Area. A radius of 30,000 kilometers. Upgradable. Upgrade options. Quality, 600. Expand monitoring range, 1600. Note, each upgrade to expand the monitoring range increases the satellite's coverage by 10,000 kilometers. Remaining survival points, 89, 510. In an instant. Following the system notification, the monitoring area contorted, and the next moment, numerous additional screens appeared, encompassing every region within a 30,000-kilometer radius of Jiangcheng. Liangren's expression shifted dramatically as he observed the surveillance images. Although the torrent had not yet encroached upon the province, the relentless torrential rain for a full day had already caused localized flooding to emerge. Moreover, it was not far from Jiangcheng and was, in fact, advancing towards it. No wonder the official shelter has mandated the overnight construction of waterproof barriers, while the small flood may not be swift. Its proximity means it could arrive within a day at this pace. Chapter 55. A pleasant surprise. Gazing at the information displayed on the monitoring screen, Liangren's countenance grew serious. He then turned his attention to the resources currently at his disposal, as well as the materials required for constructing the steel walls. You currently possess metal resources: pure iron, 39, 050 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 25, 550 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 23, 100 kilograms. A single T2 steel wall, level 5. Required materials: sand and gravel 200 kilograms, pure iron 100 kilograms, titanium alloy 20 kilograms. Note: each steel wall measures 20 meters in length for meters in height, and 1 meter in width. To encircle the entire Jiangcheng requires 500 walls, 120 walls per side. With one arm crossed over his chest and the other cupping his chin, Liangren pondered for a moment before exhaling a sigh of relief. The small flood was not significant, primarily advancing from the northwest. The northern terrain is elevated, and given the low water levels of the small flood, it poses no threat. Thus constructing the wall on the western side should suffice. In total, he would need 120, or rather 140 walls. The sides of this wall would also require reinforcement to prevent any water from seeping through. The 140 T2 steel walls would necessitate sand and gravel 28,000 kg, pure iron 14,000 kg, titanium alloy 2, 800 kilograms. Although he was slightly short on sand and gravel, fortunately, the deficit was manageable. And a few trips by the transport robots would remedy that. It was fortunate that the small flood was primarily moving toward the northwest. Had it been from the southwest, they would surely be in dire straits. Another half hour passed. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward: 240 survival points. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward: 240 survival points. Remaining survival points: 91, 510. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward: 330 survival points. Remaining survival points: 92, 330. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward: 40 survival points. Remaining survival points: 93, 470. You currently possess metal resources: pure iron, 43, 250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 27, 450 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 28, 600 kilograms. Remaining survival points: 93, 510. At 11 o'clock at night, Liangren was pulling an all-nighter for the first time in these 2 days. After the fourth trip of the transport robots, he began the construction of the T2 steel walls. System: construct 140 T2 steel walls. Liangren immediately declared. Ding! Constructing 140 T2 steel walls requires materials: sand and gravel 28,000 kg, pure iron 14,000 kg, titanium alloy 2, 800 kilograms. Do you confirm the construction? Liangren nodded. In the next moment, a virtual screen popped up once more. Ding! 140 T2 steel walls constructed successfully. You currently have remaining metal resources: pure iron, 29, 250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 24, 650 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 600 kilograms. Ding! Would you like to manually install the T2 steel walls? Yes, Liangren responded, and as soon as the words left his mouth, a massive virtual screen appeared in his view. Displayed on the screen was a compressed map of the entire Jiangcheng. Then, along the edges of Jiangcheng, rectangular transparent light points emerged, resembling modules from a tower defense game, indicating locations suitable for installing T2 steel walls. Liangren aligned himself with the northwest and, after confirming the positions, began the installation one by one. Each installation took nearly 20 minutes. Once he completed the installation of the last T2 steel wall, Liangren finally relaxed his grip and let out a breath. Truly exhausting. It was maddening that he could only install one at a time. To get to the point, it was still a matter of insufficient materials. Had there been enough, he could have installed walls in all directions of Jiangcheng and let the system handle it. Nevertheless, despite the fatigue, it seemed that the small flood should pose no threat now. Liangren gently exhaled, rubbing his sore arms. He then summoned the multifunctional home robot to provide a massage before slipping into slumber. The following morning, the torrential rain had not only failed to abate but had intensified severalfold, accompanied by howling winds. The gusts were so fierce that the rain created an almost insurmountable barrier. Yet, within Jiangcheng, numerous individuals braved the elements to collect sand and gravel. However, upon stepping outside, they were utterly astonished. In the northwest of Jiangcheng, an immensely towering wall had materialized. Almost instantaneously, people could not help but capture images and post them on the forum. Within moments, the forum was ablaze with excitement. Goodness gracious! Shocking JPG! Shocking JPG! Shocking JPG! Goodness, have I truly traversed time overnight? My word. This city wall looms ominously, towering at least 7 or 8 stories high. How many meters is that? At least 15, I reckon. This is astonishing. In the span of a single night, Jiang City has erected such a formidable wall. It's not just tall. I reside right beside this wall, and I just observed that it is a full meter thick. Utterly terrifying. Was this the work of a mastermind? Indeed, it must be the work of a genius. Who else could possibly achieve such a feat? Incredible, isn't it? The brilliance of the mastermind is unparalleled. Heart-wrenching JPG. The mastermind is remarkable. The mastermind is remarkable. 10,086. No wonder the mastermind mentioned that more sand and gravel were needed. It turns out they were constructing a wall of this magnitude. Initially, I thought erecting a wall a few meters high was an impressive endeavor, but now I see how naive I was. However, from this perspective, it appears that the impending flood is exceedingly perilous. Otherwise, the mastermind would not have built the wall to such heights and thickness. This indicates that a lower wall would be overwhelmed by the flood, and a thinner one would be swept away. It seems that much more sand and gravel are still required. Brothers, let us charge forth and continue gathering sand and gravel. We must not disappoint the mastermind, allowing them to swiftly construct the remaining 3 walls. Yes. Charge. A moment later, within the shelter, Liangren awakens, habitually glancing at the surveillance footage. He notices the rain has intensified, accompanied by fierce winds that make his heart race. Yet, nearly all the residents of Jiang City are out, hastily collecting sand and gravel. Liangren is taken aback. He opens the forum to take a look, unable to suppress a gratifying smile. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. I never anticipated that the wall I constructed to withstand a minor flood would enhance the efficiency of these individuals in gathering sand and gravel. Chapter 56, Brother Face. Is this your alternate account? Liangren glances at the system notifications accumulated from the previous night. Ding. You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 240 survival points. Ding. You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 240 survival points. Remaining survival points, 101510. Ding. You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward, 330 survival points. Remaining survival points, 112330. Ding. You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward, 40 survival points. Remaining survival points, 124470. Your current remaining metal resources, pure iron, 39,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 34,650 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 33,600 kilograms. Remaining survival points, 126470. To my astonishment, following the rainfall and the halved difficulty in accumulating points, coupled with my encouragement, the speed of gathering sand and gravel has doubled. In just one night, over 30,000 kilograms of sand and gravel were amassed. My survival points have now reached 120,000. Tonight, I can construct yet another wall. Liangren beams with a radiant smile. After stretching and completing his morning routine, he begins to have breakfast. Just then, a message arrives from the official shelter. The flood is about to reach the neighboring city of Huiyun. Instantly, the forum erupts once more. Liangren's expression shifts dramatically. According to my calculations, the minor flood should not reach Huiyun City until at least this afternoon. Could it be that the expansion of the torrential rain and the fierce winds have transformed the minor flood into a medium-sized one, hastening its arrival? Liangren's gaze swiftly shifts to the surveillance footage, observing the current state of Huiyun City. The flood is approximately 1,000 meters away from Huiyun City. However, at this moment, Huiyun City has become a wasteland. Amidst the torrential downpour in numerous locations, the rainwater has already surpassed 1 meter. Many houses and private shelters situated at lower elevations have been completely submerged. Although most residents of Huiyun City have sought refuge in the official shelter, there remain several individuals, including those in private shelters. These individuals are now desperately seeking higher ground to escape the flood. Yet, those who have ascended to higher ground can already see the flood surging toward them. Their expressions are filled with utter despair. In mere minutes, the medium-sized flood that was once 1,000 meters away has surged into Huiyun City. Like a ferocious beast from ancient times, it devours everything in its path, with waves reaching several meters high, even exceeding 10 meters. This scene undoubtedly plunges these people into complete hopelessness. There is no escape. Who will come to our rescue? Help! The sounds of terror, despair, wailing, and cries for help begin to permeate the air. But soon, they're entirely drowned out by the flood. In an instant, the flood completely engulfs these individuals. Following that, the entirety of Huiyun City is reduced to mere earth beneath the torrent. The once towering skyscrapers collapse in an instant, vanishing from sight. The only thing visible is water, flood, torrent. Within the shelter, Liangren observes the unfolding scenes with a grave expression. If I did not possess the system, if I had not constructed the walls of Jiang City last night, then today, this very scene would have transpired in Jiang City, wouldn't it? Liangren feels a surge of trepidation. Initially, while he harbored a sense of anxiety, he did not take the flood too seriously until now. Witnessing the devastation in Huiyun City sends chills down his spine. The walls must be completed without delay. Plans often fall short of reality, as exemplified by this minor flood. Meanwhile, the Jiang City Forum is equally bustling. The flood has already reached Huiyun City. Shocking JPG. I recall Huiyun City is not far from us. It's not just nearby, it's the city adjacent to us. Terrifying JPG. Goodness, is the flood truly that close? That's why I came to warn you all. It won't be long before the flood arrives. Perhaps within today or even in the next 2 hours. Within 2 hours. Terrifying JPG. Terrifying JPG. Terrifying JPG. Terrifying JPG. At this moment, a representative from the official shelter speaks again. Thanks to the overnight efforts at the official shelter, the waterproofing is now quite robust. While it may not completely withstand this flood, there is at least a 90% assurance. But is it safe over there? Alas, regrettably, even if you rush to the official shelter now, it may be too late. The flood will likely arrive before you do. Had you come to the official shelter sooner, you would have been completely safe. Upon hearing this, the forum erupts once more. Brother, are you perhaps Brother Face's alternate account? Indeed, if you are not Brother Face's alternate account, how could you possibly make such a statement? In jest. Although it may sound perilous when you speak of it, we have a formidable ally on our side. Indeed, with such a powerhouse in our midst, how could we possibly be in danger? Perhaps it is you who will be swept away before we even feel the tide. Brother Face, admit it, I've uncovered your secret. Yes, this is undoubtedly your alternate account. 10,086. Brother Face, it's you, stop pretending. JPG. Brother Face, reveal yourself, this is getting dull. JPG. Brother Face. You must be itching for a slap in the face again. JPG. Following the emergence of these words and emojis, the representative from the official shelter fell silent in an instant. After a considerable pause, they finally sent another message. All right, I confess. It was Zhang Xing who urged me to say this. After all, he promised me 2 whole packs of meat-flavored compressed biscuits. To be honest, I feel a bit guilty saying this. Zhang Xing tricked us into doing his labor, and now he wants to lure you in as well. Truly outrageous. By the way, everyone must keep this under wraps. If word gets out, my 2 packs of meat-flavored biscuits will be as good as gone. As soon as these words were uttered, the residents of Jiangcheng were nearly doubled over with laughter. Oh my goodness. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 JPG. Brother Face is incredible. Now he is trying to entice us with new tactics. Laughing blood JPG. Yet, it seems his scheme has backfired, revealing his identity first. I need a moment to catch my breath, or I might actually laugh myself into a fit. Chapter 57. Haoyun Lai. Before long, an hour had passed. It was 11 in the morning. The flood had arrived. Even sooner than anyone had anticipated. Liangren's gaze remained fixated on the exterior of Jiangcheng, more specifically, on the city walls. His eyes were glued to the sight. At this moment, the flood was a mere 100 meters from the walls. 80 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. With a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder, Jiangcheng was suddenly rocked. The flood crashed against the walls, immediately sending waves crashing back. Then came another surge, a tumultuous clash of waves. Boom. 3 consecutive roars. Finally, the flood's tide began to stabilize. Liangren let out a sigh of relief. The walls had withstood this deluge, it had been halted. With a lighter heart, Liangren stretched lazily, his gaze drifting to the forum on his phone. Just then, a series of messages caught his attention, eliciting a chuckle. The messages were from the representatives of the official shelter. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The official shelter is leaking. For heaven's sake, we built at least several dozen meters of waterproof barriers overnight. And yet it turns out the shelter's front door is leaking. Are these officials truly incompetent? Don't they know where the waterproofing is lacking? Oh no. The water is coming in. Goodness, how did I fall for Zhongxing's trickery and enter the official shelter? As the messages from the official shelter appeared, the residents of Jiangcheng quickly sent their congratulations. Oh wow, is it really this impressive? Laughing uncontrollably, JPG. I remember just an hour ago. You folks from the official shelter were trying to entice us, right? Saying that if we got to the official shelter early, we would be completely safe. The waterproofing of the official shelter is very reliable, with a 90% guarantee to withstand this flood. Is this what you call a 90% guarantee? Just this? Just this. Incredible. Laughing uncontrollably, JPG. Perhaps I have been misinterpreting what 90% means. 10,086. Speaking of incompetence, where is Brother Face's live stream? Right. I almost forgot to mention it. Didn't Brother Face say he would live stream eating something disgusting? Where's the stream? Why hasn't it been released yet? Liangren chuckled softly to himself. This group truly clings to every little detail. Can't they show Zhongxing a bit of courtesy? After all, he is too scared to come to the forum now, and if he does, it's just a barrage of questions about the live stream. If he doesn't come to the forum, how else can I exploit the survival points from the reward? Truly, you all are being rather petty. Clearly. Whenever he shows up, the forum is filled with joy. While Liangren silently grumbled, his gaze shifted back to the surveillance footage, and he was momentarily taken aback. 3 question marks suddenly appeared in Liangren's mind. What on earth are the residents of Jiangcheng doing? All he could see on the surveillance screen was a number of people in protective gear, excitedly rushing towards the flood. Clearly, Jiangcheng was still quite far from the flood, thanks to the barriers, yet these individuals ran directly into the flood zone. Were they truly throwing caution to the wind? Liangren glanced back at the forum, eager to uncover the details of this madness. Just then, another message from the official shelter arrived. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The people up top are actually telling us to carry cement down to block the shelter's door. As if that weren't enough. They aren't even providing us with protective gear. And to top it off, not a single raincoat. For crying out loud, this is outrageous. I only brought a down jacket. And to keep it dry, I'm stuck in a short-sleeved shirt. I was already freezing, and now they want me to wade through water. How miserable is that? Not providing protective gear is one thing, but making you wear short sleeves while carrying cement to block the door? TSK, what a tragedy. Thank goodness I didn't go to the official shelter. Is this really how humans should be treated? As the forum buzzed with excitement, suddenly, an image was posted. A 3-kilogram fish JPG. Brothers, hurry and catch some fish. Oh my goodness, the flood has brought in so many fish. All of this is meat. The moment this was announced, the forum erupted. The officials at the shelter were left bewildered. Catch fish? In the flood? Brother, are you joking? Indeed. Let's not even consider whether there are actually fish in the flood. With the current temperature, the water is barely above 1 or 2 degrees. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Exactly. And even if you can withstand the cold, the current is so fierce that if a rock gets swept up and hits you, you're done for. And you still want to catch fish? Brother, are you trying to get yourself killed? No sooner had these words been spoken than another round of images flooded the forum. A basket full of large fish JPG. 8 3-kilogram turtles JPG. This is my haul from half an hour, not too shabby, right? The remarks from the officials in the shelter were promptly disregarded. Oh my goodness. Is this your catch in half an hour? That is outrageous. The previous live streams about tidal harvesting couldn't even compare to your prowess. Exactly. Your luck is just too extraordinary. Brother, please teach me your ways. The individual immediately responded with an emoji. Proud smile JPG. Just kidding. Do you know what my name is? Hao Yunlai. With such a name, do you really think my luck would be poor? Furthermore, there is absolutely no need to venture into the floodwaters. Allow me to share with you that just moments ago, I spotted fish amidst the torrents and, driven by the notion of seizing a rare opportunity, I approached. Do you know what transpired? As I drew near to the current, those fish remarkably leaped straight into my basket, clearly dazed by the floodwaters. This was not fishing, it was akin to collecting fish. or even catching them as they fell from the heavens. As for the cold, what a jest. With the protective suit provided by a benefactor, I felt no chill whatsoever. After half an hour of gathering fish, I was practically drenched in sweat. Regarding the dangers of the flood, they are hardly a concern. The protective suit is exceptionally sturdy, and any ordinary force striking against it causes no pain. Being at the edge of the flood, there is no need to worry about being swept away. I must say, the protective suit provided by the benefactor is truly remarkable. Enough of this. I shall return to my fish gathering. Chapter 58. Why do you refuse to believe my words? Having said that, Hao Yunlai vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the forum erupted. The residents of Jiangqing, upon seeing Hao Yunlai's message, instantly ignited with excitement. Wow! Is the benefactor's protective suit really that impressive? As long as one stays at the edges of the flood, one can remain unscathed. No way, I am tempted too. I want to catch fish as well, it's all free meat. Count me in. 10,086. Gradually, the forum quieted down. Moments later, the representatives of the official shelter finally spoke up. I am utterly devastated. Crying JPG. Oh, fish and meat, tears flowing from my mouth JPG. Is this even humanly possible? Just moments ago, I toiled alongside everyone to carry cement to the entrance of the official shelter, painstakingly blocking the floodwaters. Now my hands and feet are nearly frozen. And you tell me that you are sweating while collecting fish. I long to cry, I yearn for fish. Not to mention eating fish. If someone could just provide me with a warm piece of clothing, I would feel blissful. Coming to this official shelter is the greatest regret of my life. 10,086. Had we followed the benefactor, would we be in this predicament? Zhengxing, how could you betray us? Zhengxing, why did you lead us astray? Is the official shelter even comparable to the benefactor's provisions? The forum erupted with fury and discontent. The inhabitants of the official shelter began their endless lamentations. Liangren observed these messages, unable to suppress his amusement. Goodness, what a situation. The shelter is suffering so terribly while you all are here collecting fish. Especially that Hao Yunlai, who in half an hour managed to gather nearly 30 to 40 pounds of fish, most of which jumped into his basket. Surely, he must be the child of fortune. Moreover, not only did he collect them, but he also shared his exploits in the forum as if to flaunt his luck. Does he not fear inciting the ire of those in the official shelter? Clearly, we are all struggling to survive in this apocalypse together, albeit with slightly better circumstances. Alas, I suppose I should offer them some consolation. Liangren sighed, shaking his head. What a pity that I am so kind-hearted. He began typing on the forum. To my brothers in the official shelter, do not dwell too much on your regrets. There are indeed benefits to being in the official shelter. For instance, while you are eating compressed biscuits, at least you won't starve. Although the flood has arrived, even if the official shelter has leaks, it is but a minor issue. It cannot submerge you. At the very least, you are safe. Moreover, though you may feel cold, it is certainly warmer than being outside. Considering the number of people within the shelter. And look at those in other cities, especially those who did not seek refuge in the official shelter. Most of them have met dire fates. You must have seen the recent news about the residents of Huiyun City. As for us in Jiangcheng, while we are managing reasonably well with my assistance, it is certainly not a grand improvement. It is merely a slight advantage. So, there is no need for such regret. Besides, their daily labor is quite exhausting, and they too are reluctant to indulge in meat. After earnestly delivering his message, Liangren couldn't help but internally reflect. I truly am too kind-hearted. Even now, I am comforting others and urging them to maintain their composure. Just as he concluded his thoughts, suddenly, Hao Yunlai shared another image in the forum. A 4-meter-long grass carp JPG. Wow, just moments ago, I was chatting with you all. And as I turned around to continue collecting fish, this enormous fish leaped directly into my basket. A 4-meter-long grass carp, this must weigh several hundred pounds. I could easily feast on 3 meals. I will dry all these fish into jerky, and for at least half a month. I won't have to worry about a lack of meat. Enough of this, I shall continue my fish gathering and aim to accumulate enough for half a year. Once again, Hao Yunlai disappeared from view. The forum fell silent for a few seconds. The next moment, the inhabitants of the official shelter exploded in frustration, utterly shattered. Unable to comprehend the disparity. Is this the exhausting work you speak of? Is this what it means to be reluctant to eat meat? Is this the slight advantage you claim? My mindset is completely shattered. Benefactor, if you hadn't said anything, I think I could have persevered. Why must you comfort us? Oh, I want to cry. I too desire meat and wish to catch fish. Crying JPG. Benefactor, how can you expect us not to regret our choices? Once, a genuine opportunity lay before me, but I failed to cherish it. Now, in the face of loss, I am filled with remorse. Nothing is more painful in this world. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would surely tell the heavens 4 words. I choose the benefactor. If I must impose a time limit on this choice, I would wish for it to last 1,000 years. Within the shelter. Observing the messages from the utterly broken residents, Liangren could only manage a bitter smile. How did it come to this? I was genuinely trying to comfort you. Clearly, I had been offering solace quite well. How did it suddenly devolve into someone flaunting their fortune? That Hao Yunlai has truly gone too far. Perhaps today is simply not a day for comforting others. Liangren sighed again, his gaze shifting to the kitchen. The all-purpose home robot was already preparing lunch. And a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Liangren inhaled deeply, savoring the satisfaction it brought. I assure you, the residents of Jiangqing are truly living just moderately. In terms of food, shelter, and provisions, it is all quite ordinary. After all, they cannot compare to my circumstances. Every day, I am graced with the culinary expertise of chefs worthy of a national banquet, indulging in exquisite desserts crafted by Michelin-starred pastry chefs, accompanied by a myriad of beverages, and receiving massages executed with masterful technique, all while ensconced in a haven of warmth. How could they possibly compare to my experience? Truly, it is but a slight superiority over your circumstances. Why is it that you refuse to believe this? Chapter 59. Oh, esteemed one, please lend your judgment. At 6 in the evening, the rain intensified. The Jiangqing Forum buzzed with renewed activity. Compressed meat-flavored biscuits JPG. Peanut-flavored compressed biscuits JPG. Thankfully, those in authority exhibited a modicum of conscience. This evening, anyone who braved the torrents to fortify the flood defenses would receive 2 extra packets of compressed biscuits. Indeed, after so many days at the official shelter, tonight should mark my only opportunity to satiate my hunger. Yet, despite the prospect of a meal, the chill is unbearable. I have only brought a single down jacket, and now I find myself curled within it, wrapped in a blanket, still feeling as though I might succumb to the cold. The official shelter, having neglected to turn on the heating, cannot even provide a means to spark a fire. At the very least, allow those of us who have braved the waters a chance to warm ourselves. The moment you mentioned it, I began to shiver. Does the official shelter truly regard us as less than human? The inhabitants of the official shelter began to lament, seeking solace. However, just as the messages were sent, a picture suddenly appeared on the forum. 3 whole, golden brown, crispy grilled fish JPG. Posted by Hao Yunlai. One cannot help but admire the quality of the photograph. Above is the grilled fish, below are the glowing embers. The fish has been scored with several incisions, brushed with oil, chili, cumin, and an array of spices, and paired with the charcoal beneath. Even in image form, one can perceive the droplets of hot oil flowing down the cuts, exuding an irresistible aroma. It is instantly apparent that these 3 grilled fish are nothing short of delectable. Even Liangren felt a pang of hunger upon viewing the photo. This fellow possesses quite the culinary skills. Perhaps I shall indulge in barbecued meat tonight? Liangren's eyes brightened. Yes, it has been ages since I savored grilled meat. I wonder how the all-purpose home robot's barbecued fare compares. Liangren immediately turned his gaze towards the all-purpose home robot. Tonight, let us prepare barbecued meat. Ding. Command successfully received. Meanwhile, on the forum, Hao Yunlai sent another message. Dear friends at the official shelter, have you begun your dinner? Perfect timing, for I am also preparing mine. 3 grilled fish. Tonight, I should be able to feast on meat to my heart's content, not too shabby. The only headache is that I caught far too many fish this time. Eating fish every day, I fear I might grow weary of it. Unfortunately, the floodwaters brought forth predominantly fish. I only managed to catch 8 turtles and not a single crab. A large basket, weighing a hefty 70 to 80 pounds of fish JPG. Ah well. Considering it is free meat, I suppose I can endure the monotony. After sending his message, the forum erupted in excitement. Holy smokes, 70 to 80 pounds of fish. Brother Hao Yunlai, you're incredibly fortunate. Not merely fortunate, my friend, you must be the son of destiny. I spent a solid 2 hours fishing and only caught 3 fish, totaling barely 5 or 6 pounds, hardly enough to match your haul. How did you manage to catch 70 to 80 pounds of fish? Exactly. Brother, I thought I had done quite well. catching 7 to 8 pounds in an hour and a half, and yet that amounts to merely a fraction of your bounty. I fared worse today, catching only a single fish weighing just over 2 pounds. My luck is dismal. Indeed, one cannot compare with others. It is one thing to measure oneself against others, but against you, Brother Fortune, I fear I may starve. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the official shelter fell silent. Moments later, they nearly erupted through the internet connection. You have gone too far. This is not merely excessive, it is downright cruel, especially you, Brother Fortune. You boast of catching a 4-meter-long fish, and in a mere afternoon, you managed to haul in 70 to 80 pounds? Are you even human? Pray tell, how did you catch so many fish? Furthermore, why must you flaunt it on the forum? Do you truly believe our lives at the official shelter are so comfortable? I have not eaten rice in 5 days. And here you are, parading your bounty. Oh, how I long to weep. I can no longer contain my sorrow. Crying JPG. You cannot spare a thought for those of us in the official shelter? Could you not offer even a word of comfort? Even if you cannot console us, you need not rub salt in our wounds. Crying profusely JPG. Do you truly disregard our plight? Do you have any idea how we have survived these past 5 days in the official shelter? It has been nothing but compressed biscuits, and more compressed biscuits. I have not consumed any other food. And yet you, who feast daily, feel the need to boast on the forum, as if to demoralize us? If you have the audacity, come to the official shelter and see if I do not make you regret it. Fuming with rage JPG. In response, How Yunlai sent a meme. Are you kidding me? JPG. You want me to go to the official shelter? Have you all lost your minds? In Jiangcheng, there are those who do not worry about sustenance, warmth, or the cold, and they enjoy meat that is far superior to your shelter's provisions. I must have lost my mind to even consider going to the official shelter. Well, I shan't waste more words on you. My fish is ready, and I shall indulge. Delicious, mouth-watering grilled fish JPG. Upon hearing this, the inhabitants of the official shelter were utterly incensed. He has posted another picture. Crying JPG. Good heavens. He is truly infuriating us. Despair JPG. Looking at my 2 packets of compressed biscuits, I feel an overwhelming urge to discard them and stomp on them in fury. I want to strike someone. Who can help me rid myself of him? Fuming with rage JPG. Fuming with rage JPG. Fuming with rage JPG. Observing the forum's messages, Liangren could not help but raise an eyebrow. How Yunlai's fortune seems almost too extraordinary. In the span of an afternoon, or rather, in less than 3 hours since the floodwaters receded, he managed to gather 70 to 80 pounds of fish. If those who forage by the sea were to learn of this, they would surely be beside themselves with envy. At that moment, someone on the forum tagged him directly. Esteemed one, are you there? If so, please lend your authority to this matter. Life has become unbearable. Indeed, esteemed one, only you can assist us now. If you do not speak up against him, we fear we may soon be driven to despair. My esteemed friend, I implore you to show us some compassion and speak a few words to him. While our pleas have fallen on deaf ears, your voice would surely resonate with him. We seek nothing extravagant, merely a cessation of his relentless provocations would suffice. I, in particular, find myself at my wit's end. I am truly on the verge of losing my temper. In the past, when other friends shared images of food, they exhibited some restraint, but he, without a modicum of consideration, inundates us with repeated posts, painfully despairing JPG. Oh, noble one, please come to our aid. Yes, I beseech you, lend me your support. 186. The forum erupted in chaos. Countless inhabitants of the official refuge began tagging Liangren. As Liangren perused the messages, a mix of amusement and helplessness welled up within him. Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge that Hao Yunlai had indeed crossed a line. Such ostentation might be tolerable on occasion, but the incessant barrage of posts was nothing short of cruel. Especially given the recent leaks at the official refuge, the plight of those seeking shelter was already dire, and just as he was providing words of comfort, Hao Yunlai chose that moment to flaunt his images, rendering Liangren's reassurances utterly ineffective. Sighing in resignation, Liangren pondered, how am I to console you all? His gaze fell upon the table, where an induction stove and a frying pan adorned with grilling paper awaited. The pan was piled high with meat. The all-purpose domestic robot was diligently applying sauce and oil to the delectable morsels. The table was laden with an array of meats: beef, lamb, pork belly, tenderloin. One could say it was a veritable feast. Indeed, he too was indulging in barbecue delights. Upon seeing the images sent by Hao Yunlai, An insatiable craving for grilled meat had struck him, prompting him to enlist the help of the domestic robot without delay. Although the setup was somewhat rudimentary, the culinary prowess of the all-purpose robot assured that the flavors would be exquisite. At that moment, the pan was sizzling with lamb. The lamb had been marinated to perfection, its hue a rich reddish-brown, glistening with fragrant oil, igniting an immediate appetite. As the meat neared completion, the robot expertly sprinkled black pepper and pressed down with chopsticks to evaporate any excess juices. Finally, when the edges were slightly charred, the robot delicately transferred the lamb to a plate and presented it to Liangren. He swallowed hard, unable to contain his anticipation as he took a bite. His eyes lit up instantaneously. The lamb grilled by the robot, having undergone meticulous preparation to reduce moisture, was neither dry nor overly greasy. It struck a perfect balance. Each morsel was a delightful blend of crisp exterior and tender interior, imbued with a tantalizing spiciness, perfectly complemented by a unique sauce devoid of any gamey flavor. Most astonishingly, Liangren detected a smoky essence that is typically reserved for charcoal grilling. One must note that the all-purpose robot employed an induction stove for cooking. How this was achieved remained a mystery. Nonetheless, the flavor was utterly sublime, leaving him yearning for more. After finishing the succulent lamb, Liangren seized the opportunity while the robot continued its grilling. He glanced at the forum, his expression tinged with exasperation. At that moment, a multitude of individuals who had sought refuge were still tagging him. Liangren shook his head and sighed, exasperatedly raising his hands in resignation. How am I to offer comfort in this situation? The truth is, I too am indulging in barbecue. Moreover, I am not merely grilling fish. In such circumstances, how could I possibly critique Hao Yunlai? I would feel utterly hypocritical, for my feast exceeds his. With a resigned sigh, he decided to speak up after all. For they were all comrades striving for survival in this apocalyptic world, and he could not allow Hao Yunlai to perpetually dampen the spirits of others. Since Hao Yunlai seemed so keen on disheartening others, perhaps it was time for him to experience the sting of disappointment himself. Liangren exhaled softly, his fingers poised over the forum as he began typing. Please, do not tag me any longer. I am here. Hao Yunlai, your actions have indeed been rather excessive this time. As soon as Liangren finished typing those two sentences, the forum erupted anew. Countless inhabitants of the official refuge were sent into a frenzy. The esteemed one has arrived. The esteemed one will bring us justice. Long live the esteemed one. Long live the esteemed one. Brothers, let us rally against Hao Yunlai. Hao Yunlai. 1. Hao Yunlai. 1. Hao Yunlai. 186. The residents of Jiangcheng also erupted in jubilation. Wow, the esteemed one has truly come. No joke, the esteemed one has always cared for the people. Yet, one could not help but wonder if Hao Yunlai would dare to show himself now. Hao Yunlai. Hao Yunlai. 1. Hao Yunlai. 1. Seeing this, Liangren chuckled softly and tagged Hao Yunlai. Hao Yunlai, I trust you are present? Do not hide away, come and engage with us. No sooner had he sent this message than Hao Yunlai appeared. Esteemed one, did you summon me? Indeed, I did. Liangren replied with a gentle smile and continued typing. Today, your display of ostentation has indeed gone too far. While jesting occasionally is harmless, one must also be mindful of others' feelings. In these trying times, maintaining a good emotional state is paramount. Today, as the official refuge faced a deluge, those seeking shelter are already suffering immensely. To repeatedly flaunt your images in such a manner is truly inappropriate. For instance, do you know what I am enjoying for dinner tonight? With that, Liangren picked up his phone and snapped a picture of the table. A sumptuous barbecue feast JPG. You see, I too am indulging in barbecue tonight. And not just fish. I have beef, lamb, pork, and chicken all at my disposal. Yet, have I boasted about it? No, I have not even begun to boast. Have I? Liangren earnestly shared a lengthy message, gently admonishing Hao Yunlai. He continued typing, moreover, it is not solely Hao Yunlai who needs to reflect. I urge all of you to foster a harmonious, friendly, and joyful discourse on the forum, rather than intentionally flaunting your possessions. After all, we are amidst an apocalypse, where calamities may arise at any moment. Why not relish each day with joy? The Apocalypse Wellness class has commenced. Adorable JPG. Allow me to emphasize, maintaining a positive mindset is of utmost importance. When individuals experience extreme emotional fluctuations, it can indeed harm their physical well-being. For example, Anger can lead to increased secretion of peptides, accelerated catecholamine synthesis, and heightened sympathetic nervous system activity, resulting in elevated heart rates, blood pressure spikes, and coronary artery issues. Such conditions can easily precipitate cerebral hemorrhages and coronary heart diseases. On the contrary, maintaining a consistently optimistic mindset can effectively alleviate tension on the nervous system and cardiovascular health. Not only does it bolster immunity, but it also contributes to lowering cholesterol levels, among other benefits. This is precisely why many proclaim, a smile adds years to your life. Therefore, it is imperative that everyone ensures they cultivate a positive attitude each day. Having said that, Liangren set aside his phone, picked up his chopsticks, and relished the delectable beef freshly grilled by the omnipotent home robot, savoring every bite with satisfaction. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the Jiangqing Forum had descended into an enduring silence. Several minutes elapsed before someone finally sent a message. This facepalm JPG. I regret seeking assistance from the big shot. As a message from a member of the official shelter arrived, the forum instantly buzzed with activity. I regret it too, crying JPG. 10,086. Is this what help looks like? Luck Brother is merely enjoying grilled fish, but when the big shot appears, the images he shares are of lavish barbecue feasts, mind-blown JPG. The compressed biscuits in my hand suddenly seem far less appealing. This isn't him speaking on our behalf. It's merely adding insult to injury, sobbing JPG. Indeed. While the big shot's actions may have impacted Luck Brother, I can't shake the feeling that we are the ones who have suffered the harsher blow. Who can teach me how to maintain a positive mindset? All I want to do now is cry, sobbing uncontrollably JPG. My tears are not just flowing from my eyes, but bursting forth from my mouth as well JPG. In an instant, the morale of those in the official shelter plummeted further. Liangren, blissfully indulging in the barbecue crafted by the omnipotent home robot, glanced at the forum during his spare time. Upon seeing the messages, he could not help but shrug, exuding a sense of helplessness. See, I knew it. I told you. In this situation, how could you expect me to comfort you? How can you blame Luck Brother? Clearly, I am feasting even more lavishly than he is. Yet you insist on dragging me into this and incessantly tagging me. What can I do? Now look at you, feeling even worse, and I'm caught in the middle. Really? Liangren shook his head and sighed, promptly closing the forum to continue enjoying his meal. At this moment, the forum was filled with congratulatory messages from the residents of Jiangcheng. Haha, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to laugh, laughing JPG. Me too. I almost laughed myself to tears. Laughing to death JPG. Seeking comfort only to be struck down, ha, I can't. I'm going to laugh myself to the ground JPG. 10,086. Suddenly, messages from the Jiangqing residents flooded in, followed by a flurry of laughing emojis. Brothers at the official shelter, have you found any comfort? Curious JPG. I too am curious, have you felt comforted? And the big shot's method of consolation is quite unique, isn't it? Bowing to the big shot JPG. Indeed, especially the image sent by the big shot, it made my mouth water. However, to be fair, the big shot had no other choice. Yes, this is undoubtedly true. You want the big shot to comfort you while also reprimanding Luck Brother. What can he do? Exactly, the big shot has done remarkably well. Ultimately, the crux of the matter is that you chose the wrong time. Why, of all moments, did you decide to seek comfort during the big shot's dinner time? Did you think he was munching on compressed biscuits like you? As the messages from Jiangqing residents circulated, the morale of those in the official shelter plummeted further. You all, I've cried. After the big shot struck us down, you come to further demoralize us. Why did I even open the forum today? Oh, how I regret it. You are too much, always striking us down here. Just as the morale of the official shelter members shattered once more, suddenly, a new message appeared on the forum. I understand what the big shot said. Today, I indeed boasted excessively. And to the brothers at the official shelter, please stop this. Didn't the big shot mention that maintaining a good mindset is crucial? You ought to smile more. Right now, your morale seems quite low. On the forum, Luck Brother sent a message, earnestly trying to offer guidance. However, the moment these words were uttered, the official shelter erupted. I can't believe it. It's actually Luck Brother who's come to comfort us. Luck Brother. Anyone can say that, but you are the last person who should. After all, who caused this? Who was it that initially shattered our morale? Clearly, it was you, right? Wow, how emotionally oblivious can you be? Telling us to maintain a positive mindset? You should just vanish. Crying JPG. Under the barrage of the official shelter's members, Luck Brother fell silent and logged off. With his departure, the morale of the official shelter's members plummeted further. They couldn't even find someone to blame. The forum succumbed to the overwhelming despair of the official shelter's members. Chapter 62. The Flood Crisis. Ding. You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 240 survival points. Ding. You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of pure iron. Reward, 240 survival points. Remaining survival points, 131510. Ding. You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of titanium alloy. Reward, 330 survival points. Remaining survival points, 142330. Ding. You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward, 40 survival points. Remaining survival points, 153320. Your current remaining resources, pure iron, 59,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 36,450 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 48,100 kilograms. Energy stone, 1 piece. Remaining survival points, 153320. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Liangren rested his chin on his hand, reflecting on the day's results from the transport robots, unable to suppress a slight arching of his brow. The survival points had indeed reached 150,000. However, the amount of sand and gravel transported today seemed rather meager. Subtracting yesterday's 33,000, today's total was merely 15,000 kilograms. It was barely half of yesterday's haul. Were there truly that many people out fishing this afternoon? Liangren frowned slightly, then shifted his gaze to the monitoring screens, surveying all maps of the province. While the major flood had yet to invade the province, they could not be allowed to run rampant. This issue must be addressed tomorrow. However, given the current abundance of survival points, it would be prudent to expand the monitoring area to keep a close watch on the exact location of the flood. Liangren contemplated for a moment and reached a decision. His gaze fell upon the monitoring screen. Comprehensive satellite monitoring. Area, a radius of 30,000 kilometers. Upgradable. Upgrade options. Quality, 600. Expand monitoring range, 800. Note, with each upgrade, the monitoring range expands. The satellite's surveillance capability increases by 10,000 kilometers. The system responded promptly. Upgrade the comprehensive satellite monitoring 3 times. Liangren immediately commanded. Beep. You have spent a total of 5,600 survival points to upgrade the comprehensive satellite monitoring. Upgrade successful. Comprehensive satellite monitoring. Area, a radius of 60,000 kilometers. Upgradable. Upgrade options. Quality, 600. Expand monitoring range, 6,400. Note, with each upgrade, the satellite's monitoring range expands by 10,000 kilometers. Remaining survival points, 147720. Liangren's brow furrowed intensely. What the heck? Upgrading the satellite monitoring 3 times cost me 5,600 survival points? The cost of a single upgrade has indeed doubled. Moreover, he mused, has the system become inflated? Why was I not prompted to confirm this upgrade? Previously, any expenditure exceeding 1,000 survival points warranted a notification, yet now 5,000 goes unmentioned. He couldn't help but murmur in frustration. Although he currently had an ample supply of survival points, the sudden expenditure of 5,600 points for merely enhancing the monitoring range felt rather painful. It was exceedingly costly. After a moment, Liangren took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the monitoring screen. The surveillance image expanded outward from Jiangcheng, covering an impressive 6,000 kilometers, nearly encompassing the neighboring province. Despite the expense, he reassured himself that such extensive monitoring was not entirely unjustifiable. With renewed determination, he began to earnestly search for the location of the impending massive flood. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted. He had previously overlooked the satellite imagery, but upon narrowing the area, he discovered that nearly 2/3 of the neighboring province was already submerged in floodwaters. At this rate, the massive flood would reach Jiangxing by the night after tomorrow at the latest. However, it was still pouring rain. Moreover, a prior downpour had already triggered a medium-sized flood. If the medium flood converged with the massive one, the speed of the oncoming waters would at least double. This meant he must construct the entire wall of Jiangcheng by tomorrow night at the latest. The thought sent a shiver down Liangren's spine. Thankfully, he had upgraded the satellite monitoring 3 times, and fortunately, the system had not prompted him. Had it done so, he might have deemed the cost too high and opted not to upgrade, potentially missing the flood's imminent approach. This piece of information was worth no less than 5,600 survival points. Without delay, Liangren glanced at his materials and began calculating. Currently, he had a total of 48,100 kilograms of sand and stones, sufficient to construct 240 T2 grade steel walls, with each wall requiring 120 units. This meant he could erect 2 walls, plus the one built last night, leaving him only 1 wall short. In other words, he needed to collect at least 24,000 kilograms of sand and stones by tomorrow. Liangren shook his head and inhaled deeply. It was incredibly challenging. Many sand and stone resources had been swept away by the flood, and given the rainy weather, collecting more was exceptionally difficult. He swiftly turned his attention to the 4 transport robots depicted on the monitoring screen, diligently moving metal supplies. Transport robots 1, 2, 3, and 4. Commence immediate collection of sand and stones in the vicinity and transport them back to the shelter until noon tomorrow. Command received successfully. The robots could work tirelessly and were situated conveniently near the shelter, thus saving travel time. With their efforts combined with the sand and stones collected by Jiangqing's residents during the day, they should have enough. Fortunately, the northern area was elevated. Even if another medium flood occurred, it would not threaten Jiangqing. The situation was markedly different elsewhere, without walls to act as barriers. A medium flood could spell disaster for Jiangqing. It was somewhat fortuitous to have a natural embankment. Liangren smiled faintly, and as for now, he would focus on constructing walls in areas without natural barriers. System, construct 240 T2 grade steel walls. Liangren commanded without hesitation. Beep. Constructing 240 T2 grade steel walls requires the following materials: 48,000 kilograms of sand and stones, 24,000 kilograms of pure iron, 4,800 kilograms of titanium alloy. Do you confirm the construction? Liangren nodded. In the next moment, a virtual screen appeared again. Beep. Construction of 240 T2 grade steel walls successful. Your current remaining materials: pure iron, 35,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 31,650 kilograms. Sand and stones, 100 kilograms. Energy stone, 1 piece. Beep. Would you like to manually install the T2 grade steel walls? The system's virtual pop-up appeared. Just as Liangren was about to respond, suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he saw a private message on the forum. It was from Dulong. Boss. Are you there? If you plan to build walls next, it's best to prioritize the northern wall. The northern area is indeed elevated and acts as a natural dam. However, this time the rain has been relentless and prolonged. Combined with the erosion from the medium flood, the natural dam may be nearing its capacity. If it overflows, the threat to Jiangqing would far exceed that posed by floods elsewhere. So, boss, if you're going to build walls, prioritize the northern wall. Upon reading Dulong's series of messages, Liangren was taken aback. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. He promptly replied, feeling a wave of relief. Thankfully, Dulong's message arrived just in time. Had it been any later, he might have completed the wall. If that wall were immovable, it would have posed a significant danger. One could not help but commend Dulong for consistently appearing at the most critical moments. I would deem you the strongest. You're too kind, boss. Dulong replied almost instantaneously. In truth, I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for your warning, and if I hadn't worked through the night to enhance waterproofing, I might have perished in this medium flood today. Finally, Liangren could breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing the message. Suddenly, he was struck by a realization and quickly turned to the monitoring screen. Dulong might be in danger. His wall construction began from the second ring of Jiangqing, encircling the entire area and enclosing everything within. Truth be told, the second ring already provided sufficient living space for Jiangqing's residents. If he were to expand the area, he might not have enough materials. However, Dulong's situation was different. He resided in the storage room of his supermarket. Typically, large supermarkets would not be located within the second ring due to exorbitant property prices. Liangren hastily typed a warning to Dulong. You may not be able to relax yet. Serious JPG. If all goes as expected, the massive flood will likely sweep into Jiangqing around midnight tomorrow. Indeed, concerning the deluge, if your waterproofing measures are sufficiently robust, you can indeed rest assured. However, what follows is of paramount importance. This time, the scale of the deluge is immense. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it will likely persist for no less than 2 days. Yet, this pertains solely to the situation within the second ring of Jiangqing. Within the second ring, there are walls, thus, even the most formidable flood will likely only result in a mere splattering of waves breaching the walls, causing a minor inundation that leads to puddles a mere dozen centimeters deep. However, the circumstances beyond the second ring are markedly different. The walls I constructed cannot encompass Jiangqing from outside the second ring, for that would be an extravagant waste of resources. And Dulong, your location lies indeed beyond the second ring, does it not? Upon receiving Yi Liangren's message, Dulong promptly responded. My position is indeed outside the second ring, verging on the third. Are you suggesting that even with fortified waterproofing, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand a significant deluge? Yi Liangren shook his head and continued typing. No. The greater threat does not stem from the flood itself, but rather from 2 other matters intimately related to it. First, oxygen. The underground storage chamber where you reside will be entirely enveloped by the flood, resulting in a severance of your oxygen supply. This peril is unequivocally more treacherous than the flood itself. Second, warmth. The 5th ice age has already commenced and temperatures are beginning to plummet. It is anticipated that within 2 days following the inundation of Jiangqing, the floodwaters will freeze and subsequently cover the top of your storage chamber. By that time, the temperature within your chamber will likely plummet by several degrees. You must ensure proper insulation and not overly rely on external power. Once the flood arrives, the power system is likely to fail. It would be prudent to prepare several generators. After dispatching his message, Yi Liangren noted Dulong's rare silence. After a considerable pause, Dulong finally began to respond. Sad JPG. Upset JPG. I thought I could achieve safety, yet it appears I am far from it. Thank you, esteemed one. Were it not for your timely warning, I fear I would have met my demise once again. No more delays. I shall attend to insulation and oxygen supply at once, crying JPG. Upon reading the message, Yi Liangren set down his phone and nodded with a smile. He then turned his gaze back to the surveillance footage, resuming his search for suitable wall construction sites. The western wall had already been completed. The northern wall must be constructed this time, leaving only the southern and eastern walls. This endeavor requires utmost caution. Any misstep could plunge the residents of Jiangqing into catastrophe. At that juncture, without the assistance of these individuals in locating viable survival points, I too would face dire consequences in the subsequent stages of disaster. Yi Liangren meticulously scrutinized every angle within the surveillance footage. From within Jiangqing, to beyond, to the province, and even to neighboring provinces, he began assessing the water flow conditions, the status of dams, geographical features, and more. It is fortunate that the satellite imagery transmitted is relatively clear, even at night. Otherwise, he would have had to rely solely on conjecture. After some time, Yi Liangren reached a conclusion. The southern region poses a greater danger. Although the eastern region also harbors the potential for a medium-sized flood, the southern dams are already at full capacity, with several on the brink of collapse. Should any of these dams fail, even a similarly sized flood would be far more perilous in the south than in the east. System. Initiate the manual installation of T2, grade steel walls. Yi Liangren promptly commanded. In the next moment, a colossal virtual screen appeared in his view. Yi Liangren began aligning the positions for the northern and southern walls, installing them one by one upon confirming their locations. Once the final T2, grade steel wall was installed, Yi Liangren exhaled deeply, releasing his grip. He then checked the time. It was already 11:30. Time to sleep. The following morning, shortly after 7, dawn had barely broken. Outside, torrential rain continued to pour, and temperatures had plummeted yet again, nearly reaching freezing. Most individuals were already awake, not roused by the cold, but rather by the intermittent claps of thunder outside. Yet, due to the biting cold, they were reluctant to rise. At that moment, however, the Jiangqing Forum had suddenly erupted with activity. Individuals from the official shelters had shared news images. Latest notification: the Mikasa Dam, the Sichuan Dam, the Yunli Dam, and 3 other dams have collapsed due to excessive water retention and lack of supervision. The Wushang Dam, the Shidong Dam, the Haiyan Dam, and 5 other dams are also nearing maximum capacity, with expected automatic releases or collapses within 2 hours. Chapter 64, Undercover? Shock JPG. Shock JPG. Shock JPG. Following the dissemination of these images by individuals from the official shelters, the Jiangqing forum ignited in a frenzy within mere minutes. Goodness. 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 The dams have collapsed. Such a significant event, and I felt nothing at all. Are these dams really so far from us? To those above, your ignorance is palpable. These collapsed dams are not only nearby but, in fact, quite close. Indeed, the Mikasa Dam and the Sichuan Dam are located in the neighboring city. The other 4 dams, aside from the Yunli Dam, are all within our province. The reason you did not hear the sound of the dams collapsing is primarily due to the vast amounts of water dissipating the impact, rendering the noise less pronounced. Remarkable. In such a short span, 6 dams have collapsed. This is rather terrifying, and considering that these 6 collapsed dams are not too distant from us, should they converge and rush forth, would not Jiangcheng be doomed? After all, the esteemed one has merely constructed one wall. The residents of Jiangcheng began fervently discussing the matter on the forum. Simultaneously, the individual who had previously shared the news images re-entered the conversation. Brothers, is your area safe? To my knowledge, this dam collapse will lead to multiple small to medium floods, with a wide coverage area. Essentially, all 4 cardinal directions may face inundation. Yet, the esteemed one has only built one wall. Is there truly no danger? After a few moments, this person continued, I must confess. This information was actually sent to me by Brother Lian. The reward remains 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Brother Lian always seeks to undermine you during such opportunities, as if he cannot swallow his previous grievances. However, I am genuinely a bit concerned. Upon hearing this, the residents of Jiangcheng were left in utter shock. Brother Lian. He is back again, and employing such tricks once more. Yet this time, the exposure occurred far too swiftly. Indeed. We had not even spoken before this individual revealed everything. TSK, if Brother Lian were to discover this, he would surely be furious. Nevertheless, one must admit, Brother Lian is remarkably tenacious. How many times has this been now? I assert, if only such perseverance were applied to other endeavors, what could not be accomplished? Why must he persist in questioning the esteemed one's capabilities? Indeed, when has our esteemed one ever faced defeat? Instantly, the forum was flooded with jubilant remarks. At that moment, images suddenly appeared on the forum. Superwall JPG. Superwall JPG. Superwall JPG. Goodness, what have I discovered? Just after our informant at Face Brothers' place revealed the news, I couldn't help but step outside for a moment. After all, with so many dam collapses happening at once, I was quite uneasy, and the reason was simple. I used to be a dam engineer, and I fully understood the terrifying volume of water capable of causing such devastation. However, the moment I stepped outside, my worries dissipated. Astonishingly, overnight, the big shot had constructed 2 walls, one to the north and one to the south. Coupled with the already established wall to the west, I felt as though I resided within an immense fortress. Goodness, the big shot truly is remarkable. How could I have worried just moments ago? My concerns were utterly unfounded. Worship the big shot JPG, eternal god of the big shot JPG. Barely had those words escaped my lips when the residents of Jiang City nearly burst into laughter. Here it comes. Face Brother has been publicly shamed again. Laughing to the point of tears JPG. Furthermore, this time the shaming was remarkably swift. The news was released one moment, and the next it was ridiculed. Great laughter JPG. No, it should be said that the big shot is indeed extraordinary. He must have foreseen the dam's imminent failure, which is why he constructed the walls overnight. Truly. The big shot is an eternal deity. Bow to the big shot JPG. By the way, what did someone upstairs just say? Our informant at Face Brothers' place revealed the news. Goodness, what a delightful turn of events. The title of informant is simply brilliant. I can hardly believe it. This title is so fitting. Is this not a genuine informant? Face Brother sent him to manipulate us, and yet he ended up revealing the news and exposing himself. Laughing to death JPG. At this moment, an individual from the official shelter, upon seeing the news, could not help but timidly respond. While the title of informant is quite accurate, could we perhaps refrain from discussing this topic? I am somewhat apprehensive that the 2 packs of compressed biscuits I have secured might be reclaimed by Face Brother. After all, I cannot predict whether he might suddenly check the forum. Timidly pleading JPG. As soon as those words were spoken, the forum erupted with even more joy. Brother, is your situation with Face Brother truly that dire? The individual upstairs, you have misphrased. It is not he who is suffering, but rather Faith's brother himself. After all, the very person he employed to sway us has turned out to be an informant. It is essential to recognize that such individuals must have been carefully selected by Faith's brother. The fact that even his carefully chosen personnel are informants implies that none of the individuals in the official shelter are actually Faith's brother's people. They are all informants. This is too much. I am at risk of dying from laughter. By the way, informant brother, please remember to mention to Faith's brother that we are eagerly awaiting his live stream. Yes, I nearly forgot. It has been several days. When is Faith's brother going to fulfill his promise of a live stream featuring that meal? Meanwhile, within the shelter, Liangren awoke under the comforting massage of an all-in-one home robot. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to glance at the surveillance footage to ascertain the current situation. Upon doing so, a smile spread across his face. His conjecture had proven correct. The dams to the south had indeed collapsed, while the resulting waves would also reach the east. The south remained the most perilous area. And he had already constructed the wall to the south. Liangren stretched comfortably and made his way to the dining table. As he savored the exquisite breakfast prepared by the all-in-one home robot, he opened his phone to check the forum's updates. There, he stumbled upon a plethora of informant-related comments. Liangren paused, scrolling through a series of messages, and soon found himself struggling to suppress laughter. This Zhengxing truly was in quite a predicament. However, to be fair, the residents of Jiang City appeared to be somewhat too leisurely, or perhaps too complacent. With all this time for idle chatter, why were they not busy gathering sand and gravel? Liangren quickly picked up his phone, preparing to type. Just then, suddenly, boom, a deafening roar erupted, akin to thunder on a clear day, reverberating in their ears. Chapter 65. There is no help for it. Faith's brother has truly provided so much. Almost everyone in Jiang City was startled by the immense sound, quickly glancing around in search of its source. At that moment, an even greater noise followed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying sounds seemed to explode right beside them. Such noises were extraordinarily frightening and instilled a profound sense of trepidation. The very ground seemed to tremble in tandem with the emergence of this dreadful sound. Simultaneously, the forum began to be inundated with frantic posts about this terrifying noise. So terrifying JPG. So terrifying JPG. So terrifying JPG. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Did you hear that sound? Surely I am not imagining it. I heard it. I heard it. If one cannot hear such a sound, they must indeed be deaf. This noise is utterly terrifying. But why can I not locate its source? I feel an overwhelming sense of danger. I am completely panicking. Do you think this could be a sign of an earthquake? As the residents of Jiang City fervently debated the origin of the sound, the individuals in the official shelter suddenly sent a message. I have heard this sound before. This is the sound of a mudslide. And not just any mudslide, but a massive one, likely involving the collapse of a significant portion of a mountain, which would create such a sound upon impacting the ground. If I am not mistaken, it must be due to the continuous heavy rains over the past few days that has caused a nearby mountain to collapse. Wait, I have breaking news. Just as the individual was about to finish, they suddenly paused. The next moment, a news image was shared on the forum. Latest announcement, the Liangren Dam has just collapsed. Due to a technician's oversight, the public was not notified in time to evacuate. We ask for your understanding. The Liangren Dam is the second largest dam in Jiang province, with a massive water capacity, and is built on solid ground, backed by a mountain. Even if the water capacity exceeds limits, the dam should not easily fail. Therefore, although staff detected that the water capacity of the Liangren Dam was approaching saturation, they firmly diagnosed that no issues would arise. However, it was discovered that multiple underground currents were present within the mountain backing the Liangren Dam. And combined with the dam's excessive water capacity, this directly led to a landslide of the mountain, which subsequently triggered the collapse of the Liangren Dam. This will be a disaster of immense destructive power. Due to the overwhelming water capacity, it is highly likely to cause a resurgence of moderate flooding. Residents living near the Liangren Dam are advised to take precautions in advance. The Liangren Dam? If I remember correctly, the Liangren Dam is the one located behind the mountain to the north of Jiang City, right? So the sound we just heard was the result of that mountain collapsing? No wonder we could not locate the source of the sound. It turns out the walls constructed by the big shot blocked the flow and the landslide. So that is how it is. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the walls built by the big shot standing guard, what is there to worry about? Indeed. Amidst the fervent cheers of the residents of Jiangcheng in the forum, a certain individual, who had just shared news images from the official shelter, hastily sent another message. Everyone, you must not let your guard down. You may not fully comprehend the terror of a debris flow, especially one that is the result of a landslide. I have personally experienced it, and I am acutely aware of how horrifying such a phenomenon can be. A landslide debris flow is not akin to an ordinary debris flow. It carries with it the very essence of the mountain's minerals, which are typically colossal in size. Coupled with the near-vertical slope post-landslide, the rapid advance of the mudflow can unleash destructive power comparable to that of a missile, particularly with the dam situated right behind the mountain. Specifically the second-largest dam in Jiang province, the sudden release of its water can exponentially amplify the lethality of the landslide debris flow. I may not be in Jiangcheng, nor have I witnessed the walls erected by the esteemed leader. Yet I can assure you that no engineer can guarantee that their structures will withstand such a magnitude of debris flow unscathed. Furthermore, from the images you shared, it is evident that the walls constructed by the leader are merely that, walls, devoid of any supporting structures behind them. Such walls possess the weakest capacity to withstand impact. At this moment, I can only take solace in one thing. I arrived at the official shelter in advance. This individual conveyed their earnest sentiments in a lengthy message. Upon its conclusion, the entire forum fell silent for a brief moment. Yet, it was not long before the residents of Jiangcheng erupted into lively chatter. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Brother, you must be one of Brother Lian's people, right? Calm analysis, JPG. Just kidding. Who else would utter such words if not someone from Brother Lian? Brother, you've exposed yourself. Your last message has unequivocally revealed your identity. I've already discovered the truth, JPG. You provided such a splendid explanation. Yet your final statement took a sudden twist. Brother, that last line must have been a deliberate addition from Brother Lian, right? I am Conan, JPG. It's undeniable. I could tell at a glance that this sentence diverged from the earlier explanation. The writing style has shifted. Confess honestly. Did Brother Lian promise you a few packs of compressed biscuits? Curiosity, JPG. After all that you wrote, you must be expecting at least 3 packs of compressed biscuits to feel justified, right? In an instant, the forum was abuzz with excitement. As for the landslide debris flow, it was promptly cast aside from their minds. After all, it had already been stated that the debris flow was contained behind the walls built by the esteemed leader. Was there any need for further concern? Could the walls crafted by the leader truly be so fragile? Their faith in the leader was unwavering and absolute. At that moment, the individual from the official shelter finally sent another message. Was my exposure that evident? Helpless, JPG. How did you all deduce it so quickly? Well then, sighed JPG. I confess, after that tremendous sound erupted, Brother Lian sought me out immediately, as I had previously interacted with him. He was aware of my expertise in geological surveys, and thus offered me 5 packs of compressed biscuits as compensation to question the integrity of the walls erected by the leader. I had no choice. I did not wish to question the leader. However, Brother Lian's offer was simply too generous. 5 packs. A full 5 packs of compressed biscuits. Do you even realize what that means? It is enough to spare me from waking up hungry for the next 3 days. Chapter 66. Do you know the fear of being awoken by hunger? I have truly become terrified of hunger. The individual from the official shelter continued. Ever since I arrived at the official shelter, not a single night has passed without being awakened by hunger. Do you understand the sensation of opening your eyes at 2 or 3 in the morning, suddenly jolted awake by hunger, and then being unable to return to sleep? Now, my greatest fear each day is the night, because I know I will wake up hungry again. And once I am awakened by hunger, falling back asleep is incredibly difficult. I can only curl up in bed, clutching my stomach tightly, crying JPG. To be honest, I have not had a single good night's sleep in a whole week. Therefore, I hope you all can forgive me. Forgive my doubts regarding the leader's capabilities. I had no choice. I was driven by the need to eat. With this declaration, the residents of Jiangcheng flooded the forum with their sympathetic messages. Wow! Is it really that dire? Sympathy, JPG. However, speaking of which, now that you mention it, I feel a bit hungry myself. Fortunately, the difficulty of earning points has significantly decreased over the past few days. I specifically exchanged points for several pounds of rice and meat, coincidentally. I still have a few preserved eggs at home. This morning, I shall enjoy preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Calm reflection, JPG. White rice, JPG. Red pork, JPG. To the person above, I envy you. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge is my favorite. Unfortunately, I have no preserved eggs at home. Otherwise, I would also love to prepare that dish. Alas, I can only make do with the chicken I just exchanged yesterday for chicken and vegetable porridge. Sigh JPG. Green vegetables JPG. Mature hen meat JPG. Wow. To the two above, that's unfair. You're teasing me for not exchanging for meat? Thankfully, the cafeteria at the mine has resumed operations, and as an employee, I can enjoy a free breakfast. Oh, today is my lucky day. The cafeteria actually has meat for breakfast. Red date rice porridge JPG. Fresh meat pancake JPG. Scallion flour roll JPG. How enviable. You all have fresh meat pancakes at your mine today? I feel a twinge of imbalance. Why is my mine's breakfast just buns and soybean milk today? Sauce meat bun JPG. Fresh meat bun JPG. Soup dumpling JPG. Soon, the forum was filled with a plethora of breakfast pictures. Upon witnessing these images, the individual from the official shelter nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. This is sympathy. My goodness, preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Chicken and vegetable porridge, fresh meat pancakes, especially sauce meat buns, my favorites. Oh heavens, why must you do this to me? Just moments ago, I was elated. I received 5 packs of compressed biscuits today. At last, I can avoid hunger tonight. Yet you send me these images. Falling JPG. Just as the forum was filled with laughter and the sound of someone's lamentation, suddenly, a loud bang. A deafening roar erupted. And this time, it was far more terrifying than the previous thunderous sound. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded right next to everyone's ears, rendering them momentarily deafened. Accompanying this was a profound tremor, as if an earthquake had truly transpired. Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no! Is the debris flow upon us? That sound is horrifying. I was just making breakfast and nearly dropped my pan in fright. I suddenly feel a bit scared. Even though I know the walls built by the leader are surely formidable, I still fear whether such an impact might pose a threat to the walls. Just moments ago, the forum was dominated by discussions of food. Now, it erupted once more over the debris flow. At this moment, the individual from the official shelter also sent a message. Just now, although it was Face Brother who offered me 5 packs of compressed biscuits as compensation for my words, I assure you that what I have said is indeed true. The combination of landslides and mudflows, coupled with the catastrophic collapse of the dam, produces an impact of unparalleled ferocity, comparable in devastation to that of several missiles. Therefore, I genuinely harbor concerns about whether the wall constructed by the esteemed leader can withstand such forces. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Liangren's gaze was fixed intently on the surveillance footage, particularly the northern region of Jiangcheng. During this period, he had even forgotten to eat breakfast. At this moment, he was already on his 3rd serving prepared by the all-purpose home robot. Following a resounding crash, Liangren finally exhaled softly and turned to pick up his breakfast, beginning his meal. It must be said that after the initial series of loud noises, the sight of the mudflow on the surveillance screen truly terrified him. In that fleeting moment, or rather within a matter of mere minutes, the mountains collapsed, trees, boulders, and sediment cascaded violently downward. Simultaneously, the dam by the river gave way, unleashing a torrent of water that could easily rival a medium-sized flood, surging forth with overwhelming force. This torrent mingled with the mudflow, hurtling directly toward the northern wall. Had it not been for the wall, he was certain that such a scale of mudflow, once unleashed, would obliterate the entirety of Jiangcheng. Moreover, the destruction would be complete, akin to the aftermath of a missile strike, leaving nothing but ruins. He even found himself questioning whether the T2 grade steel wall could truly withstand such a mudflow. Uncertain, he kept his gaze glued to the surveillance footage, hesitant to divert his attention. At last, in the wake of the thunderous crash, when the torrent and mudflow collided with the northern T2 grade steel wall, and the wall remained entirely unscathed, Liangren finally felt a sense of relief. Truly, the system's craftsmanship is remarkable. This terrifying mudflow could not even leave a scratch on the wall. He was also grateful for Dulong's information. Had the northern wall not been completed last night, today would have indeed been disastrous. With a lingering sense of trepidation, Liangren sighed in relief before continuing to enjoy his breakfast while browsing the forum on his phone. Upon seeing that the forum was equally concerned about the situation, he smiled faintly and snapped a photo of the surveillance screen, captioning it, "The wall remains intact after withstanding the mudflow, JPG. Rest assured, though the mudflow is formidable, the wall I constructed is even stronger, and it poses no threat to Jiangcheng." As soon as these words were uttered, the forum erupted with excitement. The esteemed leader has appeared. The esteemed leader has arrived. The esteemed leader is incredible. Wow! This wall has completely kept the mud flow at bay. And it shows no signs of damage? How astonishing is that? Naturally, it is the wall made by the esteemed leader, sturdy as expected. The esteemed leader is remarkable. 10,086. Chapter 67. Seeking Justice. Ding. Your statement has successfully provided the residents of Jiangqing with a profound sense of security. In times of apocalypse, such reassurance is undeniably paramount. Only when they feel secure can they wholeheartedly serve as your tools. Your faith in the hearts of Jiangqing's residents has further elevated. Please continue your efforts. Reward, 2,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 149720. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the system's virtual prompt, Liangren beamed with joy. Indeed, anything related to the residents could yield survival points. Although the reward was not particularly substantial, it was merely the result of a few well-chosen words. Liangren smiled slightly and continued typing on the forum. By the way, there is still much work to be done regarding the last wall's repair. The sand and gravel resources are nearly depleted. The 3 walls have consumed nearly all the accumulated sand and gravel, and we are now alarmingly close to the large flood. I kindly ask everyone to exert extra effort in gathering sand and gravel. Smiled JPG. Let us ensure that Jiangqing remains unscathed in the face of the impending flood. As soon as this was posted, the forum erupted once more. Wow, has the sand and gravel really been exhausted? That was fast. The esteemed leader has spoken. I'll gather sand and gravel right after my meal. Count me in, I'll collect sand and gravel after I finish eating. What meal? If the last wall isn't built in time and the flood arrives, we might as well go to the underworld for our meals. Precisely. The esteemed leader himself has addressed the issue, highlighting the urgency of the situation. Right. Skipping a meal won't kill us, at worst. We can nibble on a piece of bread, so hurry. I believe everyone has some supplies left, however meager, at least they taste better than compressed biscuits. The previous commenter is correct. Do you all wish to see Jiangqing submerged, only to eat compressed biscuits daily at the official shelter? I'm heading out to collect sand and gravel now. I'll gather as much as I can. Then go to the cafeteria at the mine for lunch before continuing to collect, no time wasted. Exactly. 10,086. In an instant. A wave of individuals clad in protective gear, braving the torrential downpour, surged forth to gather sand and gravel from various sites. Inside the shelter, Liangren observed the scene on the surveillance screen, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, on the forum, the official shelter personnel were in an uproar. What the heck? You all have gone too far. Angry JPG. Exactly. What is wrong with compressed biscuits? Even if they taste terrible, at least they stave off hunger. Seriously. Is it necessary to insult compressed biscuits like this? It's utterly excessive. This is our only food source. What the heck? You've gone even further. They at least implied it without explicitly stating it. Was it necessary for you to voice it so bluntly? It's utterly ridiculous. I can hardly swallow the compressed biscuits in my hands now. They were already hard to choke down. And now you've made me think of it in such a way. Crying JPG. I can't take it anymore. I see no way I can eat breakfast today. Exactly. I feel the same. However, Face Brother likely hasn't seen the forum. After being humiliated last time, he hasn't dared to return. I wonder what his breakfast is today, but since he led us here, we can't let him have it easy. It's time to urge him to stream. Let him live stream eating compressed biscuits. Exactly. We can't eat, so how can we allow him to enjoy his meal? Even if he doesn't stream. We must make him lose his appetite. How dare he bring us to the official shelter only to treat us like this? He initially promised that arriving early would guarantee us better treatment. Is this what he considers good treatment? Freezing every day while toiling. And only having these awful biscuits to eat, and even then, we can't get enough to fill our stomachs. I can't take it. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Compared to the esteemed leader, he asks nothing. Let us go find Face Brother together. 10,086. At the same time, within the shelter, Liangren shifted his focus to the system messages that had accumulated overnight. Ding! You have successfully collected materials, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward, 40 survival points. Remaining survival points, 147760. Ding! You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of sand and stone. Reward, survival points 40. Remaining survival points, 147800. Ding. You have successfully collected resources, 400 kilograms of sand and stone. Reward, survival points 40. Your current remaining resources, pure iron, 35,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 31,650 kilograms. Sand and stone, 11,900 kilograms. Energy stone, 1 piece. Remaining survival points, 148900. Had he truly gathered approximately 11,800 kilograms of sand and stone overnight? Liangren stroked his chin, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The previous night, he had instructed 4 transport robots to tirelessly collect sand and stone in the vicinity of the shelter, with no time lost in transit. The efficiency of collection had indeed soared. Moreover, the primary reason for this success lay in the fact that the nearby sand and stone had been nearly exhausted by the 4 transport robots. Now, they needed to traverse further to gather more, which had delayed their progress significantly. Otherwise, the amount collected would surely have been greater. However, the time for collection was still far from over. Until noon, he estimated they might accumulate around 15,000 kilograms of sand and stone. Liangren pondered for a moment, calculating. If that were the case, only 9,000 kilograms would remain to complete the last wall. The residents of Jiangqing could surely gather that much in a single day. With his mindset at ease, Liangren finally began to enjoy the remnants of his breakfast in comfort. Soon, noon arrived. At this moment, the residents of Jiangqing congregated in 3 dining halls across the mining districts. Today, they chose not to return home to prepare their own meals, but instead opted for the communal dining experience. The atmosphere in the dining halls was particularly lively, filled with playful banter and joyous laughter, with no hint of discord. In fact, should any disputes arise, a certain phrase would echo through the air: as long as you trust the boss, we are like brothers born of different mothers. Following this, any arguing parties would reconcile with a handshake. The halls resonated with exuberant cheers for the boss. Meanwhile, on the forum, messages from the official shelter suddenly flooded in. Angry JPG. Fuming JPG. Ready to kill JPG. Do you know what just happened? Just now, we went to confront Brotherface about our grievances. Chapter 68. Brotherface's instant noodles were actually stolen? The officials from the shelter expressed their outrage in a torrent of messages. Damn it. Brotherface had lured us to the official shelter, promising favorable treatment to ensure our survival. And what did we find? Upon arrival, we were met with such deplorable conditions. We toiled daily like beasts, barely scraping by, and now we must endure hunger and cold. We need to confront him for an explanation. Even if we receive no answers, we intend to ruin his appetite and ensure he misses a few meals. After all, just days ago, he boasted on the forum about live streaming himself eating excrement. And what did we discover? Brotherface was not eating compressed biscuits. Upon opening the door, we found him indulging in instant noodles. And not just any noodles, but braised beef flavor. Inside, not only was there beef, but also braised mushrooms. Ready to kill JPG, I sharpened my knife JPG. The forum was soon inundated with various expressions of indignation. In that moment, the residents of Jiangqing across the 3 dining halls slowed their eating, curiously gazing at their phones, all eagerly anticipating what would happen next. What happened next? Wow! Is Brotherface really that impressive? It seems he holds some influence in the official shelter, otherwise how could he possibly have instant noodles? Right. What did you do upon discovering this? Quickly, the officials from the shelter shared the follow-up. Cold smirk JPG. Proud JPG. What did we do? How long has it been since we last had vegetables? Let alone meat. And yet he gets to enjoy both. Moreover, while he feasts on meat, we are left with nothing but compressed biscuits every day. Fueled by frustration, we nearly overturned the noodles in his hands. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and snatched them before taking a big bite. Before long, that bucket of instant noodles was completely devoured, leaving not a trace of oil behind. The look on Brotherface's face was, I assure you, utterly delightful. Subsequently, we learned that as a manager, he is entitled to exchange 1 item of supplies each week, including instant noodles, chocolate, fruits, and so forth, choosing just one. Today, he had merely redeemed his first week's supply, and before he could even enjoy it, we snatched it away. Ha ha. Exhilarating JPG. Satisfying JPG. In an instant, our anger dissipated, and we all exited together. However, I noticed Brotherface's expression seemed on the verge of tears. I laughed so hard JPG. After the official shelter's messages concluded, the residents of Jiangcheng fell into a moment of silence. They gazed at their meal boxes and the food within, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Soon, they could no longer contain themselves and began to post on the forum. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for Brotherface. Indeed. I also think Brotherface is quite unfortunate. Sigh, it's truly tragic. I shall no longer target Brotherface in the future. Right, count me in. And you too. Brothers who went to the official shelter, you have gone too far. Yes, it is truly excessive. Is it easy for Brotherface? He brought a whole group of you into the official shelter, and yet you all acted as spies, not a single one considering his perspective. Now, he finally gets to enjoy a bowl of instant noodles, and you snatched it away, leaving him with not even a drop of broth to sip. Exactly. So tragic. Is it just a bucket of instant noodles? Must you go so far? Look at what I am eating. Sweet and sour pork JPG. Iron plate tofu JPG. Spicy pork ribs JPG. A big bowl of white rice JPG. Yes, and me. Sour fish JPG. Salty pork belly JPG. Konjac duck JPG. A big bowl of white rice JPG. What are we eating? It is 1,000 times better than mere instant noodles. Did we steal it? Indeed. It is just a bucket of instant noodles, yet you took it from Brotherface. He might truly end up heartbroken. Moreover, this is something Brotherface rightfully deserves. He is part of the management, while you are not. On the forum, the residents of Jiangcheng began to express their sorrowful sentiments. While they often enjoyed posting images and teasing one another, they had never engaged in anything as disgraceful as fighting over food. Furthermore, they understood the plight of those from the official shelter, for in the early days, when the boss had not yet appeared, they too had suffered greatly due to food scarcity. Yet, even then, they had upheld their principles, for stealing from others was simply too outrageous. The individual who was robbed must surely be contemplating the depths of despair. At this very moment, the people in the official shelter erupted in chaos. How can you be so audacious as to not fear divine retribution? Indeed. Over a mere bucket of instant noodles? Is that all? You clearly remain indifferent. Enjoying your daily feasts replete with meat and vegetables. What about us? We have been gnawing on compressed biscuits for nearly 10 days straight. 10 days. Do you grasp the gravity of such an ordeal? If someone were to offer us a meal of meat, I would willingly sign my life away on the spot. Yes. How dare you mock us here? I'm infuriated JPG. I'm infuriated JPG. I'm infuriated JPG. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Liangren, who had been monitoring the forum messages, fell into a sudden silence. He glanced at the meal before him. Today, the omnipotent home assistant had prepared for him a sumptuous French feast, bouillabaisse, foie gras, lobster from Paris, and a fine wine-cooked chicken. Then he recalled the forum messages, where Zheng Xing was reportedly eating instant noodles, which were snatched away before he could even finish. Liangren could not help but shake his head and let out a sigh. With a click, he captured a photo and proceeded to type on the forum, "Let me be frank, this time, your actions have indeed crossed the line. Setting aside other matters, there is one crucial point. Zheng Xing is your manager. It is he who led you into the official shelter, thus he holds the role of your overseer. This is akin to the relationship between a boss and their subordinates in a workplace. How can a boss and their employees ever be considered equals? To illustrate simply, your relationship with Zheng Xing mirrors the one I have with the residents of Jiangcheng. Do you think I share the same meals with them? Certainly not. For instance, here is my lunch today. Bouillabaisse JPG. Foie gras JPG. Lobster from Paris JPG. Wine-cooked chicken JPG. Chapter 69. Allow me to play the villain for once. After posting the images on the forum, Liangren sighed again and continued typing. Is it not evident that my meal surpasses yours? If Zheng Xing, as your manager, does not enjoy any better treatment than you, what motivation would he have to assist in managing the official shelter? Once he ceases to oversee your needs, who will tally the food you require each day? If you were to err, who would take responsibility? Who would advocate for better conditions on your behalf? Moreover, you have only just entered the official shelter, or rather, you have been there for a brief period, which certainly does not equate you with the initial residents of the shelter. However, I believe Zheng Xing is actively striving for your welfare. He would not willingly remain in a subordinate position indefinitely. Yet, given today's incident, he may well have lost the inclination to advocate for you. Calm analysis, JPG. And that is merely one facet of the situation. Thus, your actions today were indeed misguided. As soon as Liangren's words were posted, the forum erupted. The residents of Jiangcheng flooded the chat with messages. Indeed, the esteemed one speaks truthfully. Esteemed one is impressive JPG. Yes, it is indeed reasonable. We are not merely flattering the esteemed one. Serious JPG. Precisely. Your actions evoke a rather humorous anecdote. How does one ensure being fired from a company? When the boss toasts, you refuse to drink. When the boss walks, you ride in a car. When the boss speaks, you chatter. When the boss has personal matters, you meddle. When the boss serves food, you flip the table. When the boss is about to win, you claim victory yourself. In the official shelter, your relationship with Zhang Xing is akin to that of a boss and their employees, and your behavior today is even more egregious than that anecdote. You have literally overturned the table while the boss dined. You've left the boss without a meal. Truly remarkable. 666,666. The previous comment was spot on. 2 on point. Laughter JPG. I'm dying from laughter JPG. So consider this. Zhang Xing, as your superior, how could he not be enraged upon facing such treatment? Expecting him to strive for your welfare is a mere fantasy. Precisely. 10,086. As soon as the residents of Jiangcheng finished their comments, the forum fell silent for 2 to 3 minutes. Suddenly, someone from the official shelter sent a message. Does that mean we are doomed? The residents of Jiangcheng quickly replied, of course, a song of despair awaits you. Prepare for a prolonged diet of compressed biscuits. You may even find yourselves without 3 packs of compressed biscuits in a single day. Instantly, the forum exploded. We're finished. I can almost see the character for danger emblazoned on my forehead. A day without 3 packs of compressed biscuits? Is this a death sentence? Crying JPG. What should we do? Who can tell me how to remedy this situation? Fine, I admit, we have indeed made a mistake, but how can we make amends? Right. There can't be no room for reconciliation at all, can there? Brothers, we need help. Esteemed one, we beseech you. 1. Should we go apologize to Brother Lian? Yes, surely an apology would suffice, right? Upon hearing this, Liangren immediately shook his head and typed, no. The residents of the official shelter grew anxious. What then shall we do? Is even an apology off the table? Are we to simply await our demise? Bawling JPG. Esteemed one, please save us. Do not panic. It is not that I disallow you from apologizing, but rather that you remain unaware of the gravity of the situation. Liangren continued typing. To hastily offer an apology at this juncture would only exacerbate the consequences. It may even lead Zhang Xing to perceive your actions as mockery. For your behavior was indeed excessive. Consider this. If you were a boss and your employees flipped your table while you dined, only to apologize afterward, would you accept it? Of course not. Even if you feign forgiveness, you would undoubtedly remember the incident. After all, a boss is inherently proud, and you have tarnished his dignity. So, what should you do? You need to fabricate an excuse. Shift the blame for your actions onto this excuse. Make Zhang Xing harbor no grudges against you, directing all resentment towards this pretext. At this point, Liangren paused, pinched his chin in thought, and after a moment, smiled and shook his head. He then continued typing, But this excuse is indeed difficult to find, and fortuitously, there is an immediate solution. That would be me. I have repeatedly undermined Zhang Xing's dignity, compelling him to stream while consuming food unfit for him, and now he dares not show his face in the forum. Thus, your excuse can simply be that it is my fault. It must be said that my incessant postings about gourmet delicacies on the forum, juxtaposed with your daily consumption of mere compressed biscuits, has created a palpable sense of psychological imbalance. Consequently, in your ire, you sought to confront Zhang Xing, yearning for a taste of something delectable, only to discover him indulging in instant noodles, which exacerbated your discontent. Allow me to embrace the role of the villain this time. After all, Zhang Xing already harbors considerable animosity towards me. A little more animus matters not. The moment those words escaped my lips, the forum erupted into chaos. Initially, the residents of Jiangcheng were set ablaze with excitement. Oh, esteemed leader, you are truly magnificent, they exclaimed. Indeed, although we are entirely unrelated, you not only proposed a solution but also willingly took on the role of the villain for Zhang Xing. Tears welled in my eyes. In this lifetime, I shall only acknowledge one elder brother, and that is you, esteemed leader. Bow to the esteemed leader JPG. 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 In that very moment, the individuals in the official shelter were equally astounded. Oh, esteemed leader, sobbing JPG. We have wronged you. They lamented. Indeed, we have grievously misjudged you. We were misled by Brother Lian's deceptions and ventured to the official shelter. Yet you did not abandon us. You even took it upon yourself to advocate for us, even willing to be the villain. Oh, esteemed leader, you are too kind. Weeping JPG, Chapter 70. As long as you believe in the esteemed leader, we are like brothers from different mothers. Within the official shelter, countless individuals with reddened eyes expressed their gratitude through messages. Oh, how I long to weep. Why did I not choose the esteemed leader from the very beginning? Crying profusely JPG. Indeed. Such a magnificent person as the esteemed leader, and yet I did not choose him but Zhang Xing instead. Why is there no remedy for regret in this world JPG? Esteemed leader, please accept my homage JPG. Esteemed leader, please accept my homage JPG. Esteemed leader, please accept my homage JPG. Observing the messages on the forum, Yi Liangren shook his head and smiled, typing, "You may go now. However, do not send too many. 2 or 3 will suffice. Too many will only arouse Zhang Xing's suspicions." Understood, esteemed leader. We are on our way. They replied. Though we may currently be Zhang Xing's people, our hearts will forever belong to you. Yes, in our hearts, there shall always be only the esteemed leader. Long live the esteemed leader JPG. Long live the esteemed leader JPG. Long live the esteemed leader JPG. In the shelter, Yi Liangren couldn't help but chuckle at the flurry of messages. Have I once again garnered a host of little brothers? He mused. Just then, a virtual screen popped up. Ding! Your statements have not only captured the hearts of the residents of Jiangqing, but have also won over those who ventured to the official shelter. This time, your standing in the hearts of the residents of the official shelter has significantly risen. They have begun to revere you, which will greatly enhance your ability to acquire survival points in the future. Please continue your efforts. Reward, 6,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 155,720. Yi Liangren's eyes gleamed with delight, his smile radiating brilliance. Have I truly won over this group of residents heading to the official shelter? And to think, this reward is a generous 6,000 survival points. All from just a few words. I can only say that Zhang Xing truly is my magnificent fortune star. Every time he appears on the forum, I manage to reap survival points. Now that he is not posting, I can still gather points. How impressive. With a radiant smile, Yi Liangren continued to savor his French cuisine. One cannot deny that the flavors are indeed exquisite. I cannot fathom how those residents at the official shelter endure their daily fare of compressed biscuits. Soon enough, just as Yi Liangren finished his French meal, the forum erupted once more. Thank you, esteemed leader. Thank you, esteemed leader. Thank you, esteemed leader. Esteemed leader, please do not support me. My knees can no longer rise and are heavily pressed against the ground. Esteemed leader, please accept my homage. Bow to the esteemed leader JPG. 10,086. The residents of Jiangqing, upon witnessing the flood of messages, could not help but inquire, brothers in the official shelter, what has transpired? Have you successfully apologized? Indeed. Such excitement, was it successful? As soon as the inquiry was made, the individuals from the official shelter quickly responded. Of course it was successful. Indeed. The esteemed leader's method could not possibly fail. Yes, indeed. You all have shown such a lack of faith in the esteemed leader. We look down upon you. Contempt JPG, contempt JPG, contempt JPG. Upon seeing the barrage of contempt emojis, the residents of Jiangqing erupted into laughter. Goodness, they dare look down upon us? Indeed. We must not forget which group of people failed to trust the esteemed leader and insisted on running to the official shelter. Yes, and they even dared to question the esteemed leader's construction for a few packets of compressed biscuits. How utterly ridiculous. Oh, how I was wrong. Crying JPG. Brothers, I kneel before you. Please, do not speak of this. It is a dark chapter in history. The individuals in the official shelter immediately begged for mercy. Subsequently, someone continued. Do not speak of it. Allow me to explain the reason for our overwhelming excitement. I am one of the 3 individuals who went to apologize. When we entered Brother Lian's room, his face was dark and he was clutching an empty instant noodle container. Witnessing this, we realized our grave error. And as the esteemed leader had predicted, we had deeply offended Brother Lian. Thus, we followed the esteemed leader's guidance and placed all the blame on him. You cannot imagine. The moment those words left our lips, Brother Lian's expression brightened instantly. He stood up with enthusiasm and warmly invited us to sit. Moreover, with a beaming smile. He assured us that he could never hold resentment against us. He completely understood our predicament. Most remarkably, he informed us of some fantastic news. In fact, he had been advocating for better food on our behalf and had made significant progress. If all goes well, within a week, we shall have at least one day a week where we need not consume compressed biscuits and can instead enjoy a different flavor, such as instant noodles. At this point, the individual could no longer contain his excitement and shared a jubilant emoji. Ecstatic JPG, this time, we owe it all to the esteemed leader. If it were not for him, Brother Lian's efforts to secure better food would have likely been hoarded for his own consumption. At that time, we would have truly regretted it. Now, just the thought of having at least one day a week to savor a different flavor, free from the taste of those abominable compressed biscuits, fills me with such joy that I may well wake up laughing in my dreams tonight. Thank you, esteemed leader JPG. The esteemed leader is forever a deity JPG. Bow before the esteemed leader JPG. Upon seeing these messages, the residents of Jiangcheng could not help but send their congratulations. This time, it was indeed heartfelt. Congratulations. Congratulations. You have finally improved your rations. Indeed, indeed. However, the moment this genuine congratulation emerged, the inhabitants of the official shelter were left utterly bewildered. Are you truly congratulating us? Shocked JPG. You didn't seize the opportunity to mock us? No pictures of food? No sarcastic remarks about it being merely instant noodles? Terrified JPG. Surely, I haven't stumbled upon a counterfeit forum, have I? Incredulous JPG. You can't possibly all be unwell. Can you? Please don't frighten me. In response, the residents of Jiangcheng synchronously replied with the identical meme. As long as you believe in the boss. We are like brothers from different parents, JPG. Soon enough, the forum was inundated with this meme. At the shelter, Liangren couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Good gracious. How amusing. Why do I feel like the villain who has brainwashed them all? Chapter 71, New Year's Eve? Ding. You have successfully gathered resources, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward, 40 survival points. Remaining survival points, 155760. Ding. You have successfully gathered resources, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward, 40 survival points. Remaining survival points, 155,800. Ding. You have successfully gathered resources, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel. Reward, 40 survival points. Your current remaining resources, pure iron, 35,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 31,650 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 28,900 kilograms. Energy stone, 1 piece. Remaining survival points, 157420. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Liangren glanced at the pile of system notifications that had accumulated throughout the day and finally revealed a relieved smile. At last, it is sufficient. I can now construct the final wall. System, build 120 T2, grade steel walls. Liangren spoke immediately. Ding. Constructing 120 T2, grade steel walls requires materials, sand and gravel 24,000 kilograms, pure iron 12,000 kilograms, titanium alloy 2,400 kilograms. Do you confirm the construction? Liangren nodded. In the next moment, the virtual screen popped up once more. Ding. 120 T2, grade steel walls constructed successfully. Your current remaining resources, pure iron, 23,250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 27,250 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 4,900 kilograms. Energy stone, 1 piece. Ding. Would you like to manually install the T2 grade steel walls? The system's virtual prompt appeared. Yes. Liangren answered promptly, and as soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic virtual screen materialized before him. 3 minutes later, the fourth wall descended from the sky, completely encircling Jiangcheng. Each wall possessed a human-friendly automated gate, which would rise for residents to enter and exit during safe times. In the event of danger, the gate would automatically lower, sealing Jiangcheng and safeguarding it from all calamities. At that moment, Jiangcheng truly resembled a colossal fortress, impenetrable and secure. Liangren couldn't help but stretch and grin widely. Finally, it is over. The greatest threat to Jiangcheng has been resolved. Just as he finished speaking, a virtual screen popped up. Ding. You have successfully built the walls of Jiangcheng before the arrival of the massive flood, the robust T2, grade steel walls, which can completely withstand the deluge. This action undoubtedly ensures the safety of Jiangqing's residents. With a secure environment, their work efficiency will see a significant enhancement. Furthermore, your standing in their hearts has elevated. Please continue your efforts. Reward, 10,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 167420. Yi Liangren's eyes sparkled. Another 10,000 survival points awarded. My survival points are nearing 170,000. I am truly becoming a millionaire. Yi Liangren took out his phone and opened the forum. Typing joyfully, today I am in a good mood. Everyone in Jiangcheng receive 5 points as a reward. Tomorrow, each person can also collect a fruit from the mining area. As soon as these words were uttered, the forum fell silent for a moment, only to erupt instantaneously. Surprised JPG. Fruits. The boss is gifting fruits again. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Wow. I can eat fruits again. The last time the boss gifted fruits, I divided them into 7 portions. Wrapped them in cling film and placed them in the fridge, and I still haven't finished them. If the boss gifts them again. Doesn't that mean I can eat fruits every day for the next 10 days? How delightful. Oh my gosh. You upstairs, you are brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? I have cling film in my room too, and I haven't used it yet. 10,086. Thank you for the reminder. I'll also divide the fruits into portions. Just thinking about the next few days of enjoying fruits makes me sure I'll wake up smiling from my dreams tonight. On the forum, the residents of Jiangcheng were thoroughly exhilarated. At this moment, however, the residents heading to the official shelter couldn't help but emerge again to lament. Oh no. The boss is gifting fruits again. Crying JPG. Goodness, speaking of fruits, I calculated carefully and realized I haven't eaten any for at least half a month. I feel like I've forgotten what fruits taste like. Crying profusely JPG. I was just so happy because I knew that after enduring another week, we might have the chance to change our diet and not have to eat those dreadful, nauseating compressed biscuits anymore. But now I am suddenly unhappy. Fruits. Why did I have to end up at the official shelter? Exactly. Moreover, this official shelter is rather stingy, isn't it? We toil daily. Yet no one even inquires about us. It's fine if there's no air conditioning. I can accept eating compressed biscuits. But today is December 30th. Tomorrow evening is New Year's Eve, yet I haven't heard of any activities. It seems we will still be ignored. I originally hoped that perhaps the official shelter would reward us with some good food for New Year's Eve, but now it appears that's utterly impossible. Heartbroken JPG. Once the last person from the official shelter posted this message, the entire forum fell into a profound silence. A full minute later, the forum exploded. Shocked JPG, shocked JPG, shocked JPG. Oh my gosh, you upstairs, I completely forgot about that. Right. I had long forgotten about the calendar. Who looks at the calendar in the apocalypse? Only after you mentioned it did I realize that tomorrow evening is indeed New Year's Eve. Exactly. Thank you for the reminder. Although it's the apocalypse, such a significant occasion as New Year's Eve is still worth celebrating. Yes. Tomorrow I will exchange points for some meat and vegetables and prepare a proper dinner. 10,086. Truly, thank you, brother, if you hadn't mentioned it. We might have all forgotten. Indeed, thank you. As the expressions of gratitude from the residents of Jiangcheng poured forth, the individual from the official shelter found their composure utterly shattered. I suddenly feel like crying, so wanna cry, can't hold back, crying JPG. Merely expressing my grievances regarding the official shelter's miserly demeanor, I find myself astonished that none of you seem to realize that tomorrow marks New Year's Eve. Upon my utterance, I discover that you all are preparing to indulge in delightful feasts. Chapter 72. How did I become a saint? Coughing up blood JPG. Coughing up blood JPG. Coughing up blood JPG. Oh. Just the thought of tomorrow night fills me with dread, for I fear I shall be left with naught but compressed biscuits. And when those run out, I will be left cold and hungry, curled up in bed, sipping the bitter winds of the northwest. Meanwhile, you, in Jiangcheng, will be savoring fragrant bowls of rice and succulent meats. I cannot endure this any longer. My mental state is utterly unraveling. Why? Oh, why must the heavens torment me so? Why did I have to be so careless as to mention that tomorrow is New Year's Eve? Had I kept silent, you would have passed the day in a mundane manner, and I might have fared slightly better. Oh, how I wish to slap myself soundly. Self-inflicted slap JPG. The residents of Jiangcheng, upon reading my words, could not suppress their laughter. Do not take it too hard, they said. Tomorrow hasn't arrived yet. Has it? Perhaps the higher-ups at the official shelter will suddenly remember and host a New Year's Eve gala. Indeed, anything is possible, as long as the time has not yet come. So, do not despair too much. Cheer up. Did not the esteemed leader once say that we must remain optimistic and maintain a positive mindset? Yes, I shall pray for you tomorrow, hoping that the official shelter will have a change of heart and host a grand celebration, presenting us with a plethora of delicacies. Yes, who knows? Perhaps you will feast better than us, while we are left merely to watch and envy. The residents of Jiangcheng began to offer their words of consolation. Suddenly, someone piped up. On another note, I just realized that the leader unexpectedly sent us fruit. Could this be a New Year's gift from them? Indeed. I had almost forgotten. It is remarkable that the leader remembers us even during the holidays. Moreover, the leader must surely be aware that tomorrow is New Year's Eve. The reason for their silence must be that they are concerned about our limited points. Celebrating New Year's would undoubtedly deplete our points, leading to a decline in our quality of life afterward. Hence, the leader refrained from mentioning it and instead generously gifted us fruit and 5 points as a festive present. This unexpected windfall of points will surely allow us to treat ourselves, marking the occasion, while also helping us conserve points for better days ahead. Oh, the leader is truly too kind, always considering us and looking out for our well-being. Moved JPG. Now that you mention it, I too realize that the leader has inadvertently pondered so many matters on our behalf. I am suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. The leader is simply too wonderful. Tears of gratitude JPG. The leader is truly a saint among us. Prostrating in reverence JPG. 10,086. I must record this in my little notebook. On December 30th. In the evening on the 13th day of the apocalypse, the leader gifted each of us an apple and additionally provided us with 5 points. Simultaneously, they refrained from informing us that tomorrow is New Year's Eve, fearing we might recklessly spend our points, thus diminishing our quality of life in the days to come. The leader is genuinely a superlative person, deserving of the title of a living saint. 6,666 JPG. The diary boy appears once more. Diary boy, I am now incredibly curious about what you have recorded in your notebook. Indeed. Once the apocalypse concludes, you must show us. Yes, indeed. Setting aside everything else, I cannot forget how much the leader has considered for us. As soon as the apocalypse ends, I will be the first to copy your notebook, reviewing it daily to always remember the leader's kindness. A mere review will not suffice. I shall enshrine the copied notebook, offering 3 incense sticks daily. The leader is a true living saint. 10,086. The forum erupted in a fervor. Within the shelter, Liangren stood stunned. What? How have I been caring for you? How have I been considering your needs? My survival points are merely approaching 170,000. And I was merely in a good mood and decided to treat you a little, akin to a company president distributing small bonuses after a profitable quarter. How did you all elevate me to the status of a saint? Liangren found himself utterly perplexed. And tomorrow is New Year's Eve? Goodness. I had completely forgotten about that. And you all think this was a holiday gift from me? Furthermore, you believe I did not mention it out of concern that you might waste points and suffer a decline in quality of life? This assumption is utterly beyond my comprehension. And now you've even noted me down in your little notebooks? Planning to copy it once the apocalypse ends and review it daily. Especially with some of you intending to offer incense to it daily. Good heavens. Have you truly taken me for a bodhisattva? Liangren felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. Nevertheless, he stroked his chin, a smile creeping onto his lips. You've inadvertently reminded me. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. On such a significant occasion, I must bestow some gifts to garner a bit of goodwill. After all, it is a grand celebration. And such gestures will surely deepen their faith in me. For the record, what I gave earlier was not a holiday gift. After pondering for a moment, Liangren swiftly typed and sent a message. Well, surrendering hands JPG. In truth, you have misunderstood. Those 5 points and the fruit were simply a reflection of my good mood today. As for the fact that tomorrow is New Year's Eve, I genuinely forgot. I have been quite busy. However, for such a momentous occasion, I will definitely present gifts. As you all mentioned, everyone's points are quite limited, and to prevent waste, I have decided that tomorrow evening, each person may collect a serving of tangwan and a serving of dumplings from the mining area. This way, even amidst the apocalypse, we can joyfully celebrate a happy New Year's Eve. Smiling JPG. As soon as Liangren's words were published, the forum erupted once more. The leader has once again bestowed gifts upon us. Moved JPG. Inexpressibly moved JPG. Leader, you are truly too kind. Yes, indeed, if it were anyone else. We would have misinterpreted their intentions, and they would undoubtedly deny it and abscond. But the leader is different. He acknowledges it, and not only that. He affirms that what he sent earlier was not a gift, but also responds to our request, gifting us once more. What constitutes a saint? This is the true essence of a saint. Indeed, for someone like the leader, who is honest, kind, thoughtful of others, and selflessly giving, if not a saint, then who else can be called one? Chapter 73. Internet outage? Long live the leader. Long live the leader. Long live the esteemed leader. In the forum, the residents of Jiangcheng erupted into what seemed to be an endless cheer. Goodness. Inside the shelter, Liangren observed the myriad of posts elevating him to the status of a saint, and he couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals truly possess an extraordinary knack for embellishment. Furthermore, their embellishments are rather audacious. Clearly, my sole intent was to procure some survival points, yet in their eyes, I have transformed into a selfless paragon of virtue. TSK, TSK, TSK. Nevertheless, I must admit, being lauded and revered by so many is quite exhilarating. At that moment, 2 virtual screens suddenly appeared. Ding! Due to your joyous disposition, you have gifted each resident of Jiangcheng 5 points and a piece of fruit, thereby uplifting their spirits. Furthermore, as New Year's Eve approaches, your generous gesture has led the residents to perceive this as your New Year gift to them, significantly elevating your esteem in their hearts. Reward, 2,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 169420. Ding! You have chosen to bestow upon each resident of Jiangcheng a serving of tangwan and dumplings on New Year's Eve, inciting a jubilant celebration among them. Additionally, by clarifying your previous gesture, the residents now regard you as an exceedingly honest and selfless individual, further enhancing their faith in you. Reward, 2,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 171420. The 2 rewards appeared simultaneously. Liangren's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness. So it turns out that one can earn survival points not solely through festive gifting. However, does this mean that as long as I keep bestowing gifts, I can accrue survival points daily? Liangren's smile blossomed instantly. Yet, he soon shook his head. No, such benevolence must be reserved for special occasions. If I were to gift continuously, they might develop an expectation, and should I cease, their faith could very well diminish. Though I am uncertain if the system has a punitive mechanism, if acquiring the faith of Jiangcheng's residents yields rewards, a decrease in their faith could potentially lessen future rewards, even without penalties. Moreover, I lack an abundance of fruit. After all, the first batch of cultivated fruit has yet to mature. Liangren pondered for a moment, dismissing that notion. He then turned his gaze toward the multifunctional household robot and spoke. Household robot, you need not massage me tonight. Please prepare dumplings and tangwan instead. The entire population of Jiangcheng will require them tomorrow night, and the quantity needed is substantial. Can you complete it in one night? Command received successfully. Completion is feasible. 2 virtual pop-ups appeared as the multifunctional household robot proceeded to the kitchen. Liangren stood in awe for a moment, astonished. Impressive. There are still nearly 100,000 residents in Jiangcheng. To think it could prepare dumplings and tangwan sufficient for such a multitude in a single night. The efficiency is quite frightening. Liangren couldn't resist approaching the kitchen, eager to observe how the multifunctional household robot would wrap the dumplings and tangwan. Upon witnessing the process, he was utterly astounded. Goodness. The robot's hands elongated, and the tips morphed into tiny hands. What began as a pair of hands had transformed into 10. Each diminutive hand was perfectly sized to wrap a dumpling or tangwan. Incredible, is it not? Meanwhile, in the forum, the residents who had ventured to the official shelter were experiencing an even greater frenzy. One gift was insufficient. There was a second offering. This time, they would receive a complimentary serving of dumplings and tangwan tomorrow night. Ah, dumplings and tangwan. The very symbols of New Year's Eve. My heart aches. If the official shelter hosts an event tomorrow night and we can savor some delectable treats, I could bear it. However, if we are to endure yet another night of mere compressed biscuits, I might as well find a place to end it all. Who is it that dared to mention New Year's Eve? Step forward, lest I catch you, for I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Suddenly, the lamentations of the official shelter's residents ceased entirely. The forum fell into an eerie silence. The residents of Jiangcheng were momentarily taken aback by this sudden stillness and hurriedly typed their queries. What is happening? Why has there been a sudden halt in messages? Exactly. I thought my internet had failed. The forum has become so quiet. Indeed, brothers in the official shelter, are you still there? Yet, no one responded. Countless discussions erupted in the forum. Where have they gone? Could it be that the official shelter's internet has malfunctioned? Impossible. In this apocalyptic scenario, external information is paramount, second only to food. And as an official shelter, they would never allow their network to be so rudimentary as to suffer frequent outages. This is indeed true, after all. They have remained hidden within the shelter, and without internet access, they would be oblivious to the external conditions, even unaware of when the apocalypse might conclude. Thus, their network cannot possibly be down. But what if something significant has occurred? Something significant? Could it be that the official shelter has sprung a leak again? Preposterous. Haven't they've been tirelessly reinforcing waterproofing over the past few days? Moreover, didn't they just fix the leak at the main gate yesterday? How could it possibly leak again? As the residents of Jiangcheng debated fervently, the inhabitants of the official shelter finally emerged. Brothers, Jiangcheng comrades, has your final wall been completed? Upon hearing this, the residents of Jiangcheng immediately responded, the final wall completed? How could it possibly be finished so swiftly? Our esteemed leader is formidable. But he is no deity. Indeed, we were still gathering sand and stones during the day. The leader mentioned that we still require a substantial amount and urged us to collect with all our might. Chapter 74. The Arrival of the Colossal Deluge. What is happening? Is the deluge upon us once more? Fear not. We in Jiangcheng possess 3 sturdy walls. The deluge is but a trifling matter we can easily withstand. Surely. It cannot be that this time, the deluge approaches from all 4 directions simultaneously. In the forum, the residents of Jiangcheng casually continued their discussions. Yet these messages ignited a surge of anxiety among the inhabitants of the official shelter. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? This deluge is not as simple as you may think. Indeed, this deluge is immense, profoundly immense. Furthermore, it is surging directly from coastal regions. It is not a mere flood induced by ordinary rain, but rather a super deluge caused by the recent solar flares that have led to glacial melting and rising sea levels. Quickly, everyone, take cover. You must hide at once. Do not take this lightly. This is the latest news broadcast from our official shelter. Breaking news, just 3 minutes ago. A super deluge triggered by solar flares has caused glacial melting and rising sea levels, and it has now reached Jiang province. The magnitude of this flood is so immense that it can no longer be classified merely as a flood. It is akin to a tsunami sweeping across the continent. This deluge has surged directly from coastal areas. According to satellite observations, the towering waves generated by this deluge can reach heights of up to 300 meters. Although the flow has diminished significantly upon entering the inland regions, the relentless torrential rains have resulted in flooding across multiple areas, which converge to create waves that still reach an astonishing 30 meters upon entering Jiang province. Statistical analyses indicate that the force generated by these waves, measuring 30 meters in height, is equivalent to that of an intercontinental missile. All residents of Jiang province, please exercise utmost caution. If you have not reached the official shelter, seek refuge in a basement if possible, and do not attempt to ascend to higher ground, as it is the most perilous place when the waves arrive. Satellite images. A super wave towering 30 meters high JPG. Satellite images. The super wave instantaneously demolishing skyscrapers. JPG. Residents of the official shelter have flooded in with a plethora of news images. Subsequently, they anxiously messaged, just moments ago, Yunlong City, located a mere 300 kilometers from Jiang City and frequently plagued by floods due to its downstream position, boasted the most robust flood defenses in the entire Jiang province. However, this time, the colossal deluge overwhelmed the structures in Yunlong City, which succumbed within a mere 3 seconds. Take cover, brothers, heed my warning, swiftly retreat to the basements. Although the deluge is approaching from the south and Jiang City is shielded by walls, such an immense force will undoubtedly engulf Jiang City from the unprotected sides. The words from the official shelter instilled a palpable sense of panic among the residents of Jiang City. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Liangren, upon seeing the news on the forum, could not help but direct his gaze towards the surveillance footage. Yunlong City. With just a glance, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Yunlong City had been completely submerged. not merely by floodwaters, but as if it had been engulfed by the ocean. All that remained visible was a tumultuous torrent. With not a single structure in sight, the city had transformed into an underwater realm. Liangren's gaze then shifted towards the closest city to Jiang City. Just as he looked, the massive deluge arrived simultaneously. His heart raced violently. He beheld that monstrous wave, a wave towering 30 meters high. As it crashed down, the residential buildings, some over 20 stories tall, crumbled instantaneously. Not in a fragmented manner, but utterly obliterated. The steel-reinforced concrete of these buildings was pulverized under such intense force. Unable to withstand the impact, this towering wave surely exceeded the height of T2 grade steel walls, did it not? The flow of the deluge must be mitigated. Otherwise, even if the waters could be contained, the impact of such a wave would inevitably result in catastrophic casualties in Jiang City. Liangren immediately cast his gaze towards the urban construction center, T2, grade flood barrier, level 5. Required materials, 200 kilograms sand, 100 kilograms pure iron, 50 kilograms titanium alloy. Currently, the only way to reduce the water flow is through the flood barriers. The deluge is approaching from the south. Therefore, I shall install flood barriers all along the southern edge. By the time this colossal deluge reaches Jiang City, the water flow will have diminished by over half. In that case, the T2 grade steel walls should be able to withstand the onslaught. Liangren's gaze shifted to the resource center. Your current remaining resources: pure iron, 23, 250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 27, 250 kilograms. Sand, 4, 900 kilograms. Energy stone, 1. Remaining survival points, 167, 420. Each flood barrier requires 200 kilograms of sand. I have ample quantities of the other materials, but the sand is only sufficient for 18 barriers. 18 flood barriers will undoubtedly be inadequate. Liangren frowned and glanced at the flood barrier specifications. Each flood barrier can cover a radius of 2 kilometers. Liangren shook his head. Although the system indicates that each flood barrier can cover a maximum range of 2 kilometers, that is merely the upper limit. What I seek is not the maximum range, but the highest efficiency. At the very least, there must be one within every 500 meters. Liangren's gaze returned to the surveillance footage. At this moment, the colossal deluge was merely 150 kilometers from Jiang City. 150 kilometers, you say? Then I shall install flood barriers along 100 kilometers. 2 are needed for each kilometer, 20 for 10 kilometers, and 200 for 100 kilometers. In total, the requirement is 40,000 kg of sand, 20,000 kg of pure iron, and 10,000 kg of titanium alloy. I have enough pure iron and titanium alloy, but I still lack 100 kilograms of sand. System, can survival points be exchanged for sand? Liangren immediately inquired. The next moment, a virtual screen popped up. Ding. According to the host's request, sand has been added to the exchange list for the next level of materials, and it can be redeemed upon the host's upgrade. Liangren swiftly turned his attention to the exchange list. Exchange system, level 2, upgradable. Upgrade direction, level 3. Required survival points, 2,000. Current exchange list, pure iron 1 kilogram, 10 survival points. Titanium alloy 1 kilogram, 100 survival points. Aluminum alloy 1 kilogram, 200 survival points. Energy stone 1, 500 survival points. Unlocked list, level 3, nanomaterials, super alloy T1V, etc. Only 2,000 points. I can level up. Chapter 75, The Return of Face Brother. Ding. Exchange system upgrade successful. Exchange system, level 3, upgradable. Upgrade direction, level 4. Required survival points, 4,000. Current exchange list, sand 1 kilogram, 1 survival point. Pure iron 1 kilogram, 10 survival points. Titanium alloy 1 kilogram, 100 survival points. Aluminum alloy 1 kilogram, 200 survival points. Energy stone 1, 500 survival points. Nanomaterials 1 kilogram, 1,000 survival points. Super alloy T1V 1 kilogram, 1,000 survival points. Unlocked list, level 4, cosmic alloy, vibranium, etc. Upon seeing the upgraded exchange interface, Liangren could not help but furrow his brow in frustration. Good heavens! 1 survival point for each kilogram of sand? Pray tell, sand is so ubiquitous. Yet it is priced so exorbitantly. I still lack 1 100 kilograms of sand. Does that mean I need 100 survival points? This is utterly outrageous. Demanding over 30,000 points all at once. As I round this figure, have I truly lost a billion in one fell swoop? Liangren couldn't help but vent his frustration internally. However, the next moment, he spoke up. System, exchange for 100 kilograms of sand and gravel. There was no other choice. At this juncture, addressing the casualties was far more crucial than acquiring materials. Fortunately, his current survival points were relatively abundant. Soon, a virtual screen popped up. Ding! Exchanging for 100 kilograms of sand and gravel will cost a total of 100 survival points. Do you confirm the exchange? Yes! 100 survival points. Liangren gritted his teeth and nodded. Ding! Exchange for 100 kilograms of sand and gravel successful. Your current remaining resources: pure iron, 23. 250 kilograms. Titanium alloy, 27, 250 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 40, 000 kg. Energy stone, 1 piece. Remaining survival points, 136, 320. Once the sand and gravel were exchanged, Liangren immediately spoke again. System, create 200 T2, level flood-resistant barriers. Ding! Constructing 200 T2, level flood-resistant barriers will require the following materials: sand and gravel 40, 000 kg. Pure iron 20, 000 kg. Titanium alloy 10, 000 kg. Do you confirm? Yes! Liangren nodded. Ding! Construction successful. Your current remaining metal resources: pure iron, 19, 050 kg. Titanium alloy, 15, 550 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 0 kilograms. Energy stone, 1 piece. Ding! According to the host's wishes, T2, level flood-resistant barriers have been automatically distributed to the southern side of Jiangcheng, 1 every 500 meters, capable of guiding floodwaters underground at the earliest opportunity. Liangren finally breathed a sigh of relief as he turned his gaze back to the monitoring screen. Meanwhile, the massive flood was still 110 kilometers away from Jiangcheng. Liangren took out his phone and opened the forum. At this moment, the forum was still bustling with activity. Brothers, what should we do? Head to the basement? Worried JPG. For those upstairs, go to the basement? Shouldn't you first consider where there is a basement? Utterly calm JPG. Moreover, even if we know where the basement is, can we even make it there in this situation? I'm afraid that before we even reach it, the massive flood will have already come crashing down. And most of us would surely perish along the way. Calm analysis, JPG. Indeed. What was said upstairs is correct. For minor tremors, there's no need to run. But for major ones, running is futile. This time it's a flood, but the reasoning remains the same. Exactly. And even if we do make it to the basement, what's the point? Such a scale of flood will undoubtedly submerge the entire Jiangcheng. In the basement, we would only be temporarily sheltered. Ultimately, we'd either freeze to death, drown, or starve. I've come to terms with it. I choose to feast and become a glutton in peace. No regrets in death, JPG. Yes, yes. If it weren't for the big shot constantly taking care of us, we would have probably starved to death long ago. So, what is there to fear? What was said upstairs is right. The only regret is not knowing if I'll remember the big shot's kindness after death. If I do, I'll repay him in my next life by being a servant to him. Sigh JPG 1. 10,086. Observing the Jiangcheng residents' heroic willingness to face death on the forum, Liangren raised an eyebrow. Are they all so composed? And even at this time, still lamenting whether they would remember me after death? Goodness. Have I truly become a saint in your hearts? Liangren shook his head with a smile, just as he was about to type. Suddenly, he noticed a new message on the forum. The sender was Zheng Xing. Zheng Xing? Liangren was taken aback, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. After several days, Zheng Xing reappeared. Is he here to exploit me again? At that moment, Zheng Xing sent a message on the forum. I do not quite agree with what you all just said. What do you mean, if it weren't for the big shot taking care of you, you would have starved long ago? That is utterly mistaken. Without the big shot you speak of, you would undoubtedly choose to go to the official shelter with me. Yes, the food at the official shelter is somewhat lacking, but I am continuously advocating for better provisions. After this week, you will at least have a decent meal every week. It will only get better from here. Moreover, the most important thing is that at the official shelter, you need not worry about safety issues. At the very least, during this massive flood, you will not encounter any danger. I truly do not understand how the big shot you speak of has bewitched you. Even at this time, you still do not regret it and continue to praise him? It's simply laughable. Zheng Xing instantly unleashed a torrent of words. Following his remarks, the forum erupted with activity. Face brother. It's really face brother. It must be face brother. No one else could utter such words. Face brother has appeared again. And he's targeting the big shot? However, face brother. To be fair, while what you say is quite reasonable, I still choose to follow the big shot. Yes, even if we survive in the official shelter. What is the point? Living on inedible compressed biscuits, barely warm and fed, is that life truly enjoyable? Exactly. At least following the big shot. We have had some joy during this time. By the way, speaking of face brother's appearance, I suddenly feel a twinge of regret. 1. I too feel a twinge of regret. 1. So do I. Shall we all say it together? Good. Let us say it together. After a brief silence, the residents of Jiangcheng suddenly sent 2 messages on the forum. Face brother, before we die, could you fulfill a small wish of ours? Face brother. Could you live stream eating excrement now? Let us have a glimpse. Chapter 76. You want me to live stream eating excrement? In your dreams. Inside the official shelter. Zheng Xing's expression darkened instantly. For heaven's sake, even at this time, they are still thinking of making me live stream. Dream on. Suddenly, Zheng Xing smiled and immediately typed, "Want to see me live stream? Sure, but I don't feel like live streaming today. Tomorrow morning, I will live stream on time. But sadly, by then, you may no longer be able to watch." As soon as these words were spoken, the forum exploded. The residents of Jiangcheng could no longer contain their anger. Damn it, face brother, you've gone too far. Exactly, face brother, you are simply inhumane. Even at this time, you refuse to grant us a wish. Yes, yes. You're simply condemning us to die without closure. And furthermore, you mock us? You'll live stream on time tomorrow morning? You're just here to irritate us, aren't you? Will we even be alive to watch it? Face brother. Can you still call yourself a person? Inside the official shelter, upon seeing these furious comments, Zheng Xing's expression turned dark once more. He immediately typed a retort, "Am I not human? Before meeting your demise, shall I fulfill your wishes? Grant you peace in death? What a jest. What are your wishes? To have me consume excrement? Such an outrageous desire, and you think I would indulge you? I shall suspend you in torment. Broadcast it live come dawn, ensuring you are deprived of sight. What now? If you truly wish to be enraged, summon your esteemed leader. Is he not formidable? Do you not idolize him? Then compel him to complete the last wall of Jiangcheng immediately. Urge him to ensure your safety. If you merely survive this night, you could witness my broadcast, could you not? But can he? Huh. Keep dreaming. You wish to see my live stream? Not a chance. Zheng Xing's furious tirade incited further outrage among the residents of Jiangcheng, who inundated the message board with their responses. Damn it, face brother, compared to the esteemed leader. You're not. Indeed. The promise of a live stream where you consume excrement was your own making, and now you blame us? Truly. You are a man of empty words, and yet you dare to mock us? At that moment, a message abruptly appeared on the forum. Everyone, please cease the clamor. Allow me to speak. In fact, I completed the last wall of Jiangcheng last night. In the shelter, Liangren typed urgently. The residents were irate enough already due to Zheng Xing's provocations. If he did not appear soon, their tempers might erupt, and that would not bode well for their health. As this revelation spread, an eerie silence enveloped the forum. After a full 10 seconds, chaos erupted. Face brother has been struck again? Haha, this is hilarious. Face brother. Are you still there? You're not logging off again, are you? Funny JPG. Come out, face brother, continue your rebuttals. Why do you hesitate? Laughing to the point of breathlessness, JPG. You promised a live stream tomorrow morning, don't forget. This time, you 1T flake on us, right? Hurry out, face brother. Why are you hiding again? Brothers, let us tag face brother together. Yes, yes. This time, we absolutely cannot allow him to escape again. 1. Face brother. Face brother. Face brother. Finally, under the barrage of messages, Zheng Xing erupted with a crude response. Enough of this racket. Strike back? Huh. Dream on. Even if the so-called esteemed leader of yours constructs all 4 walls of Jiangcheng, what of it? Just because they are built does not guarantee your safety. I measured the wall from the pictures you sent, and the wall erected by your esteemed leader is at most 20 meters high. Do you comprehend the terror of this colossal flood? A monstrous 30-meter wave? That's merely one aspect. The depth of the flood's water flow has never been below 10 meters. With a water flow exceeding 10 meters, coupled with waves towering 30 meters high, that translates to a staggering 40 meters. And with a force akin to an intercontinental missile, do you believe this wall can withstand it? Even if the wall constructed by your esteemed leader is exceptionally sturdy and can endure that impact, the sheer force of the waves alone would be sufficient to inundate all of Jiangqing. Furthermore, with walls on all sides, the waves crashing in would leave you no escape, hastening your demise. And so, you still wish to witness my broadcast tomorrow? Keep dreaming. After sending this barrage of messages, Zhengsheng suddenly initiated a live stream on the forum. The entire forum fell silent. The residents of Jiangcheng immediately clicked in. Yet upon entering, they were left bewildered. The stream did not showcase Face Brother consuming excrement, but rather displayed a satellite image. Simultaneously, Zhengsheng appeared on screen, sneering as he said, "Did you think I would stream myself consuming excrement? Dream on. I will be broadcasting the entirety of this flood until it crashes into Jiangqing. I shall allow you to witness just how terrifying this colossal flood truly is. You still hope to survive by relying on the walls? Such folly." As Zhengsheng's words concluded, the live stream began to play the satellite imagery. The next moment, the colossal flood appeared within everyone's sight. At that instant, the flood surged towards a forest. The forest was not small. On the contrary, it was vast. Towering trees abounded, with an average height of 10 meters, and some even exceeding 20 meters. Yet, at the very moment the colossal flood arrived, the entire forest was instantly submerged, except for those towering trees exceeding 20 meters. The majority of the trees were barely visible, with only the topmost leaves peeking out. In the next heartbeat, the giant wave crashed down, akin to the maw of a primordial beast, swallowing everything whole. Those enormous trees were swiftly reduced to splinters, floating atop the flood, transformed into instruments of destruction. At this juncture, Zhengsheng's voice rang out. The height of Jiangqing's walls is merely equivalent to that of these great trees. Do you still believe such a monstrous wave will not breach the walls of Jiangqing? Once it does, the structures of Jiangqing will be obliterated in an instant. And at that moment, all you can do is await your demise. Do you still not regret not choosing to join me at the official shelter? Haha. But regret is futile now. Who told you to follow that so-called esteemed leader? Chapter 77. Face Brother, are you a harbinger of doom? The forum lay in utter silence. Everyone was fixated on the live stream showcasing the monstrous flood. On the broadcast, Zhengsheng continued to boast and deride them for not opting for the official shelter. However, all attention was on the flood. Zhengsheng's words merely drifted in one ear and out the other, garnering no response. Moments later, as the colossal flood entirely engulfed the forest, the forum erupted once more. "This flood is terrifying," shocked JPG. Indeed, in an instant, it submerged the entire forest. And this is no ordinary forest, but a vast one. Terrifying JPG. I used to think those super tsunamis and floods shown on television were exaggerated. How could natural disasters be so horrific? But now, witnessing this colossal flood firsthand, I realize how ludicrous my past thoughts were. Right. Can such a flood truly be withstood by human effort? It's utterly impossible. No wonder the brothers at the official shelter urged us to flee when they knew the colossal flood was coming. Exactly. Only by retreating to a basement could one avoid being instantly obliterated. Do you think the wall built by the esteemed leader can withstand this flood? Serious JPG. To the one above, how dare you question the creations of the esteemed leader? Do you want me to rub your face in the ground? JPG. Indeed. To the one above, you are out of line. How can you doubt the esteemed leader? The creations of the esteemed leader have never failed. Joking aside, is it truly a simple task to withstand this formidable deluge? Indeed. However, while the torrent may be obstructed, the resultant colossal wave has already exceeded the height of any barrier. True. Yet, one cannot blame the esteemed leader, after all. Who could have foreseen that this flood would generate such towering tides? The leader has performed admirably. Yes, for he is not a deity, capable of foretelling the future. On the forum, countless residents of Jiangqing fervently chimed in, engaging in animated discussions regarding the unprecedented flood. Within the official shelter, Zhengsheng observed these messages, his expression darkening with mounting frustration. How infuriating it was that, despite his lengthy warnings, these individuals seemed utterly oblivious. In a fit of rage, Zhengsheng declared in the livestream, At this moment, the colossal flood is a mere 105 kilometers from Jiangqing. Make the most of your final moments. Meanwhile, I shall remain within the official shelter, witnessing this spectacle unfold. Yes, life within the official shelter may not compare to the comforts of Jiangqing. And I may even have the chance to indulge in meat. But at the very least, I shall survive. In the official shelter, I am assured of absolute safety. As for you, once the flood arrives, you may not see the sun rise again. Furthermore, I intend to broadcast this live stream online to alert other cities whose inhabitants have yet to reach the official shelter. In such apocalyptic times, relying solely on individual strength is utterly futile. That esteemed leader you speak of, so formidable, yet even he cannot save you, let alone anyone else. I am genuinely curious to see if, in the final moments, you will harbor any regrets. Zhongxing uttered these words with biting sarcasm. However, as soon as he finished speaking, something peculiar appeared on the live stream. The broadcast continued to display satellite imagery, yet suddenly, a droplet of water fell from above. It was fleeting, almost imperceptible, yet many residents of Jiangqing managed to capture it. Instantly, a resident typed, "Whoa, did you all see that? It seems like water is leaking in the room where Face Brother is." Leaking? Are you sure you're not imagining things? Another replied, "I've been watching the live stream. And I didn't see anything. Wait, I just saw it too. I thought I was mistaken, but now it seems it might be real." The forum erupted in excitement. Zhongxing, upon reading the messages, couldn't he help but smirk derisively. Leaking? What nonsense. How could the official shelter possibly leak? Just as he finished his thought, another droplet fell, right before Zhongxing's eyes. His expression shifted dramatically as he looked up, only to discover that the wall above the official shelter was already drenched. Soon, the live stream was graced with a light rain. Drops began to patter down incessantly. Zhongxing was left speechless. At that moment, the forum buzzed with even more fervor. Ha ha. This is too funny. Do you think Face Brother just got slapped in the face again? And the esteemed leader hasn't he even appeared yet? He has definitely been embarrassed. After all, he just claimed the official shelter was incredibly safe, and the next moment, it starts leaking. If it can leak, can it still be called incredibly safe? I fear the conditions in the official shelter are now more perilous than in Jiangqing. Absolutely. Face Brother, let us be honest, you might just be a harbinger of misfortune. Every time you assert something with conviction, events seem to veer in the opposite direction. Indeed. Face Brother, you should refrain from making any more definitive statements to avoid further embarrassment. Yes, Face Brother, we're all Jiangqing residents here. While we may be a step ahead of you, there's a saying, when one's life is at stake, their words become kind, we certainly won't harm you. The lively chatter among the residents of Jiangqing only served to fuel Zhongxing's ire. He stood up, exclaiming, "So, what if it's leaking? So, what if everything I've said has been thrown back in my face? At least this time, I am absolutely certain. The colossal flood will undoubtedly inundate Jiangqing. Mock me all you want. When the flood arrives, I shall see if you will be crying out for salvation." In the midst of Zhongxing's tirade, the water from the official shelter began to leak even more profusely. He hurriedly rushed out to summon assistance for an inspection. Meanwhile, the forum was in an uproar. Face Brother has done it again. Do you think this time he will truly be embarrassed? If he is, should we not thank him? Chapter 78. Whoa, a prophet. Quick, take him down. I must say, seeing the colossal flood initially made me panic. Yet, when Face Brother suddenly spoke again, I felt an inexplicable calm. It was as if his words had the power to dissipate the flood. Honestly, if Face Brother's predictions result in embarrassment again, we should treat him kindly from now on. At least we can forgive him for that live stream disaster. Indeed. After all, Face Brother has begun to offer reverse predictions to safeguard our well-being. The forum was abuzz with excitement. Suddenly, someone sent a message, by the way. It just occurred to me, before Face Brother arrived, didn't someone mention whether the official shelter would leak again? Yes, I saw that too. All the people in the official shelter suddenly vanished from the forum. I thought something major had happened, and then someone speculated whether the official shelter would leak. Whoa. Now that you mention it, I remember. This is truly prophetic. 10,086. I also recall. Prophet, are you there? If so, give us a sign. I've scrolled back and found the prophet, even changing their ID to prophet. Brothers, what do you think of my work as the forum moderator? Pretty neat, right? 666,666. 666,666. 666,666. Prophet. 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 Instantly, the forum moderator led the charge in tagging the prophet, followed by a flurry of notifications. Soon, someone emerged under the prophet's ID. I only mentioned it casually, I never expected it to actually come true. As these words were spoken, the forum erupted once more. The prophet has appeared. Don't be afraid, we won't take you down. Exactly, what is there to fear? We won't harm you. Yes, prophet, hurry, predict again. Will face brother's misfortune return? Indeed. Will this colossal deluge ultimately devastate Jiang City? Doghead JPG. Upon witnessing a plethora of amusing and doghead emojis, the individual donning the prophet ID felt an immediate alleviation of pressure within. Since the flood is inevitable and it seems everyone is on the brink of despair, why not embrace the role of a prophet and bring a moment of joy to all? Thus, he typed and sent a message. Very well, I shall make a prediction. In my view, Brotherface is bound to be humiliated once more. As for the colossal deluge, dare I say, before it even reaches the walls of Jiang City, it shall be reduced to a mere stream. Serious prophecy JPG. As soon as this prediction was uttered, the forum erupted in chaos. Goodness. For some inexplicable reason, I suddenly found my heart at ease. Me too, me too. With Brotherface's ill-fated optimism, coupled with the prophet's foresight, I now believe this colossal deluge poses no threat to us at all. Absolutely. What is there to fear? Jiang City is quite safe. 10,086. At this moment, Zhongxing returned to the live stream. After glancing at the forum's messages, he couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Return my ill-fated optimism? Sarcastic JPG. A prophet, you say? Sneered JPG. Oh, how amusing it is to see you all console yourselves to such an extent. Apologies, but I genuinely wish to shatter your illusions. After all, aside from the formidable figure you speak of, my greatest disdain lies with you, the oblivious crowd. As for my so-called ill-fated optimism, I shan't elaborate. And regarding your so-called prophet's prediction of the colossal deluge turning into a stream? That genuinely cracks me up. You have witnessed the sheer magnitude of this deluge. The terrifying volume of water, and nearby, there are no sinkholes, valleys, or gorges capable of accommodating such a torrent. In this scenario, to wish for the flood to diminish to a stream is nothing short of a fantasy. With that, Zhongxing began to adjust the satellite feed, meticulously tracking the position of the colossal deluge. Just watch closely and savor the despair. Currently, the colossal deluge is a mere 80 kilometers from Jiang City. If all goes as expected, it will arrive in just 8 minutes. I'm eager to see how this flood will transform into a stream. Having said that, Zhongxing focused intently on the surveillance screen. The colossal deluge was surging wildly towards Jiang City. 7 minutes. 6 minutes. The leaking from the official shelter had escalated to a torrential downpour. Zhongxing, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, remained steadfast. A cold smile plastered across his face as he monitored the screen. He simply could not swallow his pride. He wanted to witness Jiang City being engulfed by the colossal deluge. Then, in the final minute, he would mercilessly ridicule the residents of Jiang City. He wanted them to deeply regret not joining him at the official shelter. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. As the distance to Jiang City dwindled to just over 30 kilometers, Zhongxing's brow twitched violently. The colossal deluge seemed to be behaving strangely. While it remained ferocious and terrifying, he couldn't shake the feeling that the water flow appeared to be diminishing. No, this must be a mere illusion. Yes, it has to be an illusion. Shaking his head, Zhongxing reaffirmed in his mind. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Just as the colossal deluge approached within a mere 10 kilometers of Jiang City, suddenly it faltered. It was as if the flood had entered a desert, with the water completely absorbed by the sand. Finally, when it was just a few kilometers from Jiang City, the flood truly transformed into a stream, crashing against the city walls, producing a faint sound, and then utterly dissipating. Zhongxing's face fell into a stupor. Meanwhile, the forum exploded. Goodness. 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 A prophet. Brother, are you truly a prophet? The flood actually became a stream. Brother, confess, stop hiding. You must be the prophet. Chapter 79. Could I truly be a prophet? In that moment, every resident of Jiang City was overwhelmed with shock. When they called the individual a prophet and urged him to prophesy, it was merely jest. Any notion of suddenly feeling calm or fearless was a facade. In truth, They were anxious and terrified. Yet, despite their fear, they chose to playfully engage during their final moments. Thus, they encouraged him to prophesy, and who would have thought? It actually came to pass. Such an occurrence can only be deemed miraculous. This person must truly be a prophet. At that moment, the individual referred to as the prophet was utterly bewildered. This cannot be. Am I genuinely a prophet? Initially, when he speculated whether the official shelter would leak, it was merely a casual remark. Later, when urged by the crowd to predict, he merely echoed their sentiments, even claiming Brotherface would be humbled again. His prophecy that the colossal deluge would turn into a stream was entirely intended to comfort everyone, for he knew full well that Brotherface was correct. To expect such a flood to transform into a stream was indeed a fanciful notion. Yet, it miraculously came true. Could it be that after the apocalypse, I have awakened some superpower? Everything I predict can become reality. Is it possible that I am destined for greatness henceforth? However, he quickly shook his head. It must be a coincidence, right? Such an event is too surreal. Meanwhile, on the forum, the excitement reached a fever pitch. All the residents of Jiang City fervently tagged him. Prophet, 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 come forth, come forth. Now do you dare deny you're indeed a prophet? Serious, JPG. Exactly, if you don't come out soon, beware, we might just come for you. Amusing, JPG. Chang Wei, do you still dare claim you lack martial prowess? Doghead, JPG. At this juncture, residents from the official shelter also emerged. Prophet, prophet. The water in the official shelter has already reached knee level, JPG. Prophet. Why did you say the official shelter would leak? Angry, JPG. Do you have any idea of our current plight? Crying, JPG, for heaven's sake. The entire official shelter is on the verge of being submerged. The walls above are behaving like a showerhead and at maximum capacity. I'm currently winter swimming, JPG. Here we are in a shelter, yet it feels as though we are standing on the street, drenched by a torrential downpour. Moreover, and most importantly, it is winter now. Dreadfully cold, and we cannot afford a moment's respite. We must attend to the leaks. It is already 11 o'clock. Crying profusely, JPG. Ah. Oracle. How cruel you are. Why must you torment us so? I'm going insane, JPG. Initially, dinner consisted of merely a compressed biscuit, and while remaining still was manageable. Moving about has rekindled my hunger, compelling me to engage in laborious tasks, cried out JPG. Oracle, you must come forth. I am inclined to take drastic measures against you. Sharpening knives, JPG. Yes. Oracle, you must reveal yourself. Sharpening, JPG. The residents of the official shelter, one by one, seem to have lost their sanity. Lamenting on the forum. Can I assert that this is merely a coincidence? At last, the oracle could no longer restrain himself and responded. In an instant. The forum erupted once more. Goodness. The oracle has emerged. Brothers, quickly. Let us confront him. Raising knives, JPG. Raising knives, JPG. Raising knives, JPG. Coincidence? A colossal flood transforming into a mere stream, and you dare call this a coincidence? My sorrow is immense, JPG. Indeed. Had it not been for your prophecy, I would have doubted that this flood could have potentially inundated the entire Jiang province. You dare to label it as coincidence. Those upstairs, have some confidence. Dismiss your doubts. Yes, a single coincidence may be bearable, but how can it be a coincidence every single time? Especially with such outrageous occurrences. Indeed. A flood becoming a stream. What reasonable person would utter such a statement? If you are not the oracle, how could you make such claims? Especially when the outcome aligns perfectly with your prophecy. Surely, you must have foreseen the result. The crowd in the official shelter was immediately engulfed in outrage. Observing the messages on the forum, the oracle felt a wave of helplessness and could not restrain himself. Since you all refuse to believe, I shall make another prophecy. It is currently 11 o'clock at night, correct? Very well. I predict that within 3 minutes, dawn shall break. I shall see if this time my prophecy proves true. Upon uttering these words, the forum erupted with fervor. Oracle, you have gone too far. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths to conceal your identity? Indeed. You have already been verified. Is there any need for subterfuge? We would not truly harm you. Just as this barrage of messages appeared, suddenly, a resident from Jiang City sent a message. Goodness. 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 Look outside, it is dawn. Dawn has arrived, JPG. The entire forum fell silent. 1 minute later. The forum erupted once again. Goodness, it truly has brightened. Enormous aurora, JPG. I see it too, while the sun has yet to rise. An extraordinary aurora has emerged in the inland, illuminating the ground so thoroughly that it resembles daytime. Goodness, brothers, this is irrefutable evidence. Absolutely irrefutable. An aurora, mind you, only occurs in the polar regions and certain high-latitude areas. For it to manifest in our inland is virtually a once-in-a-millennium event. Yet, it appeared less than a minute after the oracle's prophecy concluded. What more could it signify? Indeed, this is undeniably conclusive, brothers. Upon entering, I saw Chang Wei engaging in a duel with Lai Fu. Chang Wei claimed he could not fight. At this moment, the oracle was utterly bewildered. He hastily opened the window and gazed outside. Instantly, he became dumbfounded. Goodness, it truly has brightened. Could it be that I am indeed the oracle? Chapter 80. I must believe in science. Goodness, the news has begun broadcasting this story. At this moment, residents of the official shelter also shared images. Breaking news. Due to the melting of glaciers in the polar regions, a dramatic shift in Blue Star's magnetic field has occurred, resulting in the appearance of extraordinary auroras across the globe. The entire Blue Star, at the same time, is in a state of dawn. Such a phenomenon is seldom witnessed in 100,000 years. Warning: while such phenomena are rare, residents are advised not to leave the official shelter recklessly. Oracle. Goodness. Will you not acknowledge it? You are undoubtedly the oracle. To fulfill your prophecy, a once-in-100,000-year phenomenon has manifested, and just moments ago, the entire Blue Star was illuminated. 3 consecutive prophecies, all impeccably accurate. Oracle, do you still dare to claim this is mere coincidence? Oracle, what say you now? Oracle, should you continue to deny your identity, I swear I shall not spare you. Oracle, tell me, why did you claim the official shelter was leaking? Jiang City. The oracle, gazing at the aurora outside, remained in a state of perplexity. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? He glanced down at the explosive notifications on the forum. Then, he quietly closed the forum and lifted his gaze, savoring the sight of the aurora in the sky. What a jest! If I truly am the oracle, why should I concern myself with your affairs? I predict that 100 kilograms of rice, meat, and vegetables shall descend from the heavens and land before my abode. With that, the oracle closed his eyes, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Meanwhile, the crowd noticed the oracle had gone offline, and the clamor gradually subsided. Suddenly, many noticed that the live broadcast on the forum was still ongoing. Upon entering, they discovered that Face Brother was still standing in the live room, fixated on the satellite feed, looking somewhat dazed. The forum buzzed with excitement once more. Indeed, there is also Face Brother. Yes, yes. Besides the oracle, we have Face Brother's reverse jinx. Face Brother, thank you. Who would have thought you would go to such lengths to save us, repeatedly employing reverse jinxes to transform the colossal flood into a mere stream? Yes, those above. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. Face Brother's reverse jinx is quite formidable, rivaling the oracle. Face Brother, surely you believe now? Indeed, Face Brother. Do not tell me you still doubt your ability to reverse jinx? Consider it, Face Brother. How many times has it been? Face Brother. Has any of your affirmations ever succeeded? Indeed, Face Brother, let me be frank, you ought to refrain from making definitive statements in the future, given your jinxing nature. It is all too easy to be proven wrong. Yes, yes, Face Brother, we only have your best interests at heart. After all, you have just saved us. Within the official shelter, Zheng Sheng stood in a daze, staring at the messages on the forum, his eyes gradually regaining their focus. Then, his expression darkened. In the next moment, he abruptly shut down the live broadcast and simultaneously logged off the forum. Finally, he glanced once more at the satellite feed, murmuring to himself, could it be that I truly am a jinx? Is it true that everything I affirm cannot succeed? How many times has it been? Ever since the apocalypse began, I have not spoken correctly about a single event. Especially this time, for such an enormous flood to ultimately transform into a stream? Such a thing is utterly implausible. As he continued speaking, Zheng Sheng found himself gradually succumbing to superstitions. However, he quickly shook his head in defiance. How could I be superstitious? I am a graduate of the prestigious Blue Star University, a prodigy of unparalleled intellect. I must have faith in science. Yes, I must believe in science. This time, it is undoubtedly due to the existence of numerous underground caverns beneath Jiangcheng, which connect directly to certain low-lying basins. Therefore, when the deluge struck, it simply flowed along the hidden currents into those basins, thus sparing Jiangcheng from devastation. My miscalculation arose from my failure to investigate these matters thoroughly before making such definitive statements. Moreover, my overwhelming anger at the time clouded my judgment. Yes, it must be so. Next time, as long as I conduct thorough research beforehand, I shall not falter again. Zhang Sheng nodded vigorously, convinced that his reasoning was indeed correct. Meanwhile, on the forum, the residents of Jiangqing were in a flurry as they noticed Brotherface had abruptly logged off, prompting a wave of pleas for him to return. Oh, Brotherface, don't go. Please stay online. Yes, Brotherface, none of us have accused you of being wrong this time. Indeed, Brotherface. We're all expressing our gratitude to you. Why would you log off? Come back and chat. We promise not to let you livestream any more embarrassing moments. Exactly. Brotherface, don't hide from us. Yet, despite their entreaties, Brotherface remained offline. Alas, Brotherface is still not okay. His mindset is too fragile. Indeed. He should learn from the big shots. They always maintain an optimistic outlook, don't they? Absolutely. Yet, I can't seem to fall asleep. 10,086. Tonight has been incredibly joyous, and having just witnessed a colossal flood, I am still exhilarated and unable to sleep. Me too. Plus, there's the aurora outside. Although it's beautiful, it's far too bright to sleep. Simultaneously, in Jiangcheng, the prophet stood despondently at his doorstep. Moments ago, he had foretold that 100 pounds of grain would suddenly fall at his front door. Yet, he stood there for over 10 minutes. And not only did he not see 100 pounds of rice, he didn't even spot a single grain. He had genuinely believed he possessed extraordinary powers in this apocalyptic era. As frustration bubbled within him, he reflected on how, if it weren't for the incessant proclamations of others labeling him a prophet, he would never have made such a foolish mistake. In a fit of anger, he pulled out his phone and furiously typed on the forum, "Damn it, whoever calls me a prophet again, I'll go after them." Upon posting, the forum erupted once more. Holy cow, the prophet is online again. What is wrong? What has got you riled up? Why are you denying being a prophet again? Exactly. You've been thoroughly exposed. What is left to argue about? The residents of Jiangqing, intrigued, probed further. At that moment, the officials in the shelter were in an uproar. Chapter 81. Prophet, you're incredible. You dare show your face again. Not only that, but you also have the audacity to deny being a prophet. Anger JPG. Indeed. Do you think that by making excuses, you can cover up the fact that your prophecies caused the shelter to leak? I assure you, that's impossible. We'll remember this, and we'll remember it until our dying day. Grinding teeth JPG. Exactly. Still denying it? Do you really think I want to confront you? Sharpening knife JPG. The officials in the shelter expressed their outrage vehemently. These words drove the prophet to the brink of collapse, nearly causing him to choke on his own fury. You all. Fine. You don't believe me, do you? You think I'm the prophet and that I caused your shelter to leak, don't you? Then I shall prophesy once more. And this time, I shall prophesy something beneficial for you. I predict that tomorrow night, your shelter will present you with New Year's gifts. That should suffice, right? Whether I am a prophet will be revealed tomorrow night. As soon as he uttered these words, the forum erupted again with excitement. Holy cow! The prophet is amazing! Prophet, you're incredible JPG. Wow! Prophet, why didn't you say this earlier? If you had, we would never have blamed you. Utterly serious JPG indeed. Although your actions leading to the shelter's leak were troublesome, those troubles pale in comparison to food shortages. Prophet, you're truly a great person JPG. Exactly. Had you prophesied this sooner, we would have been eager to please you. Witnessing the grateful comments flooding the forum, the prophet trembled with rage. You all just wait. He logged off in a huff, utterly incensed. How could it be that speaking the truth left him disbelieved? Tomorrow. Once the truth is revealed, I demand apologies from all of you. I refuse to believe that even a miserly shelter like yours would fail to present you with gifts. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Liangren was attentively monitoring the surveillance footage and forum updates. Initially, he found the news of the prophet and Zhang Sheng's miscalculation amusing. However, at this moment, he suddenly had a realization. Could it be that the T2 flood control channels were that formidable? If so, had he suffered a tremendous loss? He had expended a staggering 35,100 survival points to construct those flood control channels, all to prevent the colossal flood from devastating Jiangqing. Yet, the channels were so effective that the flood had merely transformed into a trickle, and the residents of Jiangqing, along with the officials in the shelter, remained oblivious to his contributions, instead attributing the outcome to Zhang Sheng's miscalculation and the Prophet's predictions. Had he not only lost his investment but also squandered precious survival points and metal resources? Even if the residents eventually learned of his involvement, he could have salvaged some survival points, preventing a total loss. Liangren rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed with regret. Had he known the flood control channels were so effective, constructing just 20 would have sufficed, rather than needing to build 100. Just then, several virtual screens popped up before him. Ding! Due to your rational assessment of the flood's danger before its arrival and your prudent decision to construct a substantial number of T2 flood control channels, this colossal flood posed no threat to the residents of Jiangqing, thereby enhancing their sense of security. Keep up the excellent work. Reward, 20,000 survival points. Remaining survival points, 156,320. Ding! While the residents of Jiangqing mistakenly believe that the resolution of the colossal flood was due to Zhang Sheng's miscalculation and the Prophet's predictions, your decision to refrain from explaining the situation has allowed you to remain a revered figure in their eyes, untainted by deification. This is indeed a most prudent decision. For once you attain deification, the subsequent actions you undertake will render it exceedingly challenging to garner substantial faith. After all, to those who are deified, each endeavor appears effortless. Reward, survival points 20,000. Remaining survival points, 176,320. The system rewards manifested twice. The first reward aligned with Liangren's expectations, yet the second left him utterly astonished. Soon, Liangren gently patted his chest, still somewhat shaken. Goodness! How fortunate I was not to step forward and explain, otherwise I would have faced dire consequences. Should I have been deified, lacking faith would mean forfeiting survival points, thereby jeopardizing my ability to navigate the subsequent stages of calamity. It seems this soothsayer possesses potential worth nurturing. I shall cultivate him as my instrument. Nevertheless, I must admit, this fellow is truly remarkable. His initial prophecy of the official shelter leaking came to fruition, and his second prediction of a massive flood transforming into a stream, even with my T2 level flood control system, exceeded my expectations. Astonishingly, he was correct. As for the third instance, it was nothing short of miraculous. He forecasted dawn, and indeed, dawn arrived. TSK. However, I must say, his uncanny foresight hardly necessitates my assistance, does it? Liangren stretched languidly, reclined upon his bed, and drifted into slumber with a smile. With this immense flood now concluded, Jiang City should face no significant issues at least until the conclusion of the second phase. I can gradually accumulate survival points to prepare for the future. Moreover, despite the considerable expenditure of survival points this time, when accounting for the system rewards, it appears I have profited. Not a loss at all. Before long, the sun ascended, piercing through the clouds. After several consecutive days of rainfall, an unusual respite emerged today, accompanied by the sun's radiant presence. The forum erupted with activity. Countless residents of Jiang City began to engage in casual conversation. Brothers, the sun is shining. Wow, it's actually sunny today? I must shed my protective gear to bask in the warmth. Indeed. While the protective gear is impressive, lightweight, and warm, akin to gloves, after prolonged wear, it becomes somewhat uncomfortable. Just as the residents of Jiang City animatedly conversed on the forum, at that moment, the inhabitants of the official shelter sent forth their lamentations. Chapter 82, A Grand Feast Awaits This Evening. For heaven's sake, you don't want it? If the protective gear is uncomfortable for you, give it to us. Crying emoji. Exactly. We've been blocking water for an entire night. And now there remains but one area to seal. My hands and feet have lost all sensation. Sobbing emoji. To those above, you're fortunate. You merely lack sensation in your hands and feet. I, on the other hand, due to my height, was assigned to the deepest section to block the water. And now I feel as though I may require amputation below my chest. And you, with such excellent protective gear, dare to complain of discomfort? Do you know what I wore while blocking the water? I wore shorts and a short-sleeve shirt. I couldn't wear socks. Fearing they'd remain damp for days on end, and I'd freeze to death at night. Yet you, with your warm and lightweight protective gear, still dare to express dissatisfaction? I am utterly incensed. Fuming emoji. Jiang City residents, you've truly gone too far. Why isn't the Great One from our side? Exactly. If only the Great One were from our area, I would willingly forfeit a pack of compressed biscuits each day. Jealous emoji, I too would gladly do so. 10,086. You're truly being ungrateful. Should anyone dare to utter such words before me, I will be the first to slay them. Sharpening knife emoji. On the forum, countless residents of the official shelter began to roar in outrage. The residents of Jiang City, witnessing the scene, responded with sympathetic emojis. I express my profound sorrow for your misfortune emoji. Alas, how tragic, truly tragic. Merely hearing your plight makes me feel dismal. It's regrettable that ever since the Great One provided the protective gear, I have long forgotten what it feels like to be cold. It's hard to empathize with your plight. Alas, I digress. I must prepare breakfast. Today, I must indulge a bit. After all, it is the last day of the year, and tonight is New Year's Eve. I cannot neglect myself. Food emoji. To those above, you've gone too far. The residents of the official shelter are already suffering so much, and instead of offering comfort, you mock them? Truly, you show no regard for humanity. Moreover, even if you prepare a feast, even if it's a festive occasion, there is no need to flaunt it. The residents of the official shelter have labored through the night and are undoubtedly cold and hungry. Isn't this outright tormenting them? Look at me. I awoke half an hour ago and began preparing breakfast. Now, behold my breakfast. Century egg and lean meat porridge emoji. Steamed pork bun emoji. 1/5 apple emoji. Look. There's meat, rice, and even fruit for dessert. Did I specifically post this? I did not. Truly, you're going too far. Individuals like you will surely face retribution. Upon the emergence of this deluge of messages, the residents of the official shelter erupted in fury. I'm about to spew blood. Dying from blood loss emoji. Wow, you've gone too far. Fuming emoji. Oh heavens, why treat me thus? I've had but a single pack of compressed biscuits last night, and now I'm on the verge of fainting from hunger. And you still dare to post pictures of delicious food. Crying emoji. The first one I won't mention, but the second. You are the most outrageous. Individuals like you wouldn't survive 3 episodes in a drama. Sharpening knife emoji. Right. The first merely mentioned cooking. Yet you had the audacity to post pictures of your meal and claim that the one above is excessive. Clearly, you are the one who is more excessive. I am so furious I could crawl through the internet to strike you down. Who can assist me in swiftly dispatching this individual? Blood-spitting emoji. The forum was flooded with the furious exclamations of countless residents from the official shelter. The individual who had first posted the pictures could no longer restrain himself and replied, "What's wrong with you all? Little brother, you're not acting quite right emoji. Why is everyone berating me? Clearly, I was thinking of you. I couldn't stand that person mocking you, yet you all turn against me? Truly. Speechless emoji. Well. Seeing how pitiful you are, even though I'm still busy and haven't had time to eat breakfast, I shall forgive you this time. After all, I haven't finished my breakfast yet. Going to eat breakfast emoji." As these words left his lips, the residents of the official shelter exploded once more. You. Are you truly intent on driving us to despair? Anger JPG. Do you genuinely consider our feelings? Wow. We truly wish to bring you to the official sanctuary, where we follow the esteemed leader and daily bombard you with images of delectable food, just to gauge your reactions and see if you would acknowledge our concern for you. Fuming JPG. Enough, my brethren. This individual has logged off, clearly a person devoid of emotional intelligence. Indeed. Brothers, do not let such low emotional quotient provoke your ire. It is simply not worth it. Precisely, what does it matter if he shares pictures? Tonight, we shall indulge in sumptuous feasts, as foretold by the oracle. When the time comes, we shall post those images on the forum and let them envy us profoundly. Smirk JPG. Yes. Your words have instantly alleviated my anger. Cheering JPG. Indeed, just the thought of receiving a New Year's gift from the official sanctuary tonight revitalizes my spirit. I must admit, I am genuinely curious about what New Year's gift the official sanctuary will present us with. Could it be a whole roasted lamb? After all, that was specifically foretold by the oracle. It can't possibly be disappointing, can it? How delightful. I eagerly await the evening's arrival. Anticipation JPG. As for consuming compressed biscuits, I have resolved to abstain from even a single packet today, saving my appetite for a grand feast this evening. Roasted lamb, here I come JPG. 10,086. Chapter 83. What do you think the official sanctuary will offer as New Year's gifts? Brothers, let us seize the moment. Bask in the sun while we gather sand and stones. Yes, such splendid weather, it would be a travesty not to collect sand and stones in rainy weather. Fishing for sand and stones is simply unbearable. Indeed, and although the super-large flood has concluded, the esteemed leader has yet to adjust the conditions for earning points. At present, 50 kilograms of sand can still be exchanged for 1 point, brothers, if we do not hasten to collect now. Once the rules for earning points are revised, it will be even more difficult. Precisely. What you say holds merit, brothers. Let us quickly gather sand and stones. Not only that, but you all seem to have forgotten the pivotal reason for collecting sand and stones. It is to construct the walls of Jiang City. And now, the walls of Jiang City have already been erected. Who knows, one day the esteemed leader may decide that sand and stones are no longer necessary. And if we do not collect enough now, acquiring points in the future will be quite challenging. Goodness. Now that you mention it, I too have just realized that the walls have been built, which means sand and stones are no longer needed, right? Yes. We must swiftly exchange for more points while we can. Indeed. Although this may seem a tad unfair to the esteemed leader, as sand and stones have lost their value to him, we are still taking advantage of the situation. But to be honest, there really is no easier method to earn points than through sand and stones. After all, we have not become employees of the mining area. 10,086. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the forum was suddenly abuzz with activity. A throng of Jiang City residents, having finished their breakfast, rushed out of their homes to begin collecting sand and stones. At that moment, within the sanctuary, Liangren opened his eyes. He sat up from his bed and stretched lazily. Habitually, his gaze fell upon the surveillance screen to monitor the latest developments. However, upon seeing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. Today, this group is unusually enthusiastic? Logically, with the super-large flood having ended and no flood crisis looming over them, they should be more lethargic. Liangren was somewhat astonished. He opened the forum to check the situation. Upon seeing it, he could not help but smile. So that's how it is. They believe I will once again raise the difficulty of acquiring points, or even abolish the rule allowing the exchange of sand and stones for points. However, at present, sand and stones remain quite significant to me, perhaps even on par with metal resources. Moreover, and most importantly, although I possess 3 mining areas, the daily output of metal resources is minimal, and the survival points I can garner are limited. In contrast, the residents of Jiang City, collectively gathering sand and stones, can help me earn quite a number of survival points daily. Compared to survival points, the points exchanged for these sand and stones are truly trivial. Regardless, I cannot possibly abolish the rule allowing the exchange of sand and stones for points. Nevertheless, I shall refrain from mentioning this matter for now. I would not want to dampen their enthusiasm. Liangren smirked mischievously. At that moment, the omnipotent home robot had already served breakfast. Meanwhile, on the forum, the residents of the official sanctuary suddenly sent a message. Finally, we have resolved the last leak in the official sanctuary. Exhausted JPG. Indeed, I am utterly fatigued. I feel like I've become useless JPG. Wow, I truly envy you. Your daily task is merely to collect sand and stones. And you even have the autonomy to choose your working hours. Crying JPG. Exactly, our daily toil is such that we are hardly treated as humans. I once thought livestock had it tough, but little did I know that I had transformed into an existence more wretched than livestock. Tears JPG. You all are missing the crux of the matter. I believe the primary reason lies in the reward mechanism. Damn it. We toil endlessly in the official sanctuary for nearly 12 hours each day, all physical labor, and receive absolutely no rewards. The only thing we have is room and board. Precisely. And what we eat are those blasted compressed biscuits. And the place we reside in doesn't even turn on the heating. Mind you, it's winter and the 5th ice age has commenced, with temperatures not exceeding 3 degrees daily. Indeed, even if we cannot receive points like our brethren in Jiang City, which can be exchanged for delicious food, even an extra packet of compressed biscuits would suffice, but we don't even have that. Anger JPG. Wow. If only the higher-ups in the official sanctuary could learn from the esteemed leader, allowing us to earn points for our labor. Even if those points could only be exchanged for the most pathetic rewards, at least it would be sufficient to fill our stomachs. Sigh, enough of that. I'm going to sleep. Although breakfast's compressed biscuits have been distributed, I truly have no appetite. Now, I can only hope time passes swiftly, bringing the evening sooner. so I can receive the official sanctuary's gifts and enjoy a hearty meal. Rolling off to sleep. Only sleep makes time pass faster, JPG. 1. I shall also retire to sleep. If I do not, I fear I shall devour the compressed biscuits, and in doing so, I would surely have less of the evening's feast than others. That simply cannot happen. Sleep, sleep, JPG. 1. I too shall retreat to slumber. Oh, before I leave, there is something I must say. Brothers of Jiang City, you best wait for me. I have not forgotten how you have mocked us with culinary delights these past days. Tonight, we shall retaliate with our own feasting. Contempt, JPG. Indeed. 1. 10,086. The residents of the official sanctuary have all retired to sleep. After a night of dealing with leaks, they quickly disappeared from the forum one by one. At this moment, on the forum, residents of Jiang City began to emerge, each voicing their curiosities. Brothers, what do you think the official shelter will offer as a New Year's gift? Curious, JPG. I have no idea. Yet, this is indeed foretold by the oracle. It couldn't possibly be too disappointing, could it? That's true. Perhaps they might even fare better than us. Are we truly going to be ridiculed by them? Reluctant JPG. Hey, that's a bit excessive. Don't you think? Indeed, we have our esteemed leaders watching over us, and life has been relatively comfortable. Conversely, their existence in the official shelter has been so dire. What's wrong with enjoying a good meal? Exactly. Besides, it's just this one meal. If they mock us, so be it. After tonight, we can treat ourselves to a nice meal again tomorrow. Our benefactor has gifted each of us 5 points, enough for 5 meals at the mine's canteen. That's a fair point. So, it's truly better to follow our benefactor. Thank goodness I didn't opt for the official shelter. Otherwise, I might be regretting it immensely. Who can argue with that? I calculated the time. They have been at the official shelter for half a month, and what do we have? Just tonight's meal qualifies as acceptable. And what about us? Under the protection of our benefactor, has there been a single day in the past half-month when our food was subpar? Calm analysis, JPG. Indeed, our benefactor is truly a good person. As the residents of Jiang City passionately discussed the culinary delights awaiting them at the official shelter that evening, in a modest residential building, the oracle's brow furrowed at the forum's chatter. He glanced at the breakfast before him, suddenly finding it utterly unappetizing. Damn it. It's been an entire night. And you're still debating this. And the discussion grows increasingly fervent? Even speculating on what the food might be? I've already stated that I am not an oracle. Why, oh why, do you refuse to believe me? Soon, nightfall descended. The residents of Jiang City gradually made their way to the nearest mine. They congregated in the canteen, joyfully chatting while awaiting the dumplings and glutinous rice balls to be served. Before long, the canteen window swung open. Instantly, every eye sparkled. And everyone rushed to form a line. Within the shelter, Liangren observed the surveillance feed, a radiant smile gracing his face. Before him, 2 bowls were set, one filled with glutinous rice balls and the other with dumplings. Indeed, nothing could be more fitting for New Year's Eve than this. Liangren lifted the bowl brimming with glutinous rice balls, bringing it closer to his face and gently inhaling the fragrant aroma that wafted towards him, instantly whetting his appetite. Initially, he had harbored doubts about the taste of the glutinous rice balls and dumplings prepared by the all-purpose home robot, given that this was mass-produced. With a staggering 100,000 servings made in one night, the loss of flavor in mass production was, after all, inevitable. Yet, at that moment, merely inhaling the delightful scent dispelled his worries. Without hesitation, Liangren took a bite, and a burst of sesame filling flooded his mouth, his eyes widening in delight. Delicious. And not just ordinarily so. This sesame filling was astonishingly non-greasy. Glutinous rice balls, especially the larger ones, often tend to be overly sweet and cloying, especially when consumed in excess. Thus, even if the initial taste is delightful, after 4 or 5, one often feels overwhelmed and unwilling to continue. Yet, the glutinous rice balls crafted by the all-purpose home robot were utterly devoid of greasiness. Liangren recalled the previous night as he watched the robot prepare the glutinous rice balls, noticing the sesame filling steeped in water. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. He realized the purpose of soaking the sesame filling. When preparing sesame filling, one must be cautious with the sugar. Too little results in blandness. Yet too much leads to overwhelming sweetness. Even if the sugar is perfectly balanced, the sesame filling can still develop an oily sensation, which, when combined with sugar, intensifies this greasiness. Thus, the all-purpose home robot, having cooked the sesame filling, soaked it in water, and employed a unique method to filter it, ensuring that the oil was completely eliminated. This way, the sweetness was perfectly balanced, neither cloying nor bland, but rather imbued with a refreshing essence. Liangren couldn't resist indulging in another glutinous rice ball. The next moment, his eyes shone once more. The dough used for the glutinous rice balls must have also been crafted with special techniques. It had a delightful elasticity, easy to bite into, and most importantly, it didn't stick to his teeth or palate. The most unpleasant aspect of glutinous rice balls, aside from being cloying, is the tendency to cling to one's teeth and mouth, a truly uncomfortable experience. Yet, the glutinous rice balls made by the all-purpose home robot flawlessly avoided these two significant pitfalls. Truly, the all-purpose home robot is a divine creation. Meanwhile, in the three mine canteens, the residents of Jiang City received an array of glutinous rice balls and dumplings. In an instant, exclamations of astonishment, cheers, and praises filled the air. The forum buzzed to life once more. Wow! 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 Have you tasted the glutinous rice balls? Shocked JPG. Damn it. I lack the eloquence to express my awe. One word suffices. These glutinous rice balls are truly beyond words, and I find myself kneeling before their magnificence. I kneel to the glutinous rice balls, JPG. Yes, yes. I share that sentiment. Even the terms delicious or incredibly delicious feel utterly inadequate to describe these glutinous rice balls. Glutinous rice balls. The world's finest delicacy, JPG. Indeed. I have never encountered such exquisite glutinous rice balls. Glutinous rice balls, I shall deem you the ultimate delicacy, JPG. Previously, I loathed glutinous rice balls due to their excessive sweetness and tendency to stick to my teeth. Especially when they cling to my palate, it is utterly unbearable. Yet this time, these glutinous rice balls have shattered my prejudices formed over 23 years. I find myself utterly enamored with glutinous rice balls. I would gladly eat them every day. Indeed, indeed, indeed. These glutinous rice balls are simply extraordinary. Oh heavens, why do tears often fill my eyes? Because these glutinous rice balls are overwhelmingly delicious. While I concede that the glutinous rice balls are delectable, have you tasted the dumplings? Damn it. These dumplings are the true epitome of culinary excellence in the world. I've always heard the saying that nothing surpasses dumplings, but I never quite believed it, as the dumplings I've had before were merely average. However, upon tasting these dumplings today, I felt the world dim in comparison. Other foods simply pale in comparison to these dumplings. Even the glutinous rice balls cannot hold a candle to these dumplings, which are undeniably the Ciarmi de la Ciarmi. Chapter 85. Nothing surpasses dumplings. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. This dumpling. Oh my heavens. Is this the flavor of dumplings? Shocked JPG. Wow. I'm in tears. Crying JPG. I too shed tears, oh heavens. I had always scoffed at the notion that encountering true culinary delights could evoke the taste of home. Yet today, I genuinely savored that very essence of home. Tears streaming down my face, JPG. Mother, I miss you, JPG. Indeed, as I bit into these dumplings, the succulent juices of the fresh meat, the fragrant greens, and the aroma of wheat melded into a delightful symphony of flavors, enveloping my palate with warmth. In that instant, I felt as though I had returned to my mother's embrace, as if I were once again cradled in amniotic bliss. In that fleeting moment, I seemed to revert to a time of innocence, soaring freely in a world suffused with warmth and devoid of worries. Oh my! Is this not a divine delicacy meant for the gods? JPG. Initially, I believed that the glutinous rice balls I had just tasted were the most exquisite food on this earth, even proclaiming them to be the finest in the world. But now I find myself in deep regret, for I was gravely mistaken. I have committed a sacrilege against the dumpling's sanctity. Before the dumpling, who dares claim invincibility? Who dares to declare itself the first? Ah, dumpling, I repent before you, for you reign supreme among the culinary treasures of this world, without contest. I kneel before you, JPG. Today, I have finally grasped the true essence of food. Hands clasped in prayer, enlightenment attained, JPG. True culinary greatness lies not in abundance, but in finesse. Even the most lavish banquet would pale in comparison to such a plate of dumplings. Oh, divine beings. I thank you for bestowing upon me this perfect dish. Praying to the heavens, JPG. I had thought that tonight's glutinous rice balls and dumplings were merely the most ordinary of dishes. Yet, even so, I was content, for they were a complimentary New Year gift from our benefactor. But at this moment, I suddenly felt a pang of shame. I was filled with regret. I felt an overwhelming embarrassment for my previous thoughts. How could I have questioned the gift from our benefactor? Can a benefactor's gift ever be ordinary? When has anything produced by a benefactor ever been commonplace? Is there truly a dish more delectable than these glutinous rice balls and dumplings? I apologize, dear benefactor. I am truly sorry. Prostrating in reverence, JPG. Yes, indeed. Benefactor, I must also apologize. How could I have felt that the food from the official shelter would surpass ours? I was foolishly envious. I am deeply sorry, dear benefactor. Prostrating in reverence, JPG. 1. Prostrating in reverence, JPG. 1. Prostrating in reverence, JPG. 10,086. Prostrating in reverence, JPG. The entire forum erupted in a frenzy. Everyone was prostrating themselves in apology to Liangren. Within the shelter, Liangren stared at the messages in a daze. Then, he glanced at the dumplings he was consuming, utterly bewildered. Are they truly that delicious? While they are indeed tasty, are they really as exaggerated as you claim? To have tasted the essence of home and even returned to the womb, such hyperbole. Why have I not felt such sensations? Or perhaps it is because I have grown accustomed to the meals prepared by the all-purpose domestic robot, which maintains such consistent standards, that I have lost the ability to appreciate them? Liangren stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Yes, that must be it. I fear I have become too accustomed to it. Suddenly, he sighed. Alas. It seems that constantly consuming meals from the all-purpose domestic robot does have its drawbacks. Now, I can no longer experience the joy of tasting such exquisite food. Surely, that feeling must be delightful and blissful? It is indeed the fault of the all-purpose domestic robot, whose meals are all too uniform. Can't they elevate the experience a little? Allow me to relish in this happiness too. Liangren pouted and continued to eat his dumplings. Meanwhile, on the forum, the residents of the official shelter could no longer contain themselves and began sending messages. You all have gone too far. Angry JPG. Indeed, you are being utterly outrageous. It's merely a plate of glutinous rice balls and dumplings, yet you speak of them as if they were divine artifacts. Must it be so exaggerated? Contempt JPG. Indeed. Do you truly think we have never tasted dumplings before? Yes, I admit, dumplings are delicious, for nothing surpasses them in flavor. Yet, must you be so hyperbolic? To compare them to a lavish banquet and claim they would pale in comparison? And to declare, before dumplings, who dares to claim invincibility? I cannot believe you. Disdain JPG. Do not pretend here. Do you think we have only ever consumed compressed biscuits since birth and never tasted anything else? Yes, yes. And the glutinous rice balls won't be overly sweet or sticky. Do you think I would believe such a claim? Such words a 3-year-old wouldn't believe JPG. Indeed. Cease your pretense. We have seen through it. Sarcastic JPG. As soon as the words of the official shelter's residents emerged, the forum erupted anew. The residents of Jiangcheng retaliated. Ha ha ha, how dare you accuse us of pretending? Do not think that just because you now admire the benefactor, we will forgive you. Indeed, regarding dumplings, I will not allow anyone to defile them. Yes, dumplings are the best in the world. Especially today's dumplings. These are the best dumplings I have ever tasted in my life, JPG. Friends from the official shelter. I can guarantee with absolute certainty that any statements regarding dumplings are undeniably true. If any lie exists, may I be struck by lightning. Solemn JPG. Your disbelief only stems from your lack of experience with this particular dumpling. Indeed. You must apologize to us immediately, or this matter will not end well, mark my words. Yes, dumplings shall not be insulted by anyone, nor shall glutinous rice balls. In an instant, the residents of Jiangcheng erupted in condemnation. The official shelter, however, became even more explosive. Are you still pretending with us? Contempt JPG. Indeed. Do you think we are unaware of your thoughts? You are merely afraid that tonight's New Year's feast from our official shelter will surpass yours, fearing mockery. Hence elevating a simple plate of dumplings and glutinous rice balls to mythical proportions. Must it be so? Sarcastic JPG. Yes. You have been seen through and still insist on pretending. How amusing. Mocking JPG. Indeed. We will not apologize. Come at me. Chapter 86. The New Year's gift from the official shelter. You all. At this moment, the residents of Jiangcheng were utterly infuriated. This group from the official shelter did not believe them. They did not believe in the deliciousness of glutinous rice balls and the invincibility of dumplings. Just as the residents of Jiangcheng were about to unleash their fury, a message suddenly appeared on the forum. Brothers from Jiangcheng, everyone, please be quiet. Solemn JPG. If they do not believe, let them be. We know the taste within. After all, tonight is New Year's Eve. What is there to argue about? Isn't it better to be harmonious? Solemn JPG. Furthermore, shouldn't the focus of tonight be on the food from the official shelter? This is the prophecy spoken by the oracle. Yet, it is already 11:30. And it seems the people from the official shelter have yet to receive their New Year's gift. Could it be that there are no gifts? And they must continue to eat compressed biscuits? Evil grin JPG. As soon as those words were uttered, the residents of Jiangcheng swiftly reacted, bursting forth with exclamations. Brothers from the official shelter, where is your food? Funny JPG. Indeed, it's already 11:30. Don't tell me you haven't received your food yet? You're not still starving, are you? Sigh, I truly look forward to the delicacies from the official shelter. I wonder what culinary delights await us. Perhaps they are even more delectable than our dumplings. Doghead JPG. Brothers from the official shelter, aren't you here to mock us? Let us see your food. Serious face JPG. True, while you may not believe how delicious our tangwan and dumplings are, surely they must taste better than your compressed biscuits. At the very least? Look at my eyes. Wicked smile JPG. To celebrate the new year with nothing but compressed biscuits, that's truly tragic. The jeers from the residents of Jiangcheng ignited a furious response from those in the official shelter. You, just wait. Grimacing JPG. Yes, just wait. Once our New Year's gifts arrive, you will surely regret this. Fuming JPG. It's only 11:30. Why the rush? Exactly, it's not even midnight yet. What is the hurry? Our food will undoubtedly surpass yours. Let me tell you, don't think you can mock us with your food. What we have is foretold by the seer, undoubtedly the finest in the world, 100 times better than your measly tangwan and dumplings. It must be so JPG. The seer's predictions can never be wrong. Yes, indeed. How dare you mock us? Today, we shall outshine you. Amidst the heated banter among the residents of the official shelter, the seer could no longer contain himself. He typed a message on the forum. Why do you insist on believing in me so fervently? I have repeatedly stated that I am not a seer. Everything that has happened before was merely coincidence, pure coincidence. Look, just like now, don't you have any New Year's gifts? Do you really need to wait until midnight to believe? Upon the seer's declaration, the residents of Jiangcheng erupted into laughter. This is killing me. I can't breathe from laughing JPG. The seer has resurfaced, and he is denying it again. While I may not believe it, he must be hiding his true abilities. But it's nearly midnight. Could it really be true? It would be even better if it were true. How dare this group question our sacred dumplings? Angry JPG. That is true. I suddenly feel that it's better if the seer is not a seer. This way, the folks from the official shelter can truly taste defeat. Upon seeing the messages in the forum, the seer sighed. Why, even now as we approach midnight, do you still harbor doubts? Why wouldn't you believe that I am not a seer? As the seer held his phone, preparing to type, his hands began to tremble slightly. His pupils constricted, filled with disbelief. At that moment, in the forum, the residents of the official shelter suddenly sent a photo, followed by a chorus of cheers. Gift box JPG. Gifts. The gifts have arrived. Just now, the officials from the shelter came, bringing a plethora of gift boxes, distributing them one by one. Wow. Finally, we waited for you. I'm glad I didn't give up. Seer. I knew you must be a seer. How could your predictions possibly fail? Exactly. Delicious food, here I come. They even wrapped it in gift boxes. I wonder what it could be? Could it be beggar's chicken? Yes, I'm so excited. What kind of food could possibly be wrapped in a gift box? Beggar's chicken? Roast duck? Smoked goose? Regardless of which, it must surely be better than your tangwan and dumplings. Yes. Jiangcheng, just wait. I'm about to unwrap the gift box and show you what we have. Prepare to be envious. Indeed. Just wait for me. Off to unwrap gifts JPG. In Jiangcheng, the seer was momentarily stunned. His eyes lost all light, and his hands hung limply at his sides, muttering to himself, how could the official shelter possibly send gifts? Aren't they notoriously stingy? Are they toying with me? Tears streamed silently down the seer's cheeks. Meanwhile, in the forum, after the official shelter posted about unwrapping gifts, an eerie silence fell. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, even after 10 minutes. Not a single person from the official shelter sent a message. The residents of Jiangcheng could no longer contain themselves, bombarding the forum with inquiries. Where are you? Where are you all? Does it really take this long to unwrap gifts? I mean, just a gift box, even if it's well wrapped. It shouldn't take more than 3 minutes, right? It's been 10 minutes. At this moment, a member from the official shelter sent a message. Oh my god. I suddenly feel like I want to end it all. Crying JPG, crumbling JPG. Open gift box, revealing compressed biscuits JPG. Chapter 87, Absurd New Year-esque Gifts. After this person from the official shelter sent their message, the forum erupted into a cacophony of silence. Minutes passed, and then the messages exploded. Haha, compressed biscuits? You've got to be kidding me. Compressed biscuits. Are you trying to kill me with laughter, hoping to inherit my points? JPG. Compressed biscuits. Oh my goodness, your New Year's gift is the world's finest delicacy, compressed biscuits? I'm so envious. I'm truly jealous of you. Doghead funny JPG. Indeed. No matter how I think about it, I never expected your gift to be such a delicacy. It's simply astonishing. Do you think I'm envious JPG? Brothers from the official shelter, your New Year's gift has truly shocked me for 18 years. Compressed biscuits, haha, what flavor are they? Peanut? Sesame? Scallion? Meat paste? Or do you have a packet of each flavor? If you have one of each flavor, that's actually quite nice. It's like having 4 dishes. Things seem to be getting interesting. Funny JPG. I truly didn't expect your New Year's gift to be compressed biscuits. TSK, I must say, you've succeeded. You've truly astonished us. Incredulous JPG. I'm really envious of your New Year's gift. Surely compressed biscuits taste better than tangwan and dumplings? And with so many flavors, I'm genuinely jealous of you. An honest dog-head smile JPG. In the forum, the residents of Jiangcheng erupted into a flurry of lively discussions. As these discussions sprang up, all the residents of Jiangcheng who had ventured to the official shelter found their patience fraying. Why? Why must the heavens treat me this way? Crying JPG. Oh heavens, if you're going to play us like this, you might as well strike me down with a bolt of lightning. I have been starving all day, eagerly anticipating the New Year's gift, only to find it is merely a pack of compressed biscuits. Who has a gun? I feel compelled to rush out and confront them. Anger JPG. Indeed. We have waited so long. Only for the official shelter to bestow upon us a mere pack of biscuits, and they dare to claim that our struggles with the leak yesterday were commendable. And that they generously prepared a New Year's gift for us, promising a feast. Is this what they call generosity? No. The sight of those biscuits makes me want to retch. And you people from Jiang City, you are nothing short of inhumane. Fuming with blood JPG. Yes. We have suffered to such a degree, and even on New Year's Eve, our sustenance remains nothing but these wretched biscuits, and you dare to mock us. Indeed. We merely teased you a bit, expressing our envy over the New Year's gifts. Is such a reaction warranted? Furthermore, how can we refrain from commenting on your incessant sharing of delectable food images? Do you have any idea of the cravings we endure? Do you comprehend the agony of consuming biscuits for half a month? We are merely expressing our discontent, seeking a release. Weak, pitiful, and helpless JPG. Yes, you people are truly outrageous. Upon learning that our New Year's gift is a pack of biscuits, instead of offering comfort, you choose to deride us. Crying in pain JPG. Yes, you fail to treat us as human beings. Furious JPG, crying JPG. The words of the residents from the official shelter gradually rendered the inhabitants of Jiang City silent, stirring a sense of unease within them. Although just moments ago, they were indeed in the spirit of mocking these individuals, they could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. After all, they are also from Jiang City. And those who sought refuge in the official shelter are truly suffering. During such times, to kick someone while they are down is undeniably excessive. Moments later, a resident from Jiang City could no longer contain himself. In truth, I never intended to mock you. As these words were spoken, others from Jiang City chimed in. Yes, me too. And I. To be honest, none of us set out to ridicule you. It's just that when you didn't believe us, when we spoke of the delicious dumplings and rice balls gifted by the boss, we were genuinely surprised. Yes, and about the gifts from your official shelter. Weren't they foretold by the seer? A gift prophesied by the seer, how could it possibly be so poor? Yet, we truly did not expect that your gift would turn out to be a pack of compressed biscuits. In our shock, we failed to consider your feelings. Our apologies. Serious JPG. Indeed, let us be honest, nobody expected the gift to be biscuits. As soon as the words of the residents from Jiang City fell, a flood of messages from the inhabitants of the official shelter erupted on the forum. Damn, I hadn't even thought of that. The New Year's gift was prophesied by the seer. Yes. Seer, you better come out now. Anger JPG. Yes. Seer, come out at once. Fuming with rage JPG. I have come to realize, this whole affair must be the doing of the seer. Indeed, it must be you. Surely it is because we insulted you last night, criticizing you for predicting that the official shelter would leak, that you have orchestrated this punishment for us. What punishment could be worse than giving hope only to snatch it away, leaving one in despair? You must have foretold that the official shelter would send us New Year's gifts, only to quietly predict that they would be biscuits, to toy with our emotions. Calm analysis, JPG. Damn, you just made me realize, it must be exactly that. Seer, you are truly inhumane. This is undoubtedly your design. If you genuinely wished for us to have a good meal, why not simply predict that our New Year's gift would be a roasted whole lamb, roasted pig, or duck, or some other feast? Just a single phrase would suffice. But you? You said nothing. Therefore, this entire affair must be a deliberate plot to poison us. Fuming JPG. Yes. Damn it. It must be so. Seer, compared to the other brothers in Jiang City, you are truly inhumane. Indeed. The other brothers from Jiang City merely spoke out of turn, but you have actively poisoned us. Wow. We only insulted you last night. Were we wrong to do so? If it weren't for your prophecy, would we have known the official shelter would leak? Do you know how long we spent dealing with that leak? An entire night. And in this bitter cold. Have we not suffered enough? Yet you, instead of considering our plight, have poisoned us. Why must someone like you be the seer? Crying out loud JPG. Chapter 88. How strange, why are they unhappy? Seer. Get out here now. Yes, come out. Seer, after poisoning us, you now lurk in the shadows, watching our suffering. Are you even human? Seer, you must come out. You owe us an explanation today. Otherwise, you had better pray that the apocalypse never ends. For I will seek you out to settle the score the moment I have the chance. Sharpening knives JPG. Yes. Seer. Can you not be a person who stands up for their actions? You dare to poison us yet lack the courage to show yourself. Instantaneously, the forum exploded, filled with the furious declarations of the residents from the official shelter. In a corner of Jiang City, within an ordinary apartment building, the seer gazed at the messages on the forum, his hands trembling, nearly driven to the brink of rage. In the next moment, he typed furiously on the forum, "Damn it, how has this once again fallen on me?" Anger JPG. Moreover, they're dragging yesterday's incident back into this. The leak was merely a passing comment. The New Year's gift from the official shelter was simply something I stated to prove I am not the seer. Who would have thought that such a miserly official shelter would actually give gifts? But even if they did, what does it have to do with me? Am I so free as to secretly predict that the official shelter would send us biscuits for New Year's? I shall tell you one more time, I am not the seer. Fuming with rage JPG. As these words left the seer's mouth, they instantly drew the ire of all the inhabitants of the official shelter. Seer, damn it, you have finally shown yourself. Grinding teeth JPG. Seer. You dare to deny it here. Do you think we are fools? You are merely trying to use this excuse to escape our condemnation. Don't think you can get away with it, JPG. Indeed. After several accurate predictions, you still claim you are not the seer? Let me tell you today. No matter what you say, you cannot escape. Yes. Today, you must provide us with an explanation for why you poisoned us. Damn it, are we not suffering enough? You have the protection of a powerful figure in Jiang City, living comfortably, yet you are not satisfied and seek to poison us. Are you even human? Sharpening knives JPG. At this moment, the residents of Jiang City could no longer bear it and began to type furiously. The Oracle, let us speak plainly. Your actions in this matter have indeed been excessive. Serious JPG, indeed, the brothers from the official shelter have endured considerable hardships. Why do you persist in targeting them repeatedly? They harbor no animosity towards you, and we are all from Jiangcheng, sharing the same roots. Sigh JPG, Oracle, you must cease your claims of not being the Oracle. Such excuses are futile. Frankly, Oracle, all you need to do is offer an apology and pledge not to antagonize the official shelter any further, thereby transforming this major issue into a minor one. Precisely. Can you not act like a man? Own up to your actions instead of hesitating. To be honest, at this juncture, your attempts to evade accountability are infuriating. Angry JPG, indeed. Why does the esteemed leader protect us? It is because the leader is a good person. Yet you here are playing the villain and refuse to acknowledge it. Ask yourself, do you truly deserve the leader's benevolence? Earnest persuasion JPG Oracle. The capacity to recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue of the highest order. At this moment, the entire forum, a rarity indeed, is unified in its stance. whether they be residents of Jiangqing or the official shelter. Meanwhile, within the official shelter, Zheng Sheng surveys the reactions of the people with a beaming smile. Excellent. The New Year gift was his proposal to the upper echelons of the official shelter. After all, just yesterday, the shelter suffered from leaks. And the residents worked hard to mitigate the flooding. They deserve some form of reward to foster gratitude. Moreover, consuming 3 packages of compressed biscuits daily is hardly sufficient for sustenance. Given that tonight is New Year's Eve, he proposed the idea of a New Year gift, ensuring that everyone could enjoy a fulfilling celebration. This too serves as a positive omen. A hearty New Year's Eve promises a year of abundance ahead. Although the subterranean vegetation within the official shelter has yet to mature, resulting in a food shortage, even a supply of compressed biscuits is better than nothing. After completing his rounds, Zheng Sheng's smile deepens. Yes, everyone appears to be in high spirits. Finally, Zheng Sheng's gaze falls upon the residences of Jiangqing's inhabitants within the official shelter. These individuals were brought here by him, they are his people, and he holds them in utmost regard. His mention of the New Year gift was also intended to elicit their admiration. However, as he approaches, he is taken aback. What is happening? The compressed biscuits lie discarded on the ground, and nearly all present bear expressions of profound anger. This should not be. The residents from other areas are all quite pleased. Yes, while they have grown somewhat weary of the biscuits, they at least provide sustenance. It's certainly better than going hungry. Furthermore, in these apocalyptic times, having food should be appreciated. Who would still be choosy? Yet, why do the Jiangqing residents display such discontent with this New Year gift? Zheng Sheng muses quietly as he retreats. Initially, he had intended to share that the New Year gift was his idea, seeking their admiration. However, given their current anger, it seems prudent to refrain from further provocation. At the same time, in a corner of Jiangqing, the oracle is in tears. Why, I am truly not the oracle. Why must you all make me the scapegoat? If you are suffering, does that mean I am not suffering as well? Moreover, this is not my fault. Why must I apologize? The oracle seizes his phone, furiously typing on the forum, I will not apologize. Not in this lifetime. I am not the oracle. Why should I apologize? And why have even the Jiangqing residents begun to target me? Can you not take a moment to consider the improbability of prophecy? This borders on superstition. Can you not believe in science? You have driven me to tears. Why can you not believe me just this once? Oh, wait. Why do you believe in the unbelievable while dismissing what you should believe? Chapter 89. I have become the very person I once despised. The oracle types with tears streaming down his face, almost tempted to post a photo of his sorrow on the forum. To be honest, he entertains this thought, however. Seeing not only the residents of the official shelter denouncing him, but also the Jiangqing residents fills him with dread. He fears that should he post such a photo, the residents of Jiangqing may come to confront him. Oh, he gazes skyward. Why must fate treat me thus? Within the shelter, Liangren has been attentively monitoring the forum's discourse. Upon witnessing the collective outrage directed at the oracle, he can no longer remain passive. Shaking his head, Liangren types, everyone, please quiet down, allow me to voice a thought. As soon as this statement is made, the previously lively forum falls silent, leaving only a few emojis scattered throughout. Wow, it's the Big Boss JPG. Salute to the Big Boss JPG. Big Boss, please speak. We would gladly risk our lives for you, JPG. Liangren chuckles softly, continuing to type, let us all be rational. In truth, the oracle is not entirely wrong. Your current state has bordered on superstition. Prophecy at its core is merely conjecture. Everything can be traced back to logical patterns. For example, the flooding in the official shelter. This is not the first instance of such an occurrence. It indicates a flaw in the waterproofing measures. Even if you have reinforced the internal structures, an overwhelming external water flow will inevitably lead to further leaks. As for the aurora, I need not elaborate, as news reports have already clarified that it results from the shifts in the magnetic fields of the poles. Now, regarding tonight's New Year gift. This is even simpler to explain. The official shelter must sustain a large population, necessitating stringent food limitations. Thus, providing compressed biscuits was the most pragmatic decision. Moreover, it seems you have overlooked a significant point. We are in apocalyptic conditions. In these dire times, having any food at all is commendable. While life may be relatively stable for those remaining in Jiangqing, your point of reference should not solely be Jiangqing, but the entirety of Blue Planet. Compared to your New Year celebration with compressed biscuits, the vast majority of individuals are without even that. Therefore, Your comparisons should not be made solely with those remaining in Jiangqing, but rather against others. Having said that, Liangren pauses momentarily before typing again. Ultimately, the crux of my message is this. Even in the absence of the oracle, these events would still transpire. You should not ascribe the inevitable outcomes of certain occurrences to a single individual and seek to hold that person accountable. Do you truly believe that by punishing someone, these events will cease to unfold? Calm analysis, JPG. Furthermore, to be frank, your previous remarks have amounted to online bullying. I sincerely hope that everyone can coexist harmoniously within the forum. Smile, JPG, as soon as Liangren uttered these words, within an ordinary residential building in Jiangcheng. The prophet was moved to tears. Overcome with emotion by Liangren's statement, he immediately began typing on the forum. Oh, esteemed one. Crying, JPG, only you understand my plight. These past few days have been incredibly challenging. Everyone, absolutely everyone, has targeted me. What sins did I commit in my previous life to warrant such divine retribution? Sobbing, JPG, thankfully, you're here to speak on my behalf. I feel that my life has found its worth. Long live the esteemed one, JPG, from this day forth. You shall be my lifelong belief, and if anyone dares to utter a single disparaging word against you, I shall risk everything to confront them. Esteemed one. I kneel before you, JPG. Meanwhile, the forum began to buzz with activity. Prophet, well done. Even the esteemed one speaks on your behalf. Envy, JPG, though I am envious. I must admit that the esteemed one is indeed correct. We seem to have been excessively credulous. Serious, JPG, yes. Just as the esteemed one stated, even without the prophet's predictions, events destined to occur will unfold. We were indeed excessive in our actions, to hold others accountable for things that were fated to happen. My apologies, prophet. Guilt, JPG, how I once detested those who perpetrated online harassment. For I have been a victim of it myself. I recall the year I turned 23, when a friend introduced me to a potential partner. To my astonishment, they brought along 23 relatives. And the meal cost nearly 20,000. I promptly took my leave. As who would be foolish enough to take on such a financial burden when the relationship had barely begun? Nevertheless, even as I left, I paid for my share. Of course, it was merely my portion, equivalent to an AA split. Yet, they maliciously slandered me, distorting the truth and posting it online. They claimed I was unworthy of being a man, that I had left in the middle of the meal, and even accused me of ordering expensive dishes. Clearly, I was the one who suffered the most. During that time, I was so distressed that I feared logging onto the internet every time I opened my chat application. It was filled with insults directed at me, and I truly contemplated ending it all. Gritting teeth, JPG, and now I find myself as part of the online harassment brigade. I have become what I once loathed. Prophet, I am truly sorry. Heavy apology, JPG, it was my ignorance of the truth that led me to join in the public discourse. And to everyone else, I must say, it is all too easy to misconstrue the truth online. Let us strive to refrain from targeting individuals hastily. Serious, JPG, oh my. Is it true that you were the protagonist of that news story from a few years ago? Shock, JPG, I also read that news. To be frank, I thought, how could someone like that even call themselves a man? To flee from a date. It was only after the truth emerged that I was utterly shocked. A meal costing 20,000, complete with dozens of fine cigarettes and all Mount Ida drink, wasn't he that treating the man as a fool? My friend. Although time has passed, I must say this. Well done. Thumbs up, JPG, you flatter me. I was merely concerned about the money, for someone of our middle-income class. Spending 20,000 on a meal is indeed astronomical. That said, my friend, the esteemed one is right. Our treatment of the prophet's statements was indeed excessive. Yes, prophet. I apologize, and I extend my sincerest apologies to you. Serious apology, JPG, Chapter 90. Esteemed one, I think I want to marry you. One after another. Residents of Jiangcheng began to apologize. Witnessing this scene, the prophet's tears flowed even more profusely. Finally, they have come to understand my struggles. And all of this is thanks to the esteemed one. Oh, esteemed one, I truly want to marry you. Simultaneously, as the news on the forum continued to develop, the residents of the official shelter gradually fell silent. Observing the New Year's gifts they had discarded, they couldn't help but shake their heads with a sigh. Subsequently, they too began to voice their thoughts on the forum. Prophet, I had indeed spoken too harshly before. Sorry, JPG, yes. I too am guilty. Apology, JPG, it was only after the esteemed one's reminder that I realized you were blameless, prophet. Indeed, you were merely prophesying. The events foretold were destined to occur regardless. How could we hold you accountable for such matters? Yes, we were indeed out of line. 12,580. Just as the residents of the official shelter began to apologize, suddenly, someone posted a message. Prophet, to be fair, we did wrongfully accuse you. Now, I apologize to you. Sorry JPG, however, we cannot take all the blame. You have consistently denied your identity as a prophet. Yes, these events were indeed destined to occur. But you preemptively prophesied them, and they came to pass. Why do you insist on denying your role as a prophet? If you were to acknowledge it openly and clarify everything, we would not hold it against you. It is you who has chosen to deny your identity. Serious JPG. Upon hearing this, both the residents of the official shelter and those from Jiangcheng collectively realized the truth. Yes, what the individual above said is correct. Prophet, your greatest error was in denying your identity. Indeed. Had you admitted it sooner, we would have treated it as a mere jest. We've already extended our apologies. After all, you were merely prophesizing. The ultimate outcome is not your responsibility. Yet, regarding your identity, surely you won't continue to deny it, will you? As these words resonated. Within the shelter, Liangren was momentarily taken aback. How do we end up on this topic again? Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, the prophet's tear-filled eyes widened in astonishment, resembling two gleaming bells. Just as he prepared to type a response, another message appeared. How about this? If you are so reluctant to embrace your role as a prophet, we shall grant you one more opportunity. You may prophesy one more event. If it fails, we shall cease to call you a prophet. If it succeeds, however, you must no longer deny your identity. Fine, I can accept that. 4,399. At that moment, upon reading the messages on the forum, the prophet gazed with a complex expression before finally nodding in agreement. He typed, "All right, I shall prophesy once more. The event that seems least likely to occur, in my view, is a rise in temperature. Given that we are currently in the midst of the 5th ice age, which typically spans an immensely long period, at least calculated in tens of thousands of years, the decline in temperature is equally so. In light of this, I foresee that within a single day, the temperature across the entirety of Blue Star will plummet by 30 degrees Celsius in an instant." Upon uttering these words, the prophet gasped heavily. This time, I could not fathom how this prophecy could possibly succeed. At long last, I shall be liberated from the burden of being a prophet. Shall I not? Just as this thought settled in the prophet's mind, a sudden alert arrived from the official shelter, accompanied by a news image. Emergency notification, due to the melting of the ice caps at the North and South Poles, resulting in rising sea levels. A drastic alteration in Blue Star's magnetic field has triggered two frigid currents that will sweep across the entire planet from the poles. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the temperature is expected to drop by over 30 degrees Celsius tonight through tomorrow afternoon. Moreover, this will persist for at least 6 months. Residents are urged to take appropriate measures to combat the cold. The emergence of this news rendered the entire forum utterly silent. Inside the shelter, Liangren, upon seeing the news, was left in a state of bewilderment. He then felt compelled to type a message in defense of the prophet. I believe we should all maintain a level of rationality. Just as Liangren sent his initial message, the prophet's response suddenly appeared. Enough. You need not say more, esteemed one. Your trust in me, understanding my plight, is sufficient. The opinions of others are of little consequence. Aren't they merely hoping for me to acknowledge my identity as a prophet? Very well, I concede. Jiangcheng, the prophet, sighed and typed. He had resigned himself to his fate. At that moment, just as his message was dispatched, the forum erupted in exuberance. Wow! Prophet, you are truly remarkable. Indeed. Prophet, your foresight is simply extraordinary. Our official shelter finally has air conditioning. I can sleep without curling up like a turtle. Wow! Tonight, I shall finally enjoy a restful slumber. Thank you, Prophet. Gratitude, JPG. Yes, thank you, Jiangcheng. The prophet, observing the throng of admirers surrounding him in the forum, was momentarily taken aback, then scratched his head. It seems that being a prophet isn't so bad after all. To openly acknowledge my identity and receive their admiration, what is unpleasant about that? Oh dear, was I truly so foolish before? Meanwhile, residents of Jiangcheng sent their congratulations. This farce has finally come to an end. Indeed, I can now peacefully indulge in my dumplings. Yes, and we must eat swiftly. Didn't the news just announce the impending drop in temperature? We mustn't let them cool down. Exactly. It would be such a pity for these delectable dumplings to lose their warmth. Alas, if only these dumplings could be transformed into compressed dumplings, I could cook one, dry it, and divide it into 10 portions, ensuring I could relish this delicacy every day. Precisely. The crowd at the official shelter erupted in response. Wow! You all have gone too far. Surely, what you refer to as compressed dumplings implies compressed biscuits, does it not? Very well. If you show no compassion, do not expect us to be merciful. Esteemed one, the walls of Jiangcheng have already been erected. Yet, these individuals have failed to alert you. Instead, privately gathering sand and stones to exchange for points, shamelessly taking advantage of your generosity without an ounce of respect.